Welcome back guys, like and hype this video for more updates. Chapter 1. On the dirt-covered driveway, a 3-meter-high red ground dragon ran at a constant speed. Sitting on the dragon saddle was a handsome young man dressed as a servant of a white nobleman. He had long silver hair, fair skin, delicate facial features, and silver pupils. This was a face that made women jealous. After rushing the road for a week in a row, Tang Yu almost got a general idea of the world he was in. He died suddenly due to overtime work half a month ago. He didn't expect to travel to another world and become the son of a marquis. From the memory of the predecessor, this different world is similar to the medieval Europe in the previous life. The era of slavery and feudalism coexisted, fighting spirit and magic dominated the earth, and he was a first-level fighter. Dochi and magic cultivation are divided into 1 to 9 levels, and there are higher realms after the 9th level. And Tang Yu's father, the helm of the Landis family, Tangji, the hereditary Marquis of Golden Ridge. Landis is a real magician, beyond the 9th level. As an authentic mage family, the Landis family enjoys the privileges of the Emperor on the entire Golden Ridge, and holds the absolute power of life and death. However, Tang Yu, as the third young master of the Landis family, has no magical talent, and even his fighting spirit talent is only ordinary. His eldest brother, Donkin Lantis, started to practice at the age of 5, and his affinity for fire elements surpassed his father's. Now he is 19 years old and is already an 8th level mage. The second brother Tanglin Landis, now 17 years old, also possesses the strength of a 5th level mage. Only Tang Yu, who is already 16 years old, is still only a first-level fighter, which is definitely a shame in the Lantis family that advocates the glory of magic. The eldest brother was canonized as an earl and became the destined heir of the Marquis of Golden Ridge. Even the second brother was still canonized as the Earl of Poland City. Only the third son, Tang Yu, was not welcomed, and was canonized as the Viscount of Chaos City. Ron, are you almost there? Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Tang Yu asked. Master, go over that high slope and you'll be there. Next to the carriage was an old man in his 60s, with kind eyes. Behind him were 2 people, a man and a woman, who were riding monsters, 10 servants and a squire knight. Although Tang Yu was not favored, Chaos City was the most dangerous and chaotic city in the Golden Ridge, and Father Cheap still provided him with a 5th level mage and a 7th level fighter. In this world, the status of a magician is very respected. After all, the conditions for becoming a magician are very high. As for fighters, unless you are a dragon knight, you will never be able to enter the circle of high aristocrats. Master, here we are. At this moment, old Ron reminded that Tang Yu looked forward, and a city gate with a height of 3 meters appeared in front of him, with the 3 characters of Chaos City written on it. At the gate of the city stood 2 soldiers with worn-out armor, and a few men in bright clothes were waiting at the gate of the city. Welcome Lord Viscount to Chaos City. 2 middle-aged men dressed as barons stepped forward and respectfully greeted Tang Yu with a noble salute. Tang Yu nodded. These 2 are the tax officials of Chaos City and his right-hand man in the future. Ding, the territory is detected, the Lord system is turned on. Ding, esteemed host, congratulations on becoming the only host of the Lord system. This system will help you become the strongest lord in the continent. Is this my golden finger? Tang Yu was stunned. He had been in this world for half a month, and he thought that golden fingers did not exist. I saw a flash in front of my eyes, and a light quality panel appeared in front of my eyes. This is a map of the entire Chaos City with some red and green dots and Tang Yu's personal information next to it. Host, Tang Yu Landis. Occupation, Viscount Human. Level 1. Territory, Level 0. Name, none. Property, 4,000 gold. Faction, 4,230, population. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package, do you want to open it? Turn on. Ding, Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent full level card, 10 giant dragons, a low level dragon's lair, 1000 gold coins, please check it in the system backpack. Talent full level card, whether it is fighting spirit, magic or other, all talents are full level. After using the talent full level card, a golden light that only he could see disappeared into his mind. For a moment, Tang Yu felt that his mind seemed to be much clearer. Tang Yu came back to his senses, nodded to the 2 tax officials, and then led the crowd inside. The road is paved with stones, the road is covered with all kinds of feces and garbage, the smell is foul, and there are houses on both sides of the road made of wood and mud. Looking at the shivering residents kneeling on the ground, Tang Yu frowned, is this a city? Not long after, an ancient European medieval castle appeared in front of you. It was 3 stories high, but it looked a little outdated. It was obvious that it had not been inhabited for a long time. Entering the castle, it was obvious that someone had cleaned it up, but it was considered clean. This castle belongs to the former city lord. It is backed by a mountain waterfall and has a beautiful environment. What does the Viscount feel dissatisfied with? A tax officer stepped forward and asked respectfully. I'm very satisfied, thank you both. Since that's the case, we'll leave and see you tomorrow. Hearing these words, the 2 tax officials suddenly took a long breath and saluted, and then left. It is the instinct of the low-level nobles to please the high-level nobles. Old Ron, I'll leave the rest to you. Dear sir, this is Ron's duty. Tang Yu suddenly smiled and walked into his room. Chapter 2. The sofa made of animal hides, the warm fireplace, and the crystal-like chandelier were obviously the masterpieces of the 2 tax collectors. Tang Yu was lying in the bathtub, and beside him stood 2 maids who were hot and dressed in tulle. Call. Tang Yu let out a long sigh of satisfaction, the evil aristocracy. However, on such a day, it is true that the gods do not change. Okay, it's getting late, you go and rest. He wiped his body under the service of the maid, put on a silk pajamas, and walked into the room alone, ignoring the resentful eyes of the 2 maids behind him. System, where is my dragon? In the Crying Continent, giant dragons are definitely the top creatures standing at the top of food. Except for behemoths and titans, they can be invincible. The Golden Marquis, the cheap dad of Tang Yu, has a metal dragon, which is also the foundation of the Landis family. The dragon family is also graded. Magic dragons are nobles of the dragon family. They can use dragon language magic and are powerful. Metal dragons are civilians of the giant dragon family. Although they do not know magic, they can spray powerful dragon breaths and flames, and can also produce various precious metals. The Yelongs are considered slaves of the giant dragons. They are not as large as high-level dragons, and they cannot produce precious metals, but they can also spray dragon breath and fire crow. The dragon that the Dragon Knight rides is this kind. As for the ground dragon that Tang Yu rides, it is just a low-level creature mixed with the blood of a giant dragon. As long as you have gold coins, you can buy it. Please open the package, and all rewards will be distributed in the package. As soon as he thought about it, he opened the package, just like the package in the game, divided into one box, 10 eggs of different colors in the package. Take out a purple giant egg from the package, at least 1 meter 5 high, and a rich magical element emanates from it. How does this hatch? Could it be the same as the old mother gold hatching eggs? Please let the host drip blood to hatch. Hearing this, Tang Yu bit his finger, and a drop of blood dripped on the dragon egg, which was quickly absorbed by it. Crack! A sound of glass shattering sounded, and a gap opened on the dragon egg. The gap grew bigger and bigger, and finally a small purple head came out. The little guy crawled out of the dragon egg with all his might. He was not too small, about 1 meter in height. He was purple and chubby, and there was a trace of thunder and lightning in his eyebrows. After nibbling on the eggshell, the little guy seemed to gain strength, and then swayed towards Tang Yu, his amethyst-like eyes were full of curiosity about this world. Name, Alice. Gender, female. Species, Thunder Dragon. Level, Level 1. Abilities, Thunder Magic, Dragon Breath. Yield, 1 Thunder Crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. Looking at the introduction of this young dragon, Tang Yu was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be a high-level dragon, and the thunder crystals it produced were of great benefit to thunder magicians. In the market, the price of a laging is 100 gold coins. As for Alice, it should be the dragon's real name of this young dragon. After every high-level dragon is born, his name is already doomed. The little guy hugged Tang Yu's leg and kept screaming, but unfortunately Tang Yu didn't understand the dragon language and didn't know what she was talking about. Isn't it hungry? But what does the little dragon eat? Holding the little guy in his arms, Tang Yu opened the system mall. The mall is divided into buildings, resources, food, and props, all of which are purchased with gold coins, and the host can get a chance to draw a lottery every day. Click on the food, and sure enough, there is something for the young dragon to eat, but it is very expensive. A dragon fruit with 10 gold coins can add 10 experience points, and a thundercloud fruit with 100 gold coins can add 100 experience points. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and bought 10 thundercloud fruit, and the 1,000 gold coins were gone. You must know that in Chenmei continent, the purchasing power of 1,000 gold coins is terrifying, enough for a family of 5 to live a prosperous life. Taking a thundercloud fruit out of the package, Tang Yu could clearly feel that it was filled with pure thunder elements. Yeah! Seeing Liunqiu, the little guy's eyes lit up, looking at Tang Yu expectantly. Xiao! Mouth opened, Lei Yongwu swallowed, and saw a flash of lightning flashing on her body, and she was directly promoted to the 2nd rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating a 3rd-order dragon. The task reward, 2,000 gold coins, 10 dragon saddles, and 2 bottles of magic potions. Yeah! The little guy smacked his lips and continued to look at Tang Yu expectantly. Yes, I'll give it to you. He took out the other 9 thunder cloud fruits, and the little guy swallowed them all in one bite. Boom! A terrifying thunder element erupted on her body. If Alice had not recognized her master, she would definitely have electrocuted Tang Yu into coke. A quarter of an hour later, the thunder light dissipated, and the little guy grew a lot in size, reaching 3 meters in height, and the scales on his body became tougher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating a 3rd-order dragon. The task reward, 2,000 gold coins, 10 dragon saddles, and 2 bottles of magic potions. Hearing this, Tang Yu was overjoyed. The system was still very human, and an extra 1,000 gold coins came out all of a sudden. Name, Alice. Gender, female. Species, Thunder Dragon. Level, Level 3. Abilities, Thunder Magic, Dragon Breath. Yield, 1 Thunder Crystal / 1 day. Experience, 300/1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, planting 100 dragon flame fruit, 100 sanchin grass, and 10 thunder cloud fruit. Task reward, 2 behemoths, 100 orc warriors, and a magic upgrade card. Chapter 3. Behemoth. Looking at the system reward, Tang Yu was a little surprised, knowing that the behemoth beast can compete with the higher dragon. What Tang Yu didn't expect was that the system actually solved the food problem of the young dragon, otherwise a gold coin would be needed for a little experience. Even if he had a mine, it would not be so expensive. Master! Master! At this moment, a childish voice came into his ears. Tang Yu was taken aback, looked at Alice, and saw that she was also looking at him with wide eyes. Alice? Did you speak? Alice nodded her head, her big eyes narrowed into a gap, as if she was smiling. You can do it, little guy. Holding Alice's small head in his arms, Tang Yu couldn't hold her now, with her 3-meter body. After eating the thunder cloud fruit, Alice fell asleep. Tang Yu looked at the 9 dragon eggs left in the package, and thought about it. Don't hatch it, and wait until those foods are planted. He took out 2 bottles of magic potion from the package and swallowed them all. In an instant, countless magic elements poured around, and it didn't take long for 3 magic seeds to condense in the danshan. Before the 9th level, the seeds were condensed in the danshan. After the 9th level, the 9 magic seeds merged into one and became the magic core, which is the real magician. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, building a low-level dragon nest. Task reward, 1000 gold coins, 100 thunder cloud fruit. The reward this time is not much, but it is not bad. After all, the dragon nest is still a free gift from the system. Putting on his clothes, Tang Yu came to the back mountain. The castle was built at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was very high. A waterfall fell from the top of the mountain and then flowed out from the bottom of the castle to form a moat. When I opened the package, my mind moved, and a black light flew out of the package and landed on the mountainside. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain trembled, and then huge caves formed, no more or no less, just 10 caves. Entering the cave, a strong magic element came, and the cave was clean, tidy, and extremely spacious. It looks good, at least 3 times stronger than the magic elements outside. Low-level dragon's nest, increase the dragon's growth by 3 times, which can improve the dragon's aptitude. In the mall, a low-level dragon's nest sells for 3000 gold coins, but it is also very effective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, building a low-level dragon's nest. Task reward, 1000 gold coins, 100 thunder cloud fruit. Back in the castle, Ron and the others were already alarmed, and the personal knight Manus and the personal mage Irene had been waiting with weapons and staffs. It's okay, everyone go back to rest. Tang Yu smiled, and after saying that, regardless of everyone's reaction, he entered his room. Owner. Alice also woke up and looked at Tang Yu in confusion. I found you a new home that will accelerate your growth. Touching Alice's head, Tang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Master. The sweet voice came, making Tang Yu feel that everything was worth it. Open the system mall and buy the seeds of 100 dragon flame fruit, 100 sanshan grass and 10 leon fruit. The seeds are not expensive. Dragon flame fruit and sanshan grass are only 1 gold coin each, and each leon fruit is only 1 gold coin. Fruit seed 10 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating a 6th level dragon, 3 3rd level dragons. Task rewards, 1 natural elf seed, 100 fire cloud fruit, 1 fighting spirit upgrade card, 3 fighting skill scrolls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task and upgrading the castle to level 1. The task reward is 5000 gold coins, 1 magic upgrade card, 3 magic scrolls, and 1 high-level staff. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, patrolling the territory. Task reward, 2000 gold coins, a high-level sword, and a military camp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, statistics of the population. Task reward, 2000 gold coins, 1 thunder golden eagle egg, and 1 Beamon's nest. Just as Tang Yu lay down, the system's voice continued to ring in his mind, and each task was described in detail below. The next morning, Manus and Ellie were already waiting at the school grounds. Looking at the dilapidated school grounds, Manus sighed. Mr. Manus is worried about the future. Ellie, who was only 25 years old, has become a 5th level mage. She is already considered a genius in Golden Ridge, and she has a good appearance, so she has always looked down on Manus. No. Manus said with a blank face, but his heart was full of endless resentment. He was only 30 years old, and he was already a 7th level fighter. His future was bright and lofty. Stay in the damn country. At this moment, Tang Yu came over in a light leather armor, smiled at Manus and said, Mr. Manus, what are we learning today? Riding. Manus said lightly. An hour later, Manus stared blankly at the field, only to see a red earth dragon running fast, while Tang Yu rode on it and made difficult movements one by one. God of War is above, am I dazzled? Since becoming Tang Yu's personal knight, he has taught Tang Yu various combat techniques every morning, and this is not the first time for him to have riding lessons. No, you don't have dazzling eyes. The Viscount's riding skills are comparable to yours. Ellie smiled gracefully, but she was also a little surprised. Chapter 4. You must know that Manus is a veteran who retired from the battlefield. Since he obtained the flame dragon beast 10 years ago, one person and one beast have never been separated. This flame dragon beast is a beast with the blood of a giant dragon. Its size is larger than that of a horse. It has double horns on its head, and its forehooves are stepping on flames. It can be said that Tang Yu absorbed Manus' entire 10 years of riding experience within an hour, and this talent is terrifying. Jumping off the back of the earth dragon, Tang Yu wiped his sweat and said, Is the tax officer here? Already waiting in the lobby. Manus replied, hiding his surprise. Very good, after breakfast, please accompany me to tour the territory. Understood. The two nodded. Staking is a grand event for every noble, so they were not surprised. When I came to the front hall, 2 tax officers had already arrived. Dear Viscount, did you sleep well last night? The two saluted. Tang Yu smiled slightly, sat at the table, and said while eating the food, Very good, if you two haven't eaten, let's eat together. Thank you, Lord Viscount, but we have already eaten. Very good, then I'll give you 2 tasks. The first one is to summon the serfs. I need some stones and wood, and I will pay the corresponding wages. Lord Viscount, it's an honor for those lowly slaves to serve you, said the 2 tax officials hastily. Tang Yu frowned and said, This is my order. The 2 hurriedly lowered their heads and said in unison, We thank the Viscount for the kindness of the serfs. The second task is to count the population of Chaos City, whether it is serfs, free people, or other races. Hearing this, the faces of the 2 were bitter, and one of them said, Lord Viscount, we have too few people, and there are too many people in Chaos City, this task cannot be completed at all. Tang Yu's face turned gloomy in an instant. Counting the population was originally the basic task of the tax officer, so he said indifferently, After the inspection of the territory, I will help you, just wait outside. The 2 of them trembled, looked at each other, and retreated helplessly. After breakfast, Tang Yu came to the back mountain with the seeds. The magic element in the dragon's nest is very rich, but it is very suitable for planting. Alice was still sleeping, and Tang Yu threw 10 thundercloud fruits directly at her. Planting is very simple, just take out the seeds and sprinkle them casually, and after a while, seedlings will emerge one by one. The ripening time of Longian fruit and Sanshenko only takes 1 day, while the ripening time of thundercloud fruit takes 3 days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, planting 100 dragon flame fruit, 100 Sanshin grass, and 10 thundercloud fruit. Task reward, 2 behemoths, 100 orc warriors, and a magic upgrade card. Where is Beamon? Looking at the package, there was no Beamon beast. Please go to the outskirts of Chaos Forest to find it. After taking a shower, Tang Yu was wearing a set of silver full coverage armor with a long sword pinned to his waist. Manus and Ellie and 5 squire knights were already waiting at the door. Set off. Turned over and rode on the earth dragon, and led the crowd towards the town. Chaos City is divided into towns, suburbs, and villages, and Tang Yu's first stop on tour is the town. How big is Tang Yu's fief? Not to mention the tax officials in Golden Ridge don't know, even Tang Yu himself doesn't know. As long as there are no townships around Chaos City, it can be regarded as his territory. Benefit. Golden Ridge has been occupied by the Landis family for more than 20 years, but less than 2/3 of the place is inhabited by humans. The rest are wild places, and Chaos Forest is one of them. Along the way, all the residents stood on both sides and saluted. The serfs kneeled and the free people bowed. There were more than 4,200 people in the entire Chaos City, 80% of whom were serfs. They belonged to Tang Yu. Private property, including Manus behind him and those squire knights. Tang Yu can decide their life and death with a single word, and even enjoy their wives and daughters. These serfs will not complain, which is a matter of course for them. Along the way, almost all the houses Tang Yu saw were made of wood and soil, and they looked very barren. The freedmen were better. Those slaves were all disheveled, obviously malnourished. Passing through the town and coming to the countryside, the residents here are almost all serfs, and there are green wheat fields next to the road. After walking for about an hour, a black city wall with a height of 5 meters appeared in front. This is the dividing place between Chaos City and Chaos Forest. Lord Viscount, the former convenience is the chaotic forest, and there are monsters wandering outside the city walls. For your safety, let's go back. Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned and said, Manus, as a knight, being brave is your character. Manus sighed but nodded and said to the squire knight behind him, use your corpses to protect your lord, and fight to the last drop of blood for your lord. Clear. The 5 squire knights nodded vigorously. This was their mission. If Tang Yu was hurt, their whole family would be implicated. This is the evil slave system. Chapter 5. After patrolling for a long time, Tang Yu has gone 2 kilometers deep into the chaotic forest, but he has not seen the legendary Beamon. At this moment, Ellie stopped suddenly, frowned and said, I feel a movement in front of me. As a mage, her spiritual power is much stronger than that of a warrior, so Manus has not noticed it yet. Hearing this, Tang Yu's mental power also reached forward, and he really felt the movement of the magic element and the roar. Alert! Manus shouted loudly, holding a 3-meter-long knight spear, standing in front of Tang Yu. 5 squire knights protected Tang Yu on both sides, and Ellie stood behind Tang Yu. Not long after, a group of people in ragged clothes and covered in blood ran out of the forest, panicking. What happened ahead? Tang Yu stopped a person and asked. It's Beamon, Beamon Behemoth. The man was obviously frightened, muttered to himself, and regardless of Tang Yu's aristocratic status, he threw Tang Yu away and stumbled towards the city. My lord, if it's a behemoth, we should retreat, even from Chaos City. Behemoths can be described as a nightmare for human beings. They are huge and powerful, and even the giant dragons would not dare to provoke them. No, my order is to stand still. Looking at the map in his mind, Tang Yu smiled slightly, and a bunch of green dots quickly approached here, and the green dots symbolized loyalty. It didn't take long for the deafening footsteps to sound, and rows of towering trees were pushed into the dust, and 2 giant beasts came out of the forest. They walked like gorillas, but even so, they were 5 meters tall, their sturdy forelimbs were 2 meters wide, and a pair of fangs grew on their mouths, which looked extremely ferocious. A group of humanoid creatures with the characteristics of beasts followed the 2 behemoth beasts, holding bows, arrows, bone knives, and other weapons, constantly harvesting the lives of those human beings. It was the orcs. Protect adults! Manus shouted, with a desperate look on his face, but still stood in front of Tang Yu. I sighed in my heart. Originally this morning, I thought Tang Yu was a malleable talent, but it turned out to be a fool. But whoever lets himself meet such a master, even if he does his best, he must protect him, otherwise his family will die. Dong dong! The deafening footsteps seemed to knock on the hearts of everyone. Looking at these 2 huge monsters, Manus and the 5 squire knights were so frightened that their faces paled. Even Tang Yu's earth dragon was trembling with fear. 100 meters. 10 meters. 1 meter. Everyone looked up at the giant beast, and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It is estimated that with just one slap, they can be slapped into meat mud even with their mounts. Ellie was pale, trembling all over, and even the staff in her hand fell to the ground, looking dull at the behemoth in front of her. "Dear master, Hasba salutes you." At this moment, a behemoth beast suddenly knelt down in front of Tang Yu, spitting out human words, and looked very respectful. "Respected master, Hasmu salutes you." The other behemoth also knelt down. Seeing this scene, Manus was stunned, because he was standing in front of Tang Yu, so he thought the two Beamon were saluting him. Those who originally wanted to escape into the city also stopped and looked at it with surprise. As the king of all beasts, Beamon is extremely arrogant, and he has never heard of Beamon beasts surrendering to humans. Seeing that Manus didn't let go, one of the behemoth beasts frowned, stretched out a finger to pull him away, and then stretched out its huge palm in front of Tang Yu. "Brave warriors, you have worked hard." Tang Yu smiled slightly, then put his hands on the palms of the two behemoths. The group of orcs behind them all knelt down and looked at Tang Yu reverently. "Get up and follow me back to the city." Tang Yu smiled slightly, glanced at the earth dragon lying on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. Even if he rode out on this mount, he would lose his face. "Master, come up." A behemoth beast squatted down and said respectfully. "It is good." Tang Yu nodded and jumped on Beamon's palm, then Beamon placed him lightly on his shoulders, and walked towards the city with the orc behind him. As for Manus and the others, they became grooms and were in charge of those mounts that were foaming at the mouth. After all, these were Tang Yu's private property. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, patrolling the territory. The task reward, 2,000 gold coins, a high-level sword, and a military camp. Back in the castle, let the two Beamon beasts temporarily live at the foot of the mountain. As for the 100 orc warriors, Ron will arrange for them. "You two, come with me." Beamon already has it, but Beamon's lair hasn't been built yet, so be sure to complete the population today. "Respected master, I used to be the priest of the orcs, Brewer. How can I help you?" At this moment, an old man of about 50 years old who was wearing animal skin came up with a cane in his hand. Except for his green skin, he was no different from a human being. Sacrifices, Tang Yu knew, were the wise men of the orcs. They did not have the powerful fighting power of the orcs, but they possessed incomparable wisdom and the ability to predict danger. "I need to count the population of Chaos City. There is indeed a shortage of manpower. If you think you can help me, stand up." Hearing this, more than a dozen orc warriors stood up, most of them were female orcs. "Let's go." The earth dragon was still lying on the ground, but Tang Yu walked to the town with a group of people in desperation. Chapter 6. In the Chaos City Square, everyone arrived. "I am Tang Yu Landis, the Lord of Chaos City. I called everyone today just to count the population of Chaos City." Everyone put their names, genders, families, etc. Standing on the high platform, Tang Yu said loudly, and there was a table below, and the table was a stack of thick parchment paper. This kind of work continued until the afternoon. Fortunately, there are many people around Tang Yu who can write. At least Brewer is a very competent helper. "Master, the statistics are out." Brewer held a stack of thick parchment paper and sent it to Tang Yu. "Thank you for your hard work, Brewer." Tang Yu smiled slightly and took the thick parchment paper to count. The entire Chaos City has 4 towns, 12 tons, and 3 tons in each town. There are 1,028 households and 4,230 people in Flower Town, Wheat Town, Ranchi Town, and Guangming Town, including 3,070 serfs and 1,160 free people. Among these 1,160 people are some adventure groups and other races. All the serfs are planting various crops for Tang Yu, and they can only get 5% of the pay, barely enough food and clothing. If they encounter natural disasters, they can only wait to starve to death. As for the free people, they are engaged in handicrafts, such as tailors, blacksmiths, mills, sundries, barbers, locksmiths, etc., which are recorded in great detail on thick vellum. Wait, it seems like there are 12 people missing. After a total of calculations, the number of people is not enough, no wonder the system does not respond. Not long after, 2 tax officers came in. I need to know what these 12 people do. Tang Yu's face was gloomy, and it was impossible for them to gather the people together, so what was the use of them? Hearing this, the 2 tax officials were sweating profusely, which can be regarded as dereliction of duty. After thinking for a while, one of the tax officials suddenly said, "Sir Viscount, calm down, these people should be members of the Cold Wind Adventure Group, and they are not resident in Chaos City, so we did not count them." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, eradicating the Cold Wind Adventure Group. The task reward, 5,000 gold coins, 1 female naga, 5 orcs, 1 advanced fighting skill scroll, 1 advanced magic scroll, and 1 brewing blueprint. Looking at the detailed introduction below the mission, Tang Yu frowned. This Cold Wind Adventure Group was a notorious slave trader. They captured other races, sold them to high-level nobles, and even robbed merchants. The leader was originally a baron, but was wanted by Golden Ridge and fled to Chaos City. "Bruel, anxious orc warriors, I need you to fight for me." "It is our pleasure, master." There was a look of excitement in Brewer's eyes. The orcs were belligerent. They were born to fight, and it was their honor to be able to cut through thorns for their masters. It didn't take long for 100 orc warriors to gather, and 2 behemoths stood in front. Walk. Jumping on Beamon's shoulders, Tang Yu was wearing silver armor, holding a one-handed sword and one-handed shield, followed the map in his mind and headed towards the red dots. Tang Yu couldn't delay the time. This Cold Wind Adventure Group was very cunning. The leader was an 8th level mage and 2 9th level fighters. The 2 Beamon have the strength of the 9th level. Although Brewer looks old, he is a 9th level mage. Half an hour later, a dilapidated thatched hut appeared in front of me, and the red dot showed that it was here. "Bruel, make a big move, be careful, there are orc warriors inside." Hearing this, Brewer's eyes flashed a cold light, and he asked in a low voice, "Master, is there a person called the Cold Wind Adventure Group?" "Hey? How did you know?" Brewer said, "We came after them. In the chaotic forest, many orc tribes were destroyed by them. A few days ago, they entered the chaotic forest and kidnapped a Naga tribe." Hearing this, Tang Yu immediately understood. No wonder the system gave a female Naga. You must know that the Naga are the kings of the orcs, and their magical talent is amazing. If they can be cultivated, they will definitely be a good helper. "God of the earth, give me divine flowers," the earth pulses. As soon as the voice fell, the ground in front of Brewer shook violently, and earth walls rose, breaking the hut city and imprisoning the square space. "Master, I have protected the orc warrior with earth magic." At this moment, a dozen people rushed out of the ruins of the thatched hut and shouted, "Damn, who provokes our adventure group? Kill me and leave none." For these notorious slave traders, Tang Yu also has no good feelings. Roar! In the darkness, 4 lanterns lit up in the dark, and the people from the Cold Wind Adventure Group saw what kind of lanterns they were, just 2 eyes. My God! How can there be Beamon here? The sudden appearance of 2 Beamon in a human city is simply a fantasy. However, before they could react, they were greeted by 2 pairs of fists the size of a house. Boom! With a loud noise, the thatched hut was directly smashed by Beamon. Thatched hut cellar, directly divided into 2 halves by an earthen wall. "Captain, don't worry about Naga, let's run, Myron is probably already in a bad way." In front of the dirt wall stood a middle-aged man in a magic robe, who was Archie, the leader of the Cold Wind Adventure team. "It's just that after so long, the earth wall in front of me still stands. Damn, at least a 9th level mage, let's go. Glancing at the earth wall unwillingly, Archie muttered words, and a blue light appeared under his feet. Everyone, where are you going? Chapter 7. A voice sounded in his ear. Archie was startled, and the magic in his hand was directly interrupted. Friend, there doesn't seem to be any enmity between us. Let us go, how about 2,000 gold coins? Archie's face was gloomy. Originally, there were about 30 people in the Cold Wind Adventure group, including 1 9th level mage, 4 9th level fighters, and 2 8th level mages. Even in the Golden Ridge, they were very famous. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Do you know who I am? I don't want to know who you are, and I'm not interested in meeting you. Archie frowned. Obviously all the teammates above were wiped out. Very well, in that case, kill them. The words fell, and the feet of the Cold Wind Adventure group suddenly turned into a swamp, and palms formed of mud grabbed their ankles. Despicable and shameless. Archie was in a panic. Even if he was a high-level magic swamp, he would not be able to break it in a while. Roar! The orc warriors rushed up with a burst of roars, looking at Archie and the others. Their eyes were full of hatred. Among the 100 orc warriors, almost half of them had hatred against the Cold Wind Adventure group, and they were all screaming at this moment. After a quarter of an hour, the battle was over, and all the members of the Cold Wind Adventure group were put to death, and none of them fell. Ding! Defeat the Cold Wind Adventure group and drop a treasure chest, please check it in the package. Hey, can monsters still drop equipment? Open it. Tang Yu was a little surprised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Earth Magic Escape Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, eradicating the Cold Wind Adventure group, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 1 female naga, 5 orcs, 1 advanced fighting skill scroll, 1 advanced magic scroll, and 1 brewing blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, counting the population, and getting rewards, 2,000 gold coins, 1 thunder golden eagle egg, and 1 Beamon's nest. The other orc warriors were cleaning the battlefield, while Tang Yu led Brewer towards the dirt wall. With a big wave of Brewer's hand, the earth wall collapsed instantly, and then 3 cages appeared in front of him. 3 Tauren warriors, 2 fox girls, one of them is a beautiful girl with a human head and a snake body lying in an iron cage, and the beautiful girl with 4 arms is the royal naga in the orc race. The 5 orc warriors were okay. Naga was sluggish, lying motionless in the cage. They used a conspiracy to make Naga take the debilitating potion, otherwise they are no match for the 4-armed Naga at all. Brewer's eyes were full of anger. Owner. The Naga girl raised her head and looked at Tang Yu and asked feebly. Ding, do you want to spend 100 gold coins to buy the antidote? Buy. Take out a bottle of blue potion from the package and hand it to Naga, drink it. The Naga girl poured the potion into her mouth without hesitation. Before long, a black gas emerged from her head. Thank you, master, for saving your life. The Naga girl stood up and bowed to Tang Yu. Master, this is a trophy. An orc warrior came over with a package. Well, let's go. Taking a look at Archie's body, Tang Yu sneered. Despicable is a pass for despicableness, noble is a noble epitaph, the winner is king, right? Hearing this, Brewer's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself. Tang Yu's words directly created a force that made the entire Shenmei continent feel terrified. Of course, this is something else. Outside the castle, Butler Ron led a group of people waiting. God of War bless. Seeing that Tang Yu came back unscathed, Ron took a deep breath. He had no other ideals, but only hoped that the Viscount would be safe and sound throughout his life. Ron, thank you for your hard work, please prepare some food to entertain our guests from afar. It's old Ron's greatest blessing to see the master safe and sound. Back in the room, Tang Yu looked at the Naga in front of him and asked, What's your name? My name is Angela, I came from the Orc Kingdom and was adopted by the Orc tribe in the Chaos Forest. In that case, from today onwards, this is your home. Can you transform into a humanoid? Looking at Angela's appearance with a human head and a snake body, Tang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. How to look at it? How could she look like the Empress Nuwa in Eastern mythology? After Naga reaches 4 arms, it can transform. With that said, Naga's snake tail slowly turned into human legs, and the scales on her body gradually disappeared. Except for a cluster of golden scales on her abdomen, she was no different from a human beauty. He has long black hair and a shawl, green pupils, fair skin, and an extremely hot body. Cough, you put on your clothes first. Throwing one of his clothes next to Naga, Tang Yu suppressed the anger in his heart. He found that the charm of the Naga tribe was more terrifying than that of the human tribe. A frown and a smile could dazzle his inner desires. You are my master, Angela doesn't need to avoid it. Angela put on her clothes slowly, and said confidently. After she turned into a human form, she wore an animal skin coat, and her lower body was unobstructed. All right. Tang Yu touched his nose, but he didn't look at it anyway. The loyalty of the characters rewarded by the mission is 100%. As long as Tang Yu doesn't do such wrathful things to them, they will not betray them. Chapter 8. After dinner, Tang Yu came to the back mountain alone. He didn't see Alice all day, and he didn't know what happened to this little guy. Master, I miss you so much. Just after arriving at the back mountain, a purple light flew down from the mountain and came to Tang Yu in the blink of an eye. So fast. Tang Yu was a little surprised, this was already comparable to the speed of a 9th level fighter. Name, Alice. Gender, female. Species, Thunder Dragon. Level, Level 5. Abilities, Thunder Speed, Thunder Magic, Dragon Breath. Yield, 2 Thunder Crystals / 1 day. Experience, 400/5000. So fast? Has it reached the 5th rank? Looking at the 5-meter-tall behemoth in front of him, Tang Yu was a little surprised. If he reached the 6th level, he would be able to ride Alice to the sky. Do you miss me? Do you miss Liunqiu? Tang Yu asked with a smile, touching Alice's head. He, I think so. A look of embarrassment appeared on Alice's face. Yes, let's eat. He took out 10 thundercloud fruits and handed them to Alice. For 5,000 experience points, 50 thundercloud fruits were needed, but there were still 9 money-eaters lying in the package. Tang Yu dared not give her all of them. But fortunately, both the dragon flame fruit and the sanchin grass are already ripe, and the thundercloud fruit is coming soon. When the thundercloud fruit matures, there is no need to worry about the dragon's food. You can eat these dragon flame fruits and sanchin grass as you like, but don't eat them, even the roots. Looking at the 2 plants, one plant has 10 dragon flame fruits, which is not bad. They don't taste good, there is no thundercloud fruit as delicious. Alice said aggrieved. We don't have enough money now. When we have money, I'll let you eat enough. Tang Yu couldn't take it anymore, seeing Alice's big shining eyes and her cute look. Take out 3 dragon eggs from the package, 2 golden and 1 fiery red. After first dripping blood on the fiery red dragon egg, a small fiery red head came out. Name, Aina. Gender, female. Species, fire dragon. Level, Level 1. Abilities, fire magic, dragon breath. Yield, 1 fire crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. Another magic dragon. Tang Yu was a little surprised, the system seemed to be very powerful. I don't know how many high-level dragons can be in 10 dragon eggs. Yet. After eating the eggshell, Aina opened her eyes wide and looked at Tang Yu curiously. Another foodie. He knocked on Aina's little head and threw a pair of dragon flame fruit in front of Aina. Master, she is so cute. After eating Lei Yanguo, Alice lay down in front of Aina and looked at her curiously. You are not allowed to bully her, you know. Not anymore. Seeing that Aina was eating deliciously, Tang Yu hatched 2 golden eggs with blood. The 2 small heads drilled out at the same time, and then looked at each other with a confused look. Name, none. S*X, male. Type, metal dragon. Level, level 1. Abilities, dragon breath, lava. Output, 100 gold coins/1 day. Experience, 0/50. Metal dragon. Although the metal dragon is not as powerful and noble as the magic dragon, its combat power is equally impressive, and a metal dragon cannot be bought with money in the human world. Alice just glanced at the 2 of them, and then lost interest, lying next to Aina, watching her eat. The level of the giant dragon family is strict, so even Alice does not look down on the metal dragon. Feeling the majesty of Alice, the 2 metal dragons lay in the eggshell and dared not come out. Do you want to be so cowardly? Tang Yu stepped forward and carried the 2 metal dragons together with their eggshells into a cave below. Cuckoo. The sound of the metal dragon is hoarse, not as good as the sound of the magic dragon, but the baby dragon still looks very cute. If there were 10,000 giant metal dragons, wouldn't it be possible to count the money to the point of hand cramps? Looking at the metal dragon eating the eggshell, Tang Yu became obsessed, and as the dragon's strength became stronger, they produced more gold coins. For example, Alice now produces 2 thunderbolts a day. Crystal, equivalent to 200 gold coins. Your name is Jinbi, and your name is Yuanbao, you know. Seeing the 2 metal dragons crawling over, Tang Yu nodded their little heads and said. The 2 young dragons are ignorant, as civilians of the giant dragon family, they do not have the powerful wisdom of the magic dragon. Yes, let's eat. Throwing a bunch of dragon fruit to 2 metal dragons, Tang Yu came to Alice again. Little guy, where's your Lei Jing? After the talent is full, Tang Yu's magic attribute is full, and magic of all attributes can be practiced. Master, why do you want that? Alice bowed her head embarrassedly. In fact, Lei Jing was their excrement. That's a good thing. It can help the master to practice magic. It's in there. Alice pointed to the cave, her butt facing Tang Yu, twisting and twisting, obviously shy. Entering Alice's cave, there is no odor at all. There are a few purple crystals that flicker with lightning in the corner of the cave. They are crystal clear and very beautiful. The dragon is full of treasures, that's right. He sighed and picked up Lei Jing. He could clearly feel that it contained the pure power of thunder and lightning, which seemed to be much stronger than the thunder element escaping in the air. Alice, take care of Aina, call me if you have something. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Yu went back with Lei Jing. Chapter 9. The next morning, Tang Yu opened his eyes and was shocked. Angela, why are you here? Holding a warm body in his arms, he looked down and saw that it was the 4-armed Naga Angela. Angela doesn't dare to sleep alone, I beg the master to punish. Angela lowered her head, looking like she did something wrong. It's all right, get up. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. No wonder he slept so sweetly last night, and it seemed that sleeping with his sister was not bad. At this moment, Tang Yu was stunned, and hurriedly looked inside his danshan, only to see 5 magic seeds like stars, walking in the danshan. Under the magic seeds, there are 3 cyclones, constantly absorbing the fighting spirit from the outside world. A 5th level mage? A 3rd level fighter. After a good night's sleep, both vindictiveness and magic broke through, and they continued to break through, but Lei Jing by the bed also disappeared. Can you upgrade while sleeping? Is there such an operation? Looking at Lei Jing powder, Tang Yu was a little surprised. Use the magic upgrade card. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flew out from the package and submerged into Tang Yu's danshan. The 5 magic seeds turned into 6. It is estimated that if this continues, it will not be long before I can become a real magician. Before the 9th level of the mage, the magic seeds were condensed in the dantian, because the spiritual power of the mage is very weak, and the spiritual sea is difficult to open up. When 9 magic seeds are condensed, and 9 and 9 are unified, the spiritual sea can be opened up. It can be said that the mage with the spiritual sea is the real magician. Tang Yu took a long breath, and the 2 personal maids walked in, and they were not surprised to see Angela, which was normal for nobles. By the way, what about the 5 orc warriors? While getting dressed, Tang Yu asked Angela. The 3 of them followed Brewer, and Brewer said the other 2 fox tribes were the master's maids. Hearing this, Tang Yu was taken aback for a moment. His life was already extravagant enough, and Brewer's determination to corrupt his strong struggle. But think about the 2 fox girls from yesterday, they are really charming and moving. I still feel pity, they are much prettier than the 2 maids now. Brewer has a heart. Tang Yu smiled, letting Angela move freely, and he came to the front hall, where the 2 tax officers and Ron were already waiting. How is the task I gave you? Lord Viscount, everything is done, and now all the serfs in Chaos City are going to prepare stone and wood. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded, looking forward to the upgrade of the castle. During the training class, Tang Yu held a one-handed sword more than 1 meter long and forced Manus to retreat. How is this possible? Manus stood on the spot, the one-handed sword in his hand fell to the ground without knowing it, but looked at Tang Yu with a bewildered expression. Mr. Manus, you are distracted. Even so, Tang Yu was still a little happy. The fighting skill he used just now was the high-level fighting skill Poison Dragon Po, which was rewarded by the system when he killed the Cold Wind Adventure group. The power is really good, and another high-level magic scroll is called Rain of Arrows of Destruction. It can drop thunder arrows from the sky to kill the enemy, and the power is also extraordinary. How can that be? Manus is a 7th level fighter with extremely rich combat experience, and he was placed under Tang Yu's hands. Lord Viscount, when did you break through? Ellie was also a little surprised and couldn't help asking. I broke through when I fell asleep last night. Tang Yu said casually. Hiss. Ellie sucked in a breath of cold air. Can she break through while sleeping? Didn't you say that the Viscount is a waste? Could it be that the wastewood of aristocratic families is so terrifying? Excuse me for being abrupt, why do I feel that you have a magical aura on you? I'm a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. After speaking, Tang Yu waved to the 2 of them, then turned and left. Didn't you say that the Viscount does not have magical talent? How is this possible? Looking at Tang Yu's back, Ellie looked confused. Miss Ellie, perhaps our Lord Viscount is not as ordinary as others think. At this moment, Manus came back to his senses, picked up the one-handed sword on the ground, and said with a long sigh. Maybe. Ellie nodded, feeling that Lord Viscount became more and more mysterious. When he came to the residence of the orcs, Brewer hurriedly greeted him. What about Hezbollah and the others? Tang Yu glanced at him, but he couldn't help but ask because he didn't see the 2 behemoths. Lord Hezbollah went hunting, they thought they had to do something for their master. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled with satisfaction. The 2 behemoth beasts possessed the strength of the 9th level, so nothing would happen in the chaotic forest. At this moment, dull footsteps sounded. Tang Yu looked back, and saw 2 behemoth beasts walking in with several monster corpses on their backs. Owner. Seeing Tang Yu, the 2 hurriedly offered gifts. Yo, not bad. Among the 5 monster corpses, there was an 8th order Lycian bear. Although the Lycian bear is an 8th order, he has mastered earth magic, and his skin is thick and fleshy, so it is difficult to kill it. Hearing this, the 2 behemoths smiled honestly and scratched their heads embarrassedly. You clean up the corpses of the beasts, and leave the hides, bones, and magic cores. Clear. You 2 come with me. Facing the 2 behemoth beasts, Tang Yu beckoned and walked out first. Chapter 10. The mountain behind the castle is very big. Even if there are 10 Beamons living there, it is not a problem. But Beamon will still grow taller. An adult Beamon can be as high as 10 meters, and an adult Beamon will also have advanced bloodlines and will become even bigger. The Chaos Forest is the best base. It's rich in materials and vast, but it's a pity that there are too many monsters. Tang Yu has always had an idea, that is, to use the chaotic forest as his base camp and cultivate armies of various races. At that time, who would dare to compete with him on the whole continent? Tang Yu couldn't be more clear about the urination of the system. As a lord, he competed with other lords for land and resources, and finally became the strongest lord of the Shenmei continent. Opening the package, with the thought, a black light flew to the middle of the mountain, and then formed a huge cave. The mouth of the cave was exactly the same as the mouth of a giant beast, and it looked terrifying. Low-level Beamon's nest, increase Beamon's growth rate by 3 times, which can increase Beamon's bloodline concentration. The 2 Beamon looked at the miraculous behavior in front of them, and their brains couldn't turn around. Ding! Congratulations to the host for building Beamon's lair and getting rewards, 2,000 gold coins and 20 blood gold stones. From today, this is your home. Your daily mission is to lead orc warriors to hunt monsters, understand? Good host. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Although the behemoth's IQ is not enough, it is very obedient. As long as the task given to them by himself, it will be completed perfectly. The low-level behemoth's lair is relatively close to the Chaos Forest. When they go to the Chaos Forest every day, they don't have to pass through the town. Although everyone knows that the Lord has 2 Beamon, it is really not good to be like this every day. Settling in Beaumont, Tang Yu came to a huge open space in the castle. The castle covers a large area and many places are empty. Opening the package, a red light flew out of the package and landed on the ground. Afterwards, buildings rose from the ground, with a council hall, a drill factory, a horse farm, everything, and a bright red flag fluttered in the sky. Barracks, triple the combat effectiveness, cohesion, and marching speed of soldiers, which can subtly increase the loyalty of soldiers and enhance the majesty of the host. Please host to set up the flag. The banner was blank and there was nothing. Tang Yu thought about it for a while. As a dual cultivator of monsters, he set it up so that the staff and sword intersected, and the background of the banner was made into a castle. Satisfied looking at his masterpiece, it looks a lot taller. Ding! Congratulations to the host for building the barracks and getting rewards, 2,000 gold coins, 1 recruiting card, and 1 bronze warrior card. Recruitment card, you can recruit hundreds of talented soldiers. Bronze warrior card, get 100 bronze warriors. Master, where did this come from? At this moment, old Ron led his servants over. The construction of Beamon's lair and barracks just now was not small, and the whole castle was alarmed. God-given, well, what are you going to do, and call Brewer over by the way? Tang Yu smiled slightly. Miracles in this world are not uncommon. He said that it was given by God, and no one could decipher it. Master, are you looking for us? Brewer came over and asked curiously. This is where you live from now on, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied, my orc warriors will not enjoy comfort and extravagance, please give us a fight from the master. Hearing this, Tang Yu said with a smile, don't worry, your task now is to hunt enough monsters, we need more gold coins and animal meat. Don't worry, master. Brewer nodded. 100 orc warriors is not enough. As a human race, it is impossible to say that there are no human race warriors, but the soldiers in Chaos City are similar to farmers, and they are all too old. However, Tang Yu did not worry about recruiting human soldiers. There were more than 3,000 serfs in the city, and there were definitely many who wanted to be soldiers. If you want to get rid of serf status, or want to become a noble, joining the army is the only way. Only by becoming a knight can you have the opportunity to honor your ancestors. For example, Manus, his ancestor was a serf. Later, his father accidentally acquired the dukagong method, joined the army, and became a commoner. When he came to Manus, his talent was stronger than that of his father, and he became a lord. Lords are the lowest nobles, but they can be regarded as entering the ranks of nobles. The ancestors of the Landis family were commoners. Later, Tang Yu's deceased grandfather struggled for many years to become a viscount. Tang Yu's father was brave, accompanied the king to fight south and north, and finally became a famous golden marquis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task and improving the environment of the territory. The task reward, 2,000 gold coins, a magic upgrade card, and 10 dwarf blacksmiths. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task and improving the crop yield. The task reward, 3,000 gold coins, a fighting spirit upgrade card, and a brewery. After breakfast, 2 tax officers came in. Lord Viscount, the task has been released. I believe that by the evening enough stone and wood will be obtained. Tang Yu nodded and said, very good, there are new tasks waiting for you tomorrow. I don't need followers of the corpse vegetarian meal. Chapter 11. Hearing this, the 2 tax officials nodded vigorously. The so-called upper and lower effect. Seeing Tang Yu's efforts, the 2 of them also felt a sense of urgency. Tang Yu's words can make them become serfs from barons, which is the right of real power nobles. Back in the room, Tang Yu opened the package and took out an egg, which was the egg of the Thunder Golden Eagle. Although the Thunder Golden Eagle is not as powerful as the giant dragon, it is extremely fast and ferocious in temperament. After the drop of blood hatched, a slap-sized bird appeared in his hand, with no hair all over his body, and it looked very ugly. Name: none. Gender: female. Species: Thunder Golden Eagle. Level: Level 1. Abilities: Lightning Magic, Stealth, Blink. Yield: 1 Thunder Line/1 day. Experience: 0/10. The Thunder Line produced by the Thunder Golden Eagle is a refining material, which can be used to refine powerful thunder magic items, which are loved by many nobles. From today onwards, your name will be Lena. Squeeze a dragon flame fruit into juice and feed it to the Golden Eagle, Tang Yu said with a smile. In his previous life on Earth, Tang Yu was very envious of those sheep eagle people. He never thought that he would also be able to lead Huang and Qing King to the left. After eating the dragon flaming fruit, the Golden Eagle has a pale yellow face, which looks much better, his eyes are also opened, and he is screaming. He threw a few dragon fruits to the Golden Eagle, and Tang Yu took out the brewing drawings, which recorded various brewing techniques such as beer, liquor, and wine. Nowadays, the wine in Chenkai continent is very rough, usually fruit wine, and some beer, but the brewing process is very rough. When I get the brewery and open the trade route, a steady stream of gold coins will enter my pocket. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Tang Yu was full of excitement. As a lord, you have to spend money no matter where you are. It's a pity that you haven't started raising an army yet, otherwise, your few thousand gold coins will not be enough to plug your teeth. Looking outside, seeing no one, Tang Yu took out the Bronze Warrior card and confirmed to use it. The Bronze Warrior card turned into a blue light and fell on the ground. When the light dissipated, a soldier in bronze armor appeared on the ground. The appearance is no different from that of ordinary humans, but the skin is slightly blue, holding various weapons, and his face is resolute. But what surprised Tang Yu was that the 100 bronze warriors in front of him were all 5-level fighters, and these 100 people could be combined into an army formation that would double their power. What makes Tang Yu even more happy is that these warriors don't need food, they don't have emotions, they only have fighting instincts, and they are real war machines. It is a pity that their cultivation will not increase or decrease, and if they are broken, they cannot be resurrected. That's right, if there is such an army of 100,000 people, who is it? With a wave of his hand, the bronze warriors were put into the package. When they encountered an enemy, with a wave of their hand, 105th level fighters suddenly appeared, which would definitely startle the opponent. In the afternoon, Tang Yu woke up from meditation. Since his talent was at full level, he found that he absorbed magic elements and fighting spirit very quickly. Even if he didn't deliberately cultivate, he was absorbing it all the time. Seeing that it was still early, Tang Yu came to the farmland. Just like what he saw last time, the seedlings were sickly, green, and yellow, and the crops were mixed with weeds and lacked management. There is no chemical fertilizer in this world. The serfs planted the seeds, and then resigned themselves to fate. Except for the high nobles who have natural elves, which can increase their harvests, the same is true for serfs in other territories. Have you always grown like this? Tang Yu followed Manus and Ellie, as well as a group of serfs. Yes, it is. Seeing Tang Yu frowning, the leading serf behind him said tremblingly. As long as Tang Yu was in a bad mood, no one would say anything even if he killed him. Starting today, remove all the weeds in the farmland, collect the monsters or your excrement, and then dump it in the field, or pile the dead leaves of the trees on the ground, understand? Hearing this, the serf in charge was stunned, not knowing what the Viscount wanted to do. This will increase your harvest, and pass on this sentence word for word. All towns and villages use this method to farm. Now that the giant dragon task has not been completed, the natural elf seeds are not available, and this method can definitely bring the harvest back to life. It can actually increase the harvest. The serf in charge felt a little incredible. The food was all given by God. Apart from the natural elves, the darling of the gods, can mortals actually affect the harvest? Do as I say, and I'll keep checking in a few days. If you want to make wine, how can you do without food? Let's go back. You don't need to go to other places to know that it is the same as here. It is almost evening now, and it is estimated that the stone and wood have arrived. Chapter 12. When they came to the outside of the castle, groups of serfs gathered together, and when they saw Tang Yu appear, they hurried out of the way and knelt on both sides. Almost everyone is surrounded by a lot of stone and wood. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Absolutely enough. Ron, pay them what I said. Don't worry, sir. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. Old Ron was still very relieved to do things. When I came to the dragon's lair in the back mountain, a purple light ran over quickly with a red light. Oh, it's so big. In just one day, Aina reached Tier 4, while Alice's progress was not great, and she still needed 2,500 experience to reach Tier 6. Owner. Aina shyly hid behind Alice and shouted timidly. Alice, you won't leave all the food to Aina, will you? Hearing this, Alice nodded embarrassedly. Forget it, give me all the 30 thundercloud fruits to eat. After all, Tang Yu threw down 30 thundercloud fruit, and then pulled Aina aside. Now Aina is also a behemoth 4 meters tall, but she is a bit shy. Master, can we follow you? Aina's voice was tender and nice. You are still young, you can wait until you become a 9th order dragon. At this moment, a powerful magic wave came from behind. Tang Yu turned around and saw that dazzling thunder light burst out from Alice's body. A dark cloud condensed in the sky, and the thunder and lightning in the cloud complemented the thunder and lightning on Alice's body, making Alice look like a god of thunder. Sister Alice is amazing. Aina put her small paws in her heart and looked at Alice with admiration. Don't worry, you will be like her soon. Really, can Aina be so powerful? The attack power of the flame dragon is comparable to that of the thunder dragon, especially the group attack ability, which is simply the existence of destroying the city and destroying the land. A quarter of an hour later, all the lightning outside Alice's body was absorbed, and her size increased to more than 6 meters. With purple scales and a slender body, it is not as bloated as a metal dragon, especially a pair of wings, which have become more powerful and huge. Master, I can fly now. The dragons before the 6th order, although they can fly, are actually the same as gliding. They can't fly far or high. But the dragons after the 6th order, just like birds, are definitely the kings in the sky. Okay, I'll give you a set of clothes to wear. The dragon saddle not only deepens the bond between the knight and the dragon, but also provides a layer of protection for the dragon, and even brings together magical elements. Immediately, Tang Yu waved a big hand, and a purple dragon saddle was placed on Alice's body, just like a set of armor, protecting the weak parts of Alice's body. Master, I feel that my magical energy is stronger. Alice looked at the dragon saddle on her body and said excitedly. Come on, let's fly around. Tang Yu jumped lightly and jumped on Alice's body. The huge dragon wings flapped a few times and instantly rose into the air. Feeling the breeze blowing across his cheeks, and looking at the smaller and smaller castle below, Tang Yu only felt proud. The feeling of riding a dragon is completely different from that of an airplane. Riding a giant dragon gives the feeling that the sky is in your hands. Master, look at my dragon breath. At this moment, Alice gave a long whistle, opened a huge mouth, and a purple lightning beam spurted out of her mouth. However, this lightning beam is not the same as ordinary lightning, it is a little sticky and full of corrosiveness. Seeing that the clouds in the sky disappeared directly, Tang Yu gasped in a breath of cold air. Such a terrifying power, even a 9th level fighter could not bear such a dragon's breath. Let's go and have a look at the Chaos Forest. Feeling the violent wind in the air, Tang Yu closed his eyes and instantly felt the wind magic elements wandering around like small fish. Tang Yu tried to inhale the wind magic element into his body, but when he just had this idea, countless magic elements drilled through his pores and poured in. Master, here we are. At this moment, Alice's voice echoed in her ears, awakening Tang Yu. I just settled in. Tang Yu was a little stunned. Looking inside, he saw 3 blue magic seeds appearing in his dantian. Is this wind magic? Just now he suddenly entered a magical realm, and then condensed 3 wind magic seeds. If I can condense all the magic of the whole system, what kind of scene will it be? Looking at the vast forest below, Tang Yu had such an idea in his heart. So far, there are absolutely no magicians in the Shenmei continent. Master, where are we going? Seeing that Tang Yu didn't respond for a long time, Alice couldn't help asking. Go to that clearing. Looking out to the 4 directions, the lush forest is endless, this is an undeveloped virgin forest, and the wealth inside is absolutely amazing. Chapter 13. There is a continuous mountain on the periphery of the forest, and there is a huge open space on the high mountain, the size of which is comparable to the entire Chaos City. There are only some bushes and all kinds of hard black stones in the clearing, and there are lush forests around the clearing, and an unknown beast roar sounded in the forest. Ding! Found the potion dragon fruit, which can be planted. As soon as Alice landed, a system prompt sounded in her mind, and a small golden dot appeared on the map in her mind. Panlocuo, it can improve qualifications and bloodline strength. The mall sells for 500 gold coins. So expensive. Jumping off Alice, Tang Yu walked over to the golden dot, and a blood-red grass appeared in front of him. There were 7 ruby-like fruits on the spiritual grass. The core of the fruit could be clearly seen. The shape of the nucleus is like a giant dragon, which is very magical. Ding! Do you charge? Yes. I didn't expect that just when I came here, I could find such a precious potion, and it was true that treasures came out of the mountains. In the entire Shenmei continent, there are still many places that have not been touched by living beings. Ding! Found the potion purple flame sweet potato, it can be transplanted, do you want to receive it? Purple flame potatoes, improve Dochi operation, improve Dochi realm, the store price is 50 gold coins. If the system didn't say it, Tang Yu wouldn't be able to see that the weed-like thing in front of him turned out to be a potion. The Chaos Forest must be developed as soon as possible, and it can even be used as a base camp. Putting the purple flame potato in his backpack, Tang Yu didn't intend to continue his search as the sky was getting dark. The chaotic forest at night was the most dangerous. It's evening now, and Alice's dragon power is awe-inspiring, and no monster dares to come out yet. But at night, Tang Yu did not dare to enter the chaotic forest even with Alice in company. Let's go. Riding on Alice's back, he returned to the castle in the blink of an eye. Beamon, magic dragon, orc warrior, isn't Lord Viscount a favored one? Looking up at Alice passing by in the sky, Manus said with a shocked face. Since Tang Yu left until now, he has not recovered. After all, the shock of the magic dragon is more ferocious than Beamon. Everyone knows that magical dragons look down on humans. The Golden Lord Tangji Lantis has been complacent for a long time when he owns a metal dragon. He even held a dragon banquet and invited countless nobles and celebrities. If Donkey Landis knew that his son had a magical dragon and 2 Beamon, how would he feel? Hehe, if Lord Marquis knew that Lord Viscount was so good, I don't know how he would feel. Tang Yu is not favored by the Marquis, which is no secret in Golden Ridge, and it is no secret that Marquis Tangji's third son is a magic waste. But now, the successive shocks make Manus and Ellie feel like they are in a dream. Back at the castle, I saw stone and wood piled up in the open space in front of the castle, like a hill. Master, everything is done, and it costs a total of 6 gold coins. Seeing Tang Yu riding Alice down, old Ron took a step back in fright, but his good self-cultivation made him calm down quickly, and then hurriedly reported. You do things, I can rest assured, let everyone come out. Tang Yu smiled slightly, so much stone and wood only cost 6 gold coins, serfs are indeed the cheapest and most durable labor force. Tang Yu also never thought of implementing the noble policy of equality for everyone. He was just a little viscount and couldn't live a noble life like the god of creation. If he really did it, then he would really become an alternative in the eyes of other nobles. Ding! Found enough materials, do you want to upgrade the castle? Upgrade! As soon as the voice fell, stones and wood flew over the castle, and a burst of golden light enveloped the castle. After a quarter of an hour, the golden light dissipated, and I saw that the castle had become a 4-story building, and many buildings had been added. The dilapidated black wall skin also turned pale gold, which looked high-end and elegant. Tier 1 castle, increase the reproduction rate by 2 times, increase the strength of the castle, increase the attack of the affiliated forces by 2 times, and increase the crop yield. Hiss! Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect a first-level castle to be so terrifying. How powerful would it be if it was a 10th-level castle? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, upgrading the castle to level 1, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, a magic upgrade card, 3 magic scrolls, and a high-level staff. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, raising the city wall to level 1, the task reward, 3,000 gold coins, a dochi upgrade card, a magic upgrade card, and 2 watchtowers. Ding! The materials are not enough, the host please work hard. Upgrading city walls requires enough stone, but not wood, but it's always useful to keep. God, is this a miracle? At this moment, old Ron let out an exclamation, and the other servants also woke up. Is this high-level earth magic? Manus stared blankly at the new castle and muttered to himself. Ellie hurriedly shook her head, no, absolutely not, I didn't feel the magic fluctuations, this is a miracle, a real miracle. It turns out that the Viscount is hiding so deeply, he is really a favored one. Perhaps the reincarnation of a god. Well, maybe it is. Chapter 14. Entering the castle, the things inside have also changed. The new and bright floors, beautiful wallpapers, luxurious crystal chandeliers, and precious animal hide carpets look more solemn than before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating a 6th order dragon, 3 3rd order dragons, and getting rewards, 1 natural elf seed, 100 fire cloud fruit, 1 fighting spirit upgrade card, and 3 fighting skill scrolls. Are those 2 metal dragons finally tier 3? Sitting on the supple animal hide chair, Tang Yu opened the package and a small green bud appeared in his hand. This is the seed of the natural elves. The natural elves are different from ordinary elves. If the elves are the messengers of the goddess of nature, then the natural elves are the incarnation of the goddess of nature. The number of natural elves is very small, and the probability of generation is too small. The natural elves have no powerful combat power, nor the ability to produce precious substances. They only have one ability, which is to improve the growth, harvest, and quality of plants. However, by virtue of this ability, it became the guest of honor for all alchemists and elves. Is it hatching with blood again? A drop of blood was dropped on the bud, and a green light bloomed on the bud. Bathed in the green light, Tang Yu felt that his mental strength and body had grown like never before. With eyes closed, green magic elements wandered around. Could it be wood magic? Tang Yu took the initiative to absorb the wood magic element, and it didn't take long for a green magic seed to condense in his danshan. The magic system is divided into 4 major categories, namely nature, time and space, spirit, and mystery, while nature is divided into 7 categories, fire, water, ice, wind, thunder, earth, and wood. The space-time system is divided into 3 types, time, space, and chaos. The spiritual system is the will and the mind, and the mysterious system is light and darkness. Among them, the natural department has the largest number of people, and it is also the mainstream of magicians. As for the other 3 departments, it is relatively rare, and even difficult to see. After Tang Yu's talent is at full level, all 14 magical attributes can be cultivated. How terrifying would it be if all 14 magical attributes were gathered together? Imagine that 126 magic seeds are produced in the danshan, and then condense magic cores in the spiritual sea. What kind of scene is that? Tang Yu has checked many books. From ancient times to the present, it seems that there has never been anyone who is full of magic. When I opened my eyes, I saw a thumb-sized little man standing on the palm of my hand. It looked similar to the elves, but there were a pair of slightly pink transparent wings on the back, and a pair of tentacles on the head, which looked very cute. Name, Greenye. Gender, female. Type, nature elf. Level, level 1. Abilities, breath of life, tree control. Experience, 0/100. Hi, master. The little guy stretched his waist, waved at Tang Yu, then fluttered his wings and flew to Tang Yu from the bud, gently rubbing Tang Yu's cheek. So cute. This is just like Thumbelina's dream, carved in pink and jade, and the voice is whistling, which makes people's hearts swell. Master, people are hungry. Liuya intertwined her hands and said a little embarrassedly. Yes, another snack food. Natural elves only eat wood-type spirits, and they can only absorb wood-type magic elements. I bought 10 wood crystals from the mall, and Liuya's small eyes lit up instantly. Wow! The host is so nice. Liuya flew on the wooden crystal pile, holding the wooden crystal with a look of enjoyment on her face, then fluttering her small wings, struggling to put the small flower buds in a flower pot, and then stacking the wooden crystals on the flower buds. Then a magical scene happened. The flower buds actually grew roots and took root in the soil, and the whole flower bud instantly became green. Master, I'm sleepy, so I'll go to bed first. Saying that, the little guy waved to Tang Yu, then drilled into the flower bud, and the flower bud closed instantly. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu felt dumbfounded. Fortunately, your own natural elves are different from others. Others' natural elves must be placed around the plants in order to help the plants. But because Liuya is a gift from the system, as long as it is a plant in Tang Yu's territory, it can get the elf buff. Open the Do-Chi scroll and the magic scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate fighting skills, Ju Dian Jin, Yu Long Spear, and the advanced fighting skills Shinayubu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate level magic, air-based flying, wood-based tree control, and advanced magic thunder-based nets. Do you study? Study. As soon as the words fell, information rushed into his mind. Tang Yu instantly mastered the release methods of these fighting skills and magic, and could do it instantly. The higher the level of magic and fighting skills, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Everyone understands this, but Tang Yu can't. This is the anti-sky point of the system, which can reduce a lot of time. Use the magic upgrade card and fighting spirit upgrade card. The thunder magic has become the 7th level, the wood and wind elements have also risen 1 level, and the fighting spirit has reached the 4th level. System, how many lottery chances do I have now? You can get 1 chance to draw a lottery every day, but since he got the system, Tang Yu hasn't had time to draw a lottery, so he just did it today. Chapter 15. 4 times, is there a lottery? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spiritual magic awakening card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 elemental magic crystals. Ding! Get the host and get 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ability to reach the full level of dragon affinity. No magic crystal, no attributes, all magic attributes are shared. Dragon affinity, let the giant dragon treat you as a relative. After 4 lottery draws, I got something, especially the affinity of the dragon clan, which is simply an ability against the sky. With this ability, it can be said that the dragon clan will never attack Tang Yu. As for the non-elemental magic crystal, Tang Yu also knows that it is more precious than the attribute magic crystal. It is naturally produced. The market price of a non-elemental magic crystal is between 120 gold coins. The spiritual awakening card can awaken the spiritual magic, and make the spiritual magic reach the same level as one's own magic cultivation base, that is to say, if the awakening card is used, the spiritual magical cultivation base is level 7. Use the awakening card. As soon as the words fell, an invisible force flew out of the package and submerged between Tang Yu's eyebrows. Then it turned into pure spiritual power and entered the spiritual sea. It was like 10,000 needles passed through his mind, and his entire head was about to explode. Tang Yu endured the severe pain. He realized that this was a chance against the sky, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the spiritual power with all his heart. I don't know how long it took, I just heard a loud bang in my mind, and then my whole mind fell into a blank. There is no sound, no color, and the soul seems to be in a vast expanse of white. Gradually, the chirping of insects and the sound of flapping wings entered his ears, and the huge castle and the whole sky appeared in his eyes. Tang Yu had a feeling of soul sublimation. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Tang Yu not only did not worry, but smiled. Finally successful. Looking inside the mind, a vast and boundless space appeared in front of him, and stars of different colors were scattered throughout the space, making this space like a cosmic galaxy. Above are stars, and below is a milky white mist. This is the spiritual sea that all mages dream of. After the talent is full, Tang Yu's mental power is very strong, otherwise the meditation speed will not be so fast. The spiritual awakening card was like a catalyst, so Tang Yu took the risk and used the spiritual power transformed by the awakening card to open up the spiritual sea, and the stars were magic seeds. With a thought, a chair in front of him flew out directly, hitting the wall and turning into powder. This was just the primary use of spiritual magic. Although spiritual magic does not seem to be as powerful as the natural system, it is hard to guard against, especially spiritual magic, which is even more bizarre. I'm looking forward to space-time magic. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Tang Yu was looking forward to it. As the king of magic, the time and space system is unquestionable. Master, are you all right? At this moment, the door was pushed open, Angela rushed in and asked worriedly. I felt that Tang Yu was cultivating just now, so Angela had been waiting outside the door. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Tang Yu smiled slightly, feeling better than ever before. After all, in Chenmei continent, magic is the mainstream. This is spiritual power? Could it be that the master has awakened spiritual magic? As a naga, Angela masters spiritual magic, which is magic that touches the origin of the soul, while will magic acts on people's spiritual energy. Therefore, it is also a spiritual magic. Angela is very sensitive to the induction of spiritual power. Yes, but why can't I feel your spiritual power? What state are you in now? Tang Yu stood up, and after a while, a breeze appeared and cleaned the pile of powder. Angela scratched her head embarrassedly and said, he's just a magician. Hearing this, Tang Yu was immediately surprised. He thought he was a genius, but Angela was even more terrifying. At a young age, he was already a magician. After the 9th level mage is the magician, and then there is the great magician. Tang Yu's father is a great magician. Angela is amazing. Tang Yu did not hesitate to praise himself. Although Naga is a longevity family, Angela's age is only a girl in the Naga family. Angela is not as powerful as a master. Angela hurriedly shook her head. She could feel the horror of Tang Yu's spiritual power, which was definitely stronger than herself. Master, what kind of spiritual magic did you awaken? It should be the awakening of the mind and will magic. Saying that, Tang Yu's mind moved, and a spiritual thorn stabbed a wooden table, and the table instantly turned into powder. What a mighty power! Angela was a little bit tongue-tied. This kind of power was comparable to her authentic magician. Okay, you rest early, I'll go see Beamon and the dragon. Since the metal dragon hatched, I haven't paid attention to them yet. Chapter 16. Looking at Tang Yu's back, Angela curled her lips. The tribe's prophet told her the responsibilities of a maid, and one of the arduous tasks was to warm the bed for the master and reproduce. But the master doesn't seem to be interested in her at all, which makes Angela very distressed. Could it be that the master doesn't like her? Not to mention Angela, Tang Yu came to the back mountain and first looked at the plants such as thunder cloud fruit. After Lvia, the growth of these potions was very fast. Just like dragon flame fruit and sanchin grass, you can basically harvest twice a day, and thunder cloud fruit can be harvested twice in 3 days. Purple flame potato, panlong fruit, and thunder cloud fruit are similar. Owner. Alice and Aina came out and shouted to Tang Yu. Alice is now not far from the 7th order dragon, and Aina is about to reach the 6th order dragon. You killed this. There are traces of flames burning at the entrance of the cave, as well as the fur of some monsters. Yes, demon meat is delicious. Alice said a little embarrassedly. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled and said, it's okay, you hunt more monsters every day, and then hand it over to the servants to grill. The food they make is much more delicious than yours. Thank you, master. Alice grinned, but looked very elegant. Only fighting can make you grow faster. After Aina reaches tier 6, she will go hunting. Good master. Aina nodded vigorously, and then said, Aina will work hard. Enter the cave and collect the thunder crystal and fire crystal. Then Tang Yu waved his hand and came to the cave of gold coins and ingots. He noticed Tang Yu's breath, and 2 metal dragons ran out quickly. Owner. After becoming the 3rd order, the wisdom of the metal dragon has also improved a lot, and it is not as muddled as it was when it was first born. With golden scales all over his body and a 3-meter-tall figure, he looks quite domineering, but the metal dragon's head is not as big as that of the magic dragon, and it looks bloated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating 10 3rd-order dragons. The task reward, 5,000 gold coins, a silver warrior card, a fighting spirit upgrade card, and a tavern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating a 9th order dragon and 3 6th order dragons. the task reward, 5,000 gold coins, a high-level dragon saddle, 2 dochi upgrade cards, and ability dragon language. Let's finish those 2 tasks first. Now Alice can hunt monsters to grow by herself, and when Aina and the 2 metal dragons become tier 6, she can also help her raise other giant dragons. Before leaving, Tang Yu told Alice a few words. Alice looked down on the metal dragon and kept most of the potions for Aina. Otherwise, the experience value of the metal dragon, let alone the 4th order, has now reached the 5th order. In the future, dragon flame fruit and sanchin grass will belong to metal dragons. As for these advanced potions such as thunder cloud fruit and purple flame potato, I will keep them for you, understand? Master, I know. Alice nodded and was criticized by her master, which made her a little unhappy. She didn't dare to get mad at Tang Yu, so the 2 metal dragons were definitely going to be out of luck. When they came to Beamon's lair, the 2 big guys had just returned, and their bodies were covered with blood and wounds. You have worked hard. Since getting the task of hunting monsters, the 2 Beamon have worked very hard. They went out just after dawn and only came back now. It's our honor to be able to help the master. The 2 Beamon smirked, which moved Tang Yu a little. There are not many loyal subordinates like this. This is the blood gold stone, which can improve your bloodline. Put 20 blood gold stones in front of Beamon, and a blood essence stone sells for 200 blood gold stones in the mall, which is of great help to Beamon and humans. Thank you, master. Seeing the blood gold stone, the 2 Beamon looked very happy. Don't try too hard, take care to protect yourself. If these 2 Beamon were lost because of some monsters, Tang Yu would be heartbroken to death. Chapter 17. By the way, will you become the body later? When he said this, a picture appeared in Tang Yu's mind. At a critical moment, Angela became the body, and then got stuck. In fact, Tang Yu has no psychological burden. Many nobles will keep some orc maids in captivity. They have some special hobbies, and they will also keep male servants in captivity. After the Naga's 4 arms, the body is almost indistinguishable from that of a human being. Ah! No way! Naga hurriedly shook her head, and then said, after the Naga family has 4 arms, their bodies are no different from humans. Hearing this, Tang Yu felt relieved and kissed him. In the room outside, the 2 mates of the Fox clan listened to the voice inside. As the Fox clan is a charming clan, that kind of thing can be said to be their instinct. Although they have not come into contact with male creatures, they have also heard some knowledge. After being caught by the Cold Wind Adventure Group, because they wanted to sell for a good price, the Cold Wind Adventure Group specially asked 2 female warriors to take care of them, and there was no contact. Sister Amy, is that kind of thing really comfortable? How do I know, but listening to Miss Angela's voice, it seems really comfortable. I also want to try it with the master. Yo, our Doreen's grown up, don't worry, we'll have a chance. The next morning, Tang Yu woke up early, and daily practice classes had become his habit. However, when he opened his eyes, he was stunned for a moment. His magic cultivation had reached the 8th level, but his dochi cultivation had not changed much. At the moment, he closed his eyes and felt it, but found that there was a piece of information in his mind. It was some spiritual magic skills, and there were actually 2 kinds of advanced magic. Master, I will serve you to dress. Hearing the movement, Angela also woke up. After becoming a woman, the girl's charm seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, her skin became like white jade, and her body exuded a faint floral fragrance. I seem to have acquired the magic skills of your Naga tribe. After this is done, the inheritance magic of the Naga tribe will also be shared with you. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. During the last sprint last night, she vaguely remembered that her mental power rushed into Angela's mind, and then her mental power grew rapidly. And our cultivation will increase, but Angela's cultivation is too weak to help the master too much. This is a natural talent of the Naga tribe, similar to Shuangziu. The stronger the strength of the Naga tribe, the more benefits the opponent gets. Then you became a great magician. No, but my spiritual sea is about to open up. It is estimated that I can become a great magician in only a month or two. Hearing this, Tang Yu felt a little emotional. It wasn't long before he crossed over, and he could have a great magician. You must know that there is only one great magician in the entire Landis family. You take a rest, I'm going out to practice. After kissing Angela, Tang Yu stretched, and the two Fox clan mates walked in blushing and began to dress Tang Yu. I bought 10 wood crystals for Liuya and put them in the flower pot. Tang Yu walked out of the castle, and Manus and Ellie were already waiting. The two seem to have slackened a lot recently, and their cultivation base has hardly increased. Tang Yu glanced at it. A few days passed, and the cultivation of the two of them grew very slowly. Hearing this, Manus and Ellie looked at each other, and then both rolled their eyes. Do you think they are the same as you, and they can break through when they sleep? From today onwards, you follow Brewer to hunt monsters, and a comfortable life can only make you degenerate. Having said that, Tang Yu went to practice Do Chi alone, practicing Do Chi during the day and practicing magic at night. Although Do Chi is not as powerful as magic, Do Chi also has its own special features. In melee combat, a magician is definitely not an opponent of the same fighter. Looking at Tang Yu's back, the two looked at each other, and then felt a sense of urgency in their hearts at the same time. As a viscount, he has worked so hard. If he is so slack, he will be eliminated by the viscount soon. Nobles do not need waste. If the personal knights and mages are not as powerful as the nobles themselves, then what is the use of the nobles? Wasting food? This is obviously not the style of the nobles. Maybe it's time for us to try. Seeing Tang Yu's terrifying talent, Manus is reluctant to leave Tang Yu. As long as Tang Yu is given time, he can definitely surprise everyone. When Tang Yu's tide rises, then he and Ellie's status will also improve, and it is not impossible to even become a noble, but the premise is that they can help Tang Yu. Master, there is news from the Golden Ridge, telling you to leave in 3 days to wish the old lady's birthday. During breakfast, old Ron stood beside Tang Yu and reported. 3 days later. The old lady is Tang Yu's grandmother. Perhaps Tang Yu is not loved by the marquis, so the old lady loves him the most. But the current Chaos City is in the development stage, and he cannot do without him. Yes, a clan meeting will be held at the same time. Chapter 18. The so-called clan meeting is actually a banquet where the Lantis family shows off its force to its nobles, but since Tang Yu was found to have no magical talent, this banquet has nothing to do with him. Understood. Has the farmland improved now? I haven't heard the report from the serf steward yet. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. The time was still too short, and it would take a few days to see the effect. Let the tax officer come in. Wiping his mouth with a towel, Tang Yu said lightly. It didn't take long for the two tax officials to walk in and greet Tang Yu with respect. As they got along with Tang Yu, they gradually felt an oppressive aura in Tang Yu, which made them tremble every time they met Tang Yu. This is my new decree. It will be implemented from today. Let those lazy patrol soldiers work hard, otherwise I don't mind demoting them to serfs, understand? Yes, Lord Viscount. In fact, the so-called new laws are measures to improve the environment. Rule 1. Build public toilets. Rule 2. Animals are not allowed to roam in the city. Article 3. It is not allowed to discharge sewage and other objects in the city. Article 4. Appoint cleaners and regularly clean up waste in the city. Article 5. Recruit 100 teenagers over the age of 15 to join the army. Anyone who throws rubbish in the city and urinates everywhere will be deducted a silver coin if they are caught. The two tax officials took a closer look, but they didn't have much impression. Lord Viscount just wanted to make some extra money, which is normal in other cities. I hope that after 5 days, I won't see anything disgusting in the city, otherwise you two will farm for me. Can you hear me clearly? As ordered. Also, you are not allowed to exploit the residents of the city by virtue of these laws. If you are reported, you will know the consequences for yourself. If it wasn't for the lack of suitable people, Tang Yu would have let them go. Build public toilets, and the accumulated feces can be used as fertilizer. After all, if you want to make wine, you can't do it without food. Back in the room, Lena chirped. The second-order thunder golden eagle, about 20 centimeters in size, looked a little better. Eat. Put a thundercloud fruit in front of Lena, and the little guy swallowed it. OM. At this moment, a purple thunder pattern appeared between Lena's eyebrows, and a strong thunder and lightning element gathered in it. Wow! A crisp chirping sounded, and a azure blue lightning flashed directly from the vertical lines between the eyebrows, shattering the glass in front of it. Tier 3 is so powerful. Tang Yu was a little surprised as he stroked Lena's little head. Name, Lena. Gender, female. Species, Thunder Golden Eagle. Level, Level 3. Abilities, Thunder Magic, Stealth, Blink, Thunder Eye. Yield, 3 Thunder Lines/1 day. Experience, 60/500. The Thunder Golden Eagle after the third rank is half a meter tall, with golden feathers growing all over its body, and a purple thunder pattern appears in the middle of the eyebrows, which makes it look much more divine. It's a pity that the bloodline of the Thunder Golden Eagle is not comparable to that of the dragon, so it is still difficult to speak after the third order, but the eyes are very spiritual, and she can understand Tang Yu's words. Go fly if you want. Hearing this, Lei Na chirped at Tang Yu, then flapped her wings and flew out of the window. Hovering over the castle for a week, Lena let out a proud cry, and then disappeared into a golden light. Master, is that the Thunder Golden Eagle you raised? Angela walked in and asked with a smile. Yet. This little guy is not bad when he grows up. Among the monsters, the Thunder Golden Eagle has a very high bloodline level. Legend has it that when the monster reaches a certain level, it will transform into a human form and become a beast king. It is said that there is such an existence in the chaotic forest, but they are all in the depths of the chaotic forest, and rarely set foot in the human world. Tang Yu looked forward to when Lei Na transformed into a human form. It would be even more perfect if she could conquer an army of beasts. Master, the residents are secretly scolding you. Seeing that Tang Yu was in a good mood, Angela said. Oh? What are you calling me? They said that you are comparable to the Blood Clan, and you are more disgusting than the previous city owner. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled and didn't take it to heart. It must be those free people who scold him, and the serfs didn't have the courage. Let's go and have a look outside with me. Riding Alice, followed by Manus and Ellie and Angela. On the street, everyone is cleaning up garbage. This is voluntary labor. There are patrolmen who have been patrolling. If there are slackers, the patrolman will tell them the majesty of the city lord. Seeing Tang Yu, the serfs hurriedly knelt down, and even the freedmen hurriedly lowered their heads, and just scolded the city lord, and then he came, which made the freedmen very uneasy. Lord Viscount. The 2 tax officials personally supervised and hurried up to meet Tang Yu when they saw Tang Yu. Good job, I'll post the toilet drawings later. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and definitely wanted to make Chaos City the cleanest, most prosperous city in the entire Shenmei continent. Chapter 19. When I brought everyone to the farmland, I saw that the originally 6 seedlings had a new look, no longer the green and yellow ones that were about to wither. The weeds in the farmland have also been removed, which makes people feel a lot more comfortable. Master, I feel a strong vitality. Angela stood on the edge of the field, looked at the lush crops, and said with a smile. It really works. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, mainly because of Liu's role, otherwise there would be absolutely no such quick results. And looking at the appearance of these crops, it is estimated that they are about to bear ears. Today, because the city walls are to be cleaned, the city walls cannot be upgraded. Tang Yu is not in a hurry. When he returns to the room, Lino has already returned. Putting 2 thunder crystals and 2 thunder cloud fruits in front of her, Tang Yu sat cross-legged and began to meditate. The Landis family is a fire magic family, and he, as the 3rd young master of the Landis family, does not know fire magic, then it is unreasonable. Using 200 gold coins to buy a bottle of magic potion, Tang Yu began to absorb the fire magic elements floating in the air. Tang Yu could clearly feel that the surrounding fire magic elements were very active, rushing to enter the spiritual sea. In less than half an hour, a fire magic seed appeared in the spiritual sea. It's not difficult to practice magic. Tang Yu pouted and continued to meditate. Now his spiritual power is terrifying, even a magician is not as strong as him. If these words were heard by other magicians, they would definitely vomit blood and die. The first problem that beginners encounter is to perceive the magic element, and the second problem is to capture the magic element. These 2 problems take 7 or 8 days even for geniuses, let alone condense the magic seeds. For 2 full days, the Chaos City did not stop. 2 days later, the entire Chaos City took on a new look, and the stench that lingered over the city finally dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, improving the environment of the territory, and getting rewards, 2,000 gold coins, a magic upgrade card, and 10 dwarf blacksmiths. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, improving the crop yield, and getting rewards, 3,000 gold coins, a fighting spirit upgrade card, and a brewery. Tang Yu, who was meditating, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the second task to be completed. It seems that Liu's bonus is still very powerful. Use the magic upgrade card. Seeing that the magic seeds in the spiritual sea have risen a lot, Tang Yu has a smile on his face. He is a 9th level mage, and even the fire magic that he cultivated later has reached the 6th level. Use the Dochi upgrade card. After these days of hard training, the Dochi has already reached the 5th level. After using the upgrade card, the Dochi cultivation base has also reached the 6th level, which is the same as fire magic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, opening a gold mine and 2 iron mines, the task reward, 5,000 gold coins, a high-level armor, and a medicine field. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, opening up a chaotic city business road, quest reward, 5,000 gold coins, a silver warrior card, and a basic alchemist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task and brewing delicious wine. The task reward, 5,000 gold coins, 2 female elves, 1 high-level pill recipe, and 1 colorful dragon blood essence. Colorful dragon blood essence. Tang Yu was a little surprised. If the magic giant dragon is the noble of the giant dragon family, then the multicolored dragon is the king of the giant dragon family. A piece of the blood essence of the multicolored dragon can be said to be extremely precious, and it is of great benefit to the cultivation of Dochi. Where is the dwarf blacksmith? Tomorrow will come automatically. Tang Yu nodded. Dwarves are born blacksmiths, whether they are forging weapons or armor, they are all fans of humans. Moreover, the dwarves also possessed good combat power. If possible, Tang Yu wanted more dwarf warriors. Lord Viscount, 100 serf soldiers have gathered at the school grounds. At this moment, Manus walked in and saluted Tang Yu respectfully. Oh? Go out and have a look. When they came to the school grounds, 100 young men with yellow faces and thin muscles were standing loosely in an open space, almost all of whom had never practiced before. Serfs basically don't need to think about becoming magicians. Even if they have magic talent, there is no gold for them to learn. Even if you want to become a fighter, it is even more difficult, and the nobles will not teach the serfs how to cultivate fighting chi. In the eyes of the nobles, serfs and livestock are on the same level. You despicable and dirty guys, why don't you show respect when you see Lord Viscount? Manus frowned, holding a leather whip in his hand, and was about to go over and beat him. Manus, stop your stupid behavior. From today, they are no longer bullied serfs, but soldiers of my chaotic territory. Seeing Tang Yu's anger, Manus hurriedly retreated behind Tang Yu, his face full of fear. Children, from today onwards, you will get rid of your serf status and become warriors in my chaos city. Hearing this, all the children suddenly became confused. Originally, they came to join the army just to eat. But I didn't expect to be able to get rid of the serf status and become a freeman. Chapter 20. Lord, are you telling the truth? The youngest child stammered and asked. This is already the greatest courage he mustered. Usually, let alone talking to the Lord, it is good to be able to see it from a distance. Idiot, you dare to question the words of the Lord? You still don't thank the Lord for his gift. Manus shouted loudly, although he did not know why the Lord would recruit serf soldiers, but he must have a deep meaning. As a subordinate, he only needs to obey the orders faithfully. Thank you, Lord. Everyone hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Tang Yu. Get up, let me ask you, do you want to be a noble knight like him? Do you want your family to get rid of serf status? Do you want to eat white bread and milk every day? The scene was suddenly silent. Tang Yu was a little embarrassed. This is too uncooperative, right? All the serfs stared blankly at Tang Yu, and their minds were looking forward to what Tang Yu said. Tell the Lord loudly, do you want to? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Manustan stepped forward and shouted loudly. Think. The weak voices came, that is, these children, if they were adult serfs, they would not dare to stand up in front of Tang Yu. Tell the Lord loudly and neatly. Manus was also a soldier and a team captain. Think. This time his voice became clearer and brighter. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, from today onwards, I will give you the method of cultivation, give you delicious demon meat, and even give you gold coins to support your family. Having said that, Tang Yu glanced at it, and then said lightly, but if you don't meet my requirements, you will be demoted to serfs again, and you will be serfs all your life, do you understand? Clear. A group of children excitedly looked at Tang Yu, the way of cultivation. This is too extravagant for them, and from today, they can also practice like nobles. Line up now and test the talent. Not long after, Ellie walked out with a crystal ball and placed it on the high platform in front of the school grounds. Put your hands on the crystal ball. Ellie was expressionless. As a mage, she was more arrogant than Manus. In her eyes, she looked down on Manus, let alone a group of serfs. Let Ellie and Manus test for themselves. He feels that among the 100 serf warriors, there must be someone with a talent for magic. Not long after, Ellie walked in with a thick vellum paper on her face, and then respectfully handed the thick vellum paper to Tang Yu and said, Lord Viscount, it's unbelievable, there are 18 out of 100 people who are gifted with magic. People. As I expected, how are the other people's fighting spirit talents? It's all good, but unfortunately we're not well equipped, so it's hard to be sure. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled and said, it's not bad, I'll leave these 18 people to you to cultivate, don't let me down. Don't worry, my lord, I will not let you down. Ellie replied loudly. It is the happiest thing to be able to reflect her value in front of the Lord. My child, is this true? Lord has really promoted you to be a commoner. My God, do you practice magic? The law God is above, I should go to hell, I actually insulted the noble Lord in my heart. Pace, you must invite us to drink. Magician. My God. Haha, definitely, thank the Lord for the gift. Since ancient times, the nobles have not given the cultivation method to the serfs. Tang Yu is a pioneer. Moreover, when countries go to war, there is no need for serfs to go to the battlefield. The battlefield is a paradise for knights. Immediately after, a new decree was proclaimed in the city. The serf tax was reduced from 90% to 80%, which means that serfs could receive 20% of the harvest. And after the improvement of the Lord, this year must be a harvest year, and everyone can have enough to eat. For a time, the entire Chaos City was preaching the Lord's kindness. God, the Lord must be the messenger sent by the gods to save us. Lord, Lord is the greatest nobleman in the divine Cry continent. Angus, what are you doing? I am going to enshrine the Lord. From today, the Lord is the belief of our family. Yes, stupid, I should have done the same. Almost all the serfs and every household offered Tang Yu's sculptures, and the whole city was full of praise for Tang Yu. It's just that the free people are a little unhappy. The Lord is partial to the serfs. Why do those dirty guys get the kindness and love of the Lord? In the afternoon, however, a decree was promulgated again, reducing the tax on freedmen by 5%. You must know that in the past, 50% of the profits of the free people belonged to the Lord. From today onwards, I will be the most devout believer of Lord, Lord. Maybe I should call my Philistine relatives and settle in Chaos City. As it should be, I believe that under the leadership of the Lord, Chaos City will definitely become the most prosperous city. Chapter 21. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the power of faith and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, a temple, ability beast language, and 2 fighting spirit upgrade cards. The power of faith. Tang Yu was a little surprised, and then he understood. It is estimated that the promulgation of the 2 major laws has completely stabilized his position in Chaos City. Ding! The power of faith is extremely important, and it is the main nutrient for shaping the Godhead. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. He naturally knew the importance of faith. The gods in this world are real. Although I still can't imagine myself becoming a god, but with the help of the system, everything is possible. Maybe I will be the next god. Temple, it can speed up the host's cultivation speed, collect the power of faith, increase the loyalty of the city residents under your command, increase the combat power and loyalty of your warriors, and condense a bronze warrior card a month. Hey, so scary. Among all the buildings obtained today, the temple is the only one that can speed up Tang Yu's practice. But now Tang Yu has already set off on the road riding Alice. As for Chaos City, it was handed over to Brewer, Manus, Ellie, and Ron. Originally, Angela wanted to come along, but Alice was arrogant and could not be touched by anyone except Tang Yu. The orc warriors and Beamon still need to hunt down monsters and defend the Chaos City, so this time home, only Tang Yu is alone. Sitting on Alice, Tang Yu can practice with peace of mind. Now Alice has reached the 7th rank. As a behemoth with a height of 7 meters, no other flying creature has come to provoke him. Alice, land in the forest ahead, take a night's rest tonight, and I'll go home alone tomorrow. It originally took 7 or 8 days, but at Alice's speed, it only took 2 days to get there. It was already night. Falling from the sky and finding an open space, Alice went to hunt monsters. Tang Yu, on the other hand, packed up some dry wood and prepared to make a fire for cooking. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of flame burned at his fingertips, and then with a flick of his hand, the flame landed on the dry wood, and it burst into flames. Tisk tisk, as far as my ability is concerned, if I return to Earth, I will definitely be the strongest magician in history, no one. Tang Yu laughed at himself, and Alice flew over with an iron-clad pig. What are you doing again? Seeing that Alice was leaving again, Tang Yu asked while packing up the iron-armored pig. Hee, just this amount of food is not enough. After that, he flapped his wings and left. Damn, the big wild boar that weighs thousands of pounds isn't enough for you. But looking at the body shape of the iron-armored pig, and at first glance at Alice's size, comparing the two, it is estimated that this iron-armored pig is enough for Alice to swallow. Not long after, the golden barbecued meat was sizzling, sprinkled with a little cumin powder and chili noodles bought from the mall, and a strong fragrance wafted out. This is authentic barbecue. Tear off a hind leg, taste it beautifully, and then drink a sip of fruit wine, it is really immortal. At this moment, Tang Yu's mental power sensed the approach of a not weak mental power, and frowned, but he did not react. Miss, since you're here, come over and have some barbecue. I can say that Chenmei continent is the only one. There is no barbecue artifact cumin powder in Chenmei continent, so Tang Yu's words are not bragging. How did you see it? At this moment, a crisp voice sounded from behind. Tang Yu just smiled, then ripped off a hind leg and threw it back. Well, it smells really good. There was a sound of inhalation from behind, and then a fragrant wind floated from behind, and then a black figure sat opposite him. He was dressed in a black leather coat and a purple cape, revealing a pair of long white legs, a pair of furry ears on his head, and a tail could be vaguely seen behind his buttocks. Catwoman? Night Assassin. Night Assassin is a profession in the Orc Kingdom, and it is relatively famous even in the human world. Yeah, it's delicious, I've never eaten such a delicious barbecue. The kitten girl devoured it, without the grace of a kitten at all. If you like it, then eat more of you. Tang Yu smiled, this Catwoman is quite cute, and she looks very cute, stronger than her two fox maids. At this moment, with an inadvertent glance in his eyes, Tang Yu's eyes suddenly freeze. Catwoman wiped her oily mouth, then asked expectantly, can I eat more? Catwoman froze for a moment, lowered her head and muttered to herself, oh. Eat it if you like, such a big iron-clad pig is enough for you. After nibbling on his pig thigh, Tang Yu looked around. After so long, why hasn't Alice come back? Chapter 22. I'm sorry, it's all because your barbecue is so delicious. I usually pay attention to my appearance. I was embarrassed to tear off a piece of barbecue, and the kitten girl ate it bit by bit, which was completely different from what she ate just now. Understand? Tang Yu smiled, then pointed at Catwoman's ears and said, as a 9th level mage, can't you hide your cat ears and tail? Yes, but the tail can give me a faster and more balanced speed, and the cat's ears can give me a more accurate orientation, so our night cat family usually looks like this. Night owls? Night owls. Tang Yu was a little ridiculous, it seemed that the Earth's night owls were not groundless. It is rumored that the night cat family is proficient in shadow magic. Shadow magic is a variant of dark magic. Races like them do not like sunlight and often associate with darkness. By the way, you haven't told me yet, how did you find me just now? I've always been sensitive to the scent of beautiful women. Humph, what Grandma said is right, human beings are really glib. The kitten girl snorted, black light flashed on her body, and appeared in the top of a big tree in the blink of an eye. Human? What's your name? Tang Yu. At this moment, a furious dragon roar came from the forest behind. Tang Yu's face changed, and the voice was exactly Alice's. At the moment, he didn't even bother to be polite with Catwoman, and the wind-based magic flying technique enveloped his whole body, rushing towards Alice like lightning. Is it a magic dragon? Could it be related to him? Forget it, if you eat a pig, I will give you a favor. Thinking of this, Catwoman also rushed in the direction of Tang Yu. It didn't take long for a cliff to appear in front of her. Alice's body was full of strong thunder power, and there were 7 or 8 people standing on the opposite side, shrouded in black robes, and her face could not be seen clearly. Master, they robbed my potion. Seeing Tang Yu, Alistan said aggrievedly, if it wasn't for the master's order, she would not dare to make an assertion, otherwise these people would have been electrocuted long ago. Oh? Since you robbed you of the potion, you will teach them the meaning of life with lightning. Tang Yu just glanced at the other party, then touched Alice's little head and said. The meaning of life? What's the meaning of that? Alice looked at Tang Yu like a curious baby with her big beautiful eyes. Tang Yu was speechless. You don't care what it means. In the future, someone will hold bad intentions against you, or shoot at you. It doesn't matter who it is, just chop it to death. Hearing this, the person on the opposite side did not respond, as if Tang Yu was not talking about them. The magic dragon actually recognizes humans as the master? This is a shame for your magical dragon family. A man in black robe stood up behind and roared at Alice angrily, looking very excited. Master, is he all right? Alice has a strange feeling. It's none of your business who I think is the master. Are you my son or my grandson? It's okay, it's too exciting, and now I've hacked them and grabbed the potion. Tang Yu pouted, like an aristocrat, standing elegantly under the tree with his arms crossed, quietly looking at everything in front of him. Friend, we don't mean to offend, but we discovered this potion first. At this moment, a man in black robe stood up and said in a hoarse voice. Child, don't you think it's a bit funny? I only believe in fists, which is the last word. Your fists are bigger than mine. The potion is yours, and my life is also yours. Tang Yu sneered and said indifferently, since you haven't shot my dragon, I can spare your life, or I will send you to meet the god of darkness. Extremely arrogant, Hector, cut him into 8 pieces, I'm going to feed his body to my big cat, I'm going to kill his dragon. The man in black robe who was roaring pointed at Tang Yu and roared again, exposing his eyes from his black robe. His eyes were full of cruelty. Hearing this, Tang Yu's face instantly turned gloomy, and a wind blade appeared in front of the black-robed man in the blink of an eye, cutting towards his palm. Be careful! The black-robed man named Hector suddenly exclaimed and ran towards the black-robed man in front. However, he is only a mage, and he is not a wind-type mage, so how can he be faster than the wind blade? Puff! Blood splattered, and a palm flew up. Seeing this scene, the man in black robe stopped and looked at Tang Yu with a shocked face. Instant magic, who the hell is he? Hector muttered to himself. He originally thought Tang Yu was at most a low-level mage. After all, the age and the level of the dragon were there. It is estimated that the prince of which human kingdom was given a magical dragon egg by the elders of the clan. Puff! At this moment, the wind blade cut off the palm of the black-robed man, but it did not disappear, but a rotation penetrated the belly of the black-robed man. If the grass is cut without eradicating the roots, and the spring breeze blows, these people are dark mages. Tang Yu doesn't want to fall asleep with a knife hanging from his neck. Ah! My cultivation, my magic seed, Hector, kill him for me. The man in black robe let out a scream, lying on the ground, and the blood on his body instantly flowed out. Hey, chop suey, no matter how cheap you are, I'll make you an unsullied one. Believe it or not. Chapter 23. The so-called unsullied are actually eunuchs. What Tang Yu did not expect was that there are eunuchs in this world. However, the eunuchs in this world are a little fierce. They are not just the emperor's valet, but also a steel knife in the emperor's hands. They have no feelings, no desires, and their physical disability makes them extremely distorted. They only know how to kill, which can be described as the ultimate killing machine. Hearing this, the black-robed man shut up instantly. He was completely useless, and it will be difficult to cultivate in this life. After all, he is only a mage, and the spiritual sea has not yet been opened. Now that the dantian is broken, it has cut off the vitality of cultivation. The great magician came to the rescue, but it was of no use. As for higher-level magicians, with their conditions, are they worth a shot? The future of cultivation is ruined, but he is still a man. If he is no longer a man, then there is really no point in living. Either hand over the potion, or I'll be like him. Tang Yu folded his arms around his chest, as if it wasn't him who shot just now. Your Excellency is too arrogant. You may underestimate the horror of our dark magic. Hector snorted coldly. He was a magician. Although he felt that Tang Yu was a little weird, that potion was very important to them, so it was impossible to retreat without a fight. Alice, let go and let them taste the horror of the magic dragon. Tang Yu didn't talk nonsense, he snorted coldly, and a golden one-handed sword appeared in his hand. This was a high-level war sword rewarded by the system, and a layer of golden fighting energy instantly covered his whole body. Double cultivation of magic and martial arts. Hector was taken aback. Instant magic, but also to practice Do Chi, this is either a fool or an endless self-confidence. Roar. At this moment, Alice let out a roar, and a thunder dragon flew out of Alice's mouth and flew towards a group of black-robed people opposite. It's dragon language magic, spread it out. Hector shouted, dragon language magic is full of dragon power, which is much stronger than the magic released by humans. As long as humans recognize the master of the dragon family, the magic will also bring dragon power. Alice, attack with all your strength and leave no one behind. Since you have a vengeance, then kill them cleanly, otherwise you will be like a poisonous snake and will bite you back sooner or later. Spiritual stab. Tang Yu charged forward while releasing wool magic, and several spiritual powers turned into blades and flew towards the black-robed men led by Hector. Puff! Several heads burst in an instant, only Hector's mental power was stronger and he escaped the disaster, but the remaining mental power still shook his impacted mind. At this time, Alice's magic has also reached, and several people were instantly burned into coke. Double-type mage, what kind of enemy did I provoke? At this time, Hector was full of deep regret. There were originally 8 people, but now there are only 3 people left, and one of them is still disabled. Sir, please stop, we are willing to give up the potion, please let us go. Hearing this, a sneer appeared on the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. With such a mental retardation, he is still a dark mage? They have all formed a deadly feud, and still want to let him go? Immediately, 2 vines rose from the ground, entangling Hector's feet, and then a wandering step came to Hector in the blink of an eye, slashing out with a sword, directly cutting him in half. 3-line mage? How is that possible? Even in death, Hector's eyes were full of shock, he must have provoked the devil. Hey, I'm taking you to see your old friend. Looking at the remaining black-robed man, Tang Yu smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and a flame directly wrapped the man. Forgive me. I am willing to be a slave and a servant, forgive me. The black-robed man kept screaming, trying to put out the flames on his body, but no matter how he rolled, the flames on his body burned more and more vigorously. In the end, he died in a scream, and in the end only a pile of white ashes remained. Brother, have you seen enough? Now you are the only one left. Crouching in front of the last black-robed man, Tang Yu leaned on the golden sword and asked with a smile. Don't kill me, I'm from the Ming sect. If you kill me, you'll be finished. The black-robed man's face was full of fear. 4 elements of magic. This handsome and enviable young man was definitely a devil, as powerful as Hector, and he was so easily killed by him. Although he is completely useless, who wants to die if he can live? I'm sorry, if you weren't Ming sect, I wouldn't kill you. Tang Yu smiled, and under the command of the golden sword, cut the man in half. Although it didn't take long for him to travel to this world, Tang Yu had heard about the underworld religion. It was a real cult and believed in Hades, the king of the underworld. They used to walk the plague and were widely believed to believe in the fallacy that death is rebirth. Years ago, it was united by other kingdoms to destroy the headquarters, but now it has begun to resurface. Kitten girl, come out when you've seen enough, otherwise the sword in my hand won't have eyes. After scavenging the property on the corpse, a flame was released to destroy all the corpses, and then looked behind Alice faintly. Chapter 24. Hee hee, let's just watch the fun. By the way, help you out. The kitten girl jumped down from the treetop with a smile, and then said a little embarrassedly. Tang Yu smiled, then pointed to the gradually extinguished flames and said, "Are you with them?" "No, no, you really wronged me. How can someone so cute be a member of the underworld sect? I'm a member of the assassination hall." Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned. Although the assassination hall was not as evil as the underworld sect, it also belonged to the dark forces, and was one of the 3 major killer organizations in the Shenmei continent. "I sensed your breath from them." A murderous intent flashed in Tang Yu's eyes, ready to kill someone. He didn't want to be harassed by the sect. Although this Catwoman is indeed cute, cute looks are not a panacea in this world. "You are so cruel to me, but I thought you were a good person." The kitten girl looked like she was about to cry, and her eyes became red. But Tang Yu didn't want to eat this, and said lightly, "If there is no reasonable explanation, I will leave you a whole body." Okay, that's what they said. "Before I met you just now, I met them, but the man you abandoned wanted to violate me, so I ran away after a fight, and then I met you." Tang Yu glanced at kitten girl suspiciously. The credibility of this sentence is still very high. When she first met Catwoman, her face was a little pale, and she really looked like someone who had experienced battles. "That doesn't convince me, I'm going to search." Search it, it can be regarded as a favor for your pig." Catwoman snorted coldly, then opened her hands carelessly, her expression still a little aggrieved. "Hey? Really?" Tang Yu was stunned. It seemed that the kitten really didn't like others touching its tail, and then the question came, "Then when you fight, the enemy can always touch your tail, right?" "You're so stupid. Won't I wrap around my waist? Or won't I shrink back?" Tang Yu gave him a blank look, and then muttered, "I'm not the same as you. Is this the legendary dangling waistband? Or is it the dangling cute girl?" Letting go of Catwoman's tail, Tang Yu looked at it carefully, then shook his head hurriedly. Even a tail could remind him of that kind of place. "What big cute girl?" said. A black light flashed behind the buttocks, and the tail really disappeared. "It's nothing, it's getting late, it's time to rest." Seeing that Catwoman did not have the characteristics of a person in the sect, Tang Yu felt relieved, and then walked to the side to collect the potion. It was a green ganodermalus item, with a strong spiritual power lingering on it. It turned out to be Qiaxiangzi. Tang Yu was a little surprised. Essia chinensis was a medicine that could improve mental power. Medicines that could enhance mental power were definitely very precious, and it cost 1,000 gold coins to sell one plant in the system store. Great harvest! With a wave of your hand, put the Aegis chinensis in your backpack, and when you return to Chaos City, you can transplant it. I have a recipe for refining Lingling pill, do you want it? Seeing Tang Yu leaving with Alice, Catwoman hurriedly followed and asked with a smile. Rongling pill is a high-level medicinal pill that can purify and enhance spiritual power. Then give it to me, said. Tang Yu stretched out his hand confidently. Catwoman was suddenly a little stunned. How confident is she to ask others for something? But seeing Tang Yu's face a little impatient, he took out an animal skin and threw it to him. Leaning on Alice, warm and comfortable, Catwoman wanted to lean over, but Alice glared at her. I'm sorry, my dragon doesn't like others approaching. Tang Yu explained one sentence and began to meditate. The next morning, when Tang Yu woke up, Catwoman was no longer there, and a line of words was written on the ground in front of him. My name is Adele, human, I remember you, goodbye by fate. Tang Yu smiled, erased the handwriting with one foot, and said to Alice, the destination is not far ahead, you are waiting for me in the deep forest, and I will call you when I need you. Alice looked at Tang Yu reluctantly, but nodded and said, Master, be careful, I will wait for you here. Chapter 25. The city where Landis is located is much more prosperous than Chaos City. Riding a magic dragon is simply too ostentatious. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Yu asked Alice to stay here. With Alice's strength, as long as she doesn't meet the great magician, nothing will happen, not to mention that after recognizing the master, they have the same mind, and when Alice is in danger, he will immediately perceive it. Patting Alice's head, Tang Yu instructed, when I'm not here, don't come into contact with humans. Be careful, you know. Don't worry, master. Alice's wisdom is very high. Tang Yu waved his hand, turned and left the forest. An hour later, a towering city appeared in front of me, the Golden City, the largest city in the Golden Ridge. The majestic city wall is 10 meters high, and all kinds of bright flowers are planted around the city. This is a city built on a sea of flowers. Passing through the heavy city gate, there is a lot of noise, shops and pedestrians everywhere, which is much more lively than your own chaotic city. Passing through the town, a luxurious and solemn ancient castle appeared in front of you. From the outside, the entire ancient castle looked like it was made of gold, and the high spires shot into the blue sky. The entire castle is built on a high slope, backed by a cliff. The sun shines, and even the cliffs seem to be plated with a layer of golden light, which is the origin of the Golden Ridge. The castle is the symbol of every nobleman. As a golden marquis holding great power, the Golden Castle is the most famous castle in the entire Roland Kingdom, which has spent a lot of manpower and material resources. At the gate of the castle, a man in golden armor led a group of warriors. Seeing Tang Yu coming alone, he brought the warriors forward and gave Tang Yu a noble salute together. Welcome Master Tang Yu home. Long time no see, Captain Buddy. The 2-meter-tall man in front of him is a Doshi-level powerhouse. He is the captain of the guards of the Golden Castle, responsible for the security of the entire Golden Castle. And he himself is also a viscount with a fief. He was originally a free citizen, but he was promoted to the title of viscount by relying on military exploits. Yo, isn't this my dear brother? As a nobleman, you are so shabby, it's a shame for our Landis family. A frivolous voice sounded from behind. Without looking back, Tang Yu knew who was behind. The second son of the Landis family, Tang Yu's second brother, Tanglin Landis. In the past, because Tang Yu had no magical talent, he was even more taciturn and was bullied by these two big brothers, so gradually, bullying Tang Yu became the daily life of Tang Jin and Tang Lin. People eat, sleep, and play Dowdu, but these two brothers just meditate and sleep to bully Tang Yu. However, because of the existence of the old lady and the marquis, the two of them did not dare to go too far. Even so, Tang Yu didn't like his two cheap big brothers. Oh, my dear second brother, you will always be like a child without weaning, carrying a wet nurse with you. Tang Yu turned around, and in front of him stood a young man with freckles. It has to be said that the three brothers, born of the same mother, have completely different looks. Tang Lin was accompanied by 2 maids with big buttocks, 5 male servants and his personal mage. The so-called nanny was naturally the 2 maids. Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed across Tang Lin's face. When did his timid younger brother become so sharp and sharp? Welcome Master Tang Lin home. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Buddy stood up at the right time. The 3 sons of the Golden Marquis were at odds, which is no longer a secret in Golden Ridge. Tang Yu sneered and left. Looking at Tang Yu's back, Tang Lin's face gradually became gloomy. Maybe he had been away for too long, and this good brother forgot who was the big brother. Oh, dear Master Tang Yu, long time no see, you are even more handsome than before. The chief butler, Norman, stood at the door and greeted the guests. Seeing Tang Yu, a kind smile appeared on his face. Since Tang Yu's grandfather became a nobleman, Norman has been by his side, so these 3 character children are completely grown up by him, and he himself has no descendants, so he regards the 3 children as 3 children in his heart. Treated like a grandson. It can be said that Norman's life was dedicated to the Landis family, and even the Golden Marquis treated the old man with courtesy. Grandpa Norman, you are still so tough and loving. Tang Yu smiled slightly, hugged Norman, and walked into the castle. The third young master really looks different from before. Looking at Tang Yu's back, Norman's wrinkled face showed a reassuring smile. In the hearts of the elders, the junior who was often bullied was the one they loved the most, and Norman was the same. Chapter 26. The entire Golden Castle covers a large area, almost the size of the entire Chaos City. There are many members of the Landis family, but the family members living in the Golden Castle are only the old lady, the marquis, the marquise, and 3 sons, but there are about 1,000 servants. Although there are very few people, these 1,000 servants do not have much free time throughout the day, and they cannot stop from morning to night to maintain the luxurious life of the nobles. In the huge hall, all the nobles under the Golden Ridge are here, and even the other neighboring marquis and dukes have sent messengers to congratulate. There are 15 cities under the command of Golden Ridge, and Chaos City is one of them. There are 10 counts in the 15 cities. As for the Roland Kingdom, there are 7 marquis and 3 dukes, of which the strength of Golden Ridge can be regarded as the top. As the heir to the Golden Marquis, Tang Jin is now present in full costumes, receiving the guests in the hall. Although Tang Jin is not as handsome as Tang Yu, it can be said that his appearance is very ordinary, but his noble bearing is vividly displayed by him, but wearing a red robe, how to look and how to show. Welcome my dear brother home. Seeing Tang Yu, Tang Jin smiled slightly and walked up with 2 noble sons. My dear big brother is still so fond of swaying the market. Tang Yu said with a smile, turned and left. Look, as a nobleman, he is so rude, it's a shame to my Landis family. For the first time encountering Tang Yu's tough attitude, Tang Jin's face instantly stiffened. Master Tang Jin doesn't have to be like this, he's just a waste. A noble boy beside him sneered and said with disdain. Go away, what can you say about trash? Tang Jin turned his head instantly and looked at the noble son with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment. Is this a mad dog? Arrest who bite who? However, his father was just an earl under the Golden Marquis, and he didn't dare to annoy Tang Jin at all, so he could only laugh. No matter how bad he is also my Donkin Landis younger brother. It's not your turn to judge. Tang Jin snorted coldly, took a deep breath, a bright smile appeared on his face, and continued to communicate with other nobles, as if nothing had happened. Back to his room, although there was no owner for so long, it was still so clean and tidy, obviously someone cleaned it. Third young master, Lord Marquis has been talking about you these days. Followed by 2 pretty maids, making Tang Yu's bed, said with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Yu pouted, that cheap father was talking about himself? Unless there are 2 suns in the sky. Okay, let's go out. Tang Yu shook his head, sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Banquets are a place for nobles to exchange contacts, but Tang Yu never likes that kind of false feelings. No matter which world he is in, he can always rely on himself. In the evening, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yu opened his eyes, and a red light flashed in his eyes. The further back the magic cultivation base is, the more difficult it is to break through, but after a long meditation, the 7th fire magic seed is about to be condensed. 3 young masters, the banquet has begun. Master invites the 3 young masters to come over. Norman's voice came from outside the door. Tang Yu said, Okay, Grandpa Norman. When they came to the Marquis' study, Tang Jin and Tang Lin had already arrived. When they saw Tang Yu, they looked at each other and said nothing. Tang Yu was also happy to be quiet, standing in front of the desk, looking at a portrait on the wall, the portrait of the Marquis and the former Marquise. What? Miss your mother? At this moment, the sound of military boots hitting the floor came from behind, and a strong and powerful voice sounded from behind. I just miss the days when my mother cared. Tang Yu sighed softly, then turned around and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with pale blonde hair, who was no different from ordinary people except that he was a little more majestic. However, he is the emperor of the entire Golden Ridge, Tang Yu's cheap dad Tang Ji Lantis. Tang Jin and Tang Lin mostly inherited the appearance of the marquis, so the three of them looked very ordinary. And Tang Yu's mother was once known as the first beauty in the Roland kingdom. When Tang Ji was not a marquis, she married him, which shocked the attention of all the nobles. How is life in Chaos City? Tang Ji walked to the desk and sat down, glanced at his three sons, and said lightly to Tang Yu. It's not bad, it's much better than here. Tang Yu smiled, neither humble nor arrogant. After crossing over, it was not the first time he saw this cheap father, so there was no wave in his heart. Looking at the indifferent third son, Tang Ji's eyes flashed with surprise. In the past, this third son was very timid in front of him, but the current Tang Yu is completely different from the previous Tang Yu. Chapter 27. Sure enough, only the most dangerous environment can train talents. I don't know anything else. At least Chaos City gave you courage. Tang Yu said, not just courage, but also confidence and strength. Hearing this, Marquis Tang Ji was not angry, but suddenly he looked stunned, then looked at Tang Yu in disbelief and said, have you awakened your magical talent? Tang Jin and Tang Lin also looked at Tang Yu in disbelief, knowing that they had hired a court mage to conduct a test. The result of the test was that Tang Yu had no magical talent at all, which meant that he would never wake up in this life. Awakened by luck, not as good as the geniuses of the Landis family. Tang Yu laughed at himself. If it weren't for the old lady, he would have no sense of belonging to this family. I understand your complaint, but I'm not going to explain anything. After I go back this time, I will send you a magician to accompany you. No, I can protect myself. Tang Yu refused outright. What is a magician? He has giant dragons and Beamon under his command, and it won't be long before they will become magician-level powerhouses. Then why do you hire someone who is not loyal to yourself? It's good to be confident, but arrogance is not the family style of our Lantis family. Tang Qi smiled, and then asked tentatively, is it fire magic? That's it. That's it. What kind of cultivation? Lord Marquis, don't you think this question is a bit abrupt? Being called this by his own son, Tang Ji was a little dumbfounded, but he also knew that he was ashamed of this son, and he didn't want to be angry, so he turned to look at the other two sons and said, I don't know your usual little actions, you guys don't forget, your mother is Lisa Lang. Follow your father's teachings. Although I don't know what the two of them were thinking, they didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Tang Ji. And what shocked them even more was that after Tang Yu came back this time, his character became more daring, and he dared to contradict his father. Tang Yu, you should go see your grandma, she misses you very much. I will accompany my grandma for 2 days. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. After that, he nodded to Tang Ji and left without looking back. There will be a lot of celebrities at the banquet, this is the only way to expand your network. Tang Ji's voice came from behind. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled slightly, I don't like to rely on others. Confidence? Or inflated? Looking at Tang Yu's back, Tang Qi murmured, then waved to the other two sons. A person who is judged not to be able to awaken magic suddenly awakens, and his self-confidence will indeed expand. The old lady's residence is behind the old castle, where birds and flowers are fragrant and the scenery is pleasant. Look, whose boy is this? More like a nobleman than his ordinary father. At this time, the old lady was dressed up, with silver hair all over her head, sitting on a reclining chair, and several maids beside her dressed her up. Seeing Tang Yu, the old lady pushed the maids away, then sat up and looked at Tang Yu lovingly. Grandma, I miss you. Looking at the kind old man in front of him, a warm electric current flashed in Tang Yu's heart. This is the feeling of home. He originally thought that it would be difficult to experience the warmth of family affection in this life, but the existence of the old lady gave him the feeling of home. At this moment, he walked over quickly, put his head on the old man's lap, and the violent moment in his heart finally returned to calm. "Silly boy, you are already an adult." Holding Tang Yu's head, the old man's face was full of happy smiles. "In front of Grandma, I am a child." At this moment, Tang Yu let go of all precautions and showed the smile that a child should have. "How was your life in Chaos City? Your damn father treats my poor grandson like this. Your temper is too stubborn. At the beginning, as long as you were soft, Grandma promised to give you a very good city, at least many times stronger than the goddamn Chaos City. I had a good time in Chaos City. It's actually not dangerous, the beasts won't run out of the Chaos Forest at will, and I have awakened magic." "Really? Sure enough, the Dharma God still favors you." Squeezing Tang Yu's delicate face like white jade, the old man was very happy. After all, only by awakening magic can Tang Yu have the power to protect himself. "Old lady, the banquet has begun." At this moment, Norman came to report. Hearing this, the old man showed a regretful expression on his face, and then said to Tang Yu, "How about staying here for a few more days?" "It is good." Tang Yu smiled slightly, helped the old man up, and walked towards the front hall. When they came to the hall, all the guests arrived. The golden marquis was wearing a golden robe and holding a staff. The whole person looked much more majestic. At the entrance of the castle, a huge metal dragon was lying there, reaching a height of more than 10 meters, covered in golden color, and full of visual impact. Chapter 28. Thank you all for taking the time to take part in my mother's birthday. As a soldier, Tang Elandis doesn't like politeness either, but this is a process that nobility must go through. After reading a series of congratulatory messages to the old lady and thanks to the many guests, he finally said, "If the wine is too low, the seats are not respectful, the etiquette is poor, and the care is not good. I also hope that all the guests' Haihan will be honored. The marquis is very talented and admirable." As soon as Tang Ji finished speaking, someone in the audience loudly flattered. "I haven't seen it for many years. The cultivation base of Lord Marquis is getting deeper and deeper, and I will definitely become the first of the 7 marquis in Jinjinling." Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. "Where there are people, there are grades, whether it is east or west, it is the same. Actually, Grandma doesn't like this kind of scene either, it's really boring." Holding Tang Yu's hand, the old lady smiled slyly, and then whispered, "But this is something that can't be helped, as a nobleman, you have to endure something. I don't like it. It's too fake. No matter how you flatter yourself, it's not as strong as your own strength. Just like the Lord Marquis, you can use your own power to make a marquis as a prince." Hearing this, the old lady looked at Tang Yu's words in surprise. "I haven't seen each other for a few days. This grandson has really changed, becoming stronger and more independent. I wish the old lady eternal youth and longevity, and I, Earl of Snake Teeth, offer you 2 yandans. Medicine pills are divided into 9 grades, the first grade is the lowest, the 9th grade is the highest, and Zuyandan is a 5th grade medicine pill, which can not only delay aging, but also prolong life. It is a rare treasure." Hearing this, everyone was suddenly shocked. A small earl actually took out a 5th grade medicinal pill. It seems that in order to gain the favor of the marquis, he is doing everything he can. "I, Earl of Lingnan, offer a piece of dragon spar, and wish the old lady good health and all the best. This dragon spar is a treasure formed by the blood of a magic dragon, and it is rare." Immediately afterwards, the remaining earls and representatives of the other 7 marquis and 3 dukes sent gifts. "Child, come to see Grandma tonight." Pointing to the mountains of treasures on the table, the old lady whispered. "Grandma, these are very helpful to your body, but not to me." Tang Yu hurriedly said, joking, even if he couldn't give it to Grandma, how could he still want her things? "Shh, someone's here." Patting Tang Yu's hand, the old lady was like an old urchin, and she instantly restrained her smile. Are you Tang Yu big brother? A crisp voice sounded above his head. Tang Yu looked up and saw a little girl about 15 or 16 years old standing in front of him, with long light blue hair, a long light blue dress, a face with melon seeds, and a pointed chin. Looks very sexy. You are. Tang Yu looked at it carefully, filtered it in his mind, and didn't have the slightest impression of this little beauty. My name is Kathleen, I am the daughter of Duke Ada, and we have met before. Duke Ada is the only duchess among the 3 dukes of the Roland Kingdom, and the elder sister of King Roland. Speaking of this Duke Ada, it is simply a legend of the entire Roland Kingdom. The Roland Kingdom was able to be established, and 1/3 of the country was conquered by Duke Ada. Its status is like that of Li Ziyuning in ancient Daxia, and it is also the first of the 3 dukes. It turned out to be Miss Kathleen. It's a pleasure to meet you. This sentence Tang Yu is not a courtesy. Kathleen's name is also well known in the entire Roland Kingdom. Since the death of Tang Yu's mother, Kathleen, the daughter of King Roland, and the daughter of a marquis are also known as the Roland Kingdom. 3 flowers. And Kathleen ranked second. This little beauty is not a girl, her personality is said to be similar to her mother, and she likes to lead troops to fight. Can I ask you to do a dance? Kathleen can be said to be the focal point of the whole dance party. All the aristocratic sons present didn't want to dance with this arrogant girl. When they saw Kathleen take the initiative to invite Tang Yu to dance, everyone's eyes were shocked. One place. I have never heard of a woman inviting a man to dance, and a man inviting a woman. This is basic aristocratic etiquette. Sorry, I won't. Tang Yu shook his head, his face was indifferent, and he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Hearing this, the young men present immediately gritted their teeth and dared to refuse Miss Kathleen's invitation. It was simply unforgivable. I can teach you. It's very simple. Who knew Kathleen wasn't angry either, a small white and tender hand stretched out to Tang Yu, with a lovely smile on her face. Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless, stood up, leaned over to perform an aristocratic manner, then held Kathleen's little hand and smiled slightly. Maybe I should invite you. The 2 looked at each other and smiled in unison. The old lady sat in the chair and watched this scene quietly, then nodded with satisfaction. Tang Yu didn't want to dance just now, but the old lady pushed him up. Chapter 29. Having never eaten pork, Tang Yu has seen pigs run. With the soothing music, Tang Yu held Kathleen's waist and danced gracefully. A beam of light emitted from the crystal lamp, covering the 2 of them. Everyone stopped and looked at the pair quietly. I have to say that among all the men present, no one is more like a nobleman than Tang Yu. Now he is wearing a black tuxedo, and he is elegant and gives a stunning feeling. Didn't you say you couldn't dance? Catherine put her head on Tang Yu's shoulder and asked in a low voice. It's you who dances well. I have to say, Kathleen's body feels very good. Holding her, a faint floral fragrance lingers in her nose, and the skin around her waist is even more tender, as if she could squeeze out water. It is said that your fief is in the Chaos Forest. Is it particularly dangerous? Okay, right, danger and opportunity coexist, don't they? Tang Yu was a little puzzled. He would bet that he was absolutely unfamiliar with Kathleen, but the look of Kathleen and himself getting along made him a little unsure. Tang Yu big brother, do you have someone you like? Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, then said lightly, Miss Kathleen, we're not that familiar yet. Hearing this, Kathleen smiled slightly, and then kissed Tang Yu's face at a lightning-fast speed. Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. Although he looks good, this world is obviously not an entertainment industry where looks are king. There may be women with yan control, but Kathleen is obviously not such a person. For a time, the whole dance gasped, and even Tang Elandis was full of disbelief. Kathleen can be so famous in the entire Roland Kingdom. In addition to her family background and appearance, it is more her talent. Now 15-year-old Kathleen is not only a magician, but also a 9th level fighter. It is said that she has been admitted to the Imperial Academy. The future Kathleen is definitely a dazzling pearl on the continent of Shenmei. And who is Tang Yu? Although his family background is good, it cannot be compared with Kathleen. King Roland once said that when Kathleen became an adult, he would give her the title of princess. What's more, everyone knows that Tang Yu is not welcome in the Landis family. One of them is a princess in the sky, and the other is an ant on the ground. Let's talk about talent. Kathleen is a double cultivator of monsters. Any kind of cultivation can be the roost in the same generation, and it is also a water-based and spiritual-based magician. 2 years ago, he was recognized by a metal dragon and became a powerful dragon knight. As for Tang Yu, there is no magic talent, and the talent of fighting spirit is also inferior. No matter what, the two are the difference between clouds and mud. Originally, Kathleen invited Tang Yu to dance, but everyone would only think that she was playful and wanted to make fun of Tang Yu. Don't you think I'm rambunctious? Actually not, I just don't like false courtesy. I like you, shall we be together? Kathleen ignored other people's eyes and stared at Tang Yu with a pair of bright black pupils. Reason? Tang Yu frowned, he couldn't see through this little girl. Hearing this, Kathleen smiled slightly. Do you need a reason to like someone? At least I don't believe that I have the charm to make the arrogant girl fall in love at first sight. I'm sure it won't be long before you believe it. Kathleen smiled, then lowered her voice and said, Dear Tang Yu big brother, remember, you are mine. After speaking, Kathleen smiled, waved at Tang Yu, and turned to leave. Baffling. After thinking about it for a long time, Tang Yu still didn't have the slightest impression of Kathleen, so he shook his head and came to the old lady. Kathleen is a good child. Men should believe in themselves, just like Grandma believes in you. Hearing this, Tang Yu gave a wry smile. Where did you get your confidence from? After the dance, Tang Yu was about to help the old lady go back to rest. Butler Norman came over and said in a low voice, Third young master, Master asked you to come over. Okay. Tang Yu nodded, needless to say he knew what this cheap father wanted to do. After helping the old lady back, Tang Yu walked towards Tang Ji's study. There will be a clan meeting tomorrow, and you will have to attend then. Tang Ji sat on a chair and stared at Tang Yu for a long time before he said. I don't think it's necessary. Isn't it the same with or without me in the Landis family? Tang Yu wasn't lazy, mainly because he didn't have any interest in clan clubs. It was a thankless task. The representatives of other marquis will appear this time. I don't want to fall into the name of my Landis family. Wouldn't it be nice to have 2 big brothers? They are really good at Golden Ridge, but they are not geniuses when looking at the entire kingdom. Hearing this, Tang Yu remained silent. When did you and Kathleen meet? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Tang Qi decided to quickly end the conversation between father and son. I do not know her. My child, are you making me laugh? Anyway, if you can get Kathleen's heart, it will be very helpful to your future. Duke Ada is just such a daughter. Chapter 30. I don't need anyone else to arrange my life. Tang Yu is a little disgusted, he keeps getting stronger, isn't it just to be able to control his own destiny? I'm your father. There was a hint of anger in Tang Ji's tone. Then, dear father, have you ever fulfilled your father's responsibilities? Hearing this, Tang Yu turned around and left, although as a human son, he shouldn't have contradicted his father, but the two of them didn't seem to have the warmth of an ordinary father and son. At this time, Tang Ji's face was dull for a moment, and he muttered to himself, could it be that I am really not a competent father? Then he laughed at himself and said, as a real father, I don't even know the character of my son. In the early morning of the next day, Tang Yu woke up from the meditation, and the fire magic finally reached the 7th level. Even the eldest brother Tang Jin was only an 8th level mage. Third young master, breakfast is ready. Pushing open the door, Two maids stood at the door and said respectfully. When they came to the front hall, Tang Ji and others all arrived, but no one moved the chopsticks, obviously waiting for him. Sit down and eat. Tang Ji's expression was as usual, and he moved his chopsticks first. Tang Yu nodded, and then sat down. After eating, Tang Ji took out 2 scrolls and said, "This is an ancestral magic scroll, both of which are high-level magic. You can try to understand them first." Looking at the scroll in Tang Ji's hand, Tang Yu thought for a while and then took it over and said, "Are there any advanced fighting skills in the clan?" "There should be some, you go to the treasure house to find it yourself." "Children, are you all ready for today's battle?" Tang Ji asked, glancing for a week. "Ready." "Very well, the honor of my Landis family depends on you to guard it." A ring was set up on the campus of the Golden Castle, surrounded by auditoriums. Tang Ji sat on the main seat, next to 2 middle-aged men, and then the representatives of other marquis and dukes. The children who voluntarily participate in this Landis family meeting are invited to draw lots. The top 3 this time will receive the treasure presented by the marquis. Although Norman looked old, he was also a magician and his voice was very high. Then, Norman waved his hand, the red cloth on the table was lifted, and 3 trays appeared in the eyes of everyone. On the first tray was a glowing red vine, and a rich and pure fire element emanated from it. It turned out to be the golden fire vine. The marquis is really generous. The golden fire vine is a rare treasure, which can increase the success rate of breaking through a magician. As long as it is not waste, there is such a golden fire vine that can definitely successfully break through to a magician. On the second tray is an elixir with a cyan flame. Could it be the 6th grade pill, the Holy Spirit pill? There is an elder in the Landis family who is a pharmacist. The alchemist and the medicine pill are divided into 9th grades, while the alchemist of the Landis family is 6. The Holy Spirit pill can improve the qualifications of magicians. Although the improvement is not much, and only one can be taken in a lifetime, it is still sought after by many magicians. Aptitude is like a person's potential. When manpower is exhausted, many people's potential is exhausted, and they can only be stuck in one realm in their life, but a Holy Spirit pill may be able to make you go further, and your life expectancy will be greatly increased since then. The third picture is a pair of golden boots with dragon war embroidered on them, which is very beautiful. It turned out to be a high-level magic weapon. Treasures are divided into low level, intermediate level, high level, top level, and king level, and Tang Yu's one-handed sword and one-handed shield belong to high-level treasures. But the most precious is the magic weapon, which is engraved with some magic circles, which is powerful, and a high-level magic weapon, even for the marquis, it is considered a precious treasure. Looking at that high-level magic weapon, even Tang Yu felt a little hot in his heart, knowing that he only has one high-level staff. These 3 treasures, except the Holy Spirit pill, are very helpful to Tang Yu. But to Tang Yu's surprise, why is Tang Ji so generous? In addition to these 3 treasures, the top 10 will be rewarded with 10 magic crystals. Hearing this, Tang Yu couldn't understand at all. These rewards added up to more than 20,000 gold coins. It's not that there have been clan meetings in previous years, but this time the rewards are definitely the most abundant. No matter what, your own things can't be cheap for outsiders. Originally, Tang Yu planned to just play around, but now he can't, at least he had to get the golden fire vine and that high-level magic weapon. After drawing lots, Tang Yu found a spot and sat down. "Tang Yu, big brother, what number do you sign?" Kathleen's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Tang Yu was speechless, looked at her helplessly and said, "Miss Kathleen, what do you like about me? Should I change careers?" Even though Kathleen was only 15 years old, Tang Yu felt that this girl was not as innocent as she seemed. "I like them all." Kathleen wasn't angry, she sat down directly next to Tang Yu, looked at the 3 treasures on the high platform, and suddenly asked, "Tang Yu, big brother, did your clan club rewards be so rich in previous years?" That's obviously impossible. Our Landis family doesn't have money and nowhere to spend. Tang Yu pouted and said lightly. Then why do you think this year's rewards are so rich? Chapter 31. Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned. He didn't go out this morning, but he also felt the unusualness of the Golden Castle. Buddy, who was the captain of the guards, was invisible for 2 consecutive days, and the number of patrolling soldiers also increased. In the past, Tang Yu rarely participated in clan meetings, and thought it was just to maintain the order of the Golden Castle. Then do you think your father is a selfless and generous person? Tang Yu pouted. Every successful person has grown up on the bones of countless losers, and every noble will not be a selfless person. Although 20,000 to 30,000 yuan is not worth mentioning for the Golden Marquis, he is obviously not the kind of prodigal who throws money at will, otherwise the Landis family would not be so rich. Then do you know how the Golden Marquis invited us, the 7 Marquis and the 3 Dukes? Miss Kathleen, can you finish the sentence at once? Hearing this, Kathleen smiled and said, it's actually nothing. The Golden Marquis invited us to study the treasure map of meditation. Meditation. A flash of inspiration flashed in Tang Yu's mind, so it was no coincidence that he met the group of people from the sect in the forest near the Golden City, and his cheap father was not a fuel-efficient lamp, so he was probably well prepared. As for these rewards, it can be said that they are just some sweetness for the 7 Marquis and the 3 Dukes. The purpose is to pull them together against the enemies of the underworld religion. As expected of the man that Kathleen likes. Seeing Tang Yu suddenly realized, Kathleen's mouth curved up. Even if the underworld cult comes, there will be tall people on it. My goals are only golden fire vines and high-level magic weapons. Tang Yu curled his lips. It is good to develop your own territory safely and steadily. Unique opinion, but I like it. Lovely Tang Yu, big brother, you should have the strength of a magician now, right? Hearing this, Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. Even Tang Ji, who was a great magician, couldn't see his cultivation. Catherine was just a magician. Although Tang Yu's current realm is a 9th level mage, he has opened up a spiritual sea, which looks really similar to a mage. You think too much, I'm just a waste of the Landis family. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and then asked, I'm more curious, why do you have a soft spot for me? Those 4 words, Tang Yu's tone is very heavy. As for what kind of special liking, I believe Kathleen can hear it. You'll know later. As long as you know, anyone on this continent will be against you, but I won't. Tang Yu opened his mouth to ask something else, and Norman's voice came from the stage. Tang Yu Landis versus Anthony Hardy. Don't worry, we will come to Japan for a long time. Kathleen smiled slightly and motioned for Tang Yu to come on stage. When he came to the stage, a yellow-haired boy stood opposite with a staff in hand. Seeing Tang Yu, the yellow-haired youth flashed a trace of jealousy in his eyes, pointed at Tang Yu with his staff and said, You admit defeat, I won't fight with magic waste. The boy looked younger than Tang Yu, at most 15 years old, wearing a light blue magic robe, but slightly ugly. Your mother should teach you not to underestimate anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu appeared behind him, his palm covered with a layer of golden fighting chi. The yellow-haired boy didn't react yet, he just felt a huge force coming from his back, and then he flew up and fell directly to the stage. You are mean. The yellow-haired youth spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. If it weren't for the fact that he was still young, Tang Yu wouldn't have beaten him only slightly, and dared to scold others at a young age, and he would have to educate him for his parents. Lovely Tang Yu, you are too kind, if it were me, I would just smash his mouth. Kathleen watched with resentment as the yellow-haired boy was carried away, and then muttered to Tang Yu. He's still a child, education is all he needs. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at her, then sat down. Well, a very strong reason, but you are also a child, aren't you? I'm an adult. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Anyway, others are not allowed to scold you. By the way, I heard that your two big brothers often bully you. Do you want me to teach them a lesson for you? It's not very good, but as brothers, we should also let them understand the truth of the strong in the strong. Hee hee, you're so shameless, but I like it. Catherine smiled, then gave Tang Jin a malicious look in the audience. Kathleen Rowland vs Donlin Landis. It didn't take long for Norman's voice to come from the stage. Hearing this sentence, Tang Yu and Kathleen's expressions suddenly became strange. Chapter 32. Hee hee, the goddess of luck favors me. Catherine stuck her tongue out at Tang Yu, then jumped lightly. A stream of water rose under her feet and landed on the ring lightly. Miss Kathleen, although I am not your opponent, I will do my best. Tang Lin looked at Catherine frantically. This kind of bai fume with talent, looks and family background is everyone's dream. But thinking about last night, when Kathleen took the initiative to kiss Tang Yu, Tang Lin glanced at Tang Yu under the stage, and his eyes were full of jealousy. What's so good about that trash? Isn't it just good-looking and taller? Can a good-looking stinky skin bag be eaten as a meal in Chenmei continent? Do you often bully Tang Yu, big brother? Kathleen asked lightly with her hands on her back. Hearing this, Tang Lin was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, Miss Kathleen is joking, Tang Yu is my younger brother. The so-called family shame should not be publicized. Even if he bullied Tang Yu before, it would be impossible to publicize it everywhere, otherwise it would be him who would be embarrassed. Humph, when I don't know. Come on, I guess the golden marquis doesn't know you anymore. What do you mean? Tang Lin looked bewildered, looking at Tang Yu who was smiling all over the stage, and then looking at Kathleen with a weird smile. He always felt something was wrong. However, Kathleen turned a deaf ear, and when she rolled her eyes, an invisible force hit Tang Lin in the face. Oops! Tang Lin is only a 5th level mage, and in the hands of a real mage like Kathleen, he has no resistance at all. Let you bully Tang Yu, big brother, I can't bear to bully him. Looking at you makes me sick. The fist that turned into mental power slammed into Tang Lin's head fiercely, but Kathleen wouldn't feel distressed. Forgive, spare my life, I admit. Tang Lin was completely convinced and wanted to put his arms around his head. However, Kathleen's powerful mental power made him unable to control his body, and he appeared in a large font in the air. Think beautifully. Seeing that Tang Lin was about to concede defeat, a burst of spiritual power directly sealed Tang Lin's mouth, and fists turned into spiritual power fell on Tang Lin like raindrops. Tang Ji, who was sitting in the audience, saw this scene. In any case, this was also his son. On his own territory, his son was beaten so badly, and Tang Ji couldn't stop it. But he also understood why Kathleen beat Tang Lin so fatly. It was nothing more than avenging Tang Yu. Seeing that Tang Lin was as fat as a pig, Tang Ji could only shake his head with a wry smile at Tang Yu. However, the current Tang Yu is still in a dazed state. This little girl is so fierce, is she a guardian madman? Cough, Kathleen, it's all right, you'll be dead if you fight again. Tang Yu felt that if he didn't stop him, Kathleen would be able to beat Tang Lin to the point of hemiplegia. Hearing this, Kathleen waved her little hand, and Tang Lin flew off the ring, lying unconscious on the ground. Humph! She glared at Tang Jin in the audience with malicious eyes. Kathleen jumped off the ring, walked up to Tang Yu, and said with a smile, praise me, praise me. Well, nice job. Hearing this, Kathleen was like a child who got candy, with a sweet smile on her face, and sat next to Tang Yu. But Tang Jin, who was in the audience, shuddered suddenly and muttered to himself, what did she just look at me for? When you meet Kathleen later, you should just surrender, no shame. Tang Ji sighed helplessly. Although Tang Jin's talent is good, compared with Kathleen, it is far worse. As a great marquis, none of the 3 children behind him can handle it. The next battle, Tang Yu won easily. The opponent was a 5th level mage, but under Tang Yu's fighting skills, he was thrown off the stage before he even released the magic. It is said that the three sons of the marquis have ordinary talents, but now it seems that the tiger father has no dog son. Yet, although I can't awaken magic, it's good to be able to cultivate vindictiveness to this level. Seeing Tang Yu defeating his opponent cleanly, the earls under the Golden Ridge immediately flattered. As far as I know, Master Tang Yu's talent for fighting Qi is only inferior, right? The achievements in this life are already doomed. Yet, the lower class must have the idea of the lower class, but delusional toad eats swan meat. The one who spoke was the Marquis of Red Blood. The 7 Marquis of the Roland Kingdom were not in harmony, but full of open and secret struggles. King Roland was so happy, not only did not stop it, but instead helped the fire. The Golden Marquis ranks second among the 7 Marquis, and the Red Blood Marquis ranks first. There have been many frictions between the two forces over the years. You can't say that, Mr. Jimmy. Maybe he can match the Dark Mage Morin many years ago. The two giants are fighting for the hegemony. The other Marquis are neutral, and some are standing in the two camps. The one who speaks is Marquis Heki. His words can be regarded as a heartbreaker. Emolin was a traitor to mankind many years ago. He had no talent for magic. Later, he awakened dark magic for some reason. Today, the dark mage Emolin can be said to be a taboo in the Shenmei continent. Almost no one takes the initiative to mention it, but this person compares Tang Yu with Emolin, and his heart is extremely vicious. Trash is always trash, can it be compared to Maureen? Jimmy, the son of the Marquis of Red Blood, said with a sneer. Chapter 33. Tang Yu big brother, that trash son of Marquis Hunxiu is scolding you. Kathleen's mental strength is strong, and the distance is not far, so she naturally heard the conversation over there. Humph, I only became a magician at the age of 20, so I'm too embarrassed to scold others. Kathleen looked indignant, looked at Jimmy and said, I don't know that he is a waste. We will meet him sooner or later, just fight to the death. Tang Yu smiled and didn't take it to heart. How big of a deal would he be able to control other people's mouths? Wouldn't it be nice to let him understand the end of a cheap mouth? Not many people participated in the clan meeting, and it didn't take long before the top 10 were finally born. Both Tang Jin and Tang Yu were among them, but Tang Lin was still in a coma because he was beaten into a pig's head by Kathleen. Please come to the top 10 to draw lots. Tang Yu and Kathleen went up at the same time. Kathleen reached in, took 2, and then gave Tang Yu 1. Back in his seat, Tang Yu opened it and saw that Jimmy's name was written on it, and then looked at Kathleen's hand. It was Tang Jin. You can see this. Tang Yu was a little surprised, he didn't believe it was a coincidence. Hey, this is one of my abilities. Kathleen smiled, and then whispered, the goddess of luck favors both of us. Among the top 10, 6 are magicians, the remaining 4 are 9th level mages, and only Tang Yu is a fighter. Kathleen Roland vs Donkin Landis. Hearing this, Marquis Tangji's expression suddenly became ugly. The second son was poisoned. He didn't believe that the eldest son could escape the disaster. It was obvious that Kathleen was venting his anger for Tang Yu. This should have been a happy thing, but the punching bag is his other 2 sons. Just admit defeat when you go up, don't give her a chance to shoot. In desperation, Tang Ji had no choice but to say to Tang Jin. My lord, as the heir of the Golden Marquis, it is not allowed to retreat without a fight. Tang Jin's face was resolute, a high-level staff appeared in his hand, and he walked towards the ring. Damn it, how could I, who is wise and wise, give birth to such a stupid son? Tang Ji helped his forehead helplessly, his courage is commendable, but you also have to see who the other party is. Just like you, isn't the sheep into the tiger's mouth? Miss Kathleen, I am Donkin Landis, the heir to the Golden Marquis, please give me more advice. Having said that, he also performed a noble etiquette for Kathleen. He, you are very courageous, yes. Catherine smiled and nodded to Tang Yu, who was under the stage, and then the scene that gave Tang Ji a headache appeared. These days, although Tang Jin has broken through to the 9th level mage, he is not Kathleen's opponent at all. Except for the block at the beginning, it is simply a complete abuse in the end. Miss Kathleen, he has no strength to fight back. You will damage the image of the noble. No matter what, Tang Jin was his first heir. He was beaten so badly by a little girl, and his face was dull. Golden Marquis, do you know him? Kathleen pointed at Tang Jin, and then asked with a smile. I don't know, my son. Tang Ji only felt that his temples were throbbing suddenly. If it wasn't for this girl who might be the future daughter-in-law, she had to be educated and educated. Since I know him, it means that I haven't beaten him enough. I just told my man that if anyone dares to bully my man, I beat him, and his father doesn't know him. After all, the fists turned into mental power, smashed on Tang Jin's body again. But when he heard Kathleen's voice, Tang Jin was furious. He couldn't breathe, and fainted. Tisk tisk, this is dizzy. It's really not beaten. Having said that, Kathleen didn't stop. Taking advantage of today, she was about to announce that Tang Yu was her Kathleen's man and the son-in-law of Duke Ada. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar. The person standing behind Kathleen was Duke Ada. If Kathleen dared to say so, could it be that even Duke Ada agreed? Looking at the great magician who accompanied Kathleen, he was standing there with a calm expression, as if not surprised at all. How could this be? Could it be that Duke Ida and the Golden Marquis have reached a consensus? What kind of consensus can make Duke Ada willing to push his daughter into the fire pit? Hey, the inside story is intriguing. A waste and a peerless genius actually walked together. Seeing Tang Jin's body getting older and fatter, Marquis Tangji covered his head with a helpless expression. He couldn't tell Kathleen that he didn't know his son, right? In this case, it really becomes the laughing stock of the nobles. If they stepped forward to stop it, the people of the Marquis of Red Blood would definitely not stand by and watch, and if they offended Duke Ada again, the loss would be even greater if this marriage was blown. Tang Yu, that's your big brother. Tang Ji lowered his voice and said to Tang Yu, with a hint of pleading in his tone. Kathleen, come down. Even if you no longer have a sense of belonging to this family, you can't let outsiders watch the excitement. Humph. Kathleen snorted at Tang Ji and threw Tang Jin off the ring. Tang Yu Landis vs Jimmy Abbott. Chapter 34. Tang Yu didn't expect that the two battles were still next to each other. Tang Yu smiled at Kathleen and jumped into the ring. Hey, trash, get off the stage as soon as possible, don't say I bullied you. Jimmy said loudly on purpose. He just wanted to humiliate Tang Yu on purpose. Everyone knows the gap between these two families, one is a magician, and the other is just a fighter of the 4th and 5th levels. This is definitely a good show. Seeing himself becoming the focus of the audience, Jimmy suddenly became proud. You are a little fighter, and you are not worthy of fighting with me. The Landis family can be said to be inferior to each other, and it will decline sooner or later. When other Marquis chooses allies, they will definitely choose those who have successors. A talented junior can definitely attract a lot of attention and friendliness. Tisk tisk, people have inherent self-knowledge. You are already 20, right? You are only a magician now, how can you mock others? Look at my Kathleen, she is already a magician at the age of 15, and you have lived in the past 5 years. Is it on the dog? Hearing this, Jimmy's face turned into a pig's liver, and he snorted for a long time before he said, Miss Kathleen is a genius, do you think everyone is like him? Look at you again, you are a complete magic waste, my god. What face do you have in front of Miss Kathleen? If I were you, I would have slammed my head into the wall earlier, and saved the Landis family's shame. Tang Yu sneered, are you here to bicker? As soon as the words fell, Tang Yu stepped on his feet and came to Jimmy's side in the blink of an eye. A golden sword appeared in his hand and slashed towards Jimmy's head. Beautiful speed. Although I knew that Tang Yu was fast, after standing here, I still found that he was underestimated. At the moment, there was a breeze under his feet, dragging him back quickly. Despicable villain, dare to attack, I will punish you for blaspheming Kathleen. As he spoke, Jimmy blinked, chanting a magic spell in his mouth. A strong wind magic element gathered from all directions, and finally formed a violent storm. Blade of the storm. Tremble under the majesty of the god of wind. Shake, mortal. Jimmy laughed, and the storm was filled with cyan wind blades. If it hit a person, it would definitely be the end of 1,000 knives. Mentally retarded. Tang Yu shook his head disdainfully, raised his hand and waved, and a huge fire dragon was created out of thin air, directly entering the storm. Advanced fire magic, how is it possible? Jimmy was taken aback. The blade of the storm was also a high-level magic. At this time, the wind helped the fire, and the flame giant dragon in the storm became several times bigger and blew towards Jimmy. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience looked shocked. It turned out to be a 7th level mage. In the case that the mage does not do anything, unless he is a strong magician or above, the exact cultivation base cannot be seen at all, but as long as he does it, the realm will be clear at a glance. Didn't you say that the third son of the Landis family is a magical waste? What's going on? Could it be that Tang Qi deliberately concealed it? A 16-year-old 7th level mage, is this a genius? Guardian of the Wind. Jimmy was suddenly shocked. The current fire dragon is no longer the power that a 7th level mage can display, and the next layer of cyan protective shield appears on the body. Can wind penetrate lightning? Tang Yu sneered, stretched out his finger and pointed at Jimmy. A thunder dragon fell from the sky and slashed towards Jimmy. 9th level thunder mage. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of air. The legendary magic waste turned out to be a dual-type magic genius, and he was a 9th level mage. Even compared with Kathleen, it was similar. You must know that Duke Ada did his best to cultivate Kathleen, and even if Tang Ji did his best to cultivate Tang Yu, the cultivation resources of the Landis family were no match for Duke Ada. Master, be careful. The powerhouse that followed Jimmy was a fighter and a magician. This lineup was comparable to a duke. After all, even Kathleen had only 2 magicians by his side. The speed of the fighting master is very fast, and he looked at the magician, holding a long sword, wrapped in a layer of fighting spirit. His body was like electricity, and he came towards Jimmy. With one sword, he destroyed the thunder dragon that was attacking Jimmy, and then charged towards Tang Yu with a ruthless expression. As long as they can kill the genius Tang Yu, even if they die, their family will be rewarded by the Marquis of Red Blood. Get back! Tang Yu shouted loudly and used the 2 Doqi upgrade cards directly, and his whole body was shocked, and a dazzling golden Doqi rose up in Tang Yu's body. My god, breaking through 2 levels in a row in battle, is this still a human? Didn't you say that Tang Yu's talent for fighting Qi is only inferior? Does the court mage think that we are all fools? Perhaps Tang Ji and the court mage colluded to hide something. I believe that Tang Yu's talent is no less than Kathleen, and we were all deceived by Tang Ji. Everyone was talking about it, and for a while they forgot what happened on the field. But why is Marquis Tang Yi's expression on that face? Could it be that Marquis Tang Yi doesn't know? It is said that Tang Yu has been unpopular since the court mage tested Tang Yu's talent, and the fief is close to the dangerous Chaos Forest. Even if Marquis Tang Ji wants to hide it, he is reluctant to send Tang Yu to the Chaos Forest, right? Maybe Tang Ji really doesn't know. This expression doesn't seem to be fake. So, have we all been deceived by a young man who just came of age? Chapter 35. Tai Xiang, you dare! At this moment, Tang Ji finally came back to his senses, and saw that the martial artist of the Red Blood Marquis was holding a long sword and stabbed at Tang Yu, and suddenly let out a roar like a lion. Golden Marquis, please enlighten me. Another magician shouted, and a wind magic blasted towards Tang Ji. Roll! Tang Ji was extremely anxious. He was a fighter who had climbed out of the dead and had a lot of fighting experience, and Tang Yu was only a fighter and mage who had just reached the 9th level, no matter how talented he was. At the moment, several fire pillars wrapped the magician in it. Although the gap between the magician and the great magician is not large, the golden marquis is obviously not comparable to the kind of small people, otherwise it will not reach the height of the marquis. Then the figure flashed and rushed towards the iron lion, a terrifying magic was brewing in his hands. You don't need to take action. Tang Yu glanced at the golden marquis lightly, and said expressionlessly. It's arrogant enough, mad enough, if you want to complain, you have to complain that your talent is too amazing. It's good to be a waste. Tai Shi was overjoyed, genius is always invincible, and he will show him the strength of the veteran fighter later. A streak of fighting chi emanated from the sword, like the sword chi in a martial arts novel, and stabbed towards Tang Yu's head. Oh! It's not good for people to be too confident. Tang Yu sneered, his hands forward, and the surrounding magic elements quickly converged towards his hands. Lightning and fire Shuangju. A thunder dragon roaring constantly in the left hand, and a fire phoenix flying with its wings spread out in the right hand. This is the first time Tang Yu has combined two advanced magics, and he does not know what kind of effect will be produced. Instant high-level magic. Seeing this scene, Tai Shi was horrified, and the vindictive energy in his body continued to run toward the sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole ring was covered by a thick smoke, and everyone hurriedly stretched their necks, wanting to see if the newly rising genius had fallen. Tang Yu. Tang Ji was so anxious that he had to be anxious. He finally had such a talented son, but he couldn't just die like this. After all, the huge golden ridge still needs such a genius to inherit. As for Tang Jin, compared with the current Tang Yu, he is simply a scumbag. Tang Ji is not a pedantic person. Whoever has the ability can inherit my title. It's so powerful, but the mental power is too terrifying. The combination of the two high-level magic is equivalent to the king-level magic, and the entire arena has been blasted. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Tang Yu was standing in a big pit covered in dirt, with two charred corpses on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, Tang Ji first took a deep breath, and then his face was shocked. Tai Shi, who has been famous for many years, died in the hands of a 16-year-old boy, which is simply surprising. The magician of the Marquis of Red Blood opened his mouth wide and stared at the big pit below. This is the man I like, only my eyes are sharp. Kathleen giggled, then hurriedly jumped into the big pit and stroked Tang Yu out. Eyes opening, simply eye-opening. This son can actually fuse two high-level magics, and he is only a 9th level mage. I may be dazzled, was he instant magic just now? How is it possible, even a great magician can't do instant high-level magic? Marquis Tang Ji has a successor. No wonder Duke Ada's daughter and Tang Yu are so close. Obviously we are the only ones who are kept in the dark. Perhaps, Marquis Tang Yi is like us. Haha, I feel more balanced in this way. Congratulations, Lord Marquis and Mr. Tang Yu. The Counts of Golden Ridge immediately congratulated in unison. Marquis Tang Ji, congratulations. Mr. Tang Yu, welcome to Minnan Luoling as a guest. Yes, we also welcome you in the Coleman. A genius can always be respected and recognized by others, and a genius who grows up will only be respected and admired by others. Thank you for your love. A satisfied smile appeared on Tang Ji's face. As long as Tang Yu did not die prematurely, his future achievements would definitely surpass anyone in the Landis family. Haha, what an unexpected joy. I didn't expect to see the birth of a genius. Please also hand over this person to me, Master Soul Enchanter. My subordinates like to suck the blood of geniuses the most. That's really delicious. At this moment, a harsh voice sounded in the sky, and then a black shadow shrouded the entire school grounds. Is it a person from the sect? Everyone was suddenly shocked. Ming sect was a nightmare in everyone's mind. Back then, Ming sect was a disaster for the mainland, and I don't know how many people died. So now, as long as those who awakened dark magic have been sent to the palace, no one knows where those people went. Tang Ji, you kill the elites in my teaching, and even kill my son. Today, the Golden City will not leave the generals. The black shadow slowly fell, and it turned out to be a black metal dragon, 10 meters high, really majestic. Anthony, it's really you who came. However, Tang Ji was not surprised. Instead, he smiled slightly and put Tang Yu behind him and said, "Leave first, and leave it to us." Chapter 36. Tang Ji, it seems that you are indeed prepared, but don't you think I know it, but I'm still here. That Anthony was dressed like the one Tang Yu met in the forest, wearing a black robe. A total of 4 people stood on the dragon's back, all shrouded in black robes, making it impossible to see the figures. Really? Then let's see who has the bigger backhand. Tang Ji sneered, then pushed Tang Yu and said, "Leave, go to the Golden Castle, where there is a magic circle guarding it." Tisk tisk, he can't leave. Dual magic genius, instant high-level magic, if you can refine it into a puppet, that would be the happiest thing. Anthony sneered, glanced around for a week, and then took out a horn and blew it, and a loud voice spread throughout the Golden City. "Tang Ji, what do you mean?" Some of the marquis people looked confused and didn't know what happened. "The king has an order, see the underworld cultivator, kill." Tang Ji shouted, and a golden staff appeared in his hand. The top of the staff was a huge red gem. This was the treasure of the Landis family, the royal staff. "What are you doing? Let them go back and forth today." As the allies of the Golden Marquis, the other 2 marquis knew the inside story, and immediately roared and rushed forward with Tang Ji. "Hold head high." At this moment, a loud and high dragon roar sounded above the head, and everyone was stunned for a moment. Then a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, and when everyone looked up, it turned out to be a purple magic dragon. How is that possible? Ming sect actually conquered the Thunder Dragon. Tang Ji's face changed, and the appearance of a magic dragon was enough to reverse the occupation. After all, his metal dragon was vulnerable in front of the magic dragon. But when he saw Anthony, he was suddenly a little uncertain, and saw that Anthony was also puzzled, looking up at the magic dragon in the sky. "I saw the purple magic dragon hovering in the sky for a week, and then swooping down towards the ground." "Hurry up!" Tang Ji shouted loudly, and everyone in the Roland Kingdom hurriedly retreated to Tang Ji's side. When the magic dragon saw Tang Yu, his eyes suddenly lit up and flew towards Tang Yu, but Tang Yu could be behind Tang Ji at this time. "Evil dragon, court death." Tang Ji's face changed, and it was indeed a dragon of the Ming sect. Although he did not know what means the Ming sect used to conquer the magic dragon, this battle must be the most difficult. "Father, please stop, this is my dragon." Seeing the magic elements converging around Tang Ji, Tang Yu hurriedly said, "What? Is this your dragon?" Tang Ji couldn't help but shouted, "The arrogance of the magic dragon is famous in the Shenmei continent, not to mention that Tang Yu is only a 9th level mage, even a great magician, it is impossible to conquer a magic dragon." "Owner." Falling in front of Tang Ji, Alice shouted happily, "I'm relieved to see that you're all right." Hearing this, Tang Yu came out, touched Alice's head and said, "It's all right now, but I don't know if there's anything going on later. I will swear to protect the master to the death." Alice rubbed Tang Yu's body intimately, her voice very firm. The others, together with the people from the Ming sect, looked at Alice with a bewildered expression, and then looked at Tang Yu. A 9th level mage was able to get the allegiance of a magic dragon. Kathleen's reputation as a genius was very loud in the Roland Kingdom. At that time, when she was an 8th level mage, she was recognized by a metal dragon, which made everyone envious. Fashion is above, I should be dazzled. I remember that there are only 2 people who have been recognized by the magic dragon in the entire Roland Kingdom. The rise of the Golden Marquis is unstoppable. It turns out that Mr. Tang Yu is the most talented person in the Roland Kingdom. We were all deceived by him. Indeed, the 9th level mage can be recognized by the magic dragon, unless the dragon sees Mr. Tang Yu's talent. There was a lot of discussion, and the people of the Ming sect looked ugly. The appearance of the magic dragon made their black iron dragon completely useless. The hierarchy of giant dragons is more strict than that of humans, and lower dragons cannot form combat power in front of higher dragons. Father, give me the golden fire vine and the advanced magic weapon. At this moment, Tang Yu turned his head, looked at Tang Ji and said, "Oh." Tang Ji has not recovered from the huge shock, and subconsciously took out the golden fire vine and the pair of magic boots. "Alice, protect the law for me, no one is allowed to approach. My body is the master's strongest backing. I don't know what adventures Alice has had in the past 2 days. The level has reached the 8th level." The black iron dragon in the field was lying on the ground, and he didn't dare to look directly at Alice. Tang Yu nodded, then sat cross-legged, holding the golden fire vine in his arms. He planned to break through now and become a real thunder magician. "Hurry up and stop him!" Anthony shouted. The power of a magician dragon knight should not be underestimated. "Lanny, damn, you shouldn't be so timid, she's just an 8th order dragon." He kicked hard and the black iron under his feet gathered together. Anthony roared. However, the black iron giant held its head with its wings, as motionless as a mountain. "Damn!" Anthony roared. A blood-red elixir appeared in his hand, and threw it directly into the mouth of the black iron giant. The whole attack is a burst pill. Tang Ji's eyes were full of fear, but he didn't expect Anthony to be so ruthless that he actually gave the dragon a bursting pill. The burst pill can raise the user to a realm, and the time can last for an hour. However, the side effects are extremely large, and it will make people lose their minds. Chapter 37. Roar. The black iron dragon let out a harsh roar. A pair of black pupils instantly turned blood red, its wings fluttered, and a huge mouth opened, and a terrifying energy gathered in his mouth. The black iron giant was originally a division level strength, but now after taking the burst pill, it has reached the spiritual level, and a terrifying power burst out on him. "Noisy, get off!" Tang Yu had just eaten the golden fire vine like chewing ginseng, when the roar of the black iron giant sounded in his ears, which made his ears tingle, and he shouted loudly. Then a stun scene appeared. I saw the black iron giant dragon, like a well-behaved kitten, hurriedly lowered its head in fear, and knelt on the ground facing Tang Yu. Not to mention the people from the Roland Kingdom, even Anthony stood on the spot. "You are such a giant dragon." The king standing at the top of the food chain, his own strength has reached the spiritual level, to be frightened by a word from a 9th level mage, it is a shame for the dragon family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, killing the traitor buddy and killing Anthony. The task reward, 5,000 gold coins, 1 bronze Beamon, and 500 orc warriors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, killing Bernie and defeating the person from the Ming sect. The task reward, 20,000 gold coins, a colorful dragon egg, and a silver warrior card. Such a rich reward. Tang Yu was taken aback. Even if the bronze Beamon was forgotten, there was actually a multicolored dragon egg. Ouch! Not bad. So obedient. Tang Yu was also a little speechless. He just shouted casually. He didn't expect this black iron dragon to be so obedient, that it could even suppress the effect of the bursting pill, and bowed his head to himself. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses, and Tang Ji looked at his son with a shocked face. He doubted whether his son was a colorful dragon. "Damn, you reptile, give it to me." Anthony became furious, and kept punching and kicking, and even took out his whip to beat the black iron dragon. Roar! Although the black iron giant suppressed the bursting pill in his body with his fear of Tang Yu, it was already the limit. Now Anthony is so rude to him, the suppressed rage made him roar at the former master. How dare you yell at me? If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago, damn it! Anthony was extremely surprised, not knowing what tactics Tang Yu used. He treats you like this, and you are still loyal? Kill him, kill this group of scumbags who do all kinds of evil, come to me, and I can make you the king of the sky. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and an idea came to his mind, maybe he could fool this black iron dragon over. Hearing this, the black iron giant looked confused, stared at Tang Yu for a long time, and then looked at Anthony. His eyes instantly became even more red. Roar! With a huge roar, the black iron dragon charged towards Anthony. Damn BD, I'm going to kill you! Anthony let out an angry roar, turned into a black light and appeared in the distance, then pointed at Tang Yu and said, everyone obeys the order and kills Tang Yu at all costs. Yes! There were muffled voices from all directions, and then people in black robes walked in from outside and gathered towards Tang Yu. There were hundreds of people. There is indeed a traitor in the castle. Tang Ji snorted coldly and said to the two magicians beside him, I can protect my son with your life, can you do it? Don't worry, my lord, and swear to protect the son. There are 4 strong fighting masters and 2 magicians under Tang Ji, and there are also 2 magicians in the Landis family, and now it is the magicians in the Landis family who are guarding Tang Yu. Barney, protect Tang Yu, big brother. Kathleen stood beside Tang Yu with a high-level staff in her hand, her eyes firm. However, at this time, Anthony was restrained by the black iron dragon. With the addition of Tang Ji, Anthony was defeated. On the other hand, there are more magicians in the Roland Kingdom, and for a while, a lot of people from the underworld sect died. Buddy, Bernie, when are you two going to see? If the mission fails, no one wants to live. Anthony's clothes were ragged, his black robe became a strip of cloth, his hair was burnt clean by the flames, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, obviously not seriously injured. Tisk tisk, this won't work? Anthony, you're disappointing me. A hoarse voice sounded, and a man in a black robe walked in slowly, followed by Buddy, the captain of the guards at the Golden Castle. Damn it, don't stand there and talk sarcastically, who would have known such a freak would come out? Anthony turned into a black light to avoid the attack of the black iron dragon and came to the black-robed man. Don't worry, we are fully prepared, aren't we? My army of undead, come in and enjoy a delicious meal. Bernie raised his hands to the sky, and black magic elements gathered around him. Immediately, the entire school ground vibrated violently, and a disgusting smell came in from outside. Then there were ugly monsters at the gate of the school. There were skeletons with bone knives, zombies with rotting bodies, and ghosts. Among them, there were 3 ugly monsters with a height of 4 or 5 meters. There are thousands. Chapter 38. I knew there was a traitor by my side, but I didn't expect it to be you. Tang Ji looked at the expressionless Buddy and sighed, I treat you well, why betray me? I'm a person of meditation. Buddy's face no longer had the respect he had for Tanky in the past, and there was a dark aura around him. Buddy, don't talk nonsense, give me the head of that genius. Bernie snorted coldly, looking at Tang Yu and said. Shut up, I don't need you to teach me what to do. Buddy frowned, with a crossbow in his hand and a long sword behind his back, walking towards Tang Yu step by step. Boom! At this moment, countless magical elements gathered around Tang Yu, and Tang Yu did not refuse anyone who came and absorbed them all. There was a shock in the spiritual sea, and the 9 thunder magic seeds finally gathered together to form a purple crystal nucleus the size of a soybean. This is the new magic, space. At this moment, Tang Yu saw a bright silver magic seed appear in the spiritual sea. The time and space system is known as the King of Magic. Tang Yu did not expect that after he was promoted to a magician, he would be able to awaken space magic. This is simply an unexpected joy. Third young master, I will send you to meet the underworld god. This is a great honor for you as a genius. There was a kind smile on Buddy's face, and then he jumped lightly, provoking a height of 7 or 8 meters, and a 7 or 8 meter long do chi flew out from the sword, turned into a long sword of light quality, and stabbed Tang Yu on the head. Come! Doling powerhouse, tisk tisk, it's hidden very deeply. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and the long needles formed by the condensed spiritual power stabbed towards Buddy's head, and then another thunder dragon attacked Buddy's body. Able to cast magic instantly, Tang Yu is not afraid of any melee combat. What? Buddy couldn't help but didn't know that Tang Yu was still a spiritual magician. The long needle ignored his vindictive shield and plunged directly into his head. The entire soul seemed to be torn apart, falling directly from mid-air, and a thunder dragon slammed on him. Thunderstorm! Tang Yu shouted loudly, and a palm-sized purple thunderball fell on Buddy like an electric light. Boom! There was a bang, like a grenade exploding, and a mushroom cloud rose, and the air was filled with the smell of being burnt. Everyone was shocked by the successive blows in front of them. The captain of the bodyguard of the dignified Golden Castle turned out to be a person from the underworld sect, and it turned out to be a strong fighting spirit. However, even as a strong fighting spirit, he could not stop a young man who had just been promoted to a magician. The visual impact was too shocking and unacceptable. The smoke dissipated, and a large pit appeared in front of everyone, containing only a few burning stumps. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The dignified fighting spirit powerhouse was so easily killed by a young man. If it hadn't happened in front of him, it would have been unbelievable. Father, Bernie will leave it to you, the Black Iron Dragon and Alice will deal with the undead army. Tang Yu stood up, put the advanced magic boots on his feet, and jumped vigorously, feeling very comfortable. Oh! Tang Yi nodded subconsciously, holding a staff, and rushing towards Bernie. Damn, a waste, even a magician can't deal with it. Bernie cursed angrily and commanded the undead army to attack. Everyone, the time has come for the same enemies. Today, the Ming sect dares to attack my golden castle with great fanfare. It is possible to attack your homeland tomorrow. Pick up the staff, and let these scumbags see the power of our Roland kingdom. Tang Yu raised his staff high and shouted loudly. Young Master Tang Yu is full of pride, I would like to help you. Yes, slaughter these dogs. Mother-in-law. Kill these disgusting things. Perhaps it was Tang Yu's emotional infection, or perhaps it was to please Tang Yu, whether it was the Earl under the Golden Ridge, or the people of other marquis, chanting incantations one by one. A peerless genius who can kill by leaps and bounds is definitely worthy of their favor, not to mention that this child can have the strength to turn against the dragon at a glance. Alice, Black Iron, attack the undead army. Roar! Without saying a word, Hei Tai rushed towards the army of the undead. Alice gave Tang Yu a worried look and rushed forward as well. Isn't it Anthony? This young master has long disliked you. You have to keep a low profile, don't you know? Tang Yu walked towards Anthony with a staff in hand, and magical elements gathered in the dark. Master Tang Yu, I'm here to help you. The magician from the jagged marquis shouted and rushed towards Tang Yu. Cough, I admit that your talent is very strong. If you are willing to join my sect, I can make you a soul-sucking messenger, you can do whatever you want. Anthony wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and actually started to solicit Tang Yu. Haha, is that so? Tang Yu laughed out loud, and then sneered, if the sect is a waste like you, what can you do with him? So, don't think about it, today I will send you to meet the god of the underworld. Shouldn't this be what you are most looking forward to? Haha, die. At this moment, a savage laughter came from behind, and then a strong magic element gathered behind him, and the terrifying power made Tang Yu's whole body stand on end. Tisk tisk, what about genius? It's not about to die in my hands. Anthony sneered, his figure flashed, and he hurriedly backed away. Chapter 39. Tang Yu Big Brother. Kathleen let out an exclamation, and a strong magical element flew behind Tang Yu. The magic boots under Tang Yu's feet emitted a blue light, and he came to Anthony in the blink of an eye. At this time, Anthony was still looking at Tang Yu being engulfed by magic with a face full of joy, but he didn't expect a face to suddenly appear in front of him, and he was shocked. Die! Tang Yu's face was gloomy, and with a wave of the golden sword in his hand, a head flew straight up, and even to death, Anthony didn't know how Tang Yu got here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, killing the traitor buddy, killing Anthony and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 1 bronze Beamon, and 500 orc warriors. Looking back, I saw that Kathleen was bleeding from the corner of her mouth, half kneeling on the ground, her face pale and scary, and blood was gradually oozing from her abdomen. At the place where he stood just now, a magician stood there with a dull face, looking at Kathleen blankly. In a flash, Tang Yu came to Kathleen. Lifting Kathleen up, the magician used a magic scroll of the Dark King rank, which was not a magic skill, but a magic power that sealed a magic in the scroll, and only needed a trace of magic element to release it. At this time, Kathleen's face was pale, but her cultivation was not bad, so her life would not be in danger for a while. Tang Yu Big Brother, you know? I've fantasized about this scene many times. I think dying for you is the most romantic love story in the world. Caressing Tang Yu's cheeks with her own blood-stained hands, Kathleen said weakly. Don't talk, I won't let you die, even the underworld god would not dare to accept you. Tang Yu's eyes were a little red, and when the magician rushed towards him just now, he knew that something was wrong with the magician. It is absolutely abnormal for other marquis people to be so worried about their own safety. Buddy has become a person of the sect, and some of these people must also be of the sect, so he asked Tangji early for high-end magic boots. But he never thought about the existence of the magic scroll, which is a magic skill faster than instant casting. If it weren't for Kathleen, he would definitely be injured. Tang Yu never thought that Kathleen would give up her life to protect him. He always thought that Kathleen had plans for him. He never thought that Kathleen really liked him. So when Kathleen rushed towards him, Tang Yu was a little shocked. That kind of firm eyes that I could even die for you, stabbed into his heart like a knife. Listen to me, it's the dark erosion of king-level magic, and it's useless. Kathleen shook her head with a smile, and then said happily, do you remember that little girl 10 years ago? If it's not you, I'm probably dead a long time ago, and from that day on, I swear I will marry you. Other people say you are a magic waste, but I don't believe it, I don't believe my Tang Yu Big Brother is a waste. Until a few days ago, when I saw Tyre's power in that forest, I knew that my man will always be the hero. Standing in front of me is not trash. Hearing this, a picture appeared in Tang Yu's mind. When Tangji took his 3 children to the Roland Palace, he did meet a cute little girl. When a group of children went out to play together, they accidentally encountered a double-headed snake. In order to protect the little girl, they were splashed by a drop of venom from the double-headed snake. Since that day, his body has been getting worse day by day, no progress has been made in practicing magic or fighting qi. If it wasn't to protect me, you wouldn't have spent so many years in the name of a waste, so I swear that I will work hard to cultivate and protect you in the future, and now I have done it. The double-headed snake is very corrosive and can erode people's mental power and body. Perhaps it is the venom of the double-headed snake that makes Tang Yu's previous talent like that. I said, I won't let you die, and no one can take your life. Unconsciously, a tear slipped from her cheek and fell on Kathleen's face. Don't cry, without my protection in the future, you have to take care of yourself. Kathleen smiled slightly, her breath was getting weaker and weaker, the erosive power of the dark erosion of king-level magic was very strong, constantly eroding her body. System, tell me how to save her, I know you must have a way. Ding, do you spend 30,000 gold coins to buy Holy Light Apocalypse? Buy. Although 30,000 gold coins is already most of his net worth, Tang Yu didn't hesitate at all, such feelings are priceless. Open the system package, take out a golden bottle, and pour it into Kathleen's mouth. Have a good rest, I still need your company in the future. Tang Yu smiled slightly and took a long breath, the system is indeed omnipotent. Kathleen smiled, then closed her eyes. Tang Yu, condolences and changes. Tang Ji came over and sighed. The scene just now shocked everyone present. The love of this pair of teenagers can be remembered in history. No, Kathleen is fine. Seeing that the wound on Kathleen's abdomen was gradually shrinking, Tang Yu picked her up and gently placed her on a table. Chapter 40. I want you to die. Tang Yu's eyes were red, looking at Kathleen's pale face, his heart was burning with flames, the magic boots under his feet flashed blue, and he came to the magician, raised his sword, and one arm flew up. Give me a dagger. Tang Yu shouted, a dagger flew over, he took it in his hand, and with a slight wave, the other arm also flew up. What? The magician let out a scream, and finally came back to his senses, and the two severed arms spurted out blood. Do you know how Ling Qi died? Tang Yu sneered, blood sprayed on his face, making him like a devil from hell, scaring the magician's teeth into constant fights. I can make you such an ugly creature and keep you alive, do you believe it? Tang Yu pointed to the skeleton soldiers in the field and asked with a smile. Don't, spare me, I know I'm wrong, I quit the sect, I know a lot of information about the sect, I beg you to spare me. Forgive you. Tang Yu shook his head, and spent 100 gold coins to buy an awakening pill in the mall. With a flick of his finger, it flew into the magician's hand. The dagger in his hand turned into afterimages. With blood splashing everywhere, pieces of minced meat moved in all directions. Fly away! What? A burst of piercing screams spread throughout the school grounds, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Kathleen looked at her man with great power, with a happy smile on her face, then she slumped and fell into a deep sleep. After a few minutes, Tang Yu stopped, only to see that the magician in front of him really only had a skeleton frame left, with bloodshots hanging from the bones. Please, please, kill me. A pair of fleshy palms covered the heart that was about to fall out, the magician said with difficulty. The unparalleled pain made him want to die immediately, and the effect of the awakening pill made it difficult for him to faint. Want to die? I let you live rather than die. Tang Yu snorted coldly and said to the back, hang him on it, if he dies, you don't want to live. Wanting to die so easily, Tang Yu is not as he wished. Walking in front of Kathleen, after venting just now, the violence in his heart gradually disappeared. Seeing that Kathleen fell asleep and the dark magic elements in her body gradually disappeared, Tang Yu took a long breath, but the anger in his heart still needed to be vented. Give him to me, and you will deal with the undead army. Tang Yu moved his hands and feet and looked at Bernie in the field. At this moment, the entire school ground suddenly vibrated, the sound was getting closer and closer, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then all were on alert, no one knew whether the visitor was an enemy or a friend. Not long after, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone, bronze-colored hair, like a gorilla-like figure, with all four limbs on the ground, there was actually a height of 10 meters, it was Bronze Beamon. Bronze Beamon is a more advanced existence than ordinary Beamon bloodline, and its combat power is very powerful. Behind Bronze Beamon was a group of orc warriors in leather armor, and a chilling breath lingered over them. Bronze Beamon, orc warrior? How could it be here? Tang Ji was shocked, Beamon disdained to cooperate with humans, so it is impossible to be invited by Ming Jiao. As for himself, that's even more impossible. He can't get along with Beamon. On Beamon's way forward, everyone invariably gave way, otherwise, if they stepped down, they would definitely be trampled into mud. Respected master, Hader is late. Bronze Beamon came to Tang Yu, fell down, stretched out his palms, lowered his head, and looked very respectful. The 500 orc warriors behind him also all knelt down and looked at Tang Yu frantically. It came just right. Tang Yu smiled slightly. He didn't expect the efficiency of the system to be so high, and it came so quickly. Putting his palm on Beamon's hand, Hadel suddenly let out a roar full of joy. "Please step back, Master, and let me cut through thorns for you." The wisdom of Bronze Beamon is higher than that of ordinary Beamon. As for the highest level Beamon, there is no difference between wisdom and human race. However, the Beamon family is arrogant and disdain to use conspiracy and tricks, advocating power to conquer everything. Okay, let them see the power of the Beamon family. Tang Yu nodded. Beamon was his subordinate, so after Beamon killed Bernie, it was the same as his killing. Roar! Beamon beat his chest with his fists, and let out a deafening roar at the army of the undead. An invisible sound wave was emitted, and some ghosts and skeleton soldiers suddenly shattered. Hey! It's much stronger than Hasimu and the others. Tang Yu was a little surprised. Although the Bronze Beamon was only one level higher than the ordinary Beamon, the combat power could not be compared. Beamon's roar also woke everyone up and looked at Tang Yu with a weird look. Chapter 41. First the magic dragon, then the Bronze Beamon, and the orc warrior. Is this something that humans can do? Even Tang Ji looked at Tang Yu with a weird look, and today he gave him too much stimulation. First, Tang Yu, who had no talent, turned out to be a dual-type mage, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. As a result, a magic dragon fell from the sky and became Tang Yu's mount, and Tang Yu became the most powerful dragon knight. Now, a Bronze Beamon appeared with 500 orc warriors, and it turned out to be a follower of Tang Yu. The shock one after another made Tang Ji wonder if he was in a dream. I must not have woken up today. It should be. Bronze Beamon has appeared. It must be a joke by the god of law with me. Whether others believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. The people who were originally participating in the battle became bystanders, looking at Tang Yu in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. This Tang Yu is definitely a favored one. No, I believe he is the reincarnation of a god. God? Dragon god? It is estimated that only the dragon god can have this treatment, right? I'm just curious how he did it, making the mighty Beamon and the magic dragon surrender to him. Didn't you find that Duke Ada is the real discerning person? No matter what, the Golden Ridge is about to rise. Haha, you look at the expression of Marquis Tanky, it's ridiculous. If the rumors are true, Marquis Tangji should have regrets now, right? That's definitely true. The person who was originally the least talented became the most talented person in the Roland Kingdom. This contrast is indeed unacceptable. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Tang Ji sighed helplessly, and his guilt towards Tang Yu became stronger and stronger. He is a qualified lord, but not a qualified father. Neither Tang Yu nor the Tang Jin brothers have paid too much attention to him. However, Tang Jin and Tang Lin are not bad. They often stay by Tang Ji's side. No matter what they eat or use, they are the best. Tang Yu is like an outsider, living in this big family. Tang Ji, I will come back, and next time I will destroy your entire clan. Seeing that the undead army was destroyed by orc warriors and Bronze Beamon, and he was also injured by Beamon, he finally knew that this time was definitely a failure. The reason for the failure was the variable Tang Yu. Who would have thought that a 9th level mage could reverse the war situation at the level of a great mage? Even if it happened again, he couldn't believe it. Believe it or not, this is the truth, but that thing must be obtained, and the next time you come to the Golden City, it will not be just this military force. It's a pity that the traitor who was placed next to the Golden Marquis is gone. Anthony and Buddy are all dead, and he is still seriously injured, and he has lost his wife and lost his army. Want to run? Tang Yu sneered, These cultists dared to hurt Kathleen, so he wasn't going to let any of them go, all of them had to die. In order to prevent Bernie from escaping, he has been paying attention to the situation of the war, and even stood on the route of Bernie's escape. Now that Bernie was about to leave, there was a flash of blue light under her feet. She winked at Alice and came to Bernie. "Boy, you can't stop me. Next time, I will make you my puppet, just like those lovely undead." Speaking, Bernie sneered. A black magic circle appeared under his feet, and a creepy aura was transmitted from it. "Is it?" Tang Yu smiled, then pointed to his feet and said, "Look at what this is." Hearing this, Bernie looked down and panicked, turning into black light and leaving here. "Alice!" Tang Yu shouted. Alice appeared behind Bernie, and a lightning bolt directly wrapped Bernie inside. "No, I'm not reconciled, I'm not reconciled." Bernie let out an unwilling roar, and it didn't take long for the lightning to dissipate, leaving only a corpse that had turned into coke. "I really want you to be like him." Tang Yu shook his head, opened Bernie's body, and a bright light came into view. It turned out to be a space ring. Space rings are made by space mages or magicians who master the domain. Because space mages are too rare, space rings are also very precious. A 1 cubic space ring can be sold for 1,000 gold coins, and Tang Ji has a space ring. As for how big it is, Tang Yu doesn't know. However, the space ring is dispensable to Tang Yu. The system package is much easier to use than the space ring, and now he has awakened the space magic. As long as he reaches the magician realm, he can also refine the space ring. Please also settle down with Beamon and the orc warriors. They have helped us a lot. After saying a word to Tang Ji, Tang Yu left with Kathleen in his arms. Tang Ji looked at Tang Yu's back with a complicated look, just like he knew him for the first time. "Everyone, I encountered a great disaster today. Fortunately, my son helped turn the tide, and you all contributed a lot. Today, I will stay in the city and let me hold a banquet for you." "Haha, I love to hear this. Eating is my forte." "That's right, the first day of the Roland Kingdom was born, and the banquet must be held. Don't worry, everyone, have a good drink tonight." Tang Ji smiled and glanced at the tall bronze Beamon, his face full of bitterness. Chapter 42. And what shocked him even more was that Tang Yu was stronger than him not long after he left home. At least he has to kill a great magician, and it takes a lot of effort. But Tang Yu killed a fighting master and 2 great magicians today, and he was only a 9th level mage at the beginning. This record is enough to record the family history of the Landis family. Even when Tang Ji was young, he didn't have this ability. It is believed that in a short time, Tang Yu's achievements will far surpass him. Remove the magic circle of the Golden Castle and let Norman settle the others, while Tang Ji personally brings Beamon and 500 orc warriors to the barracks. Marquis can raise private soldiers. As long as you have the ability, raising 10,000 will not be a problem. Of course, if it exceeds 10,000, King Roland will have to chat with you. However, nobles generally seldom support soldiers. After all, raising soldiers is a very expensive thing, and they don't rebel, so why do they raise so many? It is better to keep the money and let yourself enjoy more. This is the life of the nobles. As for wars with other countries, King Roland will have a headache. Among the 7 marquis and the 3 dukes, only Duke Ada has 10,000 cavalry, which can be regarded as one of the trump cards of the entire Roland Kingdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, killing Bernie, defeating the people from the Ming sect, and getting rewards, 20,000 gold coins, a colorful dragon egg, and a silver warrior card. Putting Kathleen gently on his bed, Tang Yu couldn't help sighing. This girl is stupid enough and upright enough. Just because she saved her life when she was a child, she sacrificed her life to save herself. In fact, Tang Yu didn't know that although he saved Kathleen's life when he was a child, it was many years ago, and it just left an indelible impression on Kathleen. The last time Tang Yu killed the people in the underworld, Kathleen also saw it at the time. Although she was shocked by Tang Yu's magic, she didn't know that he was Tang Yu. It was not until the prom that I realized that Tang Yu was the one who saved her when she was a child, and that Tang Yu was not only talented, but also so handsome that Kathleen fell in love with him completely. This is a girl who dares to love and hate. After confirming her feelings for Tang Yu, she protects her with her life. There are not many such girls, not to mention in the modern Earth, even in the entire Shenmei continent. After checking Kathleen's wound, it was almost healed, and the dark magic in her body began to disappear quickly. It is estimated that it will take a long time to heal. Covering Kathleen with a quilt, Tang Yu opened the package. To be honest, he was still very curious about the colorful dragon. It is a higher level existence than the magic dragon. It can use multiple types of magic, and it is extremely powerful. It can also produce precious dragon crystals. Until now, no one on the mainland has ever obtained a colorful dragon. Take out the colorful dragon egg. The whole dragon egg is 2 meters high, and the top is colorful and very beautiful. It's better to hatch after going back. Tang Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. The journey was long, and the colorful dragon couldn't fly just after hatching, so it was inconvenient to take him on the road. With a big wave of his hand, he put the colorful dragon eggs into the package, and Tang Yu sat cross-legged beside Kathleen, and began to stabilize the magic cultivation that he had just broken through. However, after meditating for a long time, Norman's voice came from outside the door. "Third young master, the banquet has already begun, the marquis has asked you to come over." "Got it, Grandpa Norman." Tang Yu took a long breath and looked at Kathleen. She is still in a coma, and she doesn't know when she will wake up. When they came to the door, the 2 fighters and magicians who protected Kathleen were guarding the door. "Miss Tang Yu, is she all right?" Seeing Tang Yu coming out, their eyes were full of guilt. Under their own eyes, the young lady almost died, which made them feel very guilty. Tang Yu can understand that there were too many people in the sect at that time. They were only at the level of magicians, and it was not easy to take care of their surroundings, let alone traitors among them. And Kathleen's eyes followed Tang Yu from beginning to end, so she was also the quickest to react. Even Tang Ji didn't react at that time. "It's all right, let's go to the front hall for the banquet." Hearing this, the 2 hurriedly shook their heads, then knelt down on one knee to Tang Yu and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang Yu, for saving your life." They didn't care how Kathleen was injured, and Duke Ada didn't care. If Kathleen really died under their noses, the 2 of them would most likely be dealt with by military law. Now Tang Yu has saved Kathleen, which is equivalent to saving their lives. It's not necessary. Kathleen is trying to save me after all, and I won't watch her leave me. Tang Yu shook his head with a smile, and then said, "She hasn't woken up yet, let's go eat. We want to accompany Miss. If something happens to Miss again, the 2 of us will die." The 2 hurriedly shook their heads, this time they were really scared. Chapter 43. Now when they talk to Tang Yu, there is awe in their eyes. When Tang Yu went wild today, it shocked them. Tang Yu, who seemed to be polite and gentle, was so terrifying when he started to soar. Even though the 2 of them came out of the battlefield, they were still shocked when they saw that the magician was executed by Ling Qi. Although the punishment of Shenmei continent is terrifying, the punishment of watching one's flesh being cut off piece by piece is the real horror. It is simply the double torture of soul and body. In that case, if the prisoner can't go crazy, it's just a matter of strong willpower. People with strength and ruthlessness can often be respected by others. Tang Yu is such a person. Not to mention the 2 of them, everyone present at the time was quite frightened. "Okay, when I'm not here, no one is allowed to enter the room. If I find out who has entered, you will understand the consequences." "Clear." The 2 nodded hurriedly, thinking about the consequences of the magician, and their hairs stood on end in fright. When they came to the front hall, everyone arrived, and Tangji sat in the first place, with a seat next to him. Brothers Tang Jin and Tang Lin also came. Although they used a good healing medicine, their heads were still swollen like a pig's head. His eyes were squinted into slits, and his body was wrapped in bandages, no matter how funny he looked. When they saw Tang Yu, a flash of anger flashed in their eyes. If it wasn't for Tang Yu, they would not have suffered such insults. When they came in just now, everyone looked at them with strange eyes. If it wasn't for Tangji not letting them leave, they wouldn't want to stay for a minute longer. When the meditation came, the two of them had already fainted, and they had no idea about Tang Yu's great power. After they woke up, no one told them, so until now, they don't know Tang Yu's strength. I have seen Mr. Tang Yu. Seeing Tang Yu, everyone present stood up and behaved aristocratically towards Tang Yu. The title of the son is not available to everyone in Chenyu continent. The sons of the princes can be called sons, but it is somewhat similar to ancient Daxia. Only marquis and above can be called princes. You don't have to be too polite. Today's battle is thanks to you all. Tang Yu smiled. When he was peaceful, he was more like an aristocrat than everyone present, with an elegant posture and noble temperament. Ashamed, Mr. Tang Yu is so humble. If it weren't for you today, we would definitely lose a lot. I also invite Mr. Tang Yu to come to our Northern Wenling as a guest. You will be our eternal guest of honor in the entire Northern Wenling. Yes, so do we. Among the people present, there is no lower title than Tang Yu, most of them are counts, and most of them are at the magician level. But they all used honorable titles to Tang Yu, and their tone was extremely respectful. They even regarded Tang Yu as a person with a higher status than themselves. After all, almost everyone present was at the magician level, but Tang Yu was able to kill the powerful magician in seconds. Tang Jin and Tang Lin looked at this scene in confusion. They only knew that the Ming sect had come, and then the whole army was wiped out. They didn't know anything else. They don't know why these nobles are so respectful to Tang Yu, they don't know why Father's face is full of bitterness, they don't know why those people are looking at them with strange eyes. During the whole banquet, everyone revolved around Tang Yu, and even Tang Ji, who had the highest title, was ignored by others. A banquet soon ended, and everyone was a little unsure, and they all wanted to have a good relationship with Tang Yu. Because Tang Yu is not only a genius, but also a powerful person with the necessary temperament, such a person is destined to be extraordinary. After today, the name of Tang Yu Landis of Golden Ridge will surely spread throughout the Roland Kingdom. If you don't take the opportunity to build a good relationship now, you won't have this opportunity in the future. I believe that it won't be long before Tang Yu can reach the heights they can only look up to. After the banquet was over, everyone left, and only Tangji and his son sat blankly on the chairs. Tonight, who has the most complicated mood is none other than Tangji. From now on, don't provoke Tang Yu again, or you can't bear the consequences. After a long time, Tangji sighed, and then said with a bitter face. Father, why? Why did those people ignore you and compliment that jerk? Tang Lin was a little unwilling. He tugged at the wound with excitement, and suddenly gasped. Isn't that the little girl Kathleen who likes him? Duke Ada will not agree. Being beaten like this by Kathleen, the two of them even hated Kathleen. Just ask, how do you feel when the goddess you once liked is merciless to your own fists and feet? I know you're not convinced, but do you know why these people compliment a 16-year-old child so much? Tang Ji sneered and said lightly, although Kathleen's talent and background are daunting, Tang Yu is not Kathleen. If you compliment, they will only compliment Kathleen. But we can't think of any merits of that waste to be complimented by. Chapter 44. I said, don't call him trash anymore, maybe in his eyes, you two are trash. Tangji glared at the two of them and said, come with me. Hearing this, the two brothers looked at each other. Although they didn't know what father was going to say, they were full of curiosity now, so they followed. Not long after, the three appeared on the school grounds, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The entire school grounds have been cleaned, but the strong smell of blood can still be smelled. Look at what that is. Tangji pointed to a pole and said lightly. The corpses on the school grounds were cleaned up, and only the corpse of the magician was still hanging on it. For such a long time, he had already died in mourning, and the blood on his body had dried up. A skeleton? What does this have to do with Tang Yu? Tang Jin looked at it carefully for a moment, and then asked inexplicably. Tang Qi sighed, and a flame rose, shining on the top of the skull. The scene in front of them immediately shocked the two brothers. Although the blood has dried up, the internal organs can be clearly seen in the skeleton shelf. The body is a skeleton, but the head is the same as that of a normal person, except for a pair of eyes that bulge out of their sockets. In this silent night, it looks particularly gloomy. How is this going? Tang Lin cried out. He had never killed anyone in his life, and now seeing such a terrifying scene, his face turned pale and trembling. Although Tang Jin was not so unbearable, his eyes were full of horror, and this scene really scared them. Looking at the performance of the two sons, Tang Ji shook his head helplessly. People are afraid of comparison. In the past, he thought that these two sons were good, and he might be able to achieve his own achievements in the future. But compared with Tang Yu, he was instantly turned into scum. Today, in addition to Tang Yu's talent and dragon Beamon, Tang Yu's heart also shocked him a bit. For so long, he never knew that Tang Yu's heart was so terrifying. Today, when the magician Ling Qi was in, he felt terrified. The reason why we were able to win today is all thanks to Tang Yu. Buddy was instantly killed by him. There were also two great magicians killed by Tang Yu, and this magician hurt Kathleen and was used by Tang Yu. A small dagger cut flesh piece by piece from him, and it ended up like this. Hearing this, the brothers took a deep breath, and couldn't help but imagine that picture in their minds. This is a magical image from that time, take a good look at it. Tang Ji took out a cyan stone, threw it to Tang Jin, and left with his hands on his back. Tang Jin, the heir to the marquis is Tang Yu from today, and I have prepared your territory. After dropping this sentence, Tang Jin turned around and left. He is an ambitious person, not satisfied with the status quo, he wants to go further and become the strongest force in the Roland Kingdom. However, his talent is limited, and it is impossible to reach the height of King Roland. But he hoped that his son, just like him back then, would lead the entire Landis family to go further and to glory. It is impossible to count on Tang Jin, but Tang Yu can definitely lead the entire Landis family to glory, even surpass the Roland Kingdom and build a brand new kingdom. Hearing this, Tang Jin shuddered, holding the magic image in his hand tightly, not knowing what he was thinking. 2 days passed in a flash, and Tang Yu stayed by Kathleen's side except for meditation these 2 days. Well, is this hell? At this moment, a familiar voice came from his ear. Tang Yu opened his eyes and hurried to the bedside, only to see Kathleen woke up, looking at himself with a bewildered face. I said, I won't let you die, even the underworld god can't take your life. Tang Yu smiled slightly and finally felt relieved. If Kathleen really died for him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Tang Yu big brother, this is... Kathleen couldn't react. Wasn't she hit by the erosion of darkness? Tang Yu touched Kathleen's forehead and said, You're not dead, and I'm not dead either. We are all alive and well. Those scumbags of the underworld sect have been killed. Hee, I knew my man was the best. Grabbing Tang Yu's hand, Kathleen said with a smile. Miss, the Duke sent someone to send a message and ask the lady to go back as soon as possible to prepare for the Imperial College test. Above the kingdom, there is the Empire. The Roland Kingdom belongs to the Saints' Empire. It can be said that King Roland is just a larger lord. No, I don't want to go back. Kathleen shouted to the outside, and then said to Tang Yu, I want to go to Chaos Forest with you, I don't want to go to Imperial College anymore. Silly girl, only Imperial College can make you go further. I will visit you often. Hearing this, Kathleen felt a little reluctant, and clung to Tang Yu's hand tightly and said, "Why don't you come with me too? We have 3 places in the Roland Kingdom, and I will ask Mother to fight for one for you." "No, it's good to be a lord. As long as people who can enter the Imperial College, their future achievements will definitely not be low, but Tang Yu has a lord system, how can he do such stupid things as he chooses sesame seeds and loses watermelons?" Chapter 45. Okay, then you must remember to see me. Now that her injuries are almost healed, the Holy Light Apocalypse bot with 30,000 gold coins can live and die. In 2 days, not only did Kathleen recover from her injuries, but her magic cultivation has also improved a lot. Ignoring everyone's eyes, Kathleen threw herself into Tang Yu's arms, raised her head, and kissed Tang Yu. "I will miss you." After a long time, Kathleen left without looking back. She was afraid that if she turned back, she would never have the courage to leave. "I'm going to the territory too." Until Kathleen's figure was no longer visible, Tang Yu said to Tang Ji behind him. "You 3 come to the study." Donkey nodded and left first. The Tang Jin brothers glanced at Tang Yu, lowered their heads in a hurry, and left in a hurry, looking at Tang Yu with fear in their eyes. Since seeing the magical image of the day, the 2 of them have walked around the road since they saw Tang Yu. Ever since they saw the huge Beamon, the magic dragon and the 500 orc warriors in full armor, they looked at Tang Yu with fear in their eyes. In their eyes, there is no more contempt for Tang Yu, and they don't even dare to be jealous. In their hearts, Tang Yu is simply not a human being. Tisk tisk, am I that scary? Touching his nose, Tang Yu followed suit. "I have decided that Tang Yu will become the heir to the Marquis of Golden Ridge from now on, and the family has all passed this matter. Do the 3 of you have any objections?" Tang Qi glanced around for a week, then said slowly. Tang Jin glanced at Tang Yu, then sighed and lowered his head. Although his talent is not bad, compared with the current Tang Yu, he is simply a waste, and the family has such a decision is correct. He didn't dare to have any heart to compete with Tang Yu now. Although Tang Yu would not treat him like that magician, Tang Yu's cruelty still frightened him. Is it any good to be an heir? Tang Yu thought about it for a while, and he didn't do anything that didn't benefit him without first rejecting it. Tang Ji let out a long sigh. He was afraid that Tang Yu would have complaints in his heart, and he would even refuse to be the heir. He immediately said, "You can use the family's supplies as you wish, and the authority is second only to me." Tang Yu suddenly glanced at Tang Jin strangely, pouted his lips and said, "Then he has been enjoying the family's supplies for so long, but he is still only a 9th level mage." Hearing this, Tang Jin blushed and lowered his head in shame. His cultivation speed is not too slow, but compared with Tang Yu, he is scum. One must know that Tang Yu has hardly used the family's resources from beginning to end. "When I went to the territory, I only brought 4,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Tang Yu became a strong man surpassing his father. Then if I want 50,000 gold coins now, do you agree?" Seeing that Tang Jin didn't refute him, Tang Yu also felt boring, thought about it, and then asked. Tang Ji nodded and said, "Don't say 50,000, 100,000 is fine, but remember, you must not raise more than 1,000 knights, otherwise King Roland will have to talk to you." Tang Yu pouted and said, "I don't have a cavalry, they are just soldiers. In the Divine Cry continent, there is no infantry, and knights are generally used to fight. Moreover, it is impossible for a large-scale war of hundreds of thousands of people like the previous life on Earth. The rulers look down on the serfs. Except for the king and the emperor, few people raise more than 10,000 knights. From today, you will stay in the Golden City, and you can send someone to take care of your territory." Hearing this, Tang Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The Chaos Forest has endless resources. I don't worry about those who only know pleasure. Tangji frowned and said, "Children, don't underestimate the chaotic forest, and don't go deep, otherwise the entire Roland Kingdom can't stop the existence inside. Don't worry, I have my own calculations. When I leave this time, I will bring 50,000 gold coins and some living materials." Tang Ji nodded. He didn't dare to make a decision for Tang Yu now. After all, he doubted whether his decision was wiser than Tang Yu. "Okay, you two go down first. I have arranged your territory. It's time to go out and grow up. You two really disappointed me." Hearing this, the two glanced at Tang Yu, turned and left. "Children, no matter how you say they are the same mother as you, I don't expect you to be nice to them, I just hope to give them a way to live." Tang Ji could see that Tang Yu had no sense of belonging to this family, and Tang Yu's character was much more ruthless than Tang Jin and the others. "Don't worry, I don't bother to target the two trash, but only if they don't provoke me." Tang Ji suddenly smiled bitterly. How could they have the courage to provoke you now, just for fear that you would avenge the past? Do you know why this meditation came with such great fanfare? Seeing Tang Yu shaking his head, Tang Ji walked to the side of the wall. A hidden box appeared. He took out a 1 meter long box from it, and handed it to Tang Yu. "It's just for this. This is a damaged royal tool. I got it from killing a group of people in the underworld, and it is said that there is a treasure of a great magician hidden inside." Chapter 46. Great Magister, that is the legendary realm of Roland Kingdom. After the Great Mage, there is the Magister and the Great Magister. There is no Great Magister in the entire Roland Kingdom. Even in the Sage Empire, the Great Magister is a top existence. Tang Yu opened the box, and inside the box was a small cracked black seal. A gloomy city was painted on the base, and skulls were engraved around it. Undead Talisman. 3 golden characters were written on the seal. Undead Talisman, broken, it can be repaired with 50,000 gold coins, it can summon the army of the undead, and it can open the treasure of Yvonne the Dark Mage. 50,000 gold coins. Tang Yu was taken aback. It was just a piece of royal equipment. It would cost 50,000 gold coins to repair it. This is too scary, right? The magic circle inside has also been damaged. I have recruited some magic circles, but it has no effect at all. Tang Ji sighed and said, "But it can be used as a top-quality magic weapon, and its power should not be underestimated, but we don't have a dark mage. Maybe I can fix him." Holding the undead talisman, Tang Yu said lightly. "What? You can still form spells?" Tang Ji was surprised that the array master was comparable to the alchemist. "A little bit, but repairing this requires a lot of precious materials. You can take it, and before you know it, you've become unfamiliar to me." Hearing this, Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was acting too defiantly, and Tang Ji saw the clue? "At the moment," he said, "danger and opportunity coexist. You know what kind of danger I encountered to get such an opportunity?" Tang Ji was stunned for a moment, and his eyes softened a lot when he looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu must have suffered a lot to achieve such an achievement. "In a few days, I will apply to King Roland to upgrade your title. If you need materials in the future, you can just send someone a message." "No need, I will use my strength to improve." After that, Tang Yu left with the undead rune. Maybe one day, the Landis family can really surpass the Roland Kingdom. Looking at Tang Yu's back, Tang Ji muttered to himself. The next day, Tang Yu rode Alice, led bronze Beamon and 500 orc warriors, with 20 chariots of supplies and 50,000 gold coins, heading towards Chaos City. Although there are thieves haunting the Golden Ridge, but seeing the incomparably huge behemoth and the magic dragon, as well as the 500 orc warriors in full armor, no one who is blind dared to provoke them. After about 6 days, everyone finally came to Chaos City. In the past 6 days, Tang Yu has not rested either. The space magic has condensed 3 magic seeds, but other magics have not made much progress, and the same is true of the fighting spirit. The progress of space magic is much slower than other magics. After all, space elements are difficult to absorb. At the gate of the city, a team of orc warriors are patrolling, and everything has become orderly, which is a complete change from when I first arrived in Chaos City. Owner. Seeing Tang Yu, the group of orc warriors froze for a moment, then hurriedly knelt down. Well, hard work. Tang Yu nodded with a smile, then walked into Chaos City. A burst of fresh air came, and some flowers were planted on both sides of the road. When the serfs saw Tang Yu appear, they all knelt down automatically, and even the free people knelt down with them. Everyone looked at Tang Yu with respect and love. Host, Tang Yu Landis. Occupation, Viscount Human. Level, Magician. Territory, Level 1. Title, Dragon Knight, Lord Beamon. Property, 80,000 gold coins. Force, 5,380, Population. The population is so large. Looking at the attributes of the characters, Tang Yu was a little surprised. He had only left for a few days, and the population had risen by 1,000. Welcome the Lord back to the city. The uniform voice suddenly sounded, which startled the orc warriors. Tang Yu nodded and waved, still feeling more belonging to his own territory, and it felt really good to be loved. Perhaps hearing the news that Tang Yu was returning to the city, Brewer and Ron, as well as the two tax officers, Manus and Ellie, ran out to greet him. Welcome back to the city. Tang Yu nodded, then said, Briar, come with me, you wait inside. After entering the castle, Alice quickly ran into the back mountain. It is estimated that she has not seen Aina for so long and misses it. Master Jacob, I didn't expect to see you in my lifetime. Brewer followed behind Tang Yu and said to an orc who was leading among the 500 orc warriors. This orc is more than 2 meters tall, and he is the most burly among these orc warriors. He is holding a huge battle axe, and his 2 fangs are exposed outside, which looks very hideous. Brule, you're getting older. Jacob grinned, not only not feeling kind, but even more terrifying. But I can still fight for my master. Brewer smiled proudly. Okay, let's settle the soldiers first. Turning back to look at Brewer, Tang Yu said lightly, he had already noticed this Jacob, the combat power is very strong, at least he should have the strength of a strong fighting spirit. Chapter 47. When he arrived at the military camp, Tang Yu was a little confused. I saw 2 Beamon holding 2 6-meter-tall metal dragons, running back and forth across the school grounds. It must be the wrong way I opened it. Tang Yu shook his head and rubbed his eyes, the scene in front of him was still the same. Brule, I think I should know what's going on. Hearing this, Brewer stood up, his face a little embarrassed. After Lord Beamon swallows the blood gold stone, the energy can't be vented, and it can only be done in this way. Tang Yu pointed to the 2 giant dragons, gold coins and ingots, and said, then they cooperate like this. They are still very young now, and they are not the opponents of Lord Beamon. Sure enough, seeing Tang Yu appear, the 2 giant metal dragons let out bursts of aggrieved roars. It seems to be a good way to exercise, let's go. Tang Yu is a bit ironic, these 2 metal dragons have been bullied since they hatched, first by Alice, and now by Beamon. Fortunately, the barracks is relatively large, and 500 orc warriors can also live there, but if there are more people, it will not be enough. By the way, Brewer, did any dwarves come after I left? Yes, but I'm not sure, so I arranged them in the city. Very well, tell them to come see me tomorrow. After arranging the orc warriors, Tang Yu learned about the recent situation while walking towards the back mountain. Hezbollah, put them down. When passing the school grounds, Tang Yu shouted, and the 2 Beamon stopped, then looked at each other. After being liberated, the 2 giant dragons exclaimed with excitement, fluttering their wings and coming to Tang Yu. You guys, as a giant dragon family, you don't have the majesty of a giant dragon family. Touching the heads of the two giant dragons, Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. The metal dragons are very powerful, but unfortunately they are still young and their brains are not smart enough. Otherwise, even if you can't beat those two Beamon, if they fly up, they won't be able to reach you. When she came to the back mountain, Alice rushed out with a huge flame dragon. The whole body was red and slender, and she looked very handsome. Owner. After seeing Tang Yu, the flame dragon suddenly became awkward and said a little embarrassedly. Yes, it's almost the 8th level. After leaving for so long, the two metal dragons have reached the 6th rank, and Aina is almost reaching the 8th rank. It seems that a task of cultivating giant dragons will soon be completed. Starting today, the two of you will go to the Chaos Forest to hunt monsters for me. Dragons don't need a comfortable life. Yes. The two metal dragons nodded in grievance. They also wanted to be strong to help their masters and no longer be bullied by other dragons. Entering Aina's cave, crystal clear fire crystals appeared in front of her eyes. There were about 30 of them. Harvest season is always a good mood. Putting the fire crystals in the package, Tang Yu's mood is very comfortable, and all the dragons must be hatched later, just as Alice and the others can also help themselves raise the dragons. Immediately after he came to the metal dragon cave, a pile of shiny gold coins was piled there. Tang Yu instantly transformed into a miser. Coming out of the cave, I saw two giant dragons crouching on the ground, Alice and Aina standing in front of them arrogantly and teaching. If you dare to make a small report to the master, I will bake you and give it to the master. Aina, like a proud little girl, raised her head and said proudly. What little report? Tang Yu came out, looked at Aina and asked. Hearing this, Aina shuddered all over, her high little head drooped down instantly, and said awkwardly, No, there is no small report. Can the two of you stand up a bit more? He kicked the two giant dragons, and then said to Alice and Aina, From tomorrow onwards, you will take them both to the Chaos Forest to hunt and hunt. Don't let them eat until they don't have the beasts. Okay. Aina and Alice looked at each other, then nodded vigorously. Owner. The two metal dragons looked at Tang Yu pleadingly. In front of the magic dragon, they, as metal dragons, were just like the free people who saw Tang Yu. They unconsciously lowered their identities and did not dare to resist at all. If you want to avoid being bullied by others, make yourself stronger. Leaving a sentence, Tang Yu turned around and left. When he came to the gate of the castle, a huge figure fell from the roof and stood in front of him. Progress so fast. In front of him is the thunder golden eagle, with golden feathers that flicker like gold, a sharp beak like cold iron, and a purple thunder pattern in the middle of his eyebrows that flickers with thunder, making it look extraordinarily powerful. After these few days, the thunder golden eagle has also reached the 5th level. When its wings are spread, it is 4 meters long, and it stands up to nearly 2 meters. It can ride on her and fly in the sky. Touching the golden eagle's head and throwing a few lei jing for her, Tang Yu turned around and went in. Master, I'm so hungry. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded in front of him. Tang Yu looked up, and a small figure looked at him weakly. Chapter 48. Levia? What's wrong with you? Xiao Yuya flapped her wings and flew over, lying on Tang Yu's shoulders with a haggard expression on her face. Master, you are so cruel, Liuya is dying of starvation. The little guy touched his belly, very aggrieved. You can really eat it. Tang Yu was speechless. When he left, he put a lot of wood crystals for Liuya, and he finished eating so quickly. Humph, they've grown up. Besides, they've been working very hard recently. This is the truth, Levia has already reached the 3rd rank, but it still looks so small, but the potion on the back mountain has actually multiplied a few strains, which is all thanks to Levia. Yes, let's eat. The higher the level of Liuya, the greater the help for the potion. It is said that the elf can reach the top level, the body can change the size at will, and it will also release wood magic. Now that he is a local tyrant, he directly bought 1,000 gold coins and placed it in a green flower pot. Well, the master is the best. The little guy was so excited, he kissed Tang Yu, threw himself directly on the wood crystal, and instantly became alive. Sitting on the bed, Tang Yu opened the package and took out the colorful dragon egg from it. As a more advanced existence than the magic dragon, this is definitely a big money eater, but if it grows up, it will definitely be a big help. If you can get the sacred dragon, it will be awesome. Putting a drop of blood on the colorful dragon egg, Tang Yu couldn't help but be proud. As the emperor of the giant dragon family, it must be very cool to ride out. The eggshell shattered, and a fragrant scent filled the entire direction. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling that both his magical cultivation and fighting chi cultivation were increasing at the same time. So strong! Tang Yu was startled. He tore off a piece of eggshell, put it in his mouth and bit it. Although it was relatively hard, it could at least move. Yet, the little guy crawled out of the eggshell, with a chubby body, big and bright eyes, and colorful scales, very gorgeous. Seeing Tang Yu nibbling on her eggshell, the little guy puffed out a small mouth, a pair of fleshy little paws on his hips, and then looked at Tang Yu angrily. Cough, I just want to see if your eggshells are delicious. Tang Yu was a little embarrassed, and felt like he was stealing candy from a child. Yet, the little guy made a childish sound, then walked to the eggshell, tore off a piece of eggshell the size of a human head and handed it to Tang Yu, then pointed to the wooden crystal in the flower pot. Do you want to eat this? Take out a wood crystal from the flower pot, Tang Yu asked. Yeah. The little guy nodded vigorously, opened his eyes wide, and looked eagerly at the magic crystal in Tang Yu's hand. All right. Tang Yu thought for a while, exchanged 10 wood crystals and put them in front of the little guy, only to see that she swallowed them all in one bite, and then burped comfortably. The magical elements on his body are constantly flickering, and it seems that it should be advanced. The multicolored dragon can only use natural magic, such as fire, water, ice, wind, thunder, wood, and soil. And water and fire are incompatible, so a multicolored dragon can either use fire and earth magic, or water and ice magic. Name, Della. Gender, female. Type, colorful dragon. Level, level 2. Abilities, water, ice, wind, thunder, wood, dragon breath, big and small. Yield, 1 dragon crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/5000. I go, 10 times the experience. Tang Yu was taken aback. Alice only needed 500 experience points for tier 2, and Della actually needed 5,000, which is definitely a big money hungry. After becoming a tier 2, Della didn't change much, she was still so small and cute. Do you still want to eat? Seeing the little guy holding his little paw and looking at him expectantly, Tang Yu felt helpless. Do you want to eat this? Tang Yu bought a thundercloud fruit and handed it to Della, but the little guy swallowed it directly. Then you can eat this later. Magic crystals are not renewable, but thundercloud fruit can still be planted. With the bonus effect of usse, it is enough for them to eat. Let's go, build a dragon's nest for you first. The dragon's growth rate is very fast. Although this little guy is very cute, Tang Yu doesn't want the castle to be destroyed by her one day. When they came to the back mountain, Alice and Aina saw the lovely Della, and a pair of huge eyes suddenly filled with little love. Is this a colorful dragon? So cute! Alice hurried over, squatted in front of Della, and looked at her curiously. Well, so cute! The same is true of Aina. If it wasn't for her size, she would probably have hugged her for fear of hurting Della. Roar! Who would have thought that little Della let out a tender dragon roar, and stared at the 2 magic dragons with open teeth and claws, her round eyes full of disdain. Aina, what kind of look does she have? Alice glanced at Aina suspiciously, then at little Della. She seems to despise us. Ina looked at Della with a look of hurt self-esteem. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. They were all from the dragon family, and they were all women. Little Della even looked down on Alice and the others. Sure enough, the arrogance of the giant dragon family was unimaginable. Chapter 49. A low-level dragon's nest appeared on the back mountain with a roar. Little guy, from today on, this is your home. Pointing to the low-level dragon nest, Tang Yu said with a smile. Yet, who would have thought that the little guy hugged Tang Yu's legs tightly and would not let go? What's the situation? Tang Yu was taken aback, thought for a while, and took out 10 leijing and placed them in front of her. Gudong. He swallowed it, but didn't let go. Master, she doesn't want to be separated from you. Alice is also a giant dragon, but she understands what Della means. How can this work? It won't take long for you to grow up, and then you will have to live here too. Hearing this, Dai stretched out her little paw and pointed at Alice, which obviously meant that Alice should translate for her. She said she could get smaller. Looking at the little guy's pleading eyes, Tang Yu softened his heart and picked her up on his shoulders. Yes, then you can live with me. However, the low-level dragon nest that was just built can't be abandoned like this, so he opened the package and took out 4 dragon eggs. After the drop of blood hatched, 4 small heads slowly drilled out. Name, Lucia. Gender, female. Species, Ice Dragon. Level, Level 1. Abilities, Ice Magic, Dragon Breath. Yield, 1 Ice Crystal/1 day. Experience, 0/100. 4 Young Dragons, 1 Magic Dragon, 3 Metal Dragons, and 1 Gem Dragon among the 3 Metal Dragons. Gem Dragons are also a type of Metal Dragons. The scales are extremely hard, and they can produce a kind of gemstone. This gemstone is more precious than gold coins, just like the diamonds of the earth, and is deeply loved by nobles. Della pouted, and there was a look of disdain in her eyes. The 4 young dragons may have sensed Della's breath, and they shrank in their eggshells and dared not come out. In the end, the giant ice dragon came out first and babbled at Tang Yu. Alice, Lucia will be handed over to you. He took Lucia out and put it next to Alice, and said to the ingot and gold coins, take care of the 3 of them, if something goes wrong, I will blow your head. Hearing this, the 2 giant metal dragons nodded hurriedly. After purchasing 100 thundercloud fruits and 1000 dragon flame fruits again, Tang Yu carried Della back to the castle. Use the animal language ability. As soon as the words fell, Tang Yu only felt a trance, and then looked at Della. Do you want to eat magic crystals? Think and think. The tender voice sounded in his mind, and Tang Yu was instantly overjoyed. With this ability, he was able to communicate with all beasts. Throwing 10 leijing to Della, Tang Yu continued to look at the package. Use the temple building cards. A golden light flew out of the package and landed on the square in the city, but Tang Yu was in the castle now, but he didn't know what the temple looked like. Use the brewery. Another golden light flew out, and the brewery's logo appeared on the map in his mind. You must brew good wine as soon as possible before you can open the trade route. Turning off the map, Tang Yu asked again, how many chances do I have to draw a lottery now? 10 times. Extract all. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Hey, how can you do that? Tang Yu was the first time to draw thank you for your patronage, but after 10 draws, he couldn't believe that he couldn't draw anything. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1000 gold coins. Come again. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and looked crazy. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 non-system magic crystals. Hearing this, Tang Yu felt a little better. The value of 100 elementless magic crystals was still very high. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the foundation of the formation. Array mage? Not bad. Only by becoming an array mage can you be qualified to refine powerful magic weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an energy tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a top winemaker. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a dough master. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a tax officer. Great harvest! Now that there are brewers, they can start brewing in a few days. As for the dwarf blacksmiths, you can let them help with brewing first. After all, he doesn't have a weapon shop, let alone iron ore, and the dwarf blacksmith has no place to play. Open the treasure chest. After killing Bernie and Anthony and Buddy last time in the Golden City, 3 silver chests were dropped. There are 5 treasure chest levels: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and purple treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an intermediate magic robe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of the undead talisman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 3 dark magic scrolls. Talking is better than nothing. Tang Yu shook his head. Of the 3 things that came out, only the magic robe can still be used. As for the fragments of the undead rune, too many gold coins are needed. Now raising dragons is a huge expense. Dare to run out of gold coins. As for the dark magic scroll, I haven't awakened dark magic yet, so I don't need it at all. Yes, upgrade the city wall. During the time they were away, the serfs would still chop down trees and stones to exchange for money in the castle, so a lot of materials had been accumulated during this time. Chapter 50. Early in the morning, when Tang Yu woke up, it was no surprise that his doqi cultivation had broken through, and he had directly reached the doqi level, which was finally equal to his magic cultivation. Lying beside Angela was not Angela, but little Della. There was a pile of powder beside Della, apparently the powder absorbed by Longjing. Tang Yu's ability to break through, probably has a lot to do with Longjing. Get up and run, I don't want to raise a colorful big fat dragon. He slapped Della's butt, and the little guy opened his confused eyes and looked at Tang Yu blankly. The sun is drying my a. Get up and exercise with me. Rubbing the little guy's head vigorously, Tang Yu got off the bed, and 2 fox maids came in and helped him get dressed. With you, master is good or bad? Little Paws rubbed his eyes, but still jumped off the bed and followed Tang Yu to the barracks with sleepy eyes. Look at how hard they work than the monks. On the school field, everyone is practicing, even bronze Beamon. Perhaps feeling this atmosphere, little Della nodded vigorously, then found a sandbag, humming, and practicing with a disciplined approach. Yes, Ruzai can be taught. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, amused by the cuteness of the little guy. Angela stood outside the school grounds, looking at Della with resentment on her face. It was this little guy who robbed his bed and his man. That's all, I want to touch her, but I don't allow it, it's really unbearable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, clearing the 3 thieves gangs around Chaos City. The quest reward, 10,000 gold coins, a weapon shop, and a metal instrument. 3 thieves. Tang Yu was eating with some doubts in his heart. He had been in Chaos City for so long, and he had never heard of thieves making trouble. Looking at the introduction below the task, Tang Yu suddenly realized. There are 3 major thieves gangs around Chaos City. There are not many gangs, and there are about 500 people in total. They do not dare to harass the city. They usually attack passers-by or small villages. Call in those 2 goddamn tax collectors. Tang Yu was a little angry. There were thieves in his territory, and as the city lord, he didn't even know it. Not long after, 2 tax officials walked in tremblingly. Please instruct the lord of the city. Tang Yu wiped his mouth, stood up, and stared at the 2 of them closely. The 2 of them were sweating all over, and then knelt down with a thud, and hurriedly said, if there is something wrong with the 2 of us, please advise the city lord. Advice? There are thieves in Chaos City. As the Lord, I don't even know about it. I wonder if the two of you know about it. Hearing this, the two of them trembled, and one of them hurriedly said, Those thieves are haunted, and there is no force in my city to encircle and suppress them, not to mention that those thieves are only harassing serfs, but they dare not provoke us. So you just turn a blind eye? Let them plunder my territory. My lord, what they looted was only the serfs, and it has nothing to do with us. Tang Yu sneered, really don't know why he endured these two stupid pigs for so long, and said lightly, Then who are the serfs? Where did the bread and milk you eat come from? Who are you living a good life now? Come to maintain it for you? It doesn't matter if one is better, I'm better at raising two pigs than you are. Come here, suspend their duties and detain them. Sir, you can't treat us like this. The two panicked and hurriedly said. My family is the Melvin family of Bell City, and you have no right to deal with us. Bell City is not far from Chaos City, and it is also next to Chaos Forest, but Bell City is not the territory of the Golden Ridge, but the territory of the nearby Marquis Heki. Okay, very good, the dark line of Heike's fat pig has been inserted into our Golden Ridge. Tang Yu sneered, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and said to the two orc warriors who came in, Pull these two to the square and hang them. Hearing these words, the two tax officials did not know where they got the courage, so they pulled out the long swords from their waists and stabbed at Tang Yu. Unbelievable! Tang Yu stood still, with the Do Chi shield appearing all over his body, and the two long swords stabbed on the shield and remained motionless. Court death! Seeing that the two of them were committing murder in front of Tang Yu, the two orc warriors were furious, shouted loudly, and rushed forward to knock them out. Treat them well, I need his head when I'm done. Master, don't worry. Seeing that Tang Yu didn't blame them, the two orc warriors let out a long sigh, then dragged them out like a dead dog. Marquis Hedge? We can compete. Although Marquis Heike is not as powerful as the Golden Marquis, he is a man of the Red Blood Marquis, and he usually stumbles on the Golden Ridge. Forget it, this person dared to put his hand into his chaotic city, he was simply courting death. Shenmei continent does not prohibit nobles from fighting privately, as long as they do not recruit soldiers and horses, and there is no threat to the kingdom or empire. Chapter 51. But the nobles have been pampered for too long, and wars rarely break out, at most, some small frictions. However, Tang Yu is not afraid of Marquis Heike. If all his dragons grow to the division rank, it would not be too easy to hang a Marquis, not to mention the team battle machine Beamon. Beamon is born with the ability to be immune to certain magical damage. The higher the bloodline level, the more magical damage he is immune to. After breakfast, Tang Yu walked towards the city with the colorful dragon and Angela, as well as Manus and Ellie. It didn't take long for a tall and quaint building to appear in front of you. This is the temple. The temple is very close to the castle, surrounded by thick stone pillars, and the pillars are engraved with all things, which is very spectacular. There are no buildings around the temple, and it seems that the system has chosen a good orientation. But even so, the movement last night attracted a lot of people, almost surrounding the temple. Inside is the statue of Lord, the Temple of Heaven, the Temple of Heaven. Lord is really the reincarnation of the gods, who came to save those of us who are suffering. Haha, let me just say, only gods are so kind. Lord is indeed a god. Listening to the discussion ahead, Manus and Ellie looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Get out of the way, the Lord is here. Manus stepped forward and shouted loudly. Everyone came back to their senses and saw Tang Yu, who was riding on Alice's back and holding Della, and hurriedly took a detour. Worship the gods! I don't know who shouted, everyone reacted, and all the Hula knelt down and shouted at Tang Yu. I go! When he came into contact with everyone's frenzied eyes, Tang Yu was taken aback. Isn't it just a temple? How about such a big reaction? Jumping off Alice and walking into the temple, the first thing that catches your eye is a sculpture of Beamon and a giant dragon. There is a high platform at the top, on which stands a 3-meter-high golden sculpture. The sculpture is wearing armor, leaning on a golden sword, with the sculpture of a sacred dragon lying at the foot, and 2 female nagas standing beside it. The appearance of the sculpture is exactly what Tang Yu looks like, lifelike, like a real person. No wonder they thought I was a god. During the night, a temple appeared, and the temple was enshrined with the god of Tang Yu, not to mention these ignorant serfs and free people, even nobles would think so when they encounter such a thing. After all, there are gods in this world, and there are quite a few. In order to compete for faith, the major gods direct human forces to conquer each other. He could feel the golden energies entering the sculptures, and there were still a lot of them. The nourishment for condensing the godhead is faith. The more faith, the stronger the strength. Let's talk about it later. Tang Yu felt a little ridiculous. He was just a magician, and he thought about becoming a god, which was a bit too much. After coming out of the temple, before the crowd dispersed, Tang Yu turned around and left while riding Alice. The winery is on a small soil slope to the north of the castle, backed by a grove, and the scenery is not bad. Walking into the brewery, the gathering materials have everything, but it saves a lot of effort. Now as long as the brewer arrives, you can make wine. Finally, I ran to the city wall to take a look, and found that the city wall was already 7 meters high, and its thickness had increased a lot. It looked like a city at last. When they came to the square, the 2 tax collectors had already been hanged, and all the serfs and freedmen gathered around. Watch the fun, no matter which world you are in, you are very enthusiastic. Lord, Lord, we know we are wrong, please let us take the blame and make merit. Seeing Tang Yu appear, the 2 tax officials cried and begged for mercy. However, Tang Yu did not pay attention to them, but stood on the high platform and said to the residents below, "Have you ever been exploited and bullied by them?" Hearing these words, the audience fell silent, not knowing what the Lord was going to do. I have heard that the 2 of them exploited serfs and humiliated the residents. Don't be afraid. If this happens, the city lord will never let them go easily. I beg the Lord to be the master. I beg the Lord to be the master. They also knew that Tang Yu was merciful, so they believed what Tang Yu said, and many people knelt down. These were all people who had been exploited by the tax officials. Your sins are beyond forgiveness, and now I give you the death penalty. Tang Yu didn't say anything about the collusion between the tax officer and Marquis Hedge. This incident didn't make them feel anything, only to make them understand that he punished the tax officer to help them. Punishing the nobles for the serfs is impossible in the Shenmei continent, so although they are often exploited and oppressed by the 2 tax officials, they have no courage to resist. Now Tang Yu made the call for them, and they all stood up. Tang Yu, you will go to hell sooner or later. We are waiting for you in hell, haha, Marquis Hedge will not let you go. Marquis Hedge knows all your information, and you will die without a burial. Hearing this, Tang Yu said to the 2 orc warriors beside him, "Don't let them die too fast, I will let them die in endless pain and fear. Don't worry, master, we are the best at this kind of thing." The 2 orc warriors grinned and looked at the 2 tax officers. "Tang Yu, you can't do this, the king stipulates that nobles must have a decent way to die. You violated the kingdom's laws like this, and the king will not spare you." Hearing this, Tang Yu sneered, "Execution. I have to say that the orcs are indeed the most cruel and warlike race." The 2 tax officials howled for half an hour before they gradually died. "Hang their heads on the city wall and tell everyone that those who dare to betray me will end up doing this." Having said that, Tang Yu turned around and left. As for Marquis Heike, it was a long-term future. His territory and Golden Ridge were close to each other. Sooner or later, there would be a battle. After all, Tang Yu's territory will expand sooner or later, and it is impossible to live in Chaos City forever. Not long after returning to the castle, an orc warrior came to report. Master, after you left, 3 people came and said they were working for you. Now they have been settled by the housekeeper. Is it already here? Tang Yu was overjoyed, then said, let them come to see me now. A fighting master, a winemaker, and a tax officer were the talents he needed the most. After the 2 tax officers died, no one would be in charge of the city's government affairs, so it was impossible for Tang Yu to do everything. Chapter 52. It didn't take long for 3 people to walk in under the leadership of Brewer. But what surprised Tang Yu was that it turned out to be 2 women and 1 man. One of the women was about 20 years old, carrying a long gun, wearing a leather jacket, with long red hair and a shawl, red pupils, and an indifferent expression. The other was dressed in aristocratic clothes and was about 30 years old, like a lady. The last one was an old man in his 50s. Tang Yu glanced at it and saw that he was still a magician-level powerhouse, also wearing aristocratic clothing. Katarina greets the master. The woman in leather knelt down in front of Tang Yu and said expressionlessly. Baron Doreen greets the master. The lady also saluted. Baron Denton greets the master. Okay, let's get up. Tang Yu nodded, then walked up to the 3 of them. Katarina was the strong fighting master, the lady was only a 9th level mage, but she was a top brewer, and Denton was the tax officer. Katarina is by my side, training soldiers by the way. Follow the master's instructions. Katarina nodded, her character should be that cold. The brewery is ready. As for Denton, he will take office today. Yes. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, the loyalty of the characters rewarded by the system is high, and there is no need to worry about their betrayal, they are much stronger than those 2 fat pigs. For some reason, he always felt that Katarina's name was very familiar, as if he had heard it in his previous life. Katarina, you should be a noble, right? It used to be, and then a mercenary group was formed, and now the mercenary group has also been destroyed. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. He vaguely remembered that in a game in his previous life, there was a character named Katarina. He wondered if it was the one in front of him. Bringing Katarina and Doreen to the brewery, Doreen's face showed excitement when she saw the familiar props. Master, as long as a dozen people help me, I can definitely brew the most beautiful wine in the world for you. Can you brew distilled spirits? What is distilled liquor? Hearing this, Tang Yu said with a smile, I will teach you to brew a fine wine, which is definitely more mellow than any fine wine on Chenmei continent. From today, you will live in the castle. As for the brewer, you don't have to worry about it. I will arrange it myself. It was too busy after coming back, Tang Yu had not seen those 10 dwarf blacksmiths. After returning to the castle, Tang Yu instructed the orc warriors to send truckloads of grain to the brewery. With the bonus of Luya, the crops in the farmland were about to be harvested, and then a large number of fine wines could be brewed. Doreen, how are these 10 dwarven warriors? Calling 10 dwarf blacksmiths into the hall, Tang Yu asked with a smile. It's okay. A flash of disdain flashed in Doreen's eyes, arrogant nobles always looked down on rude aliens. Now that I can't find a brewer for you, let them be a helper first. When it was busy until the evening, everything was finally arranged, and the brewing method of the distilled spirit was also handed over to Doreen. After dinner, Tang Yu took Katarina to the back mountain. Tang Yu was very relieved when the ice dragon was handed over to Alice and the others, but the gold coins and ingots were unreliable, so don't break the 3-headed metal dragon. Owner. Alice and Aina walked out with the ice dragon Lucia. In just one day, this little guy has grown into a 3rd-order dragon. Magic dragon? Or 3? The expressionless Katarina finally showed a look of shock on her face. There's no fuss about it. Tang Yu smiled and shook his head. He came to the metal dragon's lair, and saw 3 young dragons playing at the entrance of the cave. The gold coins and ingots were not in the cave. Damn, that's how they take care of young dragons. The 3 young dragons are only second order now. When they saw Tang Yu appear, they ran quickly and rubbed Tang Yu's body affectionately. However, Tang Yu at this time was full of black lines. He had long known that these 2 goods were unreliable, but he did not expect it to be the case. Gold coins and ingots, get me back. After the dragon recognizes the master, it will have telepathy with the master. Not long after, 2 huge figures landed at the mouth of the cave, looking at Tang Yu with a gloomy face. The gold coins and ingots shivered. Where have you been? Glancing at the 2 metal dragons, I found that they had a strong bloody smell on their bodies, and there were some wounds on their scales, as if they had been in a war. Follow the master's instructions, let's go to the chaotic forest to hunt monsters. The 2 metal dragons lowered their heads and looked like they had done something wrong. Hearing this, Tang Yu was relieved a lot, and it wasn't that he didn't do his job properly. Well done, but the 3 of them also need to grow up as soon as possible. There are still 2 dragon eggs in the package. When these 4 young dragons have the ability to live independently, Tang Yu can continue to hatch young dragons. Otherwise, he doesn't have to do anything, and raising dragons every day is enough. Master, we are helping them find the magic core. Monsters also have magic cores, but this kind of thing requires luck. After all, not every beast has magic cores, and magic cores are much more precious than magic crystals. Saying that, the claws of the gold coins spread out, and 3 gems of different colors appeared in their hands, exuding rich and pure magic elements. They don't need this yet, but I do. I'll just feed them the dragon flame fruit and thunder cloud fruit in the future. Hearing this, the 2 dragons nodded. Back in the room, Katerina lived next door. Pushing the door open, I saw Angela was already lying on the bed. Seeing that her own bed and that of her master were being occupied, little Della said she couldn't bear it, so she would rush over to teach Angela a lesson. You sleep there. It's been a long time since I've been warm with Angela. Tang Yu was also a little bit eager to move, and put Della directly on a small bed next to it. It is estimated that Angela prepared it for Della. Owner. Della held her little paw and looked at Tang Yu pitifully, just like an abandoned child. Men and women don't give and receive. Finding a lame excuse for Della, and then burrowing directly into the bed, holding Angela with silky skin in her arms, this is the enjoyment. Although Della feels good in the hand, she is a dragon. She has not transformed into a human form, so how can she comfortably hold a beautiful woman? Owner. Angela turned around and fell into Tang Yu's arms. Chapter 53. Little Della was lying on the wooden bed, looking at her master curiously. After a long time, Tang Yu stopped, looked back and saw that the little guy was covering his eyes with his small paws, and he was even shy. Shy. Feeling the master's gaze, little Della made a face at Tang Yu, then lay on the wooden bed and ignored him. This little guy. Tang Yu is a bit ridiculous. You are a dragon, what can you understand? These days, Tang Yu has been a little leisurely, raising dragons and various flowers, accompanied by fox maids and female naga Angela, enjoying the luxurious life of the nobles. Name, Effie. Gender, female. Species, kamikaze dragon. Level 1. Abilities, wind magic, dragon breath. Yield, 1 wind crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. Name, Miranda. Gender, female. Species, water dragon. Level 1. Abilities, water magic, dragon breath. Yield, 1 crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. After hatching the last 2 dragon eggs, it turned out to be 2 magical dragons. Now, Tang Yu has 11 dragons by his side. 5 magic dragons and 5 metal dragons are not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating a 9th order dragon, 3 6th order dragons, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, a high-level dragon saddle, 2 dochi upgrade cards, and ability dragon language. Alice finally broke through to the 9th order. Tang Yu took a deep breath. Now, among the 11 giant dragons, the multicolored dragon Della has reached the 4th rank, Alice has reached the 9th rank, Aina has reached the 8th rank, gold coins and ingots have also reached the 7th rank, and Lucia has reached the 4th rank. The 4th order, Effie and Miranda's 2nd order, and the 3-headed metal dragon also reached the 5th order. Little guy, hurry up and eat. Put a bunch of water spirit fruit in front of Effie and Miranda. The effect of water spirit fruit and thunder flame fruit is the same. After 2 days of planting, a lot of them are finally planted. Now the 2 of them were born the latest, so the level is the lowest. As long as they reach the 3rd level, the task of cultivating 10 3rd-order dragons will be completed. Boom! The 2 giant dragons were shocked, and a strong water element magic erupted from them, directly reaching the 3rd order. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating 10 3rd-order dragons, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, a silver warrior card, a fighting spirit upgrade card, and a tavern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating 3 division-level giant dragons, 3 9th-level giant dragons, the task reward, 10,000 gold coins, a water cloud mine, a top-quality magic weapon, and 100 fighting chi warriors. Hiss! Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. What a rich reward! Shui Yun stone is a material for refining a magic weapon, and it is more precious than gold coins. If he can get a Shui Yun mine, Tang Yu will no longer worry about running out of money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, cultivating 10 6th-order giant dragons, the task reward, 10,000 gold coins, a fighting Qigong method, 2 dragon eggs, and a dragon language magic book. It is almost impossible for humans to learn dragon language magic. Unless they can sign a contract with a dragon of the colorful dragon level, they have to learn the obscure dragon language. These 2 conditions are simply impossible to achieve. Not to mention the need to learn the dragon language magic book. The dragon language magic is the inheritance of the dragon family, and naturally it will not be taught to humans. But there is no doubt that the dragon mage is the most powerful magic in the Shenmei continent, no one. However, if you want to plant thundercloud fruit and other potions on a large scale, you must first obtain a medicine field. In this case, you don't have to worry about not having food for the dragons. Master, the details of the gang of thieves have been checked out. Just after returning to the castle, Brewer stepped forward and placed a thick paper in front of Tang Yu. The nest of the 3 thieves' gangs is not far from Chaos City, and there are not many people. There are more than 500 people in total, and the strongest of them is the level of magicians. I will try to destroy them all within 1 day. Do you think it is possible? Tang Yu put down the thick parchment paper, looked at Brewer and said, Master, just give me 100 of these rabble, and I will be able to exterminate them. Katerina said lightly behind her. I haven't shot for a long time, but I want to hone my fighting skills. Tang Yu stretched his waist, then said to Brewer, bring 100 orc warriors, and then let Manus take the gang of young boys, it's time for them to see blood. When they came to the school grounds, Manus and Ellie were still training the 100 human warriors. After so long of training, they already had the spirit of warriors. But it's far from enough. You can only be considered a soldier if you have seen blood and killed people. Tang Yu didn't expect the kind of soldier who climbed out of the dead. Master, they are too weak now to fight at all. Today's Manus has also reached the cultivation level of a 9th level fighter, and Ellie has also become a 7th level mage. I said yes, then yes. Tang Yu glanced around for a week, and was quite satisfied. The growth of these human warriors was not bad. Rectify the armament and set off in a quarter of an hour. Back in the back mountain, Tang Yu rode Alice, with little Della on his shoulders, and in the sky, a golden figure hovered above his head. followed by Katarina, Manus, and Ellie, as well as 100 orc warriors and 100 human warriors. Left lead Huang Qingkang, did not expect it to be realized so quickly. The closest thief group to Chaos City is called Thieves Group, which is only half an hour away from Chaos City. Before long, a forest appeared in front of him, and behind the forest was a bare mountain, where the old lair of the thieves was. Everyone stopped, and the Thunder Golden Eagle jumped directly over the woods and flew towards the mountain. At this time, was eating and drinking with the looted materials, and the gate of the camp was almost undefended. "Boss, why is this Golden Eagle hovering over us?" When one of his subordinates saw the Golden Eagle, he asked a burly man who was sitting at the top eating meat and drinking. "Hans, can't the woman in your arms stop your mouth? It's just a Golden Eagle, isn't it more attractive than the beauty in your arms?" Laughed out loud, and just glanced at the Thunder Golden Eagle, but didn't take it to heart at all. The thieves have swept the Chaos City territory for so many years, and no nobles have attacked them, which has almost disappeared their vigilance. And there are also people in their city. If there is trouble, they can definitely know it immediately, so they are too lazy to build the necessary sentry tower. "Come on, keep drinking." The Golden Eagle left after circling for a few weeks, and and the others didn't take it to heart, and continued to drink and eat meat. Chapter 54. Let's go. The orc warriors are in front, and the human warriors are in the back. Tang Yu was able to share Lena's vision, so he could see everything in the camp just now. This made him a little disappointed. With all these crooked melons and jujubes, he brought so many people with him. Is he suspected of killing chickens with bull knives? Not long after, the gate of the camp appeared in front of Yu. Tang Yu gave an order, and 100 orc warriors rushed out first. I have to say that orcs are born warriors, each one is extremely fast, and the rugged mountain roads are regarded as flat roads by them, just like apes. If there are 100,000 orc warriors, I can sweep across the crying continent. Tang Yu shook his head, putting aside this unrealistic idea. There were 100,000 orc warriors in the orc kingdom, otherwise there would be no place for humans. The thieves didn't react until the orc warriors rushed to the door. "Damn, who are you?" Seeing the appearance of a group of orc warriors, felt a sudden shock. It is said that the new Lord of Chaos City has a team of orc warriors under his command. Tang Yu Landis, Lord of Chaos City. Tang Yu rode in Alice, raised the 3-meter-long night spear in his hand, and shouted, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, the orc warriors swarmed up, one-on-one. The human race was not the opponent of the orcs at all. Lord, I surrender, don't kill." Seeing the magical dragons appear, was terrified. It was okay for them to bully the merchants and serfs. If they wanted to fight the regular orc warriors, it was a one-sided slaughter. Not a single one. Tang Yu snorted coldly, waved his hand, and 100 human warriors rushed up. Only by killing the thieves to the point of fear, can Chaos City settle down, and those thieves will no longer dare to enter the territory of Chaos City. Tang Yu held a knight's spear and released his fighting skills with one move. Those thieves were like targets honing his fighting skills. Not long after, Katarina came over with Aum's head. "Nice job." He just observed Katarina's fighting style. This is a natural assassin, extremely fast and elusive. Aum was also a fighter, but he was stabbed in the throat and died when Katarina's men failed to block him in the next turn. A quarter of an hour later, there were corpses lying on the ground, mixed with alcohol and blood, making it disgusting. Those Terran warriors who had never seen blood before were pale, and some even vomited on the ground. Either you kill them, or they kill you. This is the true meaning of the battlefield. If you want to quit, stand up for me. Tang Yu rode on Alice, glanced around, and shouted loudly. Hearing this, those human warriors look at me, I look at you, none of them stood up. After all, these days can be regarded as the happiest days in their lives. Being able to eat their fill and eating the meat of monsters, and being given the method of fighting chi and magic cultivation, makes them clearly feel that they are constantly getting stronger. They feel it is worthwhile to exchange blood for these good lives. Very good, send a few orc warriors to clean up the battlefield, and then move on to the next band of thieves. Tang Yu wasn't going to stop. If the two thieves heard the wind and fled ahead of time, Tang Yu really didn't know where to find them in the huge divine weeping continent. But if you let it go, these people will come back sooner or later, and it will be more troublesome then. Master, all have been slaughtered. Katarina came over with the leader's head, and the three thieves' gangs were so easily destroyed. That is to say, a lot of time was wasted when rushing, and the real fighting time was only 1 hour, and more than 500 people were killed. Yes, today. You are the first. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. 2 of the leaders of the 3 thieves' gangs died in the hands of Katarina. The leader of the second thief gang was a magician, who was killed by Tang Yu in 1 move. Clean up the battlefield and bring back all the valuables. It didn't take long for boxes of gold coins to be removed. Tang Yu didn't count them, but after a cursory look, there were at least 5,000 gold coins in possessions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, clearing the 3 thieves' gangs around Chaos City, and getting rewards, 10,000 gold coins, a weapon shop, and a metal instrument. Weapon shop, there is a chance to create high-level weapons, and 100% to create low-level weapons. Metal meter, it can search for metals, with a detection range of 10 kilometers. With this metal meter, you can look for gold and iron ore. To build weapons, iron ore is necessary. As for miners, Tang Yu is not worried, so many serfs are enough. In the evening, Tang Yu took the soldiers back to Chaos City and hung the heads of the 3 chief thieves directly on the city wall. Master, the statistics have been calculated. The total value is more than 17,000 gold coins, and an interesting thing was also found. Denton, the tax collector, came in with a stack of thick vellum in his hand. Tang Yu took it over and looked at it, with a smile on his face. The above are the correspondence between the 3 thieves and Viscount Bell of Bell City, and there are also correspondence between the 2 tax officials and the thieves. Danton, do you think it's reasonable for me to use this excuse to conquest Bell City? Hearing this, Denton smiled slightly. With this evidence, even King Roland will not interfere. Viscount Bell is an official, and the 3 major thieves are bandits. The officials and bandits collude. Even if they stab King Roland, there will be no problem. Brule, come in. Tang Yu shouted to the outside, and Brewer hurried in and said to Tang Yu, please ask the master. Tell the soldiers to prepare for battle, we may be going to war. Since Marquis Heki dared to reach out to the Golden Ridge, don't blame yourself for cutting off his arm too. Yes. There was a flash of excitement in Brewer's eyes. As soldiers, the battlefield was their destination. Go down. Tang Yu nodded, and then said to the tax officer Denton, have you made the transcript? It's done. Denton took out a thick vellum paper on which was written all the people who played today. The first one was Katarina, then an orc warrior, and then Manus and Ellie. This matter is left to you. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself. Danton understands. Although those warriors were absolutely loyal to themselves, they should not be lenient when they deserved the reward and punished. Chapter 55. Master, wine is out. As soon as Denton went out, a figure suddenly slammed open the door and rushed in. Tang Yu took a closer look and realized that it was Doreen, the winemaker. My God, sweet Doreen, how did you become like this? Doreen, who was originally elegant and noble, was just like the one who came out of the refugee camp. Her hair was knotted in pieces. It was obvious that she had not showered for a long time. Master, wine. Doreen looked tired and handed a crystal bottle to Tang Yu. Although tired, she was extremely excited. So fast. Tang Yu was a little surprised. It only took a few days, and the dwarf blacksmith was obviously not a brewer, and it was entirely by Doreen alone. Opening the crystal bottle, a mellow fragrance poured into the nostrils. Taking a sip, a pungent sensation spread under the throat, and the stomach instantly became hot. Hey! Not bad. This distilled spirit is at least 42%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, brewing good wine, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 2 female elves, 1 high-level pill recipe, and 1 colorful dragon blood essence. Doreen, well done, you can make one condition to me, and I will satisfy you. It can be said that Doreen has made a great contribution, which is greater than the credit of killing many enemies. The wine is the first shot of Tang Yu's business route. As long as this shot is fired, there will be a steady stream of gold coins into the pocket. After the trade route is opened, it will attract more free people and businessmen to Chaos City. At that time, it will not be too easy for Chaos City to surpass Golden Ridge. It's all taught by the master, and Doreen is just the performer. Doreen was a little embarrassed, and she admired Tang Yu more and more in her heart. She didn't expect that the owner was so young, but had so much knowledge. What made her even more curious was how the owner came up with this method to make wine. Hearing this, Tang Yu said with a smile, I'm not proficient in wine, anyway, the wine is made by you, tell me, what do you want? Well, Doreen has an idea in her mind that maybe other kinds of wine can be brewed, so it needs some hands and gold coins. Tang Yu nodded without hesitation and said, okay, but also pay attention to rest, you are much more precious than those fine wines. Hearing this, Doreen's heart was filled with emotion, and it felt so good to be cared by her master. Okay, let's rest for 2 days. Patting Doreen on the shoulder, Tang Yu frowned. It seemed that he had to recruit a brewer, but he was a little worried about the other brewers. What he thought was to monopolize the entire wine industry, at least the technology must be in his own hands, and only the characters rewarded by the system can have absolute loyalty. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Tang Yu shook his head, then opened the package, took out 3 Dochi upgrade cards, and confirmed their use. 3 golden rays of light submerged in the body, and a drop of golden liquid in the danshan swirled, but the color was relatively dim. As the 3 golden lights submerged, 1 drop became 4 drops, golden, like gold. 4-star Doshi, there is still a long way to go before Doling. After becoming a Doshi, Dochi will condense into a liquid state, and Dochi can also be released, condensing 9 gold liquids, and finally 99 are unified and turned into a solid state, which is a strong Do spirit. After Doshi, every big realm will be divided into 9 stars, so is the magician. Therefore, the gap between each big realm is very large. Generally, the challenge is higher and higher, and it is considered a genius to be able to reach 2 stars. If you can reach a big realm, it rarely occurs, so when Tang Yu kills Buddy after an Anthony, Tanky and other talents were so shocking. If only I could get more upgrade cards. Tang Yu took a deep breath. Others need to follow the steps in their cultivation, but he has an upgrade card, ignoring the bottleneck, and will not cause an unstable foundation. It is indeed against the sky. However, in the system mall, there are also upgrade cards, but an upgrade card costs 10,000 gold coins, which is ridiculously expensive. Then he took out a crystal bottle from the package. Inside was a viscous liquid that emitted colorful light, which was very gorgeous. This was the blood of the colorful dragon. Pour a drop of blood essence into the mouth, it is sweet and full of fragrance. As soon as the blood essence entered, it turned into a powerful energy and spread to the limbs and bones. Call. There was a needle-like feeling all over the body, as if something in the body was forcibly expelled. Gradually, the whole body began to relax, and he could feel the vindictive energy and magic elements in his body became much more active. 2-star magician. After a long time, Tang Yu came back to his senses, 2 magic nuclei appeared in the spiritual sea, and he did not expect that these colorful dragon blood essence would be so terrifying for the improvement of magic cultivation. He swallowed all the blood essence in one mouthful and turned it into a majestic energy rushing in the body. The whole body seemed to explode, and the pain from the distance hit the soul. I don't know how long it took, the pain disappeared, and my mind fell into a calm, as if the whole person was sublimated. The blood of the 4-star magician, the 6-star fighting master, and the colorful dragon is really terrifying. The blood essence of the colorful dragon is mainly to improve people's physique, strengthen the physical body, and speed up the practice of fighting qi, and the secondary purpose is to enhance the magical cultivation. But with just a few drops of blood essence, Tang Yu's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. He looked down and saw that his body was covered with a layer of blood-red dirt, apparently expelling all the impurities from his body. I don't know if I swallowed little Dela in one bite, can I have the body of a giant dragon? Tang Yu licked his lips and felt that his body was at least 10 times stronger. Little Dela, who was sleeping at this time, shivered involuntarily, and then rubbed her sleepy eyes, her eyes extremely confused. Lying in the huge bath, the 2 fox girls in tulle were gently cleaning the dirt on their bodies, while Tang Yu continued to look at the contents of the package. Use tavern construction cards. Now that the wine has been brewed, the construction of the tavern is imperative. A golden light flew out, opened the map in his mind, and found that the tavern was in the center of the city, not far from the brewery. Tavern, there is a chance to get the best talent heroes, which will double the host's fortune. You can actually get a hero with the highest talent. Doqi and magic talents are divided into low level, intermediate level, high level, superb, super and perfect, and now Tang Yu's talent is perfect. But even a high-level talent is considered a genius. Use the energy tower. Chapter 56. Power towers are not built in castles, but on city walls. Energy tower, it absorbs magic elements independently, and can release the full blow of the great magician, and can use magic crystal to charge. So strong. An energy tower can have the full blow of a great magician. If more can be built, the power will be so terrifying, it is almost the same as the fort in the Earth world. Use the weapon shop construction card. The location of the weapon shop is not far from the brewery, and now there is only iron ore, so the dwarf blacksmiths can use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, siege the city and conquer the city of Bel. The task reward, 10,000 gold coins, 2 energy towers, 1 pasture, and some stone and wood. A ranch. With the ranch, Tang Yu can form cavalry. After all, in this world, only cavalry is the mainstream. Under the charge of the cavalry, even his own orc warriors can't stop it, but if the orcs become cavalry, the power is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. As for their own dragons, they will never let others touch them, let alone magic dragons, even metal dragons are proud. Therefore, Tang Yu can only find other mounts for them, Yelong, or warcraft containing the blood of the giant dragon family, is the most suitable. System, how many lottery chances do I have? 6 times. Extract all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 blood gold stones. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 brewers. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a caravan. Nice job! Tang Yu was instantly overjoyed, feeling a little excited. He really needed what he needed. The brewer was what he lacked the most. After all, the dwarf blacksmith's strength was not brewing. Not to mention the caravan, as long as there is a caravan, the wine can be sold to every corner of the Shenmei continent. Taverns also need people to manage, and there is no shortage of such talents in the caravan. Well, master, take it easy. At this moment, the two fox girls snorted and then fell into Tang Yu's arms. It turned out that they were excited and held the tails of the two fox girls in their hands. Looking at the two charming fox girls, Tang Yu's fire burned in his heart. I have to say that the charm of fox girls is very strong, especially the fox girl who is in heat. Tang Yu didn't push it away either, and ripped the two fox girls' clothes. Feeling Tang Yu's movements, the two fox girls showed a look of surprise in their eyes. After so long, is the master finally going to shoot them? The orcs worship the strong, and the fox girl is no exception, and Tang Yu is handsome and graceful, and she is the master of the two of them, which makes them both admired in their hearts and wanted to devote themselves to their masters for a long time. It's hard to listen to it outside every day, right? Touching the smooth skin of the two, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. How are you, master? Amy is an older sister, so she is more courageous and keeps grinding on Tang Yu. Haha, since that's the case, the master will accept you. Originally, the maid was equivalent to the warm housemaid in the East. Before Tang Yu went to bed, the maid would warm the bed. They are sprinkled with flower dew, ready to dedicate themselves to their masters. Some nobles are orc maids, some are little lowly, and some are male servants. In short, it depends on the hobbies of nobles. Tang Yu doesn't have those disgusting hobbies. What a good fox girl, with a soft body and a nice voice. Perhaps without waiting for Tang Yu, Angela came to the bathroom and saw Tang Yu and the two fox girls. But she wasn't jealous either. Strictly speaking, she was equivalent to Tang Yu's maid, taking off her clothes as she walked, and then joined in. In the early morning of the next day, Tang Yu came to house hang refreshed and refreshed. The magic and fighting spirit in his body strengthened a little bit. Although he did not make a direct breakthrough, he was not far from the breakthrough. Alice, follow me to the Chaos Forest. These days, Alice often goes hunting in Chaos Forest, so they are relatively familiar with Chaos Forest. Master, I want to go too. Aina came over and looked at Tang Yu expectantly. Okay, let's go. Putting a high-level dragon saddle on Alice, the originally majestic Alice became even more terrifying. When the high-level dragon saddle was put on Alice, the whole set of dragon saddle instantly turned into amethyst, covering Alice's whole body. It looked like wearing a set of full covering armor. She was crumbling. Walk. With an order, Alice flapped her wings and turned into a purple light, heading towards the chaotic forest. Sitting on Alice, Tang Yu held a golden disc in his hand, just like the compass in the Eastern world. It was a metal instrument. Alice, stop. At this moment, the pointer on the metal meter pointed in one direction, and the pointer flashed black light, which represented that there was an iron ore in that direction. It didn't take long for a small hillside to appear below, and the iron ore was at the bottom of the hillside. The location here was 10 kilometers north of Chaos City. After marking, Tang Yu flew around Chaos City, and after a while, the pointer showed a cyan light. There are still copper mines. Shenmei continent does not know how many years it was born. The underground materials can be said to be very rich, but less than 1/10 of what is mined by humans. 3 iron mines, 2 copper mines, but unfortunately no gold mines. However, Tang Yu is also very satisfied. He still has so many resources without entering the Chaos Forest. I believe that the Chaos Forest will give him a surprise. Go in and have a look. As soon as they came to the sky above Chaos City, the pointer kept flashing light. If you can take the Chaos Forest as your own, you will definitely be able to support 100,000 troops. However, after going deep into the Chaos Forest a lot, no gold mines have been found. At this moment, the pointer stopped, and a dazzling golden light lit up on the pointer. Alice, go there. Tang Yu was immediately overjoyed. The mission only required 2 iron mines and 1 iron mine. Although it was far from Chaos City, it was worthwhile. Looking at the light on the pointer, it is definitely a medium-sized mine. The Golden Marquis has a medium-sized gold mine, but even so, the Landis family has eaten for so many years. Stop. Chapter 57. Below is a dense jungle, and the gold mine should be under the jungle. Master, there are advanced monsters. Aina circled around the jungle, then flew to Tang Yu and said. It's okay, let's go down and have a look. This is no longer the outskirts of the Chaos Forest, and it is normal to have high-level magical beasts. Landing on the ground, a golden particle the size of a soybean appeared in front of him. It's all exposed on the surface. The golden particles are golden and pure. With a punch, a large pit was blasted directly on the surface, and 3 gold nuggets the size of a palm appeared in front of them, but there were some clods mixed in them. Master, there are monsters approaching. Tang Yu punched punch after punch, and many gold nuggets were blown out. Such a big movement directly alarmed the monsters in this area. Roar! Who disturbed this king's sweet dream? A rude voice sounded in Tang Yu's mind, and then there was a series of vibrations in the forest behind. Obviously this was a behemoth. Not long after, a white tiger with a height of more than 6 meters appeared in front of him, with a vertical eye on its forehead and a pair of white wings on its back. Holy Light Tiger! Sheng Guangyuhu's bloodline level is very high. He can release light magic, and he can emit powerful beams from his eyebrows and eyes, and he can reach spiritual level combat power when he is an adult. It stands to reason that such rare monsters should not appear here. After all, it is still a little far from the center of the Chaos Forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, subduing the Holy Light Wing Tiger. The quest reward, 5,000 gold coins, 100 bright fruits, a superb magic scroll, a superb fighting skill, and the ability to drive warcraft. Drive the beasts. Tang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Even if he didn't have the best magic scroll and the best fighting skills, the ability to drive the beasts alone was enough to satisfy him. It's a magic dragon again, and humans, you are provoking the majesty of this king. Sheng Guangyuhu can't speak human words, but Tang Yu can understand animal language now. Seeing Alice and Aina, Sheng Guangyuhu suddenly let out a roar, his face full of fierce light. Brother Hu, don't be impatient, we have no malicious intentions. Tang Yu smiled, but he wasn't afraid. Although this big tiger had the power of the spirit rank, if he fought, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Can you understand the words of this king? Sheng Guangyuhu was stunned for a moment. Generally, monsters can spit out human words when they reach the spiritual rank. People with a high bloodline like Sheng Guangyuhu can only spit out human words when they reach the king rank. I am the reincarnation of a god, and I am the closest to all things, so I can understand it naturally. Hearing this, Sheng Guangyuhu's eyes flashed with doubts. For some reason, looking at Tang Yu, he couldn't raise a trace of hostility, as if an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years suddenly met. Humans, have we ever met? Impossible, this king has lived in a chaotic forest since he was a child, and has never entered the human world. Tang Yu shook his head and said, I haven't seen it before, this is the fate between us. Just kidding, Tang Yu's dragon affinity is full, not to mention these monsters. What are you doing in this king's territory? Seeing that Sheng Guangyuhu was fooled by himself, Tang Yu suddenly showed a smile. If he could use Sheng Guangyuhu for his own use, then he would be much easier to mine in the future. Is Tiger King interested in these golden knots? Tang Yu picked up a gold nugget and threw it in front of Sheng Guangyuhu. Glancing at the gold nugget, Sheng Guangyuhu said disdainfully, this king is not a human, so what do you want this thing for? What about this? Saying that, 2 white fruits appeared in Tang Yu's hands, and the fruits radiated dazzling white light. This, what is this? This king can exchange something for you. When he saw the white fruit, Sheng Guangyuhu's eyes were full of strong desire. Tang Yu smiled slightly. This white fruit is called bright fruit. The system store sells for 2 platinum coins. It has an irresistible temptation for light creatures. Oh? Do you have anything comparable to my light fruit? Tang Yu smiled, and then threw a light fruit in front of Sheng Guangyuhu. Human, your friend, this king, has made an appointment. Said, swallowing the fruit of light in one bite, Sheng Guangyuhu's face was full of enjoyment, and he couldn't help but let out a cat-like moan. This king has a 7th grade potion, can I exchange it for your fruit? After eating a bright fruit, the desire in Sheng Guangyuhu's eyes became more distant. He had a hunch that he would be able to reach the king rank without much light fruit, and then he would be able to enter the center of the chaotic forest, and then take revenge. The 7th grade potion is good, but it can only be exchanged for 10 fruits of light. Tang Yu suppressed the joy in his heart. The general high-level potions are guarded by monsters, which seems to be true. Unless you can find more potions, you can eat the light fruit continuously, but are there really so many potions? Hearing this, Alice and Aina looked at each other, their big eyes narrowed. Seeing that Sheng Guangyuhu's expression changed with Tang Yu's words, the 2 giant dragons looked at each other and couldn't help but mourn for Sheng Guangyuhu. I can catch you and take away your fruit of light. Sheng Guangyuhu thought for a while and said. Tang Yu sneered, I have 10 magic dragons, and I have a bronze behemoth guarding me. Are you sure you can catch me? I have a way to make you eat the fruit of light forever, and also make your strength stronger. What way? Sheng Guangyuhu looked at Tang Yu expectantly. You follow me, you can eat as much light fruit as you want every day. I can also sublimate your bloodline, and it is not impossible to even become your ancestor, the sacred tiger. Hearing these words, Sheng Guangyuhu's breathing became rapid. Holy Tianhu! How many tiger monsters dream of blood? Human, are you telling the truth? Even the arrogant magic dragon follows this person. If he can really become a holy tiger, it is not ashamed to be his mount. Of course it's true, dragons don't lie, you can ask them. Seeing Alice and Aina nodding cooperatively, Sheng Guangyuhu pondered for a moment, then lay down facing Tang Yu, I would like to be your follower. As soon as the words fell, a golden light suddenly sank into Sheng Guangyuhu's body, and Sheng Guangyuhu's eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 58. Owner. After a long time, Sheng Guangyuhu stood up, came to Tang Yu, and shouted respectfully. The golden light just now was the spiritual pet contract. As long as the beast agreed to surrender, the spiritual pet contract would take effect and the effect would last for a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, subduing the holy light-winged tiger, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 100 bright fruits, a superb magic scroll, a superb fighting skill, and the ability to drive warcraft. Yes, I'll call you Fat Tiger from today. Fat Tiger. Sheng Guangyuhu was stunned, looked down at himself, and didn't feel fat. Well, it's a fat tiger, very domineering. Tang Yu has a bad taste. After a fight, he closes the door and releases a fat tiger. This is the life of a wicked slave owner. Apart from you, are there other powerful monsters here? Hearing this, Fat Tiger raised his head and said arrogantly, Master, don't worry, they don't dare to appear because of my majesty. Okay, from now on, I will give you a task, I will send someone to dig out these gold nuggets, and your task is to protect them from being infested by monsters. If you find someone who steals the gold nuggets, you can deal with them. Don't worry, Master, Fat Tiger won't let you down. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, rode Alice away, and let Aina and Fat Tiger clean up the monsters on the road of the gold mine and Chaos City. Back in the city, the tax officer Denton hurriedly greeted him. Denton, how did you know I was looking for you? Tang Yu asked while removing his armor. Hearing this, Denton was taken aback and said, What is the master looking for from me? It's okay, you say yours first. Master, the crops are ripening in these few days. Today is definitely a bumper year. I have never seen such a vigorous crop. Denton's face was full of smiles, and a bumper harvest meant that there would never be starvation in Chaos City again. He also knew about Tang Yu's reduction of serf taxes, and he admired it in his heart. So fast. Tang Yu was a little surprised that the crops in this world had much less growth cycles than those on Earth in the previous life, perhaps because of the addition of usse, or perhaps because of the addition of magical elements. It's a godsend for me. You split a batch of grain to send to the brewery. I think Doreen should need it. Clear. By the way, I issued a notice saying that I will recruit a group of miners, 2 silver coins a day. If there is an accident, the family can get a generous pension. The kindness of the master will definitely be the gospel of the entire Chaos City. Denton smiled slightly, and then stepped back. As soon as Denton went out, Brewer walked in. Master, the details of Bell City have been investigated clearly, but the orc warriors can't go too deep, it's not too detailed. Tang Yu glanced at the information above, nodded and said, it's already good. Tang Yu wanted to form an intelligence force. For example, the night owls of the orcs are the best intelligence officers, or so are the mages who are proficient in dark magic. The strength of Bell City is not strong, and it supports 200 cavalry. The city wall is not high, only more than 3 meters, and its defense capability is extremely weak. The population is not comparable to Chaos City. There are only more than 2,000 people. The city owner is Bell Melvin. It is said that his strength is only a 9th level mage, and he is completely vulnerable. Master, when are we going? The soldiers can't wait. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled slightly. Tonight, let Hutter be the vanguard. If you want to dig gold and iron ore, you still need a lot of serfs, and it will take some time to recruit miners. Take advantage of this evening to directly break through Bell City and complete the task. Yes. Brewer nodded, then stepped back. As the saying goes, the moon is dark and the wind is high and dark, killing people and setting fires. At night, the sky gradually darkens, and even the bright moon is covered by dark clouds. It seems that my Tang Yu's luck has been good. Tang Yu smiled slightly and came to the back mountain, riding Alice, followed by gold coins and ingots. When they arrived at the barracks, 400 orc warriors and 100 human warriors had already assembled, and 3 huge Beamon stood in front. Hasba, your mission is to protect the city. Although no one will attack Chaos City, it is always just in case. Hearing this, the 2 Beamon nodded with disappointment on their faces. Let's go. This time Tang Yu brought 3 giant dragons, Thunder Golden Eagles and 500 warriors, as well as Bronze Beamon and Jacob. Bell City is not far from Chaos City, and it takes only 2 hours to march at full speed. Bell City also relies on Chaos Forest. Master, there is someone ahead. At this moment, Bronze Beamon stopped. He stood tall and looked far, so he bent down and said, Rena, fly over and take a look. Although Tang Yu's mental power is very strong, he can't detect that far. In the dense jungle ahead, a group of heavily armed cavalry quickly approached here, perhaps feeling the breath of the dragon and Beamon, and those mounts became manic and restless. Lord Viscount, I heard that Tang Yu Landis has a magic dragon and bronze Beamon. With our strength, we are not their opponents at all. The person in the lead was wearing a silver full coverage armor and riding a ground dragon. Judging from its appearance, it was a nobleman. Hearing this, the Viscount noble sneered, that's why I made a surprise attack at night. As long as I can kill Tang Yu, the magic dragon and Beamon will also leave, making the marquis very happy. You and I can be promoted. King. But Tang Yu has a group of orc warriors under his command, and they are powerful. Look what this is. Saying that, the noble Viscount took out a black bottle, and a violent aura came out from it. Dark holy water. The knight next to him was stunned for a moment, and then said with joy on his face, if there is this dark holy water, let alone orc warriors, even bronze Beamon will not be a problem. Haha, anyone who dares to kill our Melvin family has to make him pay the price. It's nothing but a yellow-haired child. Wow! At this moment, a huge golden eagle of thunder suddenly descended from the sky, grabbed the black bottle directly, and flew into the sky. Damn it! Shoot that beast down for me! The dark holy water that he finally bought was snatched away, and the Viscount Noble was furious. Although this bottle of dark holy water is not much, it has a wide range of lethality. The dark holy water is a potion extracted from the land of the dead by the dark magician. It is very corrosive. Even Beamon, who is immune to magic, and the tough dragon scales cannot stop the erosion of the dark holy water. That little dark holy water cost him more than 1,000 gold coins. More than 1,000 gold coins are enough to buy a high-level magic weapon. Chapter 59. Then at the speed of the thunder golden eagle, they couldn't catch up at all. Several arrows shot on the golden eagle feathers, and they just burst out with sparks. Damn it! My dark holy water! Viscount Bell dared to attack Chaos City. It can be said that the bottle of dark holy water is his confidence. Otherwise, with 200 cavalry, he still wants to defeat 500 orc warriors and Beamon dragon. Even if he is a pig, it is not that stupid. Sir, what should we do? The knight beside him watched the thunder golden eagle fly away, feeling like he wanted to cry without tears. Chaos City has the help of gods, right? Why didn't the golden eagle catch people or mounts, but only took the dark holy water away? What's the use of a golden eagle asking for dark holy water? Could it be that it can still use the dark holy water to fight the enemy? What can I do? Go back to the city. I will buy 2 more bottles tomorrow. If I can get the corpse of a magic dragon, it will definitely be a big sale. And I will get the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. Bell gritted his teeth angrily, wishing he could smash the golden eagle in the sky into tens of thousands of pieces. It was more than 1,500 gold coins. And the original plan was also stillborn because of the golden eagle. I swear here that I will kill all the golden eagles. He glanced at the direction where the golden eagle was leaving, and he never thought that the golden eagle belonged to Tang Yu, and there was no thunder golden eagle in the information. At this time, Tang Yu held the dark holy water, fed Lena a thunder cloud fruit, and said with satisfaction, "It's beautiful." "Thank you, master." Lena's crisp voice entered Tang Yu's mind. Looking at the dark holy water in his hand, even Tang Yu was a little scared. If the contents of this bottle ran out, he didn't know how many people would die in Chaos City. The whole army strikes and destroys them before they return to the city. Since Viscount Bell took the initiative to run out of Bell City, don't blame yourself for being rude, otherwise it would really take a lot of effort. At the moment, Alice fluttered her wings and rushed up directly, with Bronze Beamon running behind her, as if the ground was shaking. "My lord, it seems that some behemoth is approaching." Ahead, Viscount Bell led 200 cavalry slowly forward, and everyone's face was full of decadence. "I originally thought that I could make a contribution and make a career, but who knew that I would have to go back before I left the city for a long time? This is not the center of Chaos City, there can be any giants. But speed up and go back to the city, I have to take a shower." Taking off the helmet, a fat face emerges. "There is ready-made bath water here, why waste time going back to the city to take a bath?" At this moment, a teasing voice sounded in the sky. Viscount Bell was stunned for a moment, and said in shock, "Who is it? Get out of my lord! Fat pig, I'm here!" As he said that, a thunder light fell, and it directly stunned the fighting master beside Viscount Bell, along with his mounts. "Magic dragon? Are you Tang Yu?" When she saw Alice, Bell's face changed, then she drew out her staff and looked at Tang Yu with fear. "You came alone?" Bell glanced around for a week, saw no one else, and asked tentatively, "What do you say?" Tang Yu smiled slightly, and rode Alice down slowly. This Viscount Bell looked like a pig, and his brain was also a pig's brain. With such a big movement, he even asked himself if he was alone. Haha, God help me, I dare to come alone, do you think these nights, are for dry food? Bell sneered, raised his staff and shouted loudly, the one who kills the magic dragon will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Those who kill Tang Yu will be rewarded with 500 gold coins. Wood grass. Tang Yu couldn't help but swear, that his value is not as good as a magical dragon, which is simply unbearable. At this moment, a deafening voice sounded from behind. Bell looked back and saw a huge creature approaching from behind. Those knights who were ready to charge were also stunned when they saw this scene. He must be 10 meters away, right? Master, let me come. Hader said in a loud voice, one step is dozens of meters, and then he punched out, and a wave of air was generated. Boom! With a loud bang, a big pit appeared, and several knights and their mounts turned into flesh mud. Hader, give me some light, I still need those mounts. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu felt a little distressed. Although these mounts are not good, they are better than nothing. Sorry, master. Hader scratched his head in embarrassment, grabbed his hands into the crowd, and crushed the knights one by one. As for those mounts, they lay on the ground and shivered, not daring to run. Viscount Tang Yu, Lord Tang Yu, I know I'm wrong, spare my life, I'm willing to offer 1,000, no, 5,000 gold coins, I just ask you to let me live. Bell didn't even have the courage to fight, even a giant dragon, and the behemoth bronze Beamon, just his own strength as a 9th level mage was not enough to tickle Beamon. Okay. Order them to lay down their weapons. Tang Yu smiled and said lightly. Put down your weapons. Bell hurriedly shouted, then jumped off the ground dragon, knelt down in front of Tang Yu, and said flatteringly, as long as Mr. Tang Yu can let me go, I am willing to serve you from now on. Lord. Is it? Tang Yu smiled, and then ordered the orc warriors who had caught up, tie him up, but if there are resistors, kill without mercy. But this sentence is obviously useless. Their viscounts have already surrendered. Those knights have no intention of fighting. They dropped their weapons one by one and knelt on the ground with shame on their faces. Leave some warriors to watch them, and the rest follow me. Having said that, Tang Yu asked Bronze Beamon to hold Bell, and then rushed to Bell City. Feeling the momentum of Bronze Beamon, Bell was so frightened that he fainted. It was so terrifying. What did he think? He dared to be the enemy of such a behemoth. Not long after, a city appeared in front of him. The scale was similar to the previous Chaos City, and it looked rather shabby. The surroundings of the city were deserted. Obviously, this was a vampire who only knew how to exploit serfs. Wake up! Bell woke up with a slap, and then pointed to Bell City and said, let them open the city gate. Lord Tang Yu, what do you want to do? No matter how stupid Bell is, he still feels that something is wrong. This is to cheat himself into opening the city gate. I don't believe you, fat pig, I will take the gold coins myself, and I won't kill you if I have enough. Then Tang Yu pointed to Beamon behind him and said, otherwise, if he breaks open the city gate, the entire Melvin family will be left behind. Chapter 60. Hearing this, Bell hesitated for a moment and said, it's not that I don't believe Mr. Tang Yu, but only by swearing to the law god, my trust will be open to you. Tang Yu glanced at Beamon and said, do you think you have room for bargaining? Do you think that fragile city gate can withstand a punch from Beamon? Or do you think those pampered fat pigs are the opponents of my 500 orc warriors? Although the 200 cavalrymen in Bell City were all captured by him, there were still 2,000 people in the city. If the Melvin family were to preside over the serfs to defend the city, it would definitely cause casualties to the soldiers. So Tang Yu only saved Bell's life, otherwise he would have been killed long ago. Okay, don't be angry, I'll say it. The promise of ordinary nobles is still very effective, and Bell can only hope that if he thinks in a different position, he will definitely kill Tang Yu and everyone who dares to resist after deceiving the city gate. Damn, if I don't die today, I will destroy your chaotic city in the future. Glancing at Tang Yu, Bell stood up and shouted at the city gate, "Open the city gate, I am Viscount Bell." With a creaking sound, the city gate slowly opened. Is the IQ of Westerners so low? Tang Yu looked bewildered. Shouldn't he first check whether the visitor is Bell before opening the city gate? In fact, Tang Yu didn't know that Bell had no ability, but he was violent, and he often beat and scolded the knights under his command. The person guarding the city gate could hear Bell's voice, so he didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly opened the city gate. If Bell is angry, it is estimated that his life will end. The bones in the mass graves 3 miles outside the city are an example. Rena, go in and have a look. Just in case, Tang Yu felt that it was better to take a look at it first, and it was naturally the best to be able to obtain Bell City without a single soldier, although he was not afraid of ambush. Watching the golden eagle fly into the sky over Bell City, Bell's face suddenly showed a touch of bitterness. No wonder they were able to meet Tang Yu and the others so quickly, and they were all fully armed. No wonder the golden eagle just grabbed the dark holy water. It turned out that Tang Yu had the same calculus as himself, but he was much smarter than himself. Lena flew over Bell City for a few weeks, then flew to Tang Yu and said, "Master, there are only a dozen people inside, and the city is also silent." "Very well, let's go to the city." Bronze Beamon led Viscount Bell in the front, Tang Yu rode Alice and led the soldiers in the back. When the defending soldiers saw the Bronze Beamon, they were stunned. However, Bronze Beamon ignored them and continued to carry Bell forward. Do you know where the Melvin family lives?" Tang Yu looked at a few soldiers, then smiled slightly. "Reporting to the Lord, we are willing to lead the way, please don't kill us, we have no loyalty to the Melvin family." One of the leading soldiers stood up tremblingly and said with courage, "Very good. I like smart people. Let's go together." Hearing this, Bell glared at the soldiers angrily. A group of wolf-hearted things would settle accounts with them sooner or later. "Soldier, you should talk about the style of the Melvin family." Riding on Alice's back, Tang Yu said lightly, "My lord, I don't know, the Melvin family is brutal and bloody, and if something goes wrong, they are often beaten and scolded. Even the free people have been beaten to death and thrown into the mass graves outside. We dare not speak out." "Tisk tisk, when the city owner should be so angry, you should be unlucky." Tang Yu pouted. This kind of rubbish was a waste of his own efforts, and he was not worthy of being his opponent at all. The Melvin family has been operating in Bell City for more than 10 years, and must have a lot of savings. What's more, those more than 2,000 people are the real wealth, and now they are cheap. Before long, a gorgeous castle appeared in front of him, compared to the rest of Bell City, like the city and the country. "Who?" Hearing the footsteps of Bronze Beamon, some soldiers ran out, not many, only about 30. When they saw the Bronze Beamon, they just stood there and forgot to resist. "Kill in and leave none." Following Tang Yu's order, the orc warriors behind him rushed forward. "Bronze Beamon is too huge, and if you rush in, the castle will suffer too." "Tang Yu, you don't believe what you say, you don't deserve to be a noble." Seeing this scene, Bell immediately shouted loudly that the demise of the Melvin family could be said to have been caused by him. "Innocent, I keep them, and then seek revenge from me in the future." Tang Yu sneered, "Everyone in Daxia understands the principle of cutting grass without eradicating its roots, but you don't. We can swear that we will never be enemies with you, please, spare our lives." "Hadur, kill him. Bell is completely useless, why keep him? Tang Yu doesn't think he's a good person, and he's not ruthless or unstable, that's what it means." "Tang Yu, you will go to hell, sooner or later someone will treat you like this to me." Bell looked at Tang Yu resentfully. If Beamon hadn't grabbed him, he really wanted to eat Tang Yu's blood and flesh. People are floating in the rivers and lakes, how can you not get stabbed and come out to mix? You don't even have this mental preparation, no wonder you are only a viscount all your life. Tang Yu sneered, then nodded to Bronze Beamon. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and a stench filled the air instantly. Hader, don't be so violent next time. Tang Yu frowned. Alice automatically took 2 steps away, looking at Hader with disgust. Hey, okay. Bronze Beamon shook his hand, and the 9th level mage in front of him was like squeezing a bug. It didn't take long for the orc warriors to come out, and Jacob said respectfully, Master, all of them were killed, not a single one was left, and the bodies were cleaned up. Well done, there will be a reward when you go back. Jumped off Alice and wanted to pat Jacob on the shoulder, but Jacob was too tall. Tang Yu's height reaches 1.8 meters, but Jacob is a tough guy of more than 2 meters. Walking into the castle, the blood has been cleaned up by the orc warriors, and then the orcs kept coming out with a large wooden box. Master, everything is here. Before long, there were more than a dozen large boxes in front of them, more than the 3 gangs of thieves combined. Chapter 61. Open to take a look. As the box was opened, piles of gold coins appeared in front of them. In addition to the gold coins, there were dozens of magic crystals and dried potions. These things added up to 30,000 gold coins. Even Tang Yu was a little surprised that a viscount could have 30,000 gold coins. I think when I first arrived in Chaos City, I only had 4,000 gold coins. Compared with Belle, I was a poor ghost. You wait here, I'll go in and take a look. Nobles will not put precious things and gold coins together, just like the golden marquis, there are hidden compartments in the study. When he came to Belle's study, Tang Yu stood at the very center, his spiritual power escaped, and he found a space on the wall behind the desk. Tang Yu was instantly overjoyed, and after looking for a while, he pressed hard and pressed indirectly, and then a dark box appeared in front of him. There is only a 1-meter-long box in the dark grid. When the box is opened, a stone like a star lies inside, and a strange energy flows on it. Ding! Found the 3-star stone. 3-star stone, it can be refined to enhance the physical body, and can be used to refine the magic weapon of the King Order. The mall price is 2,000 gold coins. No wonder it's so secretive, it turned out to be able to refine a king-level magic weapon. Take out the 3-star stone, wisps of peculiar energy poured into the body, and it felt very comfortable. It's a windfall. Put the 3-star stone in the package, checked it carefully, and there was nothing else, and then came out. Take all the valuables with you and lock down this place. Yes. The orcs nodded, each holding a large wooden box, seemingly unable to feel any weight at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, attacking the city, capturing the city of Belle, and getting rewards, 10,000 gold coins, 2 energy towers, 1 pasture, and some stone and wood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission and defeating the intruding enemy. The mission reward, 3,000 gold coins, 2 energy towers, 1 great wall, 500 good horses, and 100 female elves. An incoming enemy? Could it be Marquis Hedge? Tang Yu frowned, but even if Marquis Heki led the troops, he would not be afraid of him. Let 100 orc warriors stay in Belle City to prevent the residents from escaping, and then lead the others back to Chaos City. Congratulations to the master on his triumphant return. At the gate of the city, Denton and the others had been waiting, and when they saw Tang Yu appear, everyone took a deep breath. Back to the city. It was a pity to let everyone imprison the 200 cavalrymen and kill them, so they let them go. Tang Yu was not worried, so he locked them up for a few days and waited until he took over Belle City. Master, 200 serfs have signed up today. In the front office, Denton reported in a leisurely manner. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded and said, 200 people are not enough, but Belle City has a population of more than 2,000, so I will find some more among them. By the way, now that Bell City has just been captured, you still need to go to appease everything and make Bell City a city exclusively for me. Master, don't worry, this is just a small matter. I am more worried that Marquis Heki will attack. Tang Yu said with a smile, it will definitely be possible to attack. He belongs to the Marquis of Red Blood, and the Marquis of Red Blood will not sit idly by and watch our Golden Ridge dominate, but their strength is just that, nothing to worry about. Okay, you all go down and pay close attention to the movements of Marquis Hedge. Now there is nothing to do. The first is to appease the residents of Bell City, the second is to recruit enough miners, and the third is to wait for the brewers and caravans to come. Build a power tower. Seeing everyone leave, Tang Yu opened the package, and 2 golden lights flew directly to the city wall. Use the best magic scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best space magic space teleportation. Use the best fighting skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the best sonic fighting skills, dragon roaring and tiger roaring. After learning, Tang Yu closed his eyes and felt for a moment. I have to say that the best is much stronger than the advanced, especially the space teleportation, which is almost like teleportation, which is the best method for assassins. Back in the room, I saw Angela and Della staring at each other. What's wrong? Tang Yu was stunned, then asked curiously. Master, she bullied me. Little Della looked at Tang Yu pitifully, jumped off the bed, and hugged Tang Yu's legs tightly with a look of grievance. Shit! Make you naughty! He dragged little Della's tail and threw her directly on the small wooden bed, and then lay down beside Angela regardless of Della's resentful eyes. Looking at little Della's pitiful appearance, Angela couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Della was still very cute, and ordinary girls couldn't resist her cuteness. Master, do you want Della to sleep with us? Humph, don't. Della shook her head angrily and lay on the wooden bed, looking angry. Haha, leave her alone. Tang Yu smiled and hugged Angela in his arms. Little Della turned around and looked at Tang Yu resentfully, the master is so cruel. I'll give you something to eat tomorrow. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on little Della's face, and she said sweetly, Thank you, master. At noon the next day, Denton and Manus returned from Bell City. How is Bell City? Master, rest assured, the Melvin family has no reputation. Those serfs not only have no heart to resist, but they seem very happy. Yes, then Bell City will be handed over to you. Tang Yu nodded, which saved a lot of effort. Master, someone is visiting from outside. Just then, the old butler came in. I have to say that Ron is a competent and good housekeeper. Under his care, everything in the castle seems to be in order. Ron, let the maid do this kind of thing. Anyway, Ron was getting old, and Tang Yu couldn't bear it. It's Ron's honor to be able to help the master. Ron smiled slightly, looking very happy. Okay, let them in. Tang Yu shook his head helplessly. Being needed by Tang Yu was the most joyous thing for Ron. Not long after, a man and a woman, led by 2 orc warriors, came to Tang Yu. Carol meets the master. Marin greets the master. The 2 of them are not very old. Carol is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He is a strong fighter. Although he is not old, his eyes are full of vicissitudes. Story man. Malin, on the other hand, was about 30 years old, wearing a fur coat and long red hair, looking charming and moving. Chapter 62. Get up, and let me see your brewers and caravans. Hearing this, Carol said, they are waiting outside the castle to be summoned by the master. Come on, go out and see. The group followed Tang Yu to the outside, and saw 200 people gathered together, as well as some monster mounts. These people were generally very young. Stupid guy, don't you rude when you see your master. Seeing those people standing there dumbfounded, Carol's face darkened instantly, and then shouted loudly. This group of eyesightless guys simply lost their face. Meet the master. Everyone hurriedly knelt down, and the caravan members were all wearing a grey robe with a long purple gun embroidered on it. The brewers, on the other hand, wore sackcloth and sackcloth. There were men and women, all of whom looked very young. Yes, Carol, I have a tavern, I will give it to you now, and I will entrust you with a heavy responsibility in the future. It is Carol's honor to serve the master. Tang Yu nodded. Carol was a man with a lot of brains. As for Marlene, the brewery needs your participation now, and Doreen is waiting for you there, and I hope you'll be in office tomorrow. The owner can rest assured that they are all experienced brewers and will definitely satisfy the owner. Not bad. Tang Yu is very satisfied, the rewards given by the system have never let him down. At the moment, Tang Yu let a few orc warriors leave with the caravan and brewers. With 100 brewers joining in, I believe the efficiency of brewing will become faster and faster. And with Carol, not only can he open up business routes, but he can also make his wine sell well in the entire Shenmei continent. But one caravan is not enough. After all, how big is the Shenmei continent? Tang Yu doesn't know. Okay, let's get busy. Tang Yu stretched his back, and now he is waiting for the gold and iron mines to open, and then the weapon shop will be useful. A few days later, flat carts filled with grain were pushed into the castle. Old Ron didn't feel tired either, and instructed the serfs to put food into the warehouse. Master, this year is definitely a bumper year, and the serfs are thanking you for your wise leadership and your shining light. Old Ron was very excited. The warehouse was full. When Tang Yu reduced the serf tax, Old Ron was quite critical. The great master should not be so merciful to these serfs, but now I really see Tang Yu's outstanding insight and vision. Ron, this is just the beginning. In the near future, we will no longer have to worry about food. Tang Yu smiled. This year, there will be another bumper harvest. By that time, if the grains of the two cities are combined, it will not be a problem to support 50,000 people. Between the two cities, there are not many wasteland cultivated. I believe that after this bumper harvest, the serfs will be more motivated. These days, he could feel the power of countless beliefs entering the statue, and obviously while the harvest was good, the serfs were also grateful for Tang Yu's guidance. Without Tang Yu, I wouldn't have gotten so much food this time. Owner. Just then, Denton walked in. These days, Denton stays in Bell City while Tang Yu presides over Chaos City. In the final analysis, there are still too few people, and there are a group of reckless people around him. There are really few intelligent talents like Denton, but Brewer is one of them. But he is an orc, and it is difficult to host a city like this. How is Bell City? Hearing this, Denton smiled bitterly and said, their crops are not growing well this year. It is estimated that some people will starve to death this year. Tang Yu frowned and said, I'm not a vampire. I only collect 50% of their tax this year. When the next harvest is improved, I'll be the same as the serfs in Chaos City. Thanks to the master, they will definitely return to the master with all their hearts. People are afraid of comparison, so the serfs will naturally compare Tang Yu and Bell. One does not regard them as human beings, and the other is so good to them, it is clear at a glance which is better. So why did you come back this time? Sorry, I almost forgot. The people of Marquis Hedge want to visit you and ask us to return the property of Bell City and the Melvin family. Hearing this, Tang Yu sneered, if he doesn't see it, ask him if it's the brain of a pig. Entering Tang Yu's pockets, and wanting Tang Yu to spit it out, not to mention that Marquis Heike is impossible, even Tangji is impossible. Just answer him like that. Yes, you don't need noble etiquette for this stupid pig. Tang Yu smiled and said, by the way, help me recruit a group of miners, and the treatment is the same as that of the serfs in Chaos City. Master, don't worry, they will come even if they don't want to be paid. This is not possible. I need their healthy bodies, and I need to attract more people to come. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating 10 6th order giant dragons, and getting rewards, 10,000 gold coins, a fighting Qigong method, 2 dragon eggs, and a dragon language magic book. Didn't expect it to be so fast. However, Tang Yu was relieved immediately. These days, those potions are in unlimited supply. If they can't break through, Tang Yu has to think about whether to try the roasted dragon meat. Okay, you go down. Tang Yu waved his hand and came to the back mountain. Alice is already a division level dragon, and her size has become enormous, and she is not far from adulthood. Aina has reached the 9th order, and is not far from the master dragon. The gold coins and ingots have also reached the 9th order, and their body is even bigger than Alice, but they are bloated and not as beautiful as Alice. Lucia reached the 7th level, and Effie and Miranda also reached the 6th level. In order to complete this task and obtain the magic book of dragon language, Tang Yu fed them a lot of potions. As for the other 3-headed metal dragons that have reached the 7th order giant dragon, only Della is only 5th order. The higher the level of this little guy, the more experience points he needs. 100 thundercloud fruits can't even splash. This is just a multicolored dragon. If it is the emperor of the giant dragon family, the sacred dragon requires a lot of experience, and it is estimated that it is at least 10 times that of the multicolored dragon. The Thunder Golden Eagle is now a 9th order existence. Even if it is carrying Tang Yu, it comes and goes like the wind in the air, and the speed is extremely fast. Only Luya grows slowly, and it is only 6th order now. It is estimated that it will not be long before another task of cultivating giant dragons will be completed. Whether it is Shui Yun Mine, 100 fighting Qi warriors or a top-quality magic weapon, Tang Yu's eyes are full of enthusiasm. Chapter 63. While learning the dragon language magic, a huge message emerged in Tang Yu's mind, which recorded how to make the dragon language magic. The magician, in fact, is to sing incantations, draw the magic trajectory, and then achieve the purpose of using magic elements. The dragon language magic is strengthened in this version, and the released magic contains a special energy, which can multiply the magic power. Take out 2 dragon eggs from the package, and then hatch with blood. The 2 small heads pushed open the eggshell and drilled out, then looked at Tang Yu curiously. Name, Maj. Gender, female. Species, life dragon. Level, level 1. Abilities, wood magic, dragon breath. Yield, 1 wood crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. Name, Euphemia. Gender, female. Species, earth dragon. Level, level 1. Abilities, earth magic, dragon breath. Yield, 1 earth crystal / 1 day. Experience, 0/100. If the magic dragon of other elements is used for fighting, then the wooden dragon is the nurse, which can issue group healing, and the effect is much stronger than that of the wooden magician. The earth dragon is definitely the best candidate for team battle weapons and construction workers. This dragon is the largest in size among the magic dragons, but it is also the slowest. Although the 2 of them have just hatched, Euphemia is twice the size of Maj. When the 2 of them finished eating the eggshell, Tang Yu took out a few thundercloud fruits. Alice, take care of them both. Alice's cultivation base is the highest, and her personality is relatively stable. She has no thunderous magic at all. Tang Yu is still very relieved to hand over the baby dragon to her. Don't worry, Master. Alice glanced at the 2 baby dragons with a smile on her face. It's time to upgrade the dragon's nest. Low-level dragon nest. Tang Yu built a total of 4, but as the dragons grew, the role of the low-level dragon nest became less obvious. Let's finish the tasks of the gold mine and iron mine first. Coming down from the back mountain, the miners in Chaos City have now recruited about 500 people, and the iron ore near Chaos City has also begun to be excavated, and the progress is not slow. It is estimated that a batch of iron ore will be obtained soon. As soon as they returned to the castle, Doreen brought Marlene here. Speaking of which, it was fate. The two had similar names and things they were good at. Master, I think the tavern can be opened. Now Doreen is back to being a lady again, with the potency of 100 brewers and Marlene, and she won't have to be the same again. Oh? It seems to be fruitful again. Tang Yu smiled. Although high-purity wine can sell well, the more varieties, the better. This wine is a little more delicious than the wines on the mainland. There are several wines mixed together, and the purity is not low. I intend to name it Chaos Wine. And this kind of wine is like amber, and it can make foam. I'm going to call it Tang Wine. As for the white wine with a high degree of alcohol, I'm going to call it Jade Wine. I wonder if the adults are satisfied. Hearing this, Tang Yu tasted every kind of wine, then nodded with satisfaction. It's very good, but if we want to open a business, we still need more wine. Master, don't worry, a batch has been brewed, and the craftsmen are still there. Marlene smiled slightly, and you can imagine how popular these three kinds of wines will be when they leave Chaos City. Don't look at the fact that the master is only a little viscount now, living in a remote place, but it will not be long before the whole continent will resound the master's name. Chaos City Tang Yu, it's really good. I'll move these wines to the tavern today and try it now in Chaos City. Clear. Doreen and Marlene looked at each other and nodded. If you need something, just look for Ron. You don't have to apply to me. Thank you, master. The eyes of the two were full of emotion, and they would not betray the trust of their masters and strive to brew more delicious wine. The next day, the news that Lord opened a tavern spread throughout Chaos City, and whether it was free people, serfs, or travelers all came to the door of the tavern. Everyone, today the tavern opens on the first day, and everyone can have a free drink. This is the property of the Lord. I believe that there will be no unscrupulous guys coming to make trouble. There is a long table at the entrance of the tavern, and there are some bottles and jars on the table. Free usual. This is normal. Lord is definitely the most merciful lord of the crying continent. Only one drink? As a nobleman, you are so stingy, a passing traveler muttered dissatisfiedly. Hearing this, all the serfs and free people in Chaos City looked at him with bad expressions. What? Did I say something wrong? Feeling the anger of the crowd, the traveler was also a little bit worried, but he still said bravely, everyone should have a good amount of alcohol, right? Such a small cup, it is estimated that it even tastes bad. Can't even taste it. Where is the stupid pig, who dares to question the Lord? Get out. Yes, get out, we don't welcome you in Chaos City. There are so many people in our Chaos City, 1 cup per person, how many gold coins will the Lord waste on us? That's right, you stupid pig is still not satisfied, get out. At this moment, the people of Chaos City were unprecedentedly united, and the free people did not dislike the lowness of the serfs, and pushed those travelers with them. Seeing this scene, the travelers were stunned. It was not the first time for them to go to other cities. The people there, whether they were serfs or freedmen, were all yellow-faced, skinny, and dull-eyed. They both feared and hated the nobles. This is the first time they have seen commoners who support nobles so much, which is really puzzling. Sorry, my servant can't speak, we promise not to make trouble. The leading traveler dressed in a noble service and had a more amiable attitude. Missing trouble? Did you see the head on the city gate? This is the end of the person who dares to make trouble in my chaotic city. Does Viscount Bell of Bell City know? He provoked the Lord, and now Bell City has become the deputy city of my Chaos City. Not ashamed to speak. Who would have thought that those serfs would not give him this noble face at all, and they all sneered at him. Hearing this, the nobleman was a little dumbfounded. It seems that the lord of this chaotic city is definitely a ruthless man. Don't be noisy, get in line. Carol shouted, and the space filled with thousands of people instantly became silent, only the sound of calm breathing. Hiss! The noble traveler sucked in a breath of air, showing a high degree of obedience. Chapter 64. When the bottle cap is opened, a mellow smell spreads out instantly. Well, it smells so good. Oh my god, is this wine? It's crystal clear, like water. Could it be that this is the latest wine developed by the Lord? One person can only drink 1 cup. Repeat recipients. The orc warriors behind me are not vegetarians. Carol glanced around for a week, and when he saw everyone was quiet, he nodded with satisfaction. A sip of spirits poured into his throat, and a spicy feeling rushed into his heart, and the pores all over his body seemed to open up to breathe. Because I was not mentally prepared, I drank the whole glass of wine, choked with snot and tears, resisted the desire to spit it out, and swallowed it hard. The whole person was like a sublimation. Ah! Cool! This is the strongest wine I've ever had. Get out of the way and let me taste it. For a while, there were bursts of violent coughing sounds from the door of the tavern, and finally there were long comfortable chants. The noble traveler looked at this scene in surprise. Isn't it just wine? Does it take such a big reaction? A group of uninformed country serfs, not like me, came from the palace, and even if it was imperial wine, they drank a lot. When it was his turn, Alan raised his glass and looked at it carefully. It was a little thicker than water, but the smell was really hard to resist, and the wine bugs in his stomach seemed to rebel. Don't linger, hurry up. The people behind them couldn't wait. When they saw the reaction of others, they smelled the mellow smell, like a cat's claws scratching their hearts. If they hadn't respected the Lord, they would have rushed up. I swallowed the wine in the glass in 1 gulp, and a spicy feeling came to my heart. Oh my god! After a long time, Alan let out an exclamation, ignoring his tears, looking at the quilt in his hands in shock, then sticking out his tongue and licking the remaining wine drops on the glass. At this moment, his performance was not as good as those of the serfs he despised. The noble bearing disappeared at this moment, and some were just wine bugs who kept rebelling. Sir, I am willing to spend 100 gold coins to buy a glass of this wine. Putting down the cup with no end in sight, Alan looked at Carol expectantly. Don't sell it today, come back tomorrow if you want it. When Carol drank wine, she was similar to these people, so she didn't despise it in her heart. Hearing this, Alan frowned and said, Sir, this is not a rational behavior. A wise businessman will not miss a single gold coin. This is the order of the Lord. If you want wine, you can go to the castle to find him. Alan is a little confused. Isn't it just for the sake of making money? Are you trying to drive up prices? Humph, cunning businessman. However, the wine bugs in his stomach were really noisy. Alan gritted his teeth and said, I can buy 10 cups for 1,000 gold coins. Hearing this, the people around were shocked. My god, just a glass of wine is worth $1,000. 1,000 gold coins. They have lived for so long, let alone 1,000 gold coins, they have never seen 10 gold coins. After all, 10 gold coins are simply astronomical numbers to them. But now, they have tasted a cup of fine wine of 1,000 gold coins, which is a great honor. Not to mention other people, even Carol was a little shocked. He is a shrewd businessman and will not let any gold coin miss his hand. But today's event, the master had expected, and ordered not to sell any glass of wine. Although Carol didn't know what medicine was sold in the master's gourd, he did not dare to disobey. As I said, it's not for sale when you enter. 1 drink per person. If you want wine, go to the Lord. Carol's flesh hurts, a cup of 1,000 gold coins. I have never seen such expensive wine in my life. Where is your lord? I'll find him. A look of confidence appeared on Alan's face. He was just a viscount, could it be that he couldn't help himself? No, it's already here. I saw a handsome figure riding a purple thunder dragon, walking in slowly from behind, followed by 100 orc warriors. He was dressed in a white aristocratic service, and his posture was elegant and noble. His facial features are exquisite, his skin is as white as jade, and he is unparalleled in beauty. He rides a magic dragon, adding a touch of heroism to his handsome face. He is not like a viscount, but like a noble prince. Why would such a person succumb to such a remote place as a chaotic forest? Alan took a deep breath and was impressed by his temperament just at the first sight of this person. If such a person does not fall, his future achievements will be absolutely shocking. What happened? Tang Yu frowned and jumped off Alice. Master, this person offered a high price of 1,000 gold coins for a glass of wine, but I rejected it. Carol kneeled in front of Tang Yu and said respectfully. Looking in the direction Carol pointed, a middle-aged man dressed in a noble service appeared in his eyes. Count. Tang Yu was a little surprised. It was absolutely abnormal for an earl to appear in a place like Chaos City. What's your name? Tang Yu was much taller than Ailu, so he looked at him completely condescendingly. Hearing this, Alan performed a solemn noble etiquette, and then said respectfully, Dear Lord, I am deeply impressed by your fine wine, so I want to ask you to sell me a glass of wine, and I am willing to pay 1,000 gold coins. Tang Yu frowned and said, There are rules everywhere. Your Excellency has come from a long way, so you have to abide by the rules of my Chaos City, dipping and not selling, and come back early tomorrow morning. What? Alan was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what Tang Yu was thinking. A glass of wine is 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins can buy a dragon cub. I'm equivalent to exchanging a Yelong cub for a glass of wine with you, but you don't agree? Respected Lord, I don't think you know my identity. I came from the palace, and my position is responsible for inspecting the various territories. You should be very clear about my words. Hearing this, Tang Yu said with a blank face, It's just an earl. Today is the prince and princess coming, and even if King Roland comes in person, he has to abide by my rules. Alan turned pale in shock. He was so arrogant that he dared to say such rebellious words. In that case, I will retire. Taking a deep breath, Alan suppressed the anger in his heart, turned and walked away, forgetting the noble demeanor. Chapter 65. Princess, it's unforgivable, that Tang Yu is too arrogant and definitely not the person you're looking for. In a dilapidated tavern in Chaos City, Alan walked to a room on the second floor and yelled resentfully. Count Alan, please pay attention to your self-discipline. How did Viscount Tang Yu offend you? On a piece of precious high-grade animal skin, a woman wearing a long white dress with a veil on her face held a magic scroll in her hand and watched quietly. Hearing Alan's noise, he couldn't help but frown. Princess, this is a projection stone, you will definitely want to kill him after reading it. Putting a stone in front of the princess, Alan said angrily. The princess smiled, then took the projection stone and watched silently. Her expression went from calm to a smile, then to surprise, then a look of shock in her eyes, and finally a smile on her face again. Interesting. The princess smiled slightly, turned her wrist, and placed the projection stone in the ring. Princess. Watching the projection stone disappear, Alan hesitated. To be honest, he wanted to collect this projection stone. Hey! The princess glanced at him lightly. Is the princess going to see him now? Alan sighed, then changed the subject bluntly. I guess he should be in a bad mood now. Marquis Hedge won't let him go easily. The princess smiled and said, I want to see how he repels Marquis Hedge's attack. Hearing this, Alan thought for a while and said, Tang Yu has a magic dragon, and it is said that he also has a bronze Beamon. He has 500 orc warriors under his command. I guess Marquis Heike is not his opponent, right? Count Alan, you should use your brain. You forgot who Marquis Hedge is? That big man won't sit by and watch the rise of Golden Ridge. Hiss! Alan sucked in a breath of cold air and whispered, "If the Marquis of Red Blood makes a move, will we help or not? This is not something you can think about, go down and bring me a glass of wine by the way." Alan said with a wry smile, "My esteemed princess, you probably have to go there in person, he won't give it to me." Hearing this, the princess burst out laughing, looked in the direction of the tavern, and muttered to herself, "Interesting, Tang Yu, I'm looking forward to our meeting. Lord Marquis, it is said that Tang Yu has recently developed a fine wine, which is full of praise. According to our spies, that wine is definitely a peerless wine. Heike City is next to the sea, so the strength is also a very powerful force among the Marquis. Earl Bobby, those people don't have much knowledge, but the Marquis of Red Blood has already sent a message to completely destroy the Chaos City, and now they are waiting for the army of the Marquis of Red Blood to enter the city. Destroying a small chaotic city is easy even with the strength of Hai Kailing." Hearing this, Marquis Heike said, "Don't take it lightly, that Tang Yu is even more mysterious than his damn old father. Since he has taken action, he will go all out." What the Marquis said is, "But what if Tang Ji takes action?" Marquis Heike sneered, "At that time, someone will stop him, Tang Yu will surely die, otherwise the Marquis of Red Blood and I will feel uneasy. It is an honor for the two Marquis to take action. Maybe this time I can get away to tame the magic dragon, and then..." Marquis Heike sneered, "If he could have a magic dragon, what would the Marquis of Red Blood be?" The Marquis of Red Blood, wearing a bright red robe, holding a glass of bright red wine, stared blankly at the map of Roland Kingdom on the wall. "Golden Marquis, Marquis Ada, King Roland." The Marquis of Red Blood muttered to himself, with a wave of his palm, a black light fell on the map, and the maps belonging to the Golden Ridge and Ada territory were instantly burned. "King Roland is cowardly and incompetent, and this kingdom still needs me to inherit. Speaking of which," the Marquis of Red Blood sneered and said lightly, "and the kingdom is not my ultimate goal, as for now, let's start from this small chaotic city. Master, the Nether Legion and the Red Blood Legion have already been dispatched, and it is estimated that they will resist Heki Land in 3 days." Behind the Marquis of Red Blood stood a man shrouded in black armor, an evil aura pervaded him, like an emotionless robot. "I need no one alive in Chaos City. I need a way to tame the magic dragon. If you can't do it, you don't have to come back." "Yes." The armored man glanced at the red-blooded Marquis fearfully, and then turned into a black light and dissipated. "Tang Yu, Hai Chi, I hope you don't let me down. War, I need a bloody war, only endless corpses and undead can make you and me stronger." "Shut up, I know what to do, I don't need you to direct me. BD, we are one." What is terrifying is that there are 2 voices coming from the body of the Marquis of Red Blood, and everything looks so gloomy. Chaos Forest, Tang Yu sat on the back of a fat tiger and watched the miners cut down the surrounding jungle. 2 days have passed since the tavern opened, and the miners have recruited enough. Tang Yu Wine Industry is now launching a low-purity and turbid wine that sells for 5 copper coins for 1 tael. After all, serfs and commoners cannot afford that kind of high-purity wine. "My lord, the money has been withdrawn." At this moment, the voice of Manus came from the front, and the 100 Terran warriors were temporarily trained by Jacob. With the training intensity of the orc warriors, the 100 human warriors can definitely become the best among human warriors. Manus, on the other hand, became a mine supervisor, supervising the excavation of 2 iron mines and a gold mine. After all, if Chaos City wants to rise, the mine is the top priority. Only with iron and some gold can the army be developed. After all, power comes from the barrel of a gun is not just talk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, opening a gold mine, 2 iron mines, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, a high-level armor, and a medicine field. Is it finally finished? Tang Yu took a deep breath, then rode the fat tiger and walked over, only to see a lot of gold nuggets in the soil. Yes, keep digging, Manus, I gave you the gold and iron ore, don't let me down. Don't worry, adults, people are in the gold mine. Manus nodded vigorously, looked at the monsters lying around, and then asked weakly, but can you let those monsters leave? The miners are a little scared. Chapter 66. Princess, the spies from the front are reporting that the Red Blood Marquis' Red Blood Legion has already set off, and the 36 dragon knights under his command have also accompanied him, and the Marquis Heki is going to go in person. In the Tang Yu Tavern in Chaos City, Count Alan said respectfully to Princess Roland. This woman is the only daughter of King Roland, Isabel, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the Roland Kingdom. The Roland Kingdom takes the surname as the country name. King Roland has 2 sons and 1 daughter, of which the daughter is the youngest and the most favored. Isabel is not only beautiful, but also extremely talented. Not only does she possess holy light magic, but she also awakens the ice element. What's even more surprising is that Tang Yu isn't the only one who is recognized by the magic dragon, Isabel is one of them. A few days ago, Isabel heard about Tang Yu's deeds, so she rushed back from the Empire, and she was accompanied by a young dragon of a magic dragon, which is said to be the Holy Light Dragon. Therefore, there was news from the palace that King Roland suffered physical injuries when he was young. No matter how difficult it was to break through in his lifespan was greatly reduced. And King Roland's 2 sons are relatively mediocre, so King Roland said that he wanted Isabel to become the first queen of Roland Kingdom. Viscount Tang Yu is in big trouble this time. Even if he has a magic dragon and a bronze Beamon, he is not the opponent of the 2 marquis. He is still too young and has not grown up yet, otherwise the entire Shenmei continent is him. Stage. Hearing this, Marquis Alan frowned and said, I believe Marquis Tangji will not sit back and watch his heir suffer, not to mention that some of the other marquis are close to Marquis Tangji. Isabel smiled and said, you are still too one-sided. You only know that the Marquis of Red Blood ranks first and the Marquis of Tangji ranks second, but you don't know how big the gap is between them. What's more, the Marquis of Red Blood ranks second. An ambitious politician who is not as simple as he seems. After a pause, Isabel continued, I'm sure that Viscount Tang Yu had absolutely no reinforcements when the troops came under attack, and this time the catastrophe could only be overcome by himself. Could it be that the king is sitting and watching the fall of such a genius? Wouldn't he intervene? Alan felt a little puzzled. If Tang Yu grew up, he would definitely be able to lead the Roland Kingdom to a stronger place. Isabel sneered, Tang Yu's talent is too terrifying, and behind the favor of the Golden Marquis and Duke Ada, it has already caused some people's suspicion. Hey! Alan sighed and said with some regret, the continent of Divine Cry has been inherited for countless years, and countless geniuses have died. Maybe Tang Yu is just one of these people. After many years, people will only remember the chaos of Tang Yu wine. I don't know that this is also a very strong genius. Hearing this, Isabel shook her head, and a look of confidence appeared on her face. You are wrong, I believe he can survive this catastrophe, and like the divine bird of the Fire Nation, he will grow into nirvana. Why does the princess have so much confidence in him? Ada was puzzled. Marquis of Red Blood and Marquis Heki joined forces, even Marquis Tangji couldn't resist, right? It's just intuition. Maybe he will still shine in the title assessment in a month. This is an interesting person, isn't it? The goddess of luck will take care of him. Princess, some people say that Tang Yu is the first genius of Roland Kingdom, how can you still have a good impression of him? There is a sense of sympathy between geniuses, not to mention that I am not a top genius in Imperial College. Count Alan, don't let the environment in front of you limit your vision, you should see farther, the father is too much obsolete, only to be bullied by other kingdoms. By the way, you can inform Viscount Tang Yu and let him be prepared. It is also a good gift to add icing on the cake. It is good. Alan nodded. Seriously, he didn't want the genius who could brew this kind of wine to die like this. Maybe this viscount is just like himself, and he is also an alcoholic, right? At this time, Tang Yu had no sense of urgency, but stood leisurely on the back mountain, looking a little worried about the potion that was growing vigorously. System, after building the medicine field, can these potions be transplanted? Can. Hearing this, Tang Yu let out a long breath. So many potions cost him a lot of gold. Build a medicine field. As soon as the voice fell, a golden light fell on the open space in front of him, and the originally yellow land turned red. Low-level medicine field, it can increase the growth rate by 2 times, increase the potency of potions, and can reproduce automatically. Tang Yu took a closer look and found that the medicinal fields were also divided into grades. The low-level medicinal fields were red, the intermediate medicinal fields were black, the high-level medicinal fields were gold, and the top medicinal fields were purple. Transplant. When he thought about the potions flew directly into the medicine field, instantly becoming more vigorous. Sure is a good thing. Tang Yu felt a little joy in his heart, and bought 100 seeds of all kinds of potions. Back in the castle, Ron hurriedly greeted him, "Master, something has happened." "Don't panic, what happened?" "Someone has spread a message that the Marquis of Red Blood and Marquis Heki want to deal with you, and now they are close to Chaos City. I thought it was a prank, after all, the 2 Marquis came all the way to deal with you, which is really unrealistic. But gold, there is news from the city, and the news is true." Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled and said, "I already know, don't worry about it." Ron suddenly looked confused, and the master looked so calm. "You must know that those are the 2 Marquis who have been famous for many years. And you are just a little viscount, where did you come from so much confidence? Anything else? The title assessment will take place in a month, and as the heir of the Golden Marquis, you must go to the Imperial College for assessment in person, or you should get up now." Tang Yu shook his head and said, "I'm gone, you are a disaster, don't worry, they can't kill me yet. As for the Imperial College, I'm going to see it too, you go and get busy." 100 miles away from Chaos City, dense cavalry appeared on the horizon, and I didn't know how many people there were. Marquis Heki was wearing a azure blue full coverage high-grade armor, riding a Yelong, and beside him were 36 dragon knights. "Tisk tisk, Lord Redblood really looks down on that little BD, and even sent you here. Marquis Heki, the master has an order, this mission must not be missed, otherwise we will all suffer," the leading dragon knight said lightly. Hearing this, Marquis Heki flashed a sinister color in his eyes, and then smiled slightly, "Don't worry, these 200 magicians can easily destroy the city walls of Chaos City, and I have prepared the dark holy water to ensure that it is safe." "Very good, the task is a perfect success, the master will reward you." In the face of a marquis, the Dragon Knight didn't even have the slightest respect. Chapter 67. Report. The enemy is only 10 miles from the city gate, and will arrive at the city gate in about half an hour. In the castle, Tang Yu sat in the first place, and almost everyone under his command came. All the residents of Bell City were temporarily moved to Chaos City, and all the food and other materials inside were also moved to Chaos City. After all, only Chaos City has high walls and thick walls, and as its own base camp, there is absolutely no room for failure. As for Bell City, it has just become the deputy city of Chaos City, and there is basically no construction. Brule. The old slave is here. Today Brewer is wearing a gorgeous costume, with some color on his face, leaning on a high-level staff. 500 orc warriors attacked with me, and the 3 Beamon were the forwards, do you understand? Understood. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Brewer's eyes. After being under the master's command for so long, he was finally able to perform 227, which was something that the orc warriors looked forward to immensely. After all, in the orc kingdom, war happens every day. Orcs and barbarians are always the races that yearn for war the most. Manus, Ellie. Please instruct your lord, 35. You lead civilians and Terran warriors to defend the city walls. Bows and arrows and other supplies should be enough. Understood. The two nodded. To be honest, since they came to Chaos City, the two of them have done nothing but train human warriors. Although it is the time of life and death in Chaos City, it is also the time for them to prove their strength. Jacob. Exist. You follow me around. Your mission is to defeat those dragon knights, and I have built a weapon for you to show your wishes. Thank you, Master. Jacob exclaimed, his voice booming and deafening. Katarina, you are responsible for assassinating the commander, but be careful. Yes. Katarina looked indifferent, as if she was not at all nervous about the next war. Danton and Ron are in charge of order in the city, and I don't want an accident in the rear. Yes. The two looked at each other and nodded. Now the population of the entire Chaos City has reached 7,546. Although everything has been arranged, it is necessary to prevent the enemy's spies, otherwise they will attack from both sides. Even if they have 500 orc warriors, they will definitely be finished. Go down and get ready. Tang Yu came to the back mountain alone. Alice put on the high-level dragon saddle, and the other dragons also put on the low-level dragon saddle. Now Alice is not far from the spiritual rank, and Aina is not far from the master rank. As for the gold coins and ingots, they have reached the master rank. Lucia was 8th order, Effie and Miranda reached 7th order, the other three-headed metal dragons reached 6th order, Della also reached 6th order, and only Euphemia and Madge were only 3rd order. Even so, except for Euphemia and Madge, the other dragons now have decent fighting power. Today's Chaos City is embarrassed. You will also come in handy, but you must pay attention to safety. I can't afford to lose any of you. 359. Even if the metal dragons reach the 6th rank, they all have good command, not to mention that Tang Yu usually teaches them some human knowledge, so it can be said that their wisdom is not low. Master, our giant dragon family is not afraid of challenges, but more eager for war. Alice licked her lips, her eyes full of excitement. Very good, let our gods stop killing gods and people stop killing people. Tang Yu laughed out loud and patted Della's little head. Although he is not afraid of the alliance between Red Blood and Heike, he will not underestimate anyone. It can be said that this war is definitely a rare test. If you pass it, then you will leap from the sea to the sky and let the birds fly. If you can't make it through, your previous efforts will be destroyed in one fell swoop. System, all lottery draws. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage 99. Damn, I'm not possessed by a chief today. Tang Yu took time off twice in a row, and Tang Yu had the urge to curse. Today was the first test in his life, and the system was so ineffective. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 2 silver warrior cards. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 2 female naga. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 2 holy light angels. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Angel of holy light? There are angels in this world too. Angels of holy light are said to be the vassals of the god of light, and they are also called winged men. They are powerful, born with holy light magic, and are some evil nemesis. Hopefully it helps this time. Tang Yu took a deep breath, looked at the blue sky in the sky, filled with pride in his heart. The Marquis of Red Blood, the Marquis of Heike, and the Dragon Knight would all become his stepping stones. If this war is won, Chaos City will definitely usher in a blowout development. Master, the enemy is now approaching the city, and the spies we dispatched have also been killed. Just then, Brewer walked in and said respectfully. Go out and see. 2 fox girls stepped forward, served Tang Yu to put on high-grade armor, and then walked out of the castle. Turned over and rode on Alice's back, and brought the other 10 dragons to the bottom of the city wall. It has to be said that the high-level armor given by the system is very gorgeous. The whole body is covered in the armor, the sun shines on it, and the golden light shimmers, making Tang Yu like a golden armored god of war. Moreover, the whole body is very breathable, and it does not appear stiff at all, and the speed of the vindictive energy and magic in the body is also much faster. On the city wall, all the serfs and freedmen spontaneously organized themselves and stood on the city wall with bows and shields in their hands. Came to the city wall, looked down, a black crowd surging, a chilling aura lingered in the sky. The temperature seemed to be getting colder, making people feel cold. Tang Yu Landis, you killed my nobles for no reason, and violated the laws of the kingdom. I will grant you the death penalty on behalf of the 5.4 king, so why don't you go down to the city and surrender? Otherwise, the day the city is broken, the blood will flow thousands of miles. 5. Marquis Heki was wearing azure blue armor, and his knight spear was pointed at Tang Yu, and his voice became very bright after the armor was enhanced. Looking at the black knights and the hideous monsters below, the faces of the serfs and freemen turned pale. There are less than 8,000 people in the entire Chaos City, so we still have to count all the old and the weak, women and children. However, there are already 15,000 elite soldiers, twice the number. If you count the soldiers, it is 25 times the difference. Can this battle really be fought? Chapter 68. Okay, I'll open the city gate and welcome the arrival of Marquis Heki. Tang Yu smiled slightly, then shouted to the city wall, open the city gate. Hearing this, Marquis Heki took off his helmet and looked bewildered, didn't he? Is this a success? Back then in the Golden City, Tang Yu was extremely talented and resourceful. Is this the devil possessed today? But no matter what, it is naturally the best to be able to take down Chaos City without a fight. Since this kid is so sensible, it's a big deal to leave him a whole corpse after entering the city. Into the city. Marquis Heki waved his hand, and the dragon knight headed behind him hurriedly said, Marquis Heki, be careful with deceit, the intelligence records that Tang Yu is not the kind of brainless person. Knight Luke, do you think they can have any traps against our army with such a small number of people? Marquis Hedge sneered. The people of Marquis of Red Blood are always so timid. The city gate slowly opened, and Heki face showed a touch of ecstasy. He seemed to see the magic dragon smiling at him, and he seemed to see the beautiful vision of himself leading 22 countless magic dragons to gallop across the continent in the future. Just when Hechi led the knights to be only 20 meters away from the city gate, huge potholes suddenly appeared, and many monsters fell directly into them. Attack! Tang Yu gave an order, and stone balls burning with flames, as well as boulder rolling logs rolled down from the city wall. Power Tower launch! As soon as the voice fell, the purple energy towers on the city wall aimed at the dragon knights, sending out a purple thunderbolt as thick as a bucket, and the smell of scorched air permeated instantly. Get out! Get out! Seeing this scene, Marquis Heki panicked. The knights behind him are the foundation of his life, and they are also the guards of honor for galloping the continent of divine weeping in the future. Don't withdraw, rush to me. However, Luke, the captain of the Dragon Knight, saw that the city gate had been opened. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he could enter the Chaos City, what would Tang Yu do to resist the 15,000 strong army? Don't withdraw now, wait for my knights to be wiped out. Marquis Hedge roared, watching the knights fall one by one, hating Tang Yu so much that his teeth itch. Look clearly, my Dragon Knight is also losing, the city gate is wide open, this is the best chance, as long as you rush into the city, this war will be won. 35. Luke hates that iron is not steel. I really don't know how such a person became a marquis, and he also became an ally of his master, which is simply a shame for the Red Blood Marquis. Yes, rush to me, don't retreat, kill Tang Yu, the reward is 10,000 gold coins. There must be brave men under the heavy reward, not to mention that these knights are all battle-hardened warriors. The fall of their comrades next to them did not make them afraid. They stepped on the corpses of their comrades and charged towards the city gate. However, when Hai-Chi and Luk led the dragon knights only 5 meters away from the city gate, the city gate closed quickly, extremely fast. The two who were holding their shields were instantly stunned. It was not their first time in a siege battle, but it was the first time they could close such a heavy city gate so quickly. What's going on? Marquis Hedge couldn't react, and looked at Luke blankly. Don't be cold, keep rushing, no matter how thick the city wall is, it will be vulnerable in front of our Yelong. 35. Although Luke was also very shocked, at the critical moment, he couldn't tolerate any hesitation at all. He thought for a moment and then said resolutely. At the cost of 7 or 8 dragon knights, everyone finally approached the city gate. Hit me hard. Luke didn't stop, riding a tall Yelong to attack the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the city gate was shaken by a burst of smoke and dust, and then Yelong, who was under his crotch, let out an earth-shattering scream. How can that be? Luke was a little surprised. Although Yelong was not as strong as a metal dragon, his scales were indestructible. When he hit it with all his strength, the city gate was unscathed, but his own Yelong was injured on the top of his head. Don't stop, keep rushing. Luke gritted his teeth. If he failed this time, it would definitely be a disgrace to his military career, and the master would not let him go. Tang Yu sneered when he heard the violent crashing sound below. He specially raised the city gate by 1 level, smeared a layer of oil on it, plated a layer of iron inside, and even had a bronze behemoth to block it. If these Yelongs can shake the bronze Beamon, it will be called a ghost. Haki, what are you doing, ordering the knights to climb the wall with the ladder? Shut up, I know what to do. The Marquis of Heki is now disgraced, and the azure blue armor on his body is covered with dust. However, what greeted them were endless arrows and rolling boulders, and people fell every minute. On the city wall, civilians fell from time to time. Those knights in red armor were very mighty and their archery skills were superb, causing casualties to the civilians in Chaos City. Alice, strike! Seeing those knights holding the ladders ready to climb the wall, Tang Yu shouted. 10 giant dragons rose from the city wall and fluttered their wings into the sky. Hold head high! Alice let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and then one after another dragon language magic flew towards the opposite enemy. 257. God of War is above, am I dazzled? My God, 10 giant dragons, is this the Dragon Valley? What are you doing? The magician fights back. The commander roared angrily, but at this moment, a flying knife flew down from the city wall and directly penetrated his throat. But even so, those magicians reacted, and then one after another magic blasted towards the giant dragons. For a time, the sky burst into beautiful fireworks. All kinds of magic bloomed in the sky, causing the magic elements of this world to be violent. My God, 10 giant dragons, 3 Beamon, and a watchtower that can send out magical automatic attacks. Is this Tang Yu a god? He looks so charming. People. Not far from the city wall, Isabel and Alan stood on the city wall. Since Tang Yu appeared, until now, the two of them have not reacted. The visual impact of the 10 giant dragons and the 3 giant Beamon was too strong, especially the bronze Beamon, which was 12 meters high. If it stood up, it would be much taller than the city wall. Chapter 69. Princess, maybe Viscount Tang Yu can really get through this difficulty, and he has a place on the list of the future Imperial College. Alan swallowed, and now the casualties of the other party are definitely much more than those in Chaos City. Look, the Marquis of Red Blood will still have a whole card, but I just don't know how Tang Yu will deal with it. 35. Isabel stared at Tang Yu's back, but his entire face was covered with a helmet and visor, so he couldn't see his features at all. Luke, get out, or we'll all die here. More than a dozen Yelongs smashed their heads into blood, but the city gate remained motionless, and Marquis Heike was desperate. Withdraw. 35. Luke turned his head and looked at Marquis Hedge with blood-red eyes, which surprised Hedge. Get out! With an order, the knights behind them took the lead in turning their heads to evacuate, and then the dragon knights stared at the shield and left in a hurry. Everyone withdrew out of range and quickly formed an army formation. Tang Yu, when the city gate is breached, I will break your corpse into tens of thousands of pieces to vent my heart. Marquis Heike looked at Tang Yu with a sullen face. The originally gorgeous armor was covered with blood and mud, and the whole person was the same as the one who came out of the refugee cave. It's a pity I didn't expect you to be alive. Tang Yu smiled slightly, the sun shone on his armor, and the golden light shone like a golden armored god of war, which formed a sharp contrast with the embarrassed Marquis Heike. Crap, I want you to die. Marquis Heike's eyes burst out. Although he attached great importance to Tang Yu, he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. This kind of military talent is far better than himself. Bring the arrows. Tang Yu was silent, and Manus hurriedly grabbed a bow. Tang Yu bent a bow and shot an arrow, aiming at Marquis Heike. Looking at Tang Yu like this, Marquis Heike didn't care. This place was out of range. Even if he could shoot over, he would definitely not be able to break his high-level armor. Haha, little brat, do you think you are an elf shooter? I'll stand here and let you shoot, you shoot. You shoot me. Marquis Heike laughed, obviously losing his temper. Luke helplessly wiped the blood from his face, and suddenly felt that having such a pig teammate was even more embarrassing than losing a battle. Hey! 35. The arrow carried a blue light, as fast as lightning, and appeared in front of Marquis Heike in the blink of an eye. Puff! The sound of the arrow piercing the armor sounded, and Marquis Heike lowered his head and stared blankly at the trembling tail of the arrow stuck in his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. Luke did the same, staring blankly at Marquis Heike, blood flowing into his eyes, but he didn't notice it. It hurts me. A sharp pain came from his chest. Marquis Heike tore off the arrow, and a trace of blood seeped out. Haha, Tang Yu, you can't shoot me. Covering his chest, Marquis Heike laughed. Why should I kill you? Wouldn't it be better to keep a pig teammate like you? Tang Yu smiled slightly. He didn't intend to kill Marquis Heike. He could see that the dragon knight beside Heike should be a person with extremely rich combat experience. Two commanders, one mediocre and high status, the other capable but low status, and no one obeys the other. This is definitely in their best interests. Hearing this, Marquis Heike blushed, pointed at Tang Yu, spurted out a mouthful of blood for a long time, and then fell to his knees. Originally, the damage of that arrow was not great. After all, the defense power of high-level armor is not bragging. The arrow is 2 points into the flesh, and it will never cause Heike to vomit blood. This is definitely angered by Tang Yu. Even Luke couldn't help laughing, and was almost amused by Tang Yu's words. Back to camp. Taking a deep look at Tang Yu, Luke began to pay attention to Tang Yu's opponent for the first time. At least he has wisdom that does not match his age. The first confrontation, I didn't expect that I would be defeated, and the Chaos City side actually had no losses. For Luke, who was able to fight well, it was a complete shame. Returning to the temporary military camp, they originally wanted to live in Bell City temporarily, but lest Tang Yu be deceived, they chose a small hillside next to the chaotic forest. My lord, the casualty statistics are out. In the tent, Marquis Heike was in a coma, and Luke recalled various scenes from the moment he entered the battlefield to the end of the war. Read it. In this battle, the Dragon Knights lost half, the Red Blood Legion lost more than 800 people, the Heike Legion lost more than 1,200 people, the seriously injured reached more than 2,300 people, and the mounts lost more than 2,500 horses. Hearing this, Luke's heart is bleeding. The 36 Dragon Knights can be said to be the master's hard work for so many years, and half of them died at once. Even if the war is won, the Marquis of Red Blood will not bypass him. I'm so pd off, Tang Yu chop suey, I'll kill you. At this moment, Marquis Hedge let out a scream and woke up. Why are we here? Continue to attack, I swear to Dharma God, I will not kill Tang Yu, and I will not be a human being. Seeing Luke looking at him with strange eyes, Marquis Hedge roared angrily. Let's look at the casualties first. Luke sneered, it's all the pig's opponent, I said that there are deceit and deceit, you and him have to charge, now it's good, wait for the wrath of the red blood Marquis to come. Looking at the casualties on the list, Marquis Heki looked sluggish, and within an hour of charging, he had lost so many people. How about the casualties in Chaos City? 5. Hearing this, Luke sneered, a lot, at least it is estimated that more than 200 people have died, the kings, and they are all civilians. Ah! How could this be so? How could it be so committed? Marquis Hedge let out an angry roar, a flame of fire lingered in his heart. Why did he lose so much while the Red Blood Legion lost so many people? The charge will continue tomorrow, but the Reds must be forward. 35. Hearing this, Luke's lungs exploded with anger. How did such a stupid pig climb to the Marquis title? Could it be that King Roland is really an idiot? If it weren't for the fear of the Knights of the Hedge Legion mutiny, he really wanted to slaughter this pig, otherwise with his existence, this war would never have been won. Tang Yu's figure appeared in his mind, and when he looked at the pig teammates around him, Luke let out a desperate sigh. Master, you really arranged a problem for me. Chapter 70. Brule, how is the injury? Sitting on the top of the castle, Tang Yu asked with a frown. It was definitely a great victory. More than 270 serfs were killed, more than 600 people were slightly injured, 8 orc warriors were injured, and 2 were seriously injured. 99. Brewer smiled slightly and then said, but we got more than 800 undamaged beasts, more than 1,900 armors and weapons, and 1 undamaged Yelong among them 5. It's not bad, the civilians who died in battle are given pensions, the families of the serfs have all become civilians, and the families of the civilians have doubled the compensation. Yes. Hearing this, Katarina's eyes flashed a soft color. With such a lord, why is the city not prosperous? Only a ruler who knows how to cherish his own people is a qualified ruler. Although Tang Yu is relatively young, he is better than most of the lords on Chenmei continent. Wearing golden armor, Tang Yu walked on the road with a sword in hand, and from time to time the wounded were carried past. At this moment, a beautiful shadow came into view in front of the eyes. The white clothes seemed out of tune with the surrounding messy environment, but they seemed very harmonious. Just like the white lotus in the mud, it is so noble and holy, so fresh and refined. The figure squatted in front of a wounded person, next to the earl who asked for 260 wine with him that day. A ray of white light flashed, and the wound that was deep in the bone was gradually healing. Holy light magic? Great mage! Tang Yu was stunned. When did Chaos City come to such a master? And he had an outstanding temperament, and he had never seen it before. Immediately walked over, looked at the back and said, do you think you alone can save the entire city? Hearing this, she turned her back, and a pair of bright purple eyes appeared in front of her eyes, only wearing a veil, so she couldn't see her face clearly, but she was absolutely beautiful. A healer saves the dead and heals the wounded. If I can save one person, it counts as one person, and the Lord helps 10,000 people, and a single thought can save 10,000 people. Naturally, I can't compare to the Lord 5. The sound is crisp and sweet, with an ethereal feeling, just listening to it makes people feel calm. However, Tang Yu smiled slightly and said, you're right. Since that's the case, let me help you. Lord still uses holy light magic. The woman's eyes were full of curiosity. Tang Yu shook his head and said, I haven't learned it yet, but my Fei wood magic doesn't have to be inferior to the holy light. 55. Speaking, Tang Yu's hands were covered with a layer of green light, and the light became more and more dazzling and bigger. A hymn of life. Tang Yu murmured, the green light in his hand flew into the sky, and then exploded, turning into green light spots and burrowing into the injured civilians autonomously. High-level magic life him? Instant high-level magic? Rao had heard of Tang Yu's defiantness, but when he saw it with his own eyes, Isabel couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. That's right, this woman is naturally Princess Roland Isabel, and next to him is Count Alan. It is rumored that Tang Yu Lantis is proficient in fire and thunder magic, but he has never heard of wood magic, but now people can easily use instant high-level wood magic. Could it be that Tang Yu is actually a three-line mage? Wait, he just said he hasn't learned it yet. Suddenly, Isabel recalled what Tang Yu had just said, and had an idea in her mind, but she wasn't sure, because it was too crazy. Although your cultivation is good, the city is too dangerous. Try not to leave the city recently. Seeing the wounds of the injured civilians healed quickly, Tang Yu took a long breath, then walked away and continued to patrol the city wall. Miss, he is really different from other nobles. In his eyes, these serfs seem to be no different from others. Alan looked at Tang Yu's back in admiration, and then whispered. Perhaps in his eyes there is no beauty and ugliness, no lowness and nobility, he really treats these serfs as his subjects. She looked at the eyes of those serfs and found that those serfs were full of admiration and fanaticism for Tang Yu, as if they did not believe in the god of law, the god of war, or the god of harvest, but Tang Yu, a living person. Perhaps, in their hearts, Tang Yu is their god. Alan heard the princess's words clearly, then nodded and said, yes, they do regard Tang Yu as a god. It is said that a few days ago, a temple suddenly descended out of thin air and enshrined the idols of Tang Yu, Beamon, and Dragon Guard. It is rumored that Tang Yu is the reincarnation of a god. And such miraculous things? This time, I'm going to see it. Isabel was really surprised. She had never seen such a bizarre thing in the Imperial Academy for so long. Before long, Brewer and Ron led some servants to the city wall, where 200 corpses were placed. Everyone, please inform each other that anyone in the family who is injured or killed will come up to claim the body and pension. Hearing this, Isabel and Alan looked at each other, a little puzzled in their hearts. This chaotic city revealed something completely different from other cities. Lord Steward, we don't need any pensions, it is our honor to serve the Lord. Yes, we don't need a pension, we still want to fight for the Lord. Ron suddenly glanced at the serfs and freemen strangely and said, have you figured it out? If there are people killed in the family, you can receive a gold coin. Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar, especially the family members of the deceased family members, their eyes became red. Fighting to the death for the Lord, we don't need a pension. Fight to the death for the Lord, and shed the last drop of blood. A deafening sound resounded under the city walls, and a gold coin was simply a huge fortune for these serfs, and it could even redeem themselves and make them free people. But they refused. It's not that they don't like gold coins. Who in the world doesn't like money? However, compared with the approval of the Lord, a gold coin will also become worthless. In their hearts, this is not only the kindness of the Lord, but also the respect and recognition for them. Since the birth of the country, the nobles have never regarded serfs as human beings, and even a single copper coin is reluctant to spend on serfs, let alone a single gold coin. Chapter 71. Everyone, this is the order of the Lord will take care of you, no matter what, you still have to live, so please come up to collect the pension. If you want to fight with the Lord tomorrow, you can spontaneously come to collect bows and arrows and armor. Ron's eyes were a little rosy, and when he was old, he was easily emotional. For a while, he also thought that these serfs were cute. I swear to live and die with the adults. The first teenager to receive the pension held a golden coin and shouted loudly, his father was killed in this battle. But he did not resent the Lord. If there was no Lord, their whole family would probably starve to death. I swear to live and die with the adults. Basically every serf who received gold coins shouted like this. Isabel and Alan stood behind them and watched silently, especially Alan, whose eyes were a little rosy. These damn serfs actually made the great Alan cry. Seeing the princess looking at him, Alan hurriedly wiped his tears and whispered. "It's not ashamed, this is the only place where I can feel warmth." Isabel smiled, her tone was like a rich old man with experience. "Miss, did anyone in your family die?" Hearing this, Isabel was stunned for a moment, looked up, and before she knew it, someone had already collected the gold coins, and she was standing at the back of the queue. "No, no." Isabel shook her head hurriedly, and then asked Ron curiously, "Old sir, do you all need to be censored? Aren't you afraid of others claiming gold coins?" I saw Ron smiled and said, "This may happen in other territories, but not in our Chaos City, they really respect and love Lord. Isabel smiled bitterly, it seemed that she asked an idiot question, but the scene just now was deeply imprinted in her mind. Those serfs could throw away precious gold coins and follow Tang Yu. This loyalty was already touching. "Old gentleman, I am a passing traveler, and now I have no place to live, can I live in the castle? I can pay gold coins." Hearing this, old Ron shook his head and said, "You don't have to pay gold coins, it is fate to meet, but you still need the Lord's consent, we all have to be cautious in extraordinary times. Otherwise I don't think anyone can bear the Lord's anger." "Does he look so gentle and get angry too?" Lord is generally gentle, but if you are angry, you will definitely bleed into a river, this is a fact, I will not deceive you." Tang Yu's face appeared in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of Isabel's mouth. And Tang Yu is now standing on the back mountain, with 13 giant dragons standing opposite. In today's battle, the opponent could kill so many people, most of which were killed by the giant dragons, but they were exhausted. "Eat all you want, there will be a fierce battle tomorrow." Tang Yu bought a 300 gold huiwen fruit. This fruit not only increases his experience, but also quickly restores magic and spiritual power, which is quite precious. It's okay to say that the magic dragon is just exhausted, and several metal dragons such as gold coins have been injured. After all, they not only rely on the dragon's breath, but also fight in close quarters. After eating the huiwen fruit, the spirits of the giant dragons are gradually recovering, and the speed is still very fast. Yi Tianzhong planted 100 huiwen fruit, and Tang Yu came to Beamon's lair. "Owner." Bronze Beamon came over with 2 ordinary Beamon, and now the bronze Beamon has reached the spiritual level, the skin is getting harder and harder, and it really looks like a Donkey Kong. "How is it? Are you not injured?" 99. "Thank you master for your concern, those ants can't let Hutter get hurt." Bronze Beamon smiled honestly. Bronze Beamon's skin was comparable to the scales of a giant dragon, and they didn't go out to fight, so they didn't get hurt much. "Very good, protect yourself when fighting, I need you to follow me out of the city tomorrow to fight. It's our honor to be by the master's side." Hutter was half kneeling on the ground, and that was the one who pushed the golden mountain down the jade pillar. "Ding, are you using the barracks skills?" 35. Use. Ding, the soldiers under the host's command receive all blessings and gain bonuses to life, combat power, and fighting spirit. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the task, building the military and political hall. The task reward, 5,000 gold coins, 2 bottles of bright holy water, unparalleled ability, and 2 silver warrior cards. Military and political hall, you can get the intelligence bonus, military ability, and marching speed bonus of your subordinates, and a low-level military formation is attached. 99. Bright holy water? You are really helping in the snow. The so-called bright holy water is actually the antidote to the dark holy water. Last time Viscount Bell brought a bottle of dark holy water, Tang Yu didn't believe that Marquis Heike didn't bring it. Although King Roland clearly forbids the use of dark holy water in war, some people still enjoy it. After all, the lethality of dark holy water is too terrifying, and 2 bottles of dark holy water are completely a violent plague, which can instantly destroy the enemy's defense. Except for the dark magician or the undead army, few people can resist the invasion of the dark holy water, not even the dragon. At the moment, Tang Yu came to the outside of the castle, and a lot of stone and wood were piled up now. Although some were used during the battle today, the materials were almost enough. 0. It just so happened that Ron walked in from outside with Isabel and Alan. "Master, these 2 nobles have no place to live and want to live in the castle. Make your own arrangements." For Isabel, Tang Yu still has a good impression, not only because of her beauty, but also because he can see that she is a smart woman. As for whether she is Marquis Hedge's traitor, Tang Yu has also considered it, but it doesn't look like it. Is a traitor. A great magician of the Holy Light system, Marquis Heike has not yet had such a big face, and let such a character risk himself. Ding, the materials are sufficient. Do you spend 10,000 gold coins to build the military and political hall? Put up. As soon as the voice fell, a piece of wood and stone flew into the air, and then formed a small castle outside the castle, and a military flag was hung on it. Isabel, who was about to leave, opened her mouth in surprise, and her beautiful eyes widened. "Miss, is this not earth magic?" Alan swallowed and smeared, then asked in horror. He absolutely didn't perceive the fluctuation of the magic element just now, but the things in front of him exceeded his cognition, which made him wonder if he didn't sleep well last night and was dazzled. Chapter 72. Didn't you see it yourself? Glancing at Alan, Isabel was surprised that old Ron didn't react at all. "Aren't you surprised, old housekeeper? It's not magic." Hearing this, old Ron smiled slightly, glanced at Tang Yu and said, "This is indeed not magic, this is magic, it is a miracle. Our Lord is the reincarnation of a god, please don't let the 2 of you let go of this trivial matter." On the heart. Isabel and Ellen looked at each other, and then the corners of their mouths twitched. "Don't take such a bizarre thing to heart. Do you think we are as calm as you? When the war is over, I suggest the 2 of you go to our Chaos City temple to see, that is a real miracle." Old Ron smiled, and then said to the 2, "Let's leave, Lord doesn't like it. 260 would like others to disturb you." This time, Isabel became more and more curious about the temple. How could an old man be so calm in the face of such a miracle? What kind of existence the temple was? Not long after, the construction of the military and political hall was completed. Overall, it looked like a small castle, but the walls were blood red, as if watered with blood. Walking into the military and political hall, it is extremely spacious and there are not many facilities, only a huge round table and dozens of chairs. At the very front is a golden and huge chair with the engraving of a military flag on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, building the military and political hall, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 2 bottles of bright holy water, unparalleled ability and physique, and 2 silver warrior cards. Bei Ci Wushuan, increases combat power and defense power by 3 times, the time lasts for 1 hour, and there will be an hour of weakness after use, which can be removed by the aura of life. Isn't this the berserk skill of the orcs? Tang Yu suddenly realized, but the berserk skills of the orcs were not as powerful as their own. Berserk skills can only be doubled, and after using them, they will be weak for several days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, building a fountain, task reward, 5,000 gold coins, 1 group life blessing card, 1 bronze Beamon, and 500 orc warriors. 39. Just building a fountain, such a rich reward. Tang Yu was very surprised. The fountain was just a decorative thing, but it was rewarded with a bronze Beamon. The reward was not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, upgrading the castle, the task reward, 20,000 gold coins, 1 piece of king level fighting skills, 1 piece of king level magic, and a mysterious magic awakening card. Looking at the stone and wood, it is not enough to upgrade the castle, and if you want to upgrade the castle, you must complete the construction of the fountain. If they want to go outside to cut down trees, Marquis Hedge and the others will definitely not sit idly by. Headache. 35. Tang Yu sighed. If he had triggered the quest a few days earlier, he would have been able to upgrade the castle by himself, and then obtained king-level fighting skills and magic, as well as awakening mysterious magic, and his combat power would definitely be greatly increased. Ding! You can buy it with gold coins. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Tang Yu pouted, and the ghost bought a pile of garbage with gold coins. Hey? So cheap? Buy. As soon as the voice fell, piles of stone and wood fell from the sky, which was definitely enough to upgrade the castle and fountain, and the cost was only 200 gold coins. Build a fountain. As soon as the voice fell, a large hole suddenly appeared in the castle garden, and then a spring water spurted out. Pieces of boulders flew around the spring, forming a huge pool. Not long after, a gorgeous fountain appeared in front of you. The fountain looked like a golden dragon. The spring water spewed out of the dragon's mouth and flowed into the pool. Fountain, increase the life bonus and cultivation bonus of the residents of the territory, increase the host's magic recovery speed, and increase the host's temperament and charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, building the fountain, and getting rewards, 5,000 gold coins, 1 group life blessing card, 1 bronze Beamon, and 500 orc warriors. No wonder there is such a generous reward. It turns out that the bonus of a fountain is so terrifying. Tang Yu found that as long as it is a systematic building, it has a certain bonus effect, even if it is just a decoration. But after the fountain, the whole castle looks a lot more domineering. If you plant some bright flowers in the yard, it will be even more perfect. Upgrade the castle. As soon as the voice fell, a piece of stone and wood flew over the castle, a burst of golden light enveloped the castle, and the people inside the castle hurried out. A quarter of an hour later, the golden light dissipated, and the castle was still 4 floors, but it was expanded a little. The original pale golden wall was now plated with a layer of gold, and bright flowers bloomed in the courtyard. This should be a more appropriate name than the Golden City. Even the Golden Castle of Marquis Tangji does not have the high-end atmosphere of Tang Yu's current castle. Layers of clouds and mist linger on the 4th floor of the castle, adding a touch of mystery to it. Second level castle, increase the reproduction rate by 3 times, increase the strength of the castle, increase the attack of the affiliated forces by twice, and increase the crop yield. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, upgrading the castle, and getting rewards, 20,000 gold coins, 1 piece of king-level fighting skills, 1 piece of king-level magic, and a mysterious magic awakening card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, upgrading the city wall. The task reward, 10,000 gold coins, 2 watch towers, 4 energy towers, 2 female naga, 1 golden warrior card. 39. Nowadays, people are still guarding the city walls. If they upgrade the city walls directly, they are afraid of causing casualties. Tang Yu did not upgrade. Pay attention to the movement of the enemy. I'm going to retreat, let me know if something happens. After saying a word to old Ron, Tang 5.4 Yu walked into the castle. Isabel and Ellen looked at the scene in front of them in shock. How long has it been? The entire castle has changed so much that it is unbelievable. Perhaps this is a real miracle. Earth magic is not so terrifying at all. Now even Isabel can't help but believe that maybe Tang Yu is really the reincarnation of a god, but I don't know which god descended to earth. Back in his room, Tang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. Use king-level fighting skills. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ancient Emperor's Seal of King Rank Fighting Skills. Ancient Emperor's Seal, a fragment of the Emperor's Seal, which is extremely powerful and should be used with caution. Use with caution? What do you mean? Tang Yu blinked, then curled his lips. Why should he learn it if he doesn't have to learn it? Use royal magic. Chapter 73. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the space magic Space Storm. Space Storm, a group attack skill, tearing all enemies around the storm, powerful, use it with caution. 35. Tang Yu thought about it, this space magic must be used with caution, otherwise it is estimated that even his own people will be attacked. Use the Mystic Magic Awakening card. A golden light sank directly into the spiritual sea, and not long after that, 2 magic seeds, one black and one white, appeared in the spiritual sea. Thunder magic is now the highest, reaching a 4-star magician, fire magic has also reached a 1-star magician, and space magic is the most important thing Tang Yu paid attention to during this time, reaching a 9th level magician. As for the water, ice, soil, wood, and wind elements, they are not high, but they are all making breakthroughs. Say something. Glancing at Katarina, Tang Yu said lightly. Hearing this, Katarina hurriedly lowered her head, and then whispered, Bronze Beamon found 2 serfs last night, and then found this. 55. Saying that, a black bottle 22 appeared in Katarina's hand, and an evil aura emanated from it. Dark holy water? What's in it? Tang Yu's expression changed. If the dark holy water erupted in Chaos City, it would definitely cause chaos in Chaos City. Katarina also knew the importance of the matter, and hurriedly said, when we found out, they had already put this thing into the water source. Let's go and have a look. At that moment, Tang Yu hurriedly took the helmet and took Katarina towards the mountain behind the castle. The drinking water of the entire Chaos City flows from the back mountain, then passes through the mountain where the giant dragons live, and flows through the underground of the castle, forming a river around the city. If there is a problem with the water source, even if there is no plague, Chaos City will not last long. Water is the source of life, and human beings cannot live without it. When they came to the back mountain, the entire water source had been surrounded by Beamon and the giant dragons, and the others did not have such a strong resistance. Damn, the kingdom's decree forbids them to use the dark holy water. I didn't expect to dare to do so. I must report to the court, and send Heike to the military court. Isabel was also there, and when Tang Yu walked in, she heard her complaining angrily. Why are you here? Tang Yu frowned. This woman didn't know how to avoid suspicion at such a critical moment. I'm a magician of the Holy Light System. I heard about this and I hope I can help. Hearing this, Tang Yu looked towards the sky above the water source, and saw a layer of black, smelly mist rising from the water source and then condensing in the sky, but a white mask covered the entire water source, making the black mist inseparable from this side. Space. Sorry, I can only keep it from spreading. If you want to remove it, you need the holy water of light. Isabel sighed, her face full of helplessness. If you want to get the holy water of light, it will take a week. By then, it is estimated that Chaos City has already turned into a hell. 99. Thanks for the help, but I think I have a solution. Do you have the holy water of light? Isabel was stunned. The price of a bottle of holy water of light was far higher than that of the holy water of darkness, and it was difficult to see holy water of light in such a back country. Get out of the way. Tang Yu nodded. The dragons backed away directly. He walked to the water source, stepped out of a white bottle, and the bottle contained some white liquid. Purification of light. The evolution of light is a kind of dragon language magic, which is considered to be an intermediate level magic. With Tang Yu's current holy light cultivation, it can only be issued barely. A strand of white light entered the bottle exploded instantly, and then the white liquid instantly turned into a white mist and entered the water source. Is this dragon language magic? Standing behind Tang Yu, Isabel asked in shock. She learned from the Imperial Academy that humans can also use dragon language magic, but the conditions are extremely harsh, so there are not many humans in the history of Shenmei continent who can use dragon language magic. When did you awaken the holy light system? At this moment, Isabelle reacted. Tang Yu originally had 3 types of magic, and now he uses holy light magic, so he is a 4th type of magic? My god, even in the Imperial Academy of Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger, the peerless genius of the 4 magics is the one who ranks 2nd on the heavenly ranking and the 1st on the Hidden Dragon ranking. As for why he ranked 2nd on the list, it was because this person was relatively young and had not yet grown up. Yesterday, I thought holy light magic was pretty good, and I had nothing to learn last night. Hearing this, Isabelle was stunned. Nok Li, is it really good for you to hit people like this? It was ice magic that Isabelle awakened for the first time. When she learned that she had awakened holy light magic, she was very excited for a long time. Looking at Tang Yu's indifferent face, Isabelle sighed, thinking that she was already a genius, but compared with Tang Yu, she was instantly turned into scum. The rumors were right, Tang Yu was the first genius of the Roland Kingdom, and even in the Empire, he was definitely the top 3. After all, the awakening of multiple magics does not mean that his talent is stronger, but also the magic affinity. The stronger the magic affinity, the stronger his talent. Can you ask -260 personal questions? You should have a high affinity for holy light magic. At this time, seeing the black mist gradually dissipating, Tang Yu let out a long sigh. The system is definitely sending charcoal in the snow. If there is no bright holy water, he will really be blinded. Hearing Isabelle's question, Tang Yu replied casually, it's normal. 35. Hearing this, Isabelle suddenly let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a little more balanced in her heart. Her affinity for holy light magic is extremely high. Don't worry, in an hour, the dark holy water will be purified. I didn't expect Marquis Heike to be so despicable and shameless. Tang Yu, what are you going to do? Seeing Tang Yu looking at the water source, Isabelle comforted. Tang Yu snorted coldly and said, I will treat him as much as he treats me. I will treat him twice as much. 99. Isabelle was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly, you are right, but this may lead to corpses everywhere. Tang Yu glanced at her and said lightly, in war, you will never be afraid of death. Chapter 74. Hearing this, Isabelle nodded in agreement. Now which country on the continent of God Cry is not built on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood? She is not the virgin, and she understands that the kindness to the enemy is cruelty to herself. Don't worry, I will report this matter to the court, and I will not hold you accountable. Isabelle said righteously. Tang Yu suddenly felt a little surprised. This little beautiful girl has a big tone. The prohibition of using dark holy water is not designated by King Roland, but by the Emperor. Although after so many years, the dark holy water has gradually loosened, but if it stabs the kingdom and the empire, it will definitely not please. But even so, she dared to say that. Could it be that the identity of this little beauty is not simple? Thank you very much, but I dare to use the dark holy water, so I'm not afraid of the Empire's sanctions. Tang Yu's tone was full of confidence. Hearing this, Isabelle glanced at Tang Yu in surprise. The reason why she dared to say this was not only because of her identity as a princess, but also because her teacher was the imperial family. With the face of her old man, it was still a matter of pardoning Tang Yu's sins. Okay. Master, the enemy has launched an attack. At this moment, Brewer ran up with a serious tone. What's wrong? Tang Yu sensed something was wrong and asked. They don't know where the siege machines came from, there are 15 of them, and I'm afraid our city walls can't resist them. It seems that the Marquis of Red Blood and Marquis Hedge have a heavy heart for you, and they pay so much attention to you. Isabelle sucked in a breath of cold air, and then she couldn't help but worry about Tang Yu. The city walls of Chaos City were indeed pretty good, stronger than some counts' territories. But the siege machine is a kind of magic prop with huge power, and it will explode when it hits the target, producing huge lethality. It is said that the siege machine was created by the ancient goblins. That era was called the puppet era. The puppet technique developed to its peak, and even puppets with independent ideas appeared. In that era, the siege machine was said to have been eliminated by the goblins, and in the era, it was widely used, and it was the sharpest siege weapon. Don't panic, inform the soldiers to prepare for battle. Tang Yu's expression was calm, his face was flat, and there was no panic at all. Isabelle stared at Tang Yu's face tightly, showing a smile for a long time, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up for this little boy who was younger than herself. She had never seen any genius in the Imperial Academy for so many years. Those geniuses who were famous in the Empire were indeed very talented, although she didn't know what Tang Yu's talent was like. But in terms of personality, even the Emperor is probably similar to Tang Yu, at least this kind of calmness in the face of danger, and the demeanor of scolding Fang Chu is convincing. When they came to the city wall, the soldiers and civilians were already standing there guarding, looking at the 15 behemoths on the opposite side, all with panic on their faces. The prestige of the siege machine is well known in the entire Shenmei continent. Many people in Chaos City have also experienced the previous war and witnessed the horror of the siege machine. At this time, seeing the enemy move out so many siege machines, the panic is getting heavier. It is said that emotions are contagious, and now even people who don't understand the power of siege machines are scared and pale. Seeing this scene, Isabelle shook her head. Before they attacked, their morale was in chaos. If they attacked from the front, it would be difficult to organize effective resistance with these people. Little BD, do you see it clearly? Under 15 siege machines, Chaos City will soon be in ruins. Marquis Heki stood next to a siege machine and looked at Tang Yu with a proud face. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled slightly, without the slightest panic on his face, and said indifferently, "Yesterday's arrow didn't improve my memory. It's just a small siege machine, and the city lord doesn't care about it at all." 95. Su Shi was infected by Tang Yu, and the panic on the faces of the surrounding civilians and soldiers gradually receded, from panic to calm and then to believing that the last one looked at Tang Yu with adoration. Seeing this scene, Isabelle secretly gave Tang Yu a thumbs up. "I heard my father say before, that a soldier is the might of a general, and a general is the courage of a soldier," but now Isabelle felt that his father was half right. Now she feels that a good general is not only the courage of the soldiers, but also the might and the soul of the soldiers. Although there are not many examples in history where the less wins the more, there are still some, perhaps because of Tang Yu. Generals exist. However, even so, in history, there has never been a viscount who can fight the alliance of two marquis, and there is no example of 500 wins and 15,000. If Tang Yu can really win this war will definitely go down in history and become the textbook of Imperial College. Even if Tang Yu has disappeared from the crowd, he will be recorded in the annals of history and become a household name. Everyone withdrew from the city wall and hid in the bunkers. Tang Yu gave an order, all the serfs and commoners evacuated from the city wall one by one, and the whole city wall became empty for a while. "Damn, give me a push. Break through this damn turtle shell." Marquis Heki roared, "The current range can only shoot to the city wall, and now all the enemies are retreating, so if you want to play the full role of the siege machine, you can only advance. Open the gates." Coming to the city gate, Tang Yu rode Alice, holding a 3-meter-long knight spear in his left hand, a one-handed shield in his right hand, and behind him stood 3 big Beamon and 500 orc warriors. "Tang Yu, what are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Isabelle hurried over to stop and said, "You are the commander, how can you risk yourself? I can charge for you once." "Gong, miss, you can't commit any more crimes." Alan hurriedly stood in front of Isabelle, joking that if something happened to Isabelle, his entire family, the king's, and the entire family of the Golden Marquis would have to be buried with him. "Thank you for your concern, but as a commander, I should take the lead. Our chaotic city warriors are not afraid of danger, not afraid of death," crushing the body of the enemy is our ultimate enjoyment. Crush the flesh of the enemy, trample the corpse of the enemy. The 500 orc warriors behind him let out an earth-shattering roar, while the other 100 human warriors and 100 orc warriors were responsible for guarding the city gate. Isabelle was a little anxious. The more she discovered Tang Yu's talent, the more she was reluctant to let such a person die in such a back country. His stage should be the entire Shenmei continent. Chapter 75. Don't bother me. Tang Yu frowned, seeing everyone leaving the city wall. He ordered the system directly. Upgrade the city walls. As soon as the voice fell, boulders flew above the city wall, and you could see that the 3 walls were quickly raised and thickened. It didn't take long for the city wall to return to calm again. The entire city wall was 12 meters high and 3 meters thick. A tower was built above the city gate, and there were several energy towers and watchtowers on both sides. For a time, the entire city looked solemn, and the entire wall was black like metal. Staring blankly at the changes in the city wall, Marquis Hedge and Luke stood there dumbfounded. They have lived for so many years and have never seen such a miraculous thing. Could it be that the rumors are true? Tang Yu is really the reincarnation of a god? Marquis Heike swallowed hard, and his heart was filled with endless shock. I don't know if he is a god or not. Even if he is, he will die. Luke murmured, his eyes became firm. I ordered you with Wang Ling, return to the city to command, and I will lead the army to charge, otherwise don't blame my military law for handling it. Inside the city, Isabelle took out a golden token with Roland written on the front and the word King on the back, and the entire token was engraved with a magic circle. Tang Yu glanced at it. Although he had never seen any bullshit Wang Ling, he also knew that it was true. Now, he was even more curious about the origin of this beauty. The temperament is noble and holy, and an earl is even more obedient by her side. Could it be that the princess of the kingdom is not successful? Otherwise, she will not hold the kingdom token. Don't fool me with a broken brand. Tang Yu snorted coldly and turned a deaf ear. If he hadn't known that this little girl was for himself, he would have tied her up long ago. My strength is not weaker than you. I am a great magician of the holy light system. I can add holy light blessings to the army. Your military ability is stronger than mine. Chaos City needs you. 99. Isabelle tore off her veil, and a beautiful face caught everyone's eyes, and everyone took a deep breath. Kathleen is even a top beauty, but Tang Yu found that Kathleen was inferior to this woman. I am Princess Isabelle of the Roland Kingdom, he is Alan, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and I have led soldiers before, so let me charge once, not for you, but for so many lives in Chaos City. When she said this, Isabelle had a pleading look in her eyes. Tang Yu smiled slightly, glanced back, and then said lightly, I, Tang Yu, don't like to rely on anyone, let alone a woman, for the generals, the brave are fearless, for the politicians single-handedly and calmly, for the king take the lead and die together. Today I, Tang Yu, coexist with you all. Open the gates. A deafening roar sounded, and the city gate slowly opened. Tang Yu was wearing golden armor, holding a knight spear, and riding Alice. Charge! Kill with me without mercy. A bright but somewhat immature roar sounded. Tang Yu was like a sharp knife, and the 500 orc warriors behind him rode magical beasts one by one, forming a triangular formation with Tang Yu, rushing towards the battlefield. Orcs are natural knights, and their cooperation with monsters surpasses that of humans many times, so even though these monsters once belonged to the enemy camp, they have now become their most loyal comrades. On the city wall, Brewer ordered a cowhide drum with a diameter of 2 meters to be lifted up. When Tang Yu led 500 orc knights to charge, he picked up the drum hammer. Get out of the way, let me come. Isabelle sighed, walked up the city wall, pushed Brewer away, and stood in front of the cowhide drum. Her thin voice seemed very small in front of the cowhide drum, but a shock flashed in Brewer's eyes, and he quietly retreated. Princess, it's too dangerous here. When Tang Yu rushed out of the city gate, Alan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but he was a little worried about Tang Yu. Although Tang Yu has strong military ability and unparalleled talent, there are more than 10,000 troops outside, and there are only 500 of them, and confronting them head-on is like hitting a stone with an egg. Get out! Isabelle scolded, looked at Tang Yu, who was unparalleled in the city. An electric current ran through her heart. She couldn't help but said loudly, "Sing a song with June, please listen to me." Hearing Isabelle's voice on the city wall, Tang Yu smiled slightly, and his heart was instantly filled with pride. It may be a wonderful enjoyment to have such a beautiful woman in company. Boom boom boom. The deafening, rhythmic drum sounded, the entire city wall seemed to be shaking. Strands of white magic elements entered the cowhide drum from the drum hammer, turned into sound waves and rushed towards the 501 people under the city. Kill! Tang Yu roared, the 500 knights behind him roared, and the entire battlefield was filled with bloody chills. Looking at the golden-armored god of war bathed in golden light, a smile appeared on the corner of Isabelle's mouth. Isn't it happiness to live and die with such a person? Looking at the golden-armored god of war bathed in golden light, Angela tightly covered her mouth and stared at the moon. She was born as a servant who loves you, and died as a ghost who protects you. Make you hurt? Looking at the golden-armored god of war bathed in golden light, everyone climbed the city wall again. They no longer feared the ferocious siege machine or the rain of arrows. The determination of the city owner to live and die together. Looking at the golden-armored god of war bathed in golden light, looking at the common people on the city wall, looking at the familiar face on the city wall, listening to the deafening roar, listening to the earth-shattering hoofs, listening to the silent wind. Marquis Hedge and Luke have a feeling that their hearts are being clenched, and they suddenly have such a feeling that destroying such a beautiful scene in front of them is a sin that deserves to go to hell. Alice moved her two legs, her eyes turned dead as if at home, and she stared at Marquis Heki in front of her. Her speed was steady, forming a wonderful aura with the 500 monsters behind her. 0. This is also one of the talents of the magic dragon, which can change the will of low-level monsters. At this moment, the 500 monsters in her seem to form a whole, inseparable. Kill. A short word turned into endless murderous intent, and with the sound of drums full of killing, Tang Yu rushed into the enemy army like a sharp knife. Follow the master to kill the enemy. Kill. 33. Aina appeared on the city wall and let out a crisp roar, followed by 8 huge dragons and a thundering golden eagle, closely following Tang Yu's footsteps and rushing into the battlefield. Follow the master's footsteps and spread Beamon's will to fight. 35. Bronze Beamon jumped hard and jumped directly over the city wall, followed by 2 ordinary Beamon, heading towards both sides of Tang Yu. War is imminent. Chapter 76. Puff. A shot was stabbed, and a knight's head exploded instantly. Dragon knights are sharp knives, charge with me. 35. Seeing that the knights in front were directly washed away by Tang Yu, and a gap was torn open, Luke panicked, riding the Yelong and shouting loudly. It has to be said that those knights are all battle-hardened veterans. In the blink of an eye, they formed their formations, followed a dozen dragon knights and rushed towards Tang Yu. Roll! Alice let out a roar, and Long Wei covered the front, frightening the Yelongs to the sides. As Yelongs, it is thanks to the spirit pet contract that they can stand up in front of the magic dragon. Otherwise, in the face of the majesty of the magic dragon, they will definitely be slaughtered by their necks and dare not move. Tang Yu danced a knightly spear, and a 10-meter-long golden battle chi burst out, and every time it was swung, several knights fell. Use all silver warrior cards. As soon as the words fell, 6 silver lights flew out from the package and landed behind the battlefield, turning into soldiers in silver armor and holding long spears. Roar! Bronze Beamon let out a roar, grabbed a 22 Yelong, and stuffed it into the mouth together with the knight on his back, biting it down and splattering blood. In the sky, Aina brought the magic dragons to continuously release dragon language magic, and the entire battlefield became a meat grinder, and people fell down every moment. The enemy was stunned by 600 silver warriors who suddenly appeared, and many people died in the blink of an eye. All silver warriors are 9th level fighters. Although they are not cavalry, they are proficient in killing skills and their combat effectiveness is outstanding. Heike, siege the city. Luke's brain hurts. These Yeongs have no heart to fight against the magic dragons. If it wasn't for the restraint of their aura, they would have fallen down long ago. So he could only shoot at those orc warriors, but what made him depressed was that an orc who was 2 meters tall and rode a giant elephant beast wounded himself with one blow. The siege machine is ready, the knight dismounts to attack the city. Haichi hurriedly responded and shouted loudly. Boom! The siege machine made a roar, and then a flaming boulder landed on the city wall from the sky. Princess, leave quickly, it's dangerous here. 35. Alan stood in front of Isabel and asked worriedly. He's more dangerous than me, get away. Isabel glared at him, her eyes fixed on Tang Yu, and the drum hammer in her hand never stopped. But you're a princess, he's just... Speaking of the back, seeing Isabel's gloomy eyes, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. The flaming boulders continued to explode on the city wall, but what made Marquis Heike stunned was that, except for a black mark, the city wall was not damaged at all. Damn it, is this a 10,000-year tortoise shell? Turn on the strongest firepower and aim at the city gate. As long as he can enter the city, no matter how powerful Tang Yu is, even if he is guarded by the behemoth dragon, he will be weak. After a charge, the opposing formation was scattered by Tang Yu and the others, and then Tang Yu led the soldiers to attack the siege machine. Integrate the formation and continue to charge. Luke drank a bottle of potion, and the injury in his body was temporarily suppressed. He rode a giant dragon and led the Red Legion to resist Tang Yu. At this time, there are some civilians in the city. As long as Tang Yu is contained, someone will be able to rush to the city wall, and then throw down the dark holy water, and the war will be completely won. The people from the Heike Legion jumped off the demon beasts and slammed the city gate with a giant tree. Die! At this moment, a voice without the slightest emotion came from behind Luke, and a fatal crisis came to him. Years of combat experience made him bend over quickly, but it was too late when a sharp knife passed through his heart from behind. I'm not reconciled. Turning his head, he saw a leather-clad woman who turned out to be just a fighting master. As a fighting spirit powerhouse, he was assassinated by a fighting master. This kind of death was too suffocating. He hadn't followed his master to conquer the world, he hadn't seen the moment when his master came to the world, he was really unwilling to die like this. He clutched his heart tightly, trying to cover the passing vitality, but in the end he found that it was in vain. He knew that he was going to die, and looked at Tang Yu who was killing all directions in the distance. A wry smile appeared on his face. Master, we have underestimated him. In the future, he will be your rival. Pfft! One fell from Yeongl's back and completely lost consciousness. When Luke died, the people of the Red Blood Legion were completely in a panic, and it was difficult for them to effectively resist Tang Yu. Kill. The more Tang Yu killed, the more excited he became, his eyes turned blood red completely, endless power erupted in his body, and a blood mist filled his body. He didn't know how many people he killed, but in the end he was completely numb, and only knew how to tear up the enemies who dared to stop him in front of him. Another charge, the soldiers of the Red Blood Legion could no longer resist, nor did they resist Tang Yu, but attacked the city gate with the Heike Legion. This is already considered the Red Blood Legion's military quality is excellent. If it were replaced by the Heike Legion, it would have already collapsed. Master, go back to Fangcheng. At this moment, Katarina appeared beside Tang Yu and shouted loudly. Back to Fangcheng. Tang Yu came back to his senses and rushed towards the city gate with 500 orcs, 260 soldiers, and 600 silver warriors. Although the second-level city wall is sturdy, it cannot withstand such repeated attacks. The continuous attack of the siege machine has broken the city wall in some places. A bunch of trash, thousands of people can't stop 1,000 people. Marquis Heki was startled, and hurriedly left with 200 guard knights to retreat, otherwise Tang Yu, who was killed and red-eyed, would encounter and absolutely no one would be able to save him. Lord Marquis, let's withdraw, and if we fight again, our legion will be destroyed, and then other marquises will be cheap for nothing. Hearing this, Marquis Heki glanced around for a week. The Red Blood Legion suffered heavy casualties, and his own Hedge Legion couldn't get any better. Luke had also been killed. It would be even more difficult to rely on himself. However, they were all killed to this point. If they evacuated, the previous 2 attacks would be in vain. Don't retreat, Tang Yu is exhausted, everyone doesn't have to attack the city and kill Tang Yu with all their strength. Perhaps the potential of Marquis Heki was forced out. He made a rare wise decision. Chaos City is so indestructible because of the existence of Tang Yu. If Tang Yu is killed, the people inside will become scattered sand, and the Beamon and the dragon will also leave. After all, they will no longer recognize the second master. Chapter 77. Ellen, go down and protect Tang Yu. Seeing Marquis Hedge leading the others towards Tang Yu, Isabel said hurriedly. Hearing this, Alan looked aggrieved. His life is important and I don't matter? I'm not as good as him, is he protecting me or I protect him, or am I going to give someone a gift? What are you doing? A warm anger flashed across Isabel's face. Alan said weakly, Princess, it is estimated that I have not approached Viscount Tang Yu before my body was separated. I am a political officer, not a military attaché. Brutal, right? You beat the drums. Saying that, he threw the drum hammer to Brewer, and a pair of pure white metal wings appeared behind Isabel. I don't know what it was made of, and jumped down from the city wall in a flash. Princess! Alan screamed in a hurry and wanted to jump down, but looking at the 12-meter-high city wall, if he jumped like this, he would definitely die. The God of Law is above, we must protect the princess and Viscount Tang Yu from returning safely. Alan put his hands together and prayed silently. If both of them died, he would be buried with him. Get back! Seeing Isabel jumping down, Tang Yu turned his head and said hoarsely. No matter how tyrannical his physical body is, he is still a little tired now, and the vindictive energy in his body has been exhausted, and he is completely supported by magic. I'll restore your strength. Isabel was not angry, but smiled slightly, jumped on Alice's back, put her palms on Tang Yu's back, and white rays of light entered Tang Yu's body. Although she knew that there were more people on her back, Alice also knew that the woman was treating her master, so she didn't get angry, and spewed out a thunder light or a flame from time to time. 600 silver warriors stood on the periphery, wrapping 500 orc warriors among them, with Tang Yu in the middle. Use the golden warrior card. A golden light flew out, and golden figures appeared beside Tang Yu. They were wearing golden armor, armed with knight spears, and riding an unknown golden beast under their crotch, but they were all lifeless, and the human and the mount were integrated. Seeing this scene, a look of shock flashed in Isabel's eyes. She has also practiced puppet art, but she has no talent in this area. There are also 2 golden warriors in the Imperial Academy, and someone once wanted to develop this kind of killing machine. However, without exception, they all failed. The ancient puppet technique has been lost for so many years, and in the end, only a failed product was developed, the appearance of a golden warrior, and the strength of a bronze warrior. But she found that these 100 were genuine golden warriors, and each warrior was a fighter at the fighter level. Someone once said that there are diamond warriors and amethyst warriors above the golden warriors, but no one has ever seen them before. Marquis Heki led the remaining knights to rush over, and when he saw the golden warrior of the 100 fighting division level, he hurriedly stopped. What is this? Although Chi was a marquis, he didn't have much knowledge. When he saw the silver warrior just now, he thought it was Tang Yu's guard knight. But now that 100 gold warriors of the fighting division level appeared out of thin air again, he was a little stunned. Is he the god of creation? With a wave of his hand, a 619th level fighter appeared, and with another wave, a strong 100 fighters appeared. Will you wave your hand again later, and then 100 fighting spirit powerhouses will appear? If that's the case, then you don't have to fight, and you can just lead the remaining troops to go back to the old nest and wait for death. Okay, my physical strength is almost recovered, stop. She turned her head and glanced at Isabel. Even if she was a great magician, she couldn't hold it back with such high-intensity use of top-quality magic. Her face was pale and her breathing became short. I have a pair of king rank wings, or I will give it to you, so that it can increase your combat power. Hearing this, Tang Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I haven't paid attention to them yet, and my grudge has already recovered half. The king-level magic weapon needs to be recognized as the master. Only after the master is recognized, the magic circle can be activated, and then it can be used. If Isabel cuts off the connection with the king-level magic weapon, both herself and the king-rank magic weapon will be damaged. Isabel was a little worried. There were still many enemies, but Tang Yu was already very tired. Although the fighting spirit could be recovered, the mental exhaustion was difficult to eliminate, even if the mental energy was full. Trust me. Tang Yu smiled slightly, suddenly grabbed Isabel's small waist, threw her hard, and threw her directly into the air. The white wings fluttered, and Isabel flew to the city wall, looking at Tang Yu worriedly. Tang Yu, if you hand over the way to tame the magic dragon, I can withdraw my troops now, otherwise I will destroy Chaos City even if I try to kill the last person. Marquis Heike was a little uncertain. He still knew Princess Roland, but the meaning of Princess Roland's appearance by Tang Yu's side was self-evident. So as long as he got the method to tame the magic dragon, he would leave the Roland kingdom. With this ability, he can even rebuild a new kingdom. Hearing this, Tang Yu sneered and said lightly, I thought you wanted something, it's just a trivial matter. 35. Really, can you tell me? If you tell me, if I can build a new kingdom in the future, you are willing to share half of the country with you. Saying such words in front of Isabel can be said to be outrageous. But Chi couldn't care about that much. As long as he could tame many magic dragons, King Roland was nothing. It's very simple, because I am the reincarnation of the dragon god, so they will always surrender to me. Hearing this, Marquis Heike was stunned. This is not what he wanted. Go to the reincarnation of your sister's dragon god, even if you tell me, I will not become a dragon god, Dong. Are you serious? Marquis Hedge looked at Tang Yu for a moment, then swallowed and asked. Yes, I can make all the giant dragons in the Divine Cry continent surrender to me. Hi, Liao Wanghao. Marquis Qi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, you are a liar. If you can make all the dragons submit to you, you will still be in the Roland kingdom? You can dominate the Saint Shi Empire. I like the life of Xianyun Yehi, don't you? Do you think they are all the same as you? Then since you are a dragon god, can you give me a few magic dragons? I can give you all my wealth. There is still a fantasy in Heike's heart. Being able to control the magic dragon is simply the dream of many people. What's more, if he can control a dozen of them like Tang Yu, as long as he grows up, he can definitely stand firm in the Shenmei continent. Heal up. Chapter 78. The magic dragon is extremely arrogant. Do you think that the magic dragon can see you like you? Tang Yu's face was full of ridicule. This is a typical toad who wants to eat swan meat. What kind of identity and talent is Isabel? It took a lot of hard work to get the magic dragon cub. You fool me. Marquis Heike reacted, If it wasn't for his greed, blinded by greed, he would not believe Tang Yu's words at all. Yesterday, I was hit by Tang Yu's strategy once, which resulted in heavy losses and a drop in morale. I said that you were a pig teammate or I lifted you up. Tang Yu laughed out loud, and then said cheerfully, "Thank you for giving time to rest. Now that I have rested, I will fight again." Kr. Marquis Heike blushed. If he hadn't been able to beat Tang Yu, he would have eaten him raw. "Get out!" Marquis Heike shouted, and the siege machine was no longer needed. The back team became the front team and left in an orderly manner. "Master!" Bronze Beamon glanced at Tang Yu expectantly, and I have to say that Bronze Beamon's endurance and combat power are both very terrifying. No need to chase, they are all tired too. Glancing at the orc warriors behind him, Tang Yu shook his head. He had an ominous premonition that the 263 Marquis of Red Blood would definitely intervene. He was worried that he would encounter the ambush of the Marquis of Red Blood. If the 500 orc warriors and these silver and gold warriors were wiped out, it would be a heavy loss. Go back to the city to rest, there may be a fierce battle tomorrow. Looking at the blood on his body, the city gate opened, Tang Yu waved his hand, and the silver warrior and the golden warrior disappeared. "Brule, order someone to clean up the battlefield, collect all the soldiers' remains, and give out pensions." 9. "Yes, master." Brewer nodded and led the remaining 100 orc warriors, human warriors, and some serfs to sweep the battlefield. Although the loss of Chaos City today is greater than yesterday, it has also gained a lot, and the Heki Legion is not a problem. The armor worn by the Red Blood Legion Knights is very good. Tang Yu brought the dragon and Beamon directly to the back mountain. After a day of battle, everyone was more or less injured. System: upgrade 3 intermediate level dragon nests and 1 intermediate level Beamon nest. Ding, does it cost 40,000 gold coins? Hey! So expensive! Tang Yu, who was originally listless, suddenly came to the spirit. Kfei, 4 intermediate nests actually need so many gold coins? But looking at the giant dragon and Beamon who worked hard for him, he sighed helplessly. 40,000 gold coins should be 40,000 gold coins. It can make them live a little more comfortable and grow faster, which is also a comfort to them. 4 golden lights landed on the original low-level lair, and there were bursts of roaring sounds. The originally messy back mountain looked a lot more beautiful. The bare rocks seemed to be engraved with black magic patterns. Tang Yu could clearly feel the strong magic elements coming from nearby. The originally humble cave has also become much more refined at this time. The walls of the cave are as smooth as a mirror, and the entrance of the cave is a huge giant dragon's head, which looks very hideous. The Beamon's lair is enlarged, and the entrance of the cave is a hideous beast's mouth made of bronze. Intermediate dragon's nest: increase the dragon's growth rate by 5 times, increase the dragon's bloodline qualification, and increase the magic perception. Intermediate Beamon's nest: increase Beamon's growth rate by 5 times, increase Beamon's blood concentration, and have a chance to increase IQ. Yes, 40,000 gold coins are worth the money, and it's worth the money. Ding, congratulations to the host for building an intermediate level dragon's nest, an intermediate level Beamon's nest, and getting rewards: 10,000 gold coins, 20 bronze stone hearts, 100 dragon heart fruit seeds, and 10 intermediate dragon saddles. 99. Bronze heart of stone: increase the level of Beamon's bloodline, the store price is 500 gold coins. 55. Dragon heart fruit: it can improve dragon growth, magic, no relationship, and the mall sells for 500 gold coins. 55. It's not bad, it's a surprise. Tang Yu looked at the contents of the package with satisfaction, and then said to Huder, "You have worked hard today, and these 10 bronze stone hearts will be rewarded to you." "Thank you, master." Huder's face was full of joy, clutching the bronze stone heart tightly. "Look at it tonight, and don't let people get in. Now go take a bath and have a good rest." "Thank you, master." The dragons and Beamon nodded, and then returned to their lair. When I came to the medicine field, the huiwen fruit was about to mature, and it was estimated that it would be almost the same time tomorrow. This kind of fruit is still very helpful to the dragons. Planting the seeds of the dragon heart fruit, Tang Yu glanced at it with satisfaction, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. I don't know if putting that little guy Liuya here will make these seeds grow faster. Just do it when she thinks of it. Go back to the castle, the little guy is still lying in the flower bud. Liuya is lazy, as long as there is wood crystal, she is reluctant to come out. Little guy, come out and chat. After knocking on the bud, Tang Yu whispered. The flower buds bloomed slowly, a green light flashed, the little guy sat up while rubbing his eyes, looked at Tang Yu and asked, Master, what are you looking for? 55. I have a medicine field. Wouldn't the effect be better if you put your flower buds there? Yetian? That's for sure, it can not only speed up my growth, but also speed up the growth of the potion. 35. Okay, let's go now. 35. Tang Yu smiled, the effect of the medicine field is really strong, and Xiaoyuya has now reached the 7th rank, and the bonus to the potion is also very impressive. Planting the flower buds in the medicine field, Xiaoyuya looked at Tang Yu reluctantly and said, I won't be able to see my master every day in the future. It's like you used to see me every day. He rolled his eyes at the little guy, and then told the dragons and Beamons, don't take Liuya as a potion. Back in the castle, Tang Yu took a beautiful bath under the service of 3 little beauties, and the fatigue of the day disappeared instantly. Is Tang Yu here? I'm Isabel. Just after coming out of the bathroom, Isabel's voice sounded outside. Come in. Walking into the front hall in silk pajamas, the door opened, Isabel glanced around, and then walked in. Princess is tired all night and doesn't rest early, what's the matter with me? Tang Yu opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass for Isabel, and asked slowly. Hearing this, Isabel was silent for a moment, and then said to Tang Yu, what is your relationship with Kathleen? Chapter 79. Tang Yu was sitting opposite Isabel drinking. He just took a sip at this time. Hearing this, he sprayed it directly and sprayed Isabel right. Isabel should have taken a shower, her hair was a little wet, her body exuded a faint body fragrance, and she looked very cute in a white pajamas. After wiping the wine on her face, Isabel twitched the corner of her mouth. Viscount Tang Yu, I just finished taking a shower, do you want me to take another shower? Maybe you can take a bath with me. Wiping the wine at the corner of his mouth, Tang Yu smiled slightly, with an elegant posture, even the tune-up girls were so arrogant. Hehe, you haven't answered my question yet. Isabel smiled and didn't intend to take up this topic. She was so old, she only spoke to men a limited number of times, and her skin was naturally thin, so she didn't dare to take the initiative in that kind of topic. To pick up. Kathleen is a nice girl, isn't she? Just like you. 35. Hearing this, Isabel frowned, and the meaning of these words was relatively large. It can be said that Tang Yu thinks Kathleen and Isabel are good, or he likes both. By the way, I haven't asked why you appeared in the remote Chaos City. Tang Yu put aside this topic, he didn't want to think about this kind of love-hate relationship. Kathleen and Isabel are both good girls, and they are the kind of fearless spirits who dare to love and hate, and dedicate themselves to love. But if you want to let yourself choose, as a pure man, Tang Yu said he wants it all. Everyone has a love for beauty, and that kind of pure and single-minded love may only exist in fairy tales. I said I came for you, do you believe it? Tang Yu curled his lips and said, I don't believe that I have such a great charm, and I can be sure that we only met once and never said a word. Naturally, I heard about your deeds in Golden Ridge. I just came back from the Empire and came here to see the so-called first genius of the Roland Kingdom. I didn't expect it to disappoint me. Your beauty didn't disappoint me either. Really? Then how about I marry you? Isabel smiled slightly, then leaned over. Tang Yu naturally didn't want to be outdone, stretched out his white fingers, gently lifted Isabel's delicate chin, and then slowly approached. Feeling the heat coming towards him, his fair face instantly turned red, and his eyes couldn't help but close. "Master, the casualties have been counted." Just then, Brewer's voice came from outside. "Damn!" Tang Yu frowned, pecked Isabel's ruby-like lips lightly, then let go and sat on his seat. Isabel was instantly red to the root of her neck, and she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Brewer walked in, glanced at the two of them strangely, and placed a stack of thick parchment paper in front of Tang Yu. After statistics, more than 470 civilians died, more than 250 were injured, 17 orc warriors died, 26 were injured, 2,900 armors were seized, and 1,900 monsters were intact. Match. So many people died. Tang Yu frowned. This time the casualties were more serious than the last time. There were only so many people in the territory, and if he died a few more times, he would feel distressed. "You are already very good. The gap of 25 times, you have won a big victory. It is definitely a miracle in the history of war." Isabel calmed down and said with a smile. "Although my people are not afraid of death or war, their death is my responsibility." Looking at the melancholy Tang Yu, Isabel's eyes flashed a hint of distress. Speaking of which, he was only a 16-year-old child who had just grown up. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, more than 8,000 people are counting on him, and it is also him that the two marquis join forces to deal with. Put yourself in the shoes and think about it, even the famous predecessor Roland King did not have the ability to Tang Yu. How about the casualties on the other side? The death toll is too many and is still being counted, but in these two battles, the opponent's loss is definitely more than half. It can be considered a comfort to the dead soldiers. Tang Yu nodded, and then said solemnly, "I have an ominous premonition that there will be greater challenges tonight or tomorrow, making the soldiers work hard. Be careful tonight." Hearing this, Isabel also nodded and said, "I also have such a hunch. The Marquis of Red Blood is an ambitious politician. He will do anything to achieve his goals. After this failure, he will never give up, and according to the palace information it is known that the Marquis of Red Blood has long been unwilling to serve as a minister, and he has cultivated power secretly, and his strength is estimated to be comparable to the Roland royal family." Tang Yu frowned. A Marquis Heki and a Red Blood Legion had killed so many people in Chaos City. If the more powerful Red Blood Marquis took action, then the blood would flow into a river. Since he is looking at the kingdom, he naturally won't put all his energy on me, right? Tang Yu is not afraid. He is never afraid of trouble, let alone challenges, and he is not afraid of the strong. On the contrary, he is also a belligerent people. But now that Chaos City is in the development stage, it is definitely not a wise choice to confront a powerful red-blooded marquis. You can tame the magic dragon and Beamon, which is already a powerful threat in the eyes of some people, and your talent is so terrifying, so those people don't want to watch you grow up, they want to tame the dragon and Beamon. Methods. Since he dares to come, let's have a fight with him. It's not sure who will die. Tang Yu sneered. It's a big deal to buy all the gold coins to buy the golden warrior card, and the elves, naga, and orcs that he has drawn are estimated to be it will come tomorrow. I'm worried that it's not just this. If the Marquis of Red Blood makes a full effort, it will definitely cause a war in the entire Roland Kingdom. At that time, this place may be the core of the kingdom's battlefield. A small chaotic city that has become the core of the battlefield of Roland Kingdom? Do you look down on me too much? I'm just a small person. Tang Yu felt a little speechless, and he wanted to accumulate food and become the king, to be the biggest and strongest lord of the god-crying continent. But now, he is only a viscount, and his territory is 2 small cities, one of which is still an empty city. You underestimate yourself too much. Isabel smiled slightly. Her smile was charming, but what followed made Tang Yu suddenly realize. Chapter 80. People only think you have a magic dragon, but after this battle, everyone knows that you have more than a dozen, and even a few Beamon. Do you think others will sit back and watch? Seeing Tang Yu pondering, Isabel continued, you don't understand the importance of the magic dragon and Beamon among the human race, and if you can get the allegiance of these two races, you can completely dominate the Crying Land. The strength of the Marquis of Red Blood is equal to that of the kingdom, and at least half of the 7 Marquis are on his side, and even the 3 dukes have his own people. If he takes full action against you, the kingdom will naturally not sit idly by. Li, at that time this place will become a war between the Red Blood Marquis and the kingdom, and you will only be caught in the middle. If you are not careful, you will be smashed to pieces. Tang Yu sneered suddenly, in the middle? No, I can only be the protagonist. They think they are playing a big game, and I am their pawn 263, but I can treat them as pawns. I will do it, chess player. It may be cruel to say this in front of you, but if your father dares to do the same, I would also dare to treat him as a chess piece. There is no kingdom in my heart, only interests. Tang Yu wished that both the kingdom and the Marquis of Red Blood would be involved in this war, and he could be a fisherman. They thought Tang Yu was a chess piece, but they did not know that they were the chess pieces. My father is right, you are the kind of person who ignores the rules, and you are also qualified to ignore the rules, but I'm not the kind of pedantic person. If you can surpass my father, even if the Roland Kingdom is called by Yuang, I wouldn't mind either. It's okay to be the king, I don't have that idle mind, I just want to be the strongest and largest lord of the Shenmei continent. Tang Yu was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He didn't expect Isabel's mind to be so open. Ordinary princesses and princes have a strong sense of belonging to the country, and the country is home to them. If the Roland Kingdom is not under the control of the Roland family, then their noble lives will collapse. Hey! I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Isabel sucked in a breath of cold air, then said with a smile, I know that the Roland Kingdom, not even the Saints' Empire is in my eyes, just like I said, your stage is in the whole continent. If possible in the future, please put can I pass my family? Do you think I'm a troublemaker? If they don't come to provoke me, I naturally won't take the initiative to provoke them. Hopefully. Isabel sighed, with a bit of melancholy in her eyes. There are many stubborn and greedy people in the clan. I hope they can recognize the reality. By the way, the Marquis of Red Blood and I are both disrespectful, so why do you still help me? 35. Hearing this, Isabel asked with a smile, do you want to hear the truth or lie? 99. Tang Yu asked tentatively, listen to the lies first. I like you, but I don't like the Marquis of Red Blood. Tang Yu pouted and said, come on, you should tell the truth. Although the Marquis of Red Blood is capable, it is too cruel. You have more advantages in being king than him. You are a qualified lord, which is better than my father. 35. Speaking of this, Isabel said with a wry smile, at least his people are not so cohesive and loyal. Coming to you has taught me a lot. Then how should you thank me? How about making a promise? Woman, even if you are a princess, don't think you can get away with it. Then come here. Come here. Lord Marquis, Lord Luke is dead, should we continue to attack the city? In Bell City, Marquis Hedge led the remnants to come here to station. FK, how many people do we have now? Marquis Hedge clutched his chest, his face pale. The Heike Legion has more than 4,000 troops and the Red Blood Legion has more than 3,000 troops, adding up to about 8,000 troops. Hearing this, Marquis Heike sighed. When he came, the 15,000 strong army was in high spirits, and there were also 36 dragon knights. It can be said that they gathered the elites of the two marquis, but they returned unexpectedly. The loss was heavy, and soon, he would definitely become the laughing stock of Roland Kingdom. Damn, Didn't you cast the dark holy water? Why hasn't the plague broke out yet? It is estimated that it has not been completely fermented, and the dark holy water still has a certain incubation period. 99. Wait for another 2 days. If Chaos City is safe and sound, I will lead the army to leave. After the Red Blood Legion is incorporated, I will have nothing to lose in Heike. Oh? Marquis Hedge is so shrewd in calculation, is it possible that all the losses should be borne by me alone? 99. A frivolous voice sounded in the big tent. For this voice, Marquis Hecky was more familiar than anyone. Meeting Lord Red Blood, I'm just joking, I can't take it seriously, I can't take it seriously. Marquis Hecky turned around and saw a middle-aged man in red clothes and white hair sitting behind him, with white hair and white eyebrows, but his pupils and his lips were blood-colored and looked very coquettish. Really? My people were killed and wounded, Luke was dead, why didn't you die? The Marquis of Red Blood stood up, and when walking, his feet did not touch the ground, and a stream of red energy gathered on the solace of his feet. Master Red Blood, spare your life, that Tang Yu is too weird, we are not opponents. Marquis Heike was so frightened that he was sweating like rain. He knew how terrifying the Marquis of Red Blood was, and he had a strange personality, so it would not be impossible to kill him now. This is the reason for your failure? Half of the 15,000 army died, and the others were almost unscathed. Tisk tisk, it's amazing. The Marquis of Red Blood smiled slightly, squatted in front of Marquis Heike, a ray of red energy appeared in his hand, and his nails were very long and bright red, as if infected with blood. It's not unscathed, we have cast the dark holy water, and it won't be long before Chaos City will turn into a hell. Marquis Hecky trembled in his heart. He didn't expect that the Marquis of Red Blood would come in person. If he didn't give the Marquis of Red Blood a satisfactory answer, it is estimated that his life would be over, let alone take the remnants to other countries. Dark holy water. The Marquis of Red Blood sneered, I can't feel the energy of dark holy water, so are you lying to me? Don't dare, this is what Luke did at the time. 35. So you are useless at all, as Tang Yu said, are you a pig? Having said that, the Marquis of Red Blood placed his palm lightly on Marquis Heike's head, and said lightly, but I can make you useful, do you believe? 35. Chapter 81. Forgive my life, please spare my life, Lord Red Blood. If I die, the people of the Heike Legion will definitely mutiny. Hearing this, the Marquis of Red Blood smiled, how is it possible, the undead will never mutiny? What do you mean? Marquis Hecky was stunned, and at this moment, screams and roars came from outside. What do you want to do? Marquis Hedge came outside, and saw that the soldiers under his command were completely chaotic, screaming while running. A dark and evil atmosphere enveloped the entire city of Bel. Only the undead can live forever, and only the undead are the most loyal. Hai Chi, don't resist, from today, you will have an endless lifespan. I'll FK you. Damn! Marquis Heike roared, and a magic element gathered under his feet. At this time, his fat body was extremely flexible, and he rushed out of the tent in the blink of an eye. Haha! Did you run away? The voice of the Marquis of Red Blood appeared behind him, and he turned his head to look, instantly stunned. At this time, Marquis of Red Blood 22 did not look like a human at all, his ears were like demons, his neck and hands were covered with black scales, and red energy was lingering around his body, and a dreadful aura burst out from him. Magic. Magister. Difficulty swallowing. Marquis Heike forgot to escape, he is only a 9-star magician, how can he escape in front of the magician? Heike, join this king forever. The Marquis of Red Blood sounded like a man and a woman, looking very eerie. Tang Yu, who fell into a deep sleep, suddenly sat up and looked in the direction of the city gate. After he awakened the mysterious magic, he was very sensitive to the elements of darkness and holy light magic, and he could feel the unparalleled dark magic aura coming from the direction of Bell City. Tang Yu, the Marquis of Red Blood has appeared. At this moment, Isabel pushed open the door and walked in, wearing a white armor with long hair draped over the armor like a waterfall, which added a touch of heroism to her. I sensed that there might be a fierce battle tonight, and I told everyone to prepare for it. 66. It is good. Isabel nodded, glanced at Angela's chest, then looked down at herself, her eyes full of confidence. Master, I want to fight side by side with you. Now Angela has become the strength of a 6-star magician, and the fighting power of the 4-armed naga is also very strong. Hearing this, Tang Yu shook his head and said, "Your mission is to protect the castle, don't worry, no one has been able to take my life. Then you must pay attention to safety, I will wait for you here." Serving Tang Yu and putting on her armor, Angela's eyes were full of worry. When Tang Yu charged yesterday, her heart was in her throat, but even so, all she saw in Tang Yu's eyes was ease and confidence. But now, Tang Yu's face was more serious than ever, indicating that the incoming enemy was stronger than yesterday's. When Tang Yu came out of the castle, all the soldiers had already dressed up, the city police bell rang loudly, and the civilians also got up and gathered towards the square in the city. Leading the warriors to the square, looking at the black heads in front of him, Tang Yu sighed, "Tonight is the time of my life and death in the chaotic city, my people, maybe I will no longer be able to protect you, now bring your wives and children, take your old mother and leave the chaos city to the golden city. Sir, we live and die with you." A free man shouted loudly, holding a long knife in his hand, which was seized yesterday. "Yes, we live and die with you." 35. The rest of the people followed suit and lived for most of their lives. They had never seen a lord who treated the serfs so well. If such a lord fell like this, it would be a great loss for the serfs. Your wives and children still need your care. As soldiers and lords, it is our responsibility to guard the city. Everyone obeys orders and leaves the chaotic city. Those who do not obey orders will be killed without mercy. Tang Yu is confident that he will not die, but these people will definitely suffer heavy casualties. These people are the cornerstones of their own, and there are only people who have a city. If there are no people, what is the use of the city no matter how big it is? Sir, take the children and leave, under the leadership of the adults, we have lived a happy and comfortable life, which is enough. I hope you can take our younger generation to other places to build a city, and the enemy will be resisted by us. We serfs can also fight, and we serfs can also guard the city. You are our hope, and we have hope only if you are alive. I swear to live and die with the adults. I swear to live and die with the adults. Thousands of voices converged into one, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be shaken away. The serfs are very simple, and they understand whoever treats them well. If not for the leadership of the Lord, they are still starving. Since the appearance of the Lord, the family has surplus food, and the city has no idle land. Their lifelong dream has been fulfilled. Realization, even if it is to die now, is already content. What's more, with the leadership of the Lord, their descendants may be happier than them. Tang Yu, they won't leave. Isabel's eyes were a little rosy, she never thought that these serfs could be so loving. The serfs she usually saw were blind and without purpose in life, like walking dead. They consider themselves dirty and lowly, they feel inferior, so dignity, freedom and honor are not as important to them as a piece of bread. But the serfs in Chaos City exude infinite vitality and yearning for life. UFG touched me, but I don't need you. Tang Yu's face was expressionless, not because he was hard-hearted. Although the morale of the serfs was high, they were extremely united. But the enemies outside are superhuman beings, and it's okay to let them help defend the city, but they are just ordinary people, and there are very few people who practice vindictiveness among so many people. Asking them to take up swords and fight those who are not human beings is simply giving away their heads. Tisk tisk, what a touching scene. I can't bear to destroy such a bright paradise. 99. At this moment, there was a gloomy voice in the sky, and everyone looked up. A huge blood-red head appeared in the sky, covering the bright moon, exuding a dark breath. Chapter 82. It's the Marquis of Red Blood. A look of dread flashed in Isabel's eyes, and no one among the nobles of the Roland Kingdom, the Marquis of Red Blood, did not know. Tang Yu, I have to say that this king underestimated you. You are 1,000 times stronger than your father, but your myth will end today. The blood-colored head was suspended in the air, and the mouth opened and closed, causing the entire Chaos City to fall into a blood-red world. I will refine you into the most powerful undead dragon knight and lead my undead army to conquer the world. This is your glory. Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned and said lightly, I don't care whether you are red blood or blue blood, if you dare to provoke me, I will turn you into a pool of dead blood. 5. Haha, arrogant enough, crazy enough, I hope you can continue to be crazy later. Noisy. 35. Tang Yu snorted coldly, and a thundercloud appeared directly above the blood-colored head, and purple lightning bolts fell from the thundercloud and struck the blood-colored head. Ah! Tang Yu, this king will turn this place into the underworld. The blood-colored head let out a scream, and then turned into red energy and dissipated. Everyone, have you seen it? Your enemies are like that. Tang Yu glanced around for a week, and then said, now take your wives and children away from the back mountain, and come back tomorrow. Briar and Ron, you take them with you. After all, Tang Yu climbed the city wall with 600 orc warriors and 600 silver warriors. Let's go, you will only be a drag on adults. Brewer sighed, it was not that Tang Yu was not good enough, but the enemy was too fierce. Tang Yu, the Marquis of Red Blood, should have reached the level of Magister, and looking at his appearance, it is obvious that he has awakened dark magic. Looking at the darkness outside, Isabel continued, on the bright side, the Marquis of Red Blood is a great magician of the spiritual system. It can be said that the Marquis of Red Blood was the biggest contributor to the establishment of the Roland Kingdom back then. He can control other people's minds and be his puppet, so be careful later. Isabel's eyes were full of worry. Although Tang Yu was already very good, he was a magician at a young age, and he was a double cultivator of monsters. It's a pity that he is too young. The Marquis of Red Blood is a figure who has been famous for many years, a few years earlier than the Marquis of Gold. If Tang Yu is given a few more years, maybe the Marquis of Red Blood is a piece of shit for him. Don't worry, you can leave too. Looking at the people behind him, Tang Yu let out a long sigh, and the real test began to come. If he could defeat the Marquis of Red Blood, then his strength would definitely develop in a blowout manner. If he is defeated by the Marquis of Red Blood, not only will he die, but the people behind him will all die. I'm not leaving, I want to fight side by side with you. I'm a great magician of the Holy Light system, specializing in restraining dark magic, I can help you. Tonight will really kill people. I have a hunch that the enemy's offensive will definitely be fierce, and the first 2 attacks may be just a test. I'm not afraid, I want to live together, and I want to die together. Isabel smiled slightly, and then continued, what's more, we won't necessarily die, I have to go to the Imperial Academy with you to participate in the noble examination. Haha, well, we live and die together. Pinching Isabel's little face, Tang Yu laughed out loud. At this moment, the entire city wall began to vibrate, the trees in front kept falling down, and in the darkness, Tang Yu seemed to see several tall figures. All on alert! Tang Yu shouted loudly, holding the knight's spear in his hand. 11 giant dragons appeared behind him, little Della lay on his shoulders, looking curiously at the darkness under the city. This is a colorful dragon. These days, Della has eaten a lot of spiritual fruit, so she has been sleeping in the dragon's nest, and Isabel has never seen her. You are well informed, yes, it is the colorful dragon. Tang Yu nodded, touched Della's little head and said, my god, I now believe that you are the reincarnation of the dragon god. Isabel swallowed hard. As the king of the dragon clan, the five-colored dragon never surrendered to anyone. Not to mention surrendering to a small human being, even in the Imperial Academy, she had never heard of anyone who could own a multicolored dragon. Looking at little Della on Tang Yu's shoulders, Isabel smiled bitterly. She was excited for a long time when she got a dragon egg from a magic dragon. Now compared with Tang Yu, I feel extremely ashamed. This is called a real genius. Gradually, one after another silhouette appeared in front of everyone. It was a white skeleton, densely packed, I don't know how many. Behind them are rotting undead corpses that look like zombies, and behind them are a group of ghosts. Among the undead corpses, there are several behemoths that are as high as 5 or 6 meters. They seem to be a combination of corpses stitched together, which looks disgusting. One of the monsters made Tang Yu frown. The fat head he knew all too well, it was Marquis Hedge. It's just that the Marquis Heki no longer looks like a human at this time. He has 3 heads on his shoulders, 2 legs, 8 thick arms, and a head on his abdomen. His body is full of stitches. It's like a monster made of some corpses. How to look, how creepy. The Marquis of Heki died like this, the world is really impermanent. A sneer appeared on the corner of Isabel's mouth. Even if he dies, he has to be refined into a giant corpse puppet to continue serving him. This kind of behavior is simply shameless. And there are many such giant corpse puppets in the undead army, at least more than 20. The chaotic city, Tuanghao, has completely become a paradise for the dead, and a strong dark magic envelopes the whole world. Tang Yu, this is just an appetizer I gave you, do you still like it? The Marquis of Red Blood stood on the head of a bone dragon, which was the skeleton of a metal dragon, and it looked huge. Behind the Marquis of Red Blood, there were more than a dozen people shrouded in black robes, each holding a dark magic wand, so many people were actually dark magicians. Gradually, the army of undead in front approached the city wall, less than 10 meters away from the city gate, and the army of undead behind them could not see the edge at a glance. A lot of Marquis of Red Blood? I didn't expect you to be a member of the underworld sect, it turns out that you are the one who hides the most. Chapter 83. No matter how much Isabel thought about it, she never thought that the Marquis of Red Blood was actually a member of the cult, and those who were shrouded in black robes were members of the cult. Tisk tisk, in order to deal with me, you really made a lot of money and went all out. Tang Yu smiled slightly, looking at the thousands of undead army below, there was no fear in his eyes, some were just eager to try. No way, who gave up such an odd number as you, but it's okay, maybe I can get something from you. The Marquis of Red Blood smiled slightly, and then stood on the battlefield yesterday, wisps of blood-red energy emanated from him, red mixed with black. My undead army should be revived, crush the tortoise shell in front of me, and turn this place into a paradise for the undead. A series of obscure spells came out of his mouth, and then the ground around the battlefield began to shake, and then the knights who once died climbed out of the ground. They still had fatal wounds on their bodies, and some were just headless corpses, but they were now like living people, joining the army of undead behind the Marquis of Red Blood. Tang Yu, I have to thank you, and let me add thousands of troops, they will be the last knife to tear 267 your body. Do you know what this is called? It's called digging one's own grave. Hearing this, Tang Yu sneered, this mentally retarded person can really comfort himself, these dead corpses are from the Heike Legion and the Red Blood Legion, they would still have good fighting power before their death, but now they have just become undead, and their actions are slow. There is no combat power at all. Kill. Seeing Tang Yu's expression, the Marquis of Red Blood became angry, the living are naturally much stronger than the dead, and the dead corpse just died has no wisdom. Only after fermenting over time, gradually producing spiritual wisdom, and knowing how to cultivate, will it become stronger. Roar. The undead army made a terrifying roar, like ants, and gathered towards the city wall. Tang Yu, do you still have the holy water of light? One more bottle. Give me. After the release of magic, the holy water of light is the nemesis of the undead army. After taking over the holy water of light, Isabelle muttered to herself, one after another, white magical elements came from all directions and gathered towards Isabelle's hands. Not long after, a huge light group formed in Isabelle's hand, illuminating the whole world like a sun. Bright holy water. The red blood marquis's face changed, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Then he waved his hand, and a huge black bone dragon flew up from the army of the undead. The bone wings flapped, and it flew up, rushing towards Isabelle. Roll! Alice flew up, and a thunder dragon flew out of her mouth and rushed towards the bone dragon. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of all evils, and their lethality to dark elements is not weaker than that of holy light magic. After all, thunder and lightning represent the most violent and powerful force, and represent the righteous path of heaven and earth. Boom! With a huge roar, the bone dragon collided with the thunder dragon, making a terrifying roar, and then it completely exploded. Go on! The Marquis of Red Blood was expressionless, and a layer of black carrion corpses flew out from the undead army. All of them were flying beasts, and there were 2 bone dragons among them. The corpse of the magic dragon, did he steal the dragon's graveyard? Taking a closer look, there are not many bone dragons in the undead army, at least a dozen, including metal dragons and magic dragons. Roar! Seeing that the same clan was refined into evil undead, Alice and other giant dragons let out bursts of angry roars, and one after another dragon language magic rushed towards the flying undead. For a time, like fireworks blooming in the sky, the undead exploded from time to time, leaving no bones. Hold head high! With an ear-piercing dragon roar, 2 magical bone dragons rushed out of the fireworks. These 2 bone dragons should have the appearance of adult giant dragons and were very large. It's just that after death, they no longer have magic and no wisdom. It's just that the bones of the magic dragon are extremely hard. With the strength of Alice and the others, it is difficult to destroy them. Roll! Tang Yu opened his mouth and let out a roar, and the rolling sound waves came out of his mouth, forming an extremely strong destructive force and rushing towards the 2 bone dragons. Boom! On the head of the bone dragon in the middle of the sound wave, the green light spot in the eye socket of the bone dragon flickered twice and went out instantly. The bone dragon fell from the sky as if it were dead. The undead still needs the soul and dark elements as energy, and the undead without a soul is just a corpse. Judgment of light! At this moment, Isabelle shouted loudly, and the white sun in her hand flew in the air, bursting with a bang, and it turned into a starlight drifting down. Retreat! The red-blooded Marquis's expression changed, and he ordered it directly. The army of undead that had been rushing stopped instantly, and then retreated in an orderly manner. Furious tornado! Tang Yu rubbed his hands together, and a terrifying tornado pushed out in front of him. The farther away he was, the larger the area of the tornado would be. Rolling up those light spots, he rushed directly towards the army of the undead. Spiritual storm! Not to be outdone, the Marquis of Red Blood collided with a gale of spiritual energy. Bah! The sour sound rang out, like a fingernail slicing through glass, making the eardrum uncomfortable. Beyond one's own strength. The Marquis of Red Blood was full of disdain in his eyes. He is now a magician, while Tang Yu is just a magician. The gap between the two is simply too great. The violent tornado was constantly suppressed, and the wind gradually weakened. Yes! Tang Yu sneered, the originally weak violent tornado suddenly swelled, and then with a bang, it exploded, and countless light spots were scattered towards the undead army. What? The horrific screams sounded, and the undead army fell down, and those light spots were like sulfuric acid, and they would die if touched. For a time, the entire army of the undead fell into chaos, and they instinctively suppressed the dark magician's control over them, and they retreated one by one. Court death. The Marquis of Red Blood was furious, the ground under his feet cracked open, and a multicolored dragon rose from the ground. Judging from its appearance, it turned out to be an adult multicolored dragon, but it had been dead for many years, and all the flesh and blood on his body had disappeared, leaving only a solid, hard dragon skin. Ang! 35. The colorful dragon let out a roar, flapping its wings, carrying the red blood marquis and rushing towards Tang Yu and the two, faster than the thunder giant dragon and the wind dragon. It is hard to imagine how terrifying this colorful dragon must have been when it was alive. Chapter 84. The aura of such a colorful bone dragon is much stronger than those of the two magic bone dragons. In the sky, there was a flash of fear in the eyes of the gold coins and ingots. If they hadn't recognized Tang Yu as their masters, they probably wouldn't be able to fight now. The magic dragons such as Alice didn't react, they were just angry. After all, the five-colored bone dragon was just a dead dragon. Hold head high. At this moment, a young voice sounded behind Tang Yu, and then a multicolored light flew past Tang Yu and came to the sky. Della, come back. Tang Yu was taken aback. Although this five-colored bone dragon was less than 1/10 of its strength, it still had spiritual strength. Dare to insult my five-colored dragon clan, and give you death. Della suddenly seemed to be mature, her small wings fluttered, and her big eyes looked at the multicolored bone dragon on the opposite side very seriously. Colorful dragon. The Marquis of Red Blood was startled, followed by a greedy look on his face. A few years ago, I worked hard and finally found a dragon cemetery. Only then did I get the bones of a colorful dragon. It took a few years to train the colorful bone dragon into an undead bone dragon. Reached the spiritual level. It's just that it is a dead dragon after all, and its potential is limited. It is difficult to reach the cultivation level in front of him in this life. Now that he saw the live multicolored dragon with his own eyes, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he could get the multicolored dragon, he would definitely be able to go further. Give her to me alive. The Marquis of Red Blood stared at Della closely, thinking that this time it was definitely not in vain. Even if he couldn't get away to tame the giant dragon and Beamon, getting the multicolored giant dragon would be a big gain. Hold head high. However, the five-colored bone dragon let out a dragon roar, stopped in mid-air, and the green light in its eyes flickered from time to time. Woohoo! Della made a hurried voice, her eyes full of sadness. What's the matter? The Marquis of Red Blood frowned, and a dark magic penetrated the head of the bone dragon. At this moment, a multicolored divine light flew out from the bone dragon and flew to Della, and then she swallowed it. Hold head high. The bone dragon seemed to let out a roar of relief, the green light gradually dimmed, and then fell from the sky and hit the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body collapsed instantly, and then turned into fly ash and drifted away in the wind. Ah! My colorful bone dragon! The Marquis of Red Blood came back to his senses and wanted to grab the bone powder in the air, but it was all in vain. Metal dragons are so arrogant, not to mention the multicolored Dragon King, who was heroic in his lifetime, and dare not turn into something disgusting like an undead after death. He would rather die than do it. Woohoo! Glancing at the direction where the multicolored bone dragon fell, Della flew back staggeringly, standing on Tang Yu's shoulders. 2 lines of clear tears fell from her cheeks. It's okay, he's free. Holding Della in his arms, Tang Yu comforted. Rubbing Tang Yu's chest with her small head, little Della gradually fell into a deep sleep. The multicolored light on her body was restrained, and she looked like a small metal dragon, and her scales appeared dim. What happened to Della? Isabel asked nervously, thinking that Della was plotted against by the Marquis of Red Blood. As long as there is a colorful dragon, Tang Yu will never be ordinary in this life, and can even build a powerful empire with the colorful dragon, so the colorful dragon must not be lost. Hearing this, he sighed and said, the multicolored bone dragon gave Della a whole body of essence in order to achieve Della, and now he has fallen into a deep sleep. Every time the dragon clan slept, their strength would be turned upside down. I believe that when Della wakes up again, her strength will definitely increase greatly. The dragon clan is really extraordinary, and this spirit is worth learning from. 35 Isabel sighed, feeling a little moved in her heart. Destroy my bone dragon, I want you to die, the undead army, give it to me. As he said that, a black staff appeared in the hand of the Marquis of Red Blood. With a wave of the staff, black energy poured out from the staff, and then disappeared into the body of the undead army below. King rank magic weapon! Isabel exclaimed, the king rank magic weapon is very precious even in the Empire, and a magician holding a king rank magic weapon can definitely double his combat power. Roar! The army of the undead seemed to be on a stimulant, sending out bursts of excited roars, both in strength and speed. It seemed to have increased a bit. Some undead turned into monsters, walked like flying, climbed the city wall like walking on the ground, and rushed up in the blink of an eye. Tang Yu, you succeeded in causing my anger, so let me die. The Marquis of Red Blood came from the sky, and the Magister could fly and stay in the sky for a short time. Red Blood, your opponent is me. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded behind the undead army, and then a figure in golden armor stepped out of the air and appeared behind the Marquis of Red Blood. The style of the armor is women's armor, with long golden hair scattered from the helmet, holding a 3-meter-long knight spear, and stabbing behind the Marquis of Red Blood. Who is she? Tang Yu sent out a holy light magic, sweeping down a group of demon beasts, and then curiously looked at the golden figure in the sky. Tang Yu can be sure that he absolutely does not know a woman of the Magister level. It's Duke Ida. Isabel's expression was a little complicated. She glanced at Tang Yu, holding a superb staff, constantly emitting holy light magic. Duke Ada? I don't know her well. Why help me? Tang Yu blinked. Ada territory was not close to the Golden Ridge. I didn't expect this Duke Ada to come all the way to help him, which was unexpected. Ada, why are you here? A flash of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Marquis of Red Blood. Since the establishment of the Roland Kingdom, Duke Ada has never been out of Ada territory, and when he was besieging and suppressing people in the underworld, Duke Ada did not appear. Bullying my son-in-law with a lot of fanfare, why did I come here? Duke Ada's voice was very clear, he seemed very young, and the knight spear in his hand was extremely sharp. Your son-in-law? Duke Ada was once the only daughter of the old King Roland, and was naturally a golden flower back then, and the Marquis of Red Blood naturally pursued Duke Ada. Stop talking nonsense, today is either your death or my death. Duke Ada's voice was icy and he kept attacking. Duke Ada, like Kathleen, is also a double cultivator of monsters, not only a spiritual magician, but also a fighting master. Chapter 85. Why are you doing this? The Marquis of Red Blood sighed, his figure flashed, and then he backed away. When I conquer this continent, I will make you the Emperor and Empress, and then we can all gain eternal life. The Marquis of Red Blood looked at Ada with affectionate eyes. After so many years, his love and possessiveness towards Duke Ada became stronger and stronger. It could be said that half of his enchantment was for Duke Ada. Go on your daydreams, I will never look down on you in my next life. Duke Ada snorted coldly and continued, you are a coward, a despicable careerist, a hypocritical BD, my mother just likes this kid, also look down on you. Saying that, Duke Ada pointed to Tang Yu. Tang Yu was speechless. You are Kathleen's mother, is it really good for me to say that? Besides, why do you compare me to that old BD 4267? Ada, don't be ashamed. It doesn't matter if you misunderstand me now. When you fall into the arms of the underworld god, you will understand my painstaking efforts. To vote for your mother, I will behead your head today. Duke Ada showed a superb staff in his hand, and then said expressionlessly. Ada, do you really want to be so heartless? Just you? Duke Ada sneered. He didn't have the slightest affection for the Marquis of Red Blood, and some just deeply disgusted him. Hearing this, the eyes of the Marquis of Red Blood gradually came out of black air, a blood-red aura lingered around his body, and an aura that made the hair stand on end erupted on his body. Since this is the case, then I will pull the entire Divine Cry continent into the arms of the underworld god. The Marquis of Red Blood raised his head, his voice became like a man and a woman, a pair of devil ears were born, his hands became slender, and bright red nails appeared. Wrong mo? You dare to merge with the devil? Duke Ada saw this scene, his eyes were full of shock, and then he suddenly realized, no wonder your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, so you signed a contract with the devil. You forced this, and that BD Augustine, how could the Roland Kingdom have been established without me? I thought you would look at me with admiration, but you never looked at me from the beginning to the end. Speaking of this, the Marquis of Red Blood laughed loudly. What am I in your eyes? An item? Use it if you want, kick it away if you don't want to use it. Later, when the kingdom was established, Jason's old trash was named the Duke, and I have the greatest credit, but only a Marquis. 99. Hehe, since you are not kind to me, don't blame me for being unjust to you, and Augustine should also step down. Then you don't think about why you were named a Marquis back then? You forgot about the tens of thousands of dead souls in the ancient warrior experiment. Brother Wang has long seen that you are too cruel and ambitious, so you have been limiting your military power. 5. Those are just lowly serfs, it's their honor to contribute to my experiments. Hearing this, Duke Ada shook his head and said, I don't want to talk nonsense with you either. Since you are obsessed, I will kill you today. Kill me? Are you capable of that? The Marquis of Red Blood laughed loudly, and with a poof, a pair of fleshy wings appeared directly behind him. It seems that you have completely merged with the devil, and Chenmei continent can no longer hold you. Seeing this scene, Duke Ada sighed, then turned around and said to Tang Yu, you take Isabel to the palace, I am here. Haha, want to run? You can't run away today, the army of undead, charge me. The Marquis of Red Blood laughed, his figure flashed and turned into red light, appearing behind Duke Ada like a teleportation, and his terrifying claws grabbed towards Duke Ada's neck. Roll! Duke Ada shouted loudly, and a wall made of mental energy appeared behind her, and then a long sword appeared in her hand, and when she turned around, it was a sword. Tisk tisk, after so many years, your strength is still so weak. The Marquis of Red Blood sneered, his voice very harsh. Noisy. Duke Ada's face remained unchanged, and then he shouted to the bottom, the Golden Knight obeys the order and fully protects Tang Yu and Isabel from leaving. 35. Kill. Behind the undead army appeared a team of knights wearing golden armor. There were not many, only 500 people, but each of them was at least a 9th level fighter, and the last thing they wore was low-level armor. There were even a few people wearing high-level armor. Armor. I even brought your old man. It seems that this Tang Yu is very important to you. Having said that, the Red Blood Marquis's eyes were full of jealousy. The Golden Cavalry is a trump card in Duke Ada's hands. Besides the magic army, the strongest army is generally her escort. Although the number is only 500, its strength is extremely terrifying. Blessed by the underworld god, the undead, let this king swallow them up. The Marquis of Red Blood shouted, and with a wave of his staff, a wave of magic power poured out from the staff and fell into the army of the undead. Ow! The undead roared excitedly, and many undead began to evolve on the spot. Warriors, charge with me! It is impossible for Tang Yu to watch Duke Ada fight for himself and leave him alone. The city gate opened wide, and Tang Yu led the orc warriors and 100 golden warriors to rush out, while 600 silver warriors stood under the city wall as a line of defense in Chaos City. On the city wall, the energy tower emits beams of light from time to time. It's just that the undead army seems to be endless, falling down and standing up again. A charge came down, and Tang Yu finally reunited with the Golden Knight. "Mr. Tang Yu, let's leave first, the Duke has his own way to escape." The Golden Knight at the head was a strong fighting spirit, and said to Tang Yu with a serious expression, "No, I have bright holy water, these ugly things are nothing to be afraid of." As soon as the voice fell, a white sun flew out of Isabel's hand on the city wall again, and it exploded directly in the undead army. 5.4 Charge with me. Dedicated to killing those underworld magicians. The more Tang Yu killed, the more courageous he became, and he rushed towards the dozen or so dark magicians. As long as those magicians could be killed, the power of the undead army would be weakened a lot. "Tang Yu, I have to say, you are a peerless genius, but today you must die, Netherworld Beastmaster. If you don't take action, when will you wait?" As soon as the voice fell, there was a roar of beasts one after another in the chaotic forest, and then a vibrating color came from the forest. Tang Yu looked back and saw a group of monsters rushing out of the chaotic forest, which shocked Tang Yu. The number of monsters was also quite large, and the army of undead was at least tens of thousands. Chapter 86. Haha, despair. The Marquis of Red Blood laughed, his voice full of endless pride. It didn't take long for the monsters to emerge from the forest, a piece of darkness, surrounding Tang Yu and the others and the Golden Knights in the middle. Then heavy footsteps sounded, and a giant beast with a height of 7 or 8 meters came out of the forest. The whole body is covered with dark scales, with a dog-like body, and bone spurs grow on the back and the joints of the limbs, but the huge head is disproportionate to the body. The head almost reached the size of the body, and the eyes were covered with eyes on the forehead, which looked horrifying. Netherworld? 35. Duke Ada exclaimed, "The ghost beast is an evil beast, he masters the magic of the mysterious system, and has both the will and the mind magic. In the divine Weeping Continent, the Netherworld beast is known as the Hell Beast. As long as he appears, there are absolutely corpses everywhere. Legend has it that the Netherworld beast is the mount of the underworld god. The attack power of this kind of monster is hard to guard against. If you stare at his 22 eyes, you will soon fall into the illusion created by him and be slaughtered by others. What is even more terrifying is that the IQ of Netherworld beasts is very high, comparable to the wise man among humans. Perhaps because of this, the number of Netherworld beasts is very rare. It is rumored that there is a ghost beast in the chaotic forest, but no one has ever seen it. Although he is not a king rank, his combat power is almost the same as that of a king rank beast, so it is quite normal to call him the Netherworld Beastmaster. Looking at the monsters around him, Tang Yu's face turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the Marquis of Red Blood still had such a hand. Today, it might be really bad luck. A ghostly beast comparable to a king's rank, and a red-blooded marquis comparable to the strength of a great magister, and he is just a magician. Even with the help of Duke Ada, it is useless. Ada, if you surrender to me, I can let them go, otherwise I will turn Roland Kingdom into a dead place. The Marquis of Red Blood licked his lips greedily, waiting for Duke Ada's reply. Looking at the endless army of monsters and undead, Duke Ada sighed. It seems that this time he is really going to be buried here. The kingdom's forces are all involved in the forces of the Marquis of Red Blood, so there is no need to think about it, and the fact that he was able to come here is also taking advantage of the night to lead the Golden Knights to fight all the way. Tang Yu, are you afraid? Duke Ada flashed and came to Tang Yu's side, then took off his helmet, revealing a beautiful face. There is no joy in life, and no fear in death. Tang Yu glanced at his future mother-in-law, and said calmly. Haha, well said, if you can go out alive today, I will call you king. Duke Ada laughed, his eyes filled with admiration. Back then, when the king was young, he was far from the current Tang Yu. For such a person, as long as he doesn't die, his future achievements are absolutely unlimited. Aren't you afraid that I will become the next Marquis of Red Blood? Tang Yu glanced at Duke Ada strangely. Why are the Roland family members so strange, as if the royal family is not theirs? Hearing this, Ada said with a smile, "Brother Wang has 3 children, except for Isabel, they are all waste. Let them rule the Roland kingdom, it is estimated that the destruction is not far away, and you are good enough, maybe you can bring Roland with you. The kingdom goes stronger, of course, if we survive. Hey, since that's the case, I'll keep you safe." "Stinky boy, your tone is bigger than mine." Tang Yu rolled his eyes, but Duke Ada didn't have any expectations. If nothing else, it would be difficult to deal with that ghost beast, not to mention tens of thousands of beasts and undead. "Master, Angel Moi is late, please forgive me." "Master, the Angel Lingzi came late, please forgive me." 55. At this moment, 2 white lights descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of Tang Yu, turning into 2 incomparably beautiful angels, kneeling on one knee with long swords in their hands. "Finally come." Tang Yu let out a long breath, thinking that they would only appear during the day, but it must be said that these 2 angels are very beautiful, and they are also 4-winged angels, with an aloof and holy temperament on their whole body. God, an angel! Ada's brain suddenly fell into a mess. Isn't the angel a subordinate of the god of light? How could it appear in front of Tang Yu? What shocked him even more was that the 2 angels actually called Tang Yu the master. It's not too late, it's time. 33 angels can be said to be the nemesis of the dead. They are born with dual cultivation of monsters, and they are good at holy light magic and do qi, and these 2 angels are all spiritual rank. Boom. 55. At this moment, footsteps sounded from behind the beast group, causing the entire ground to tremble. Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall bronze Beamon appeared in front of everyone. Beside Beamon were 2 4-armed naga and a group of orc warriors. Roll. Not long after, bronze Beamon came to the back of the beast group, let out a roar, stepped on it with 1 foot, and several beasts instantly turned into flesh mud. Without the netherworld beasts' order, those beasts didn't dare to move, and dozens of them were trampled to death by Beamon. Haida man greets the master. Bronze Beamon came to Tang Yu, then crawled down and said respectfully. Anita, Alice meets the master. The 2 4-armed nagas also came over and said respectfully to Tang Yu. Meet Master 270. The 500 orc warriors looked at the beasts and the undead as nothing, walked over indifferently, and saluted Tang Yu. Get up all. Tang Yu nodded. With these people, the odds of winning seemed to have improved a lot. After all, Angel and Isabel were both holy light magicians. The 2 angels are still great magicians, and this kind of strength can completely deal with the undead army. Tang Yu, who the hell are you? Duke Ada looked at Tang Yu up and down, and then asked with a strange expression, angels, magic dragons, Beamon, orcs, and naga all worship him, and the god of war was not so scary back then. I said I am a god, do you believe it? Letter. Duke Ada nodded vigorously, and then asked curiously, which god was reincarnated? Well, the god of all laws. Hearing this, Duke Ada said suspiciously, is there such a god in the crying continent? 35. Not before, but now. Duke Ada curled his lips and looked at the Beamon dragons with envy in his eyes. It was a pity for her that she had not been recognized by the magic dragon. Shut up, what about Beamon and the angels? Even if the Dharma god descends, it can't save you. Chapter 87. The red blood marquis' eyes are full of jealousy, and he can't even get the approval of a magic dragon. But what about Tang Yu, let alone a dozen magic dragons, and there are so many followers than naga and angels, is it because his talent is so much worse than Tang Yu? Netherworld Beast Master, tear them apart for me. The Marquis of Red Blood roared. Fortunately he still has a netherworld beast to support his facade, but it is not so miserable. Human, this king is not your turn to call, remember your promise, or this king will swallow your soul. The Nether Beast King glanced at the Marquis of Red Blood indifferently, and then looked at the 2 naga with fear. Hearing this, the red-blooded Marquis's face instantly stiffened, what the heck, can you give me some face? Stop talking nonsense and tear them apart. Looking at the contemptuous gaze in Tang Yu's eyes, the red blood marquis's eyes were even more angry, and now he even hated Duke Ada. Rest assured, they are vulnerable. The netherworld beastmaster let out an earth-shattering roar, and the beasts surrounding Tang Yu and the others were about to move. Get out! Tang Yu shouted loudly, and looked at the demon beasts with gloomy eyes and said, blind your dog's eyes, even I dare to attack. Hearing this, Duke Ada and the others were stunned. Do you think those monsters are human? Besides, who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the god of all laws? However, a surprising scene appeared. The monsters in front of Tang Yu had a flash of fear in their eyes, but they actually stepped back and lay on the ground facing Tang Yu. This time everyone was stunned. The Marquis of Red Blood looked at the netherworld beast in confusion, then looked at Tang Yu, and scolded, Netherworld Beast King, what the hell are you doing? Hearing this, the Netherworld Beastmaster also felt a little embarrassed and coughed, I'm sorry, just kidding. Attack, shred them. The Nether Beast King shouted loudly, and the energy formed by the spiritual force swept towards the beast group. The herd suddenly rioted and looked at Tang Yu eagerly. I am also the name of the beast god, attacking the ghost beast. Tang Yu had no fear on his face, in fact he wasn't sure just now, after all, the Netherworld Beastmaster is the real Beastmaster, and he didn't know whether the ability to drive monsters would be useful in this situation. But I didn't expect it to be really useful. Those monsters really listened to their own words. For a time, the demon beasts looked at the Netherworld Beastmaster, and then at Tang Yu. They were a little confused about the situation. Now that there were two kings, they didn't know who to listen to. Who are you? Now the Netherworld Beast King is stunned. No matter how you look at Tang Yu, he is just a human, how could this be? Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, one mountain does not allow two tigers, please defeat the Netherworld Beastmaster, the quest reward, 20,000 gold coins, a superb staff, 2 magic upgrade cards, and the ability Beast God. Defeat the Nether Beastmaster. Tang Yu smacked his lips. You really dare to think that although the Nether Beastmaster is a spiritual monster, his combat power is not weaker than that of ordinary Beastmasters. But this reward is relatively rich, and if you want to get out of this embarrassing situation, you can only defeat the Netherworld Beastmaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, killing or defeating the Marquis of Red Blood, the quest reward will be issued based on satisfaction. Satisfaction. This is the first time since the system was acquired. Why don't you give out tasks ahead of time? The task is too difficult, I don't think the host can complete it. 5. Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless, but after thinking about it, he was only a man of magician cultivation, but he had to compete with two strong men who were close to the magician. The difficulty of the task was purgatory. Human, this king is going to swallow you. The Nether Beast King also knew that if he didn't kill Tang Yu, the beasts would not listen to him. This was definitely a shame for the arrogant Nether Beast King. Because of his position in the herd, he was not as good as a human being, which made him very annoyed. Exactly, I want to devour your magic core and brain. Tang Yu sneered and took a step forward. The monsters beside him suddenly split a path and waited quietly. Beastmaster, as long as I can kill him, I will give you everything you want. No need for your nonsense. Glancing at the Marquis of Red Blood, the Netherworld Beast King said impatiently, he is very restless now, and he can't wait to tear Tang Yu apart. He feels that his majesty in the Warcraft clan has been provoked, and the other party turned out to be a human. Tang Yu, don't be impulsive, even the Magister of the Netherworld Beastmaster of the 9-star spirit rank doesn't want to fight him. Duke Ada hurriedly grabbed Tang Yu and said with a serious face. It's okay, I have my own way to deal with him. Tang Yu smiled at Duke Ada, and then walked towards the Nether Beast King step by step. Standing in front of the netherworld beastmaster, he was as small as an ant, but his aura was not inferior to that of the behemoth in front of him. The Marquis of Red Blood didn't do anything anymore, and everyone was staring at Tang Yu and the nether beastmaster in the field. It could be said that the battle between them determined the victory of this war. If Tang Yu wins and drives the monsters, he can definitely defeat the undead army, and if the netherworld beastmaster wins, the monsters and the undead army can definitely tear apart Tang Yu and the others. Tang Yu, don't look him in the eye. 35. Seeing Tang Yu raised his head, Duke Ada hurriedly said. Hey, it's too late. The countless pairs of eyes on the netherworld beastmaster's head are like black vortexes, trying to suck in all the souls of people. I'm going to help him. Seeing Tang Yu standing on the spot with dull eyes, Isabelle suddenly became anxious. Don't go, the beasts will tear you apart. In their eyes, this is a struggle between two kings. If anyone dares to intervene, they will definitely be attacked by them. Duke Ada shook his head, perhaps sensing Isabelle's movement. Those beasts looked directly over to Zhao's. But he will be killed by the netherworld beastmaster. He is a wise man and will never fight an unprepared battle, don't worry. 35. Duke Ada took a deep breath. In fact, even she herself was not sure, but there was no other way. There were beasts, an army of undead, and the red-blooded marquis staring at him. I was torn to pieces myself. I didn't expect that in the end, we would have to rely on him. Speaking of this, Duke Ada sighed, feeling a little lonely in his heart, and he seemed to be really old. He's a good man. Isabelle stared at Tang Yu, then muttered to herself. Hearing this, Duke Ada glanced at Isabelle with a strange expression on his face. Chapter 88. Tang Yu felt that he was in a world of ice and fire. The sky above his head was a piece of ice, and a sea of fire under his feet. He would be shattered with every single step. Is this the illusion of the netherworld beastmaster? Thinking of this, Tang Yu closed his eyes and communicated with the spiritual power in the spiritual sea. Ding! Found pure spiritual power, do you absorb it? Hey! Tang Yu was taken aback, and hurriedly said, absorb. As soon as the voice fell, the sea of ice and fire in front of him disappeared instantly, turning into pure spiritual power into Tang Yu's mind. Standing opposite Tang Yu, the netherworld beastmaster felt that his spiritual power was being continuously absorbed by the humans in front of him, and he would withdraw his spiritual power when he acted decisively. However, what terrified him was that his own mental power seemed to be out of control, rushing towards Tang Yu's spiritual sea at a certain speed. What's the matter? How can he absorb my mental power? The netherworld beast king continued to struggle, but the continuous flow of spiritual power made his spirit more and more sluggish. If the ghost beast wants to build an illusion, the magic core will be in an undefended state, but now he can't do it if he wants to close the magic core, and he can only watch his spiritual power continue to pass. Human, this king admits defeat, please stop. The voice of the netherworld beast king 270 sounded in his mind, and a sneer appeared on the corner of Tang Yu's mouth. Stop? What a joke! He could feel his magical cultivation and spiritual power growing rapidly. 4-star magician. 5-star magician. 6-star magician. If this king wants to die, he will drag you to die with him. After a while, the netherworld beastmaster found that at least 1/3 of his mental power had flown away, a fierce look erupted in his eyes, and a violent force was brewing in the magic core. He wanted to explode the magic core and die together with Tang Yu. Court death. Tang Yu snorted coldly. Now that the spiritual sea of one person and one beast has been connected, if the demon nucleus of the netherworld beastmaster explodes, Tang Yu will be blown into an idiot at light, or headshot directly at worst. At the moment, the spiritual force condensed into a big bell, and flew directly into the spiritual sea of the nether beast king, making a thunderous roar, which directly plunged the spiritual sea of the nether beast king into a blank. No, do not want. The countless eyes of the netherworld beastmaster are full of prayers, and now he has lost even the ability to self-destruct the magic core. Let me go. I'd like to recognize you as the master. The intermittent voice came into Tang Yu's sea of essence, Kfei, but how could Tang Yu pay attention to him? For the magician, the magic core of the ghost beast is definitely a great supplement, and it can be absorbed directly without any side effects. But even a magus, it is difficult to encounter a ghost beast. Duke Ada and the others stared at Tang Yu and the Nether Beast Master. Half an hour passed, and one person and one beast remained motionless. The entire battlefield looked very strange. You look at the eyes of the ghost beast. 39. At this moment, Isabel exclaimed, and everyone hurriedly shifted their gazes, only to see that the eyes of the Nether Beast Master gradually dimmed, while Tang Yu's demeanor was extremely serene. Seeing this scene, Duke Ada and the others suddenly looked happy, and it seemed that the winner would soon be decided, and the winner was very likely to be Tang Yu. It didn't take long for the Netherworld Beast Master's eyes to burst open with a poof sound, and he let out a miserable cry and fell directly to the ground. Netherworld Beast King! The Marquis of Red Blood shouted, his wings flashed behind his back, and he was about to attack Tang Yu with his staff. Roar! Sensing the movements of the Marquis of Red Blood, those monsters turned their fierce eyes towards him one by one. Even if he was a magus, he would be torn to shreds in the face of thousands of monsters. It didn't take long for Tang Yu to open his eyes were full of joy. Tonight was a big gain. The magician's cultivation base has reached 7 stars, and the spiritual power in the spiritual sea is almost turned into a liquid. Ow! Seeing the birth of the new king, the surrounding herds of beasts roared with excitement. Trash! Trash! Even a little magician can't deal with it. The Red Blood Marquis's face was gloomy, and his hatred for Tang Yu was getting deeper and deeper. It was this guy who kept sabotaging his plans. The army of the dead, kill me! The Marquis of Red Blood shouted and rushed towards Tang Yu. The army of undead instantly rioted and rushed towards Duke Ada and the others. The herd, attack and leave no one behind. With a wave of Tang Yu's hand, the surrounding beasts swarmed up, directly drowning the undead army, and the silent battlefield was filled with various roars. Red Blood, your opponent is me! Duke Ada shouted, and a wall of spiritual power condensed, blocking Tang Yu and Marquis of Red Blood. Don't worry, it'll be your turn later. The Marquis of Red Blood sneered at Duke Ada, and with a wave of his staff, Duke Ada's spiritual wall was as fragile as paper. Don't try to hurt my master. Angel Moy and Angel Lingzi flashed their wings and appeared in front of Tang Yu, holding a long white sword. A holy light emanated from the sword and slashed towards the Marquis of Red Blood. GG, beyond your own power. The Marquis of Red Blood sneered, and with a wave of his claws, a magic claw formed by condensed red energy grabbed the 2 holy lights, squeezed hard, and the holy light collapsed directly. Roar! Seeing that Tang Yu was in danger, the 2 bronze Beamon rushed up, and smashed the red-blooded Marquis with fists like a mountain. Go away, bloody beast! The Marquis of Red Blood flashed, jumped over Beamon, and rushed towards Tang Yu. Little BD, no matter what the price is today, I want you to die. Is it? Tang Yu sneered and disappeared directly from the spot. The next moment, a space crack appeared behind the Marquis of Red Blood, and a golden longsword slashed behind the Marquis of Red Blood. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere, and half of the meat wings were directly chopped off by Tang Yu. Space magic! The Marquis of Red Blood hurriedly stepped back, and black blood flowed from the wound. What great magister, in my eyes, is vulnerable? Throwing the blood on the sword, Tang Yu looked at the Marquis of Red Blood indifferently. You are courting death, Billy the Devil, and I want to be one with you. 39. The Marquis of Red Blood was full of determination. No matter what the price is today, he will kill Tang Yu to relieve the jealousy and anger in his heart. As you wish. A harsh sound sounded, and then a red energy wrapped the Marquis of Red Blood. Stop him now, or we'll all die. Seeing this scene, Duke Ada shouted loudly, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. Chapter 89. Now the Marquis of Red Blood is the strength of the Great Magister, and if he merges with the devil, his strength will definitely go further. Haha, it's too late, everyone will be the food of this demon king today. 35. A harsh laughter came from the red light, and then the red light slowly rose into the air. With a bang, the red light exploded, the Marquis of Red Blood opened his limbs, his head was raised high, and an evil aura burst out from him. It's over. Duke Ada murmured to himself, being combined with the devil, his strength is doubled, and he has the ability of magic and devil. His spiritual magic and devil ability can be said to complement each other. Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned. No wonder the system said that this task was too difficult. Defeating the current Red Blood Marquis was already difficult, let alone killing him. This king will open the gate of hell and release the demons, and the crying continent is the pasture of my demons. The Marquis of Red Blood muttered to himself, his eyes were blood red, and it seemed that there was no humanity. He is no longer the Marquis of Red Blood, but a real hell demon. If he really allows him to open the gate of hell and release a group of demons, the divine weeping continent will be in danger. Duke Ada looked at the red-blooded Marquis in the sky with a worried face. At this moment, she, the Magister, was powerless. What's the difference between hell and Hades? Tang Yu asked while thinking about countermeasures. Hearing this, Duke Ada sighed and said, hell is the paradise of the demons. They are cruel by nature and like to eat people. Many years ago, there was a battle to kill demons, and even the gods fell a lot. And the underworld, it is where the underworld god is, where there are undead, the land of death. But the demons and the undead have one thing in common, that is, they fear light and like darkness. Fear of the light? You said that if you let him swallow the holy water of light, can you kill him? Duke Ada was stunned for a moment, then thought about it and said, I haven't tried it, but at least it can hurt him. When we work together, we might be able to kill him. But it's easier said than done to make him drink the holy water of light. Just leave this matter to me, and I'll wait for the opportunity when you go up to attract his attention. It is good. Duke Ada thought about it, and it seemed that this was the only way. Otherwise, the demons would not be destroyed, and they would all have to die. By then, let alone the Roland Kingdom, even the entire Shenmei continent would be devastated. Little fish, just use your blood to open the gates of hell. The demon Billy, who was transformed into the Marquis of Red Blood, roared, his wings flashed, and his speed was extremely fast. He came to the back of the two golden knights, and his sharp claws stretched out, directly piercing the two golden knights. In the blink of an eye, the two golden knights turned into mummified corpses, and their flesh and blood seemed to disappear. Superior! Duke Ada shouted, and a spiritual magic flew out towards the devil's head. Gun of Dawn. 35. The two angels looked at each other and held hands, a dazzling light burst out from them, forming a long spear as thick as an arm, as if it were a solid body. Bright Judgment. Isabel followed closely, with the addition of two angels, her holy light magic seemed to have become much stronger. Feeling the threat of holy light magic, the demon's wings flashed and he was about to leave, but Duke Ada's spiritual magic directly pierced into his mind, causing him to stop. Two holy light magics erupted directly on him. The two bronze Beamon took a step forward and directly grabbed the demon in their hands. Hit by the holy light magic, the demon let out a miserable howl, and couldn't help but roar in the sky. Spiritual Thorn. Not to be outdone, the two naga released spiritual magic at the same time, hitting the demon. Damn ants, you all have to die. The successive attacks made the demon unable to react at all. Seeing the demon open his mouth, Tang Yu's eyes lit up, two bottles appeared in his hand, and a space crack appeared beside the demon, from which Tang Yu jumped out. A new arrival, brother will give you a big gift. Holding the devil's mouth, the two bottles were directly stuffed into it, his fists filled with golden grudges, and smashed into the devil's chin. Feeling the holy water in his mouth, the demon struggled hard, and the two Beamons tried their best, and the blue veins on both arms burst out. You must know that Beamon's great strength is also famous in the Shenmei continent, but now it's a little unsupportable. Live! A golden longsword appeared in Tang Yu's hand and stabbed it directly at the demon's chest. Who knew that a spark would erupt, leaving only a shallow wound on the demon's scales? I don't believe it anymore. Tang Yu was doing two things: one hand firmly supported the demon's chin, and the other held a long sword and stabbed the demon's vulva. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. No matter how powerful the demon's body was, it was extremely fragile. The long sword pierced through the symbol of the demon man and stabbed 1/3 of it directly. Ow! The demon let out a scream, and the giant force that did not know where it came from, directly overturned the two Beamon, turned into a red light, and shot straight into the sky. It seems to have a sense of sight of a rocket. Tang Yu covered his arm and stepped back, almost shattering his arm just now. 0. Ah! The screams of demons came from the sky, red light and white light intertwined in his body, and then reflected through the skin. I want you to die, I want you to die. Holding the bottom tightly, the demon flew down from the sky, the holy water ignited the magic in his body, and the body burned with white flames. He stared at Tang Yu closely. Tang Yu not only stuffed him with holy water, but also destroyed the symbol of his man. This hatred made him lose his mind. Go together! Duke Ada shouted, and the magic flew towards the demon. Who knew that he would not dodge or evade, accepting the magic calmly? His body was constantly shaken by the magic, but he still stared at Tang Yu and walked over step by step. Hey! Why, die early and be freed early? Seeing the pained expression on the devil's face, Tang Yu sneered, and a thunder sword condensed, turning into a purple light and hitting the wound on the devil's body again. Ah! I sacrificed my life and cursed you with the god of demons, and you will be hunted down by demons forever and ever. Demon Billy knelt on the ground with a thud, unable to stand up again. His blood-red eyes stared at Tang Yu, making Tang Yu feel like his hair was standing on end. After saying this, the white flame on Devil Billy's body seemed to encounter fuel, and it burned more and more vigorously, and finally directly wrapped his whole body in it. Chapter 90. The flame burned for a quarter of an hour before it was extinguished, and the red blood marquis and the demon Billy were only left with a pile of white ashes. When the breeze came, the white ash was blown away, and a little red light was exposed. Tang Yu went up to see it, and it turned out to be a red round bead. The bead was not big, only the size of a baby's fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the demon orb. Devil Yuansu, refining material, or kin evolve Beamon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden treasure chest. After the death of the Marquis of Red Blood, the power of the undead army was greatly reduced, and even many undead fell directly to the ground, becoming complete corpses. It didn't take long for the beasts to slaughter the undead army and the dozen or so dark magicians of the underworld sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Please defeat the Netherworld Beastmaster and get rewards: 20,000 gold coins, a superb staff 270s, 2 magic upgrade cards, and ability Beast Gods. 35. Beast God, can drive the Beast King and below. 39. 66. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest, killing or defeating the Marquis of Red Blood, over-completed, and rewarded: 50,000 gold coins, a top-grade armor, a gold mine, and a king-level magic weapon. Hi! 99. Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. What a rich reward! Tang Yu didn't expect that he would be rewarded with a king-rank magic weapon. You know, even a great magician can't have a king-rank magic weapon. Jacob, order people to sweep the battlefield and burn all the dead. Yes. Jacob nodded, glanced at the overwhelming corpse, and his brain was aching for a while. Isn't this too much? They don't want to sleep tonight. Duke Ada, please go back to the city to rest, thank you for your help this time. Hearing this, Duke Ada gave a wry smile. Help? He didn't seem to be of any help, he was just trying to make soy sauce. Don't be so shabby, as a magister, I'm not as good as a teenager. Duke Ada sighed, feeling like a strong man in his old age. If I didn't have you, I wouldn't kill the demon. This is true. After all, the power of a magister is still very strong. If Duke Ada had restrained the demon just now, he wanted to swallow the holy water of light. Almost impossible. Come on, let's not be humble, you kill the devil, stop the gate of hell from opening, and make a great contribution. It is estimated that the palace will soon give a reward. Hearing this, Tang Yu curled his lips. What kind of reward can the palace have? It's just a promotion for himself. Back in Chaos City, Tang Yu sent someone to inform the serfs and set up Duke Ada and others, and Tang Yu came to the bathroom. Fighting all night, especially fighting the undead, exudes a stench. Lying in the warm bathroom with a fox girl serving by her side is simply not too comfortable. Opening the package, a black cloak came into view, embroidered with gold thread, and it looked good. Invisibility cloak, you can hide at will, along with your breath, you can't detect it under the sage. 39. Good stuff. This cloak of invisibility is simply a divine outfit for robbing the rich and helping the poor. As for the saints, there are not many saints in the entire Saints' Empire. It can be said that he can walk sideways in the Saints' Empire. And this thing's life-saving skills are also thief, can't beat the enemy, put on the cloak of stealth, absolutely people can't find it. The top-grade armor is also golden, but it looks much more gorgeous than his high-grade armor. Open the golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a dark magic scroll of the King Order. 39. Use directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Claw of Pain of the King level magic. How many treasure chests are there? 7 bronze chests, 3 silver chests. 35. All open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 gold coins. 99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 100 magic crystals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit level demon core. 35. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a dress of the Empress of the Saints' Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space Advanced Magic Space Folding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Fighting Skill 9 Waves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Blood Gold Stones. 35. The 7 bronze treasure chests got all the things, but what is the Empress long skirt? What's the use of asking for that thing? Is it a woman's clothing fetish? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a silver warrior card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced holy light magic wings of light. 35. Yes, it is quite rewarding. Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction, the invisibility cloak alone made him very satisfied. Then Tang Yu directly used the magic upgrade card, and the magic cultivation base reached 9 stars directly, only 1 step away from the great magician. The next morning, when he came out of the room, Tang Yu was taken aback and saw the angels Moi and Lingzi standing in front of his door with long swords in hand. What are you two doing standing here? No rest all night? Hearing this, the angel Moi bowed and said respectfully, it is our duty to protect the master. Tang Yu was a little dumbfounded, so he said, I'm fine, go and rest. Yes. The two looked at each other, then turned and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, defeating the enemy, the task reward, 3,000 gold coins, 2 energy towers, 1 great wall, 500 good horses, and 100 female elves. Female elves? Speaking of which, Why haven't the 2 female elves that I got before come? How long has it been? Tang Yu frowned, a little puzzled. It depends on the situation. The sound of the system prompt in his mind made Tang Yu pouted, thinking that he would come with these 100 female elves. When they came outside, Duke Ada and Isabel were talking outside, and when they saw Tang 5.4u, Duke Ada said with a smile, "I'm leaving, come to Ada to see if I have time, I promise it's not worse than your Chaos City. Why don't you stay for a few days?" Hearing this, Duke Ada smiled and said, "The Ada area is in a mess right now, I have to go back to preside over the overall situation, and by the way, clean up a few things that don't have long eyes." Tang Yu nodded. The Marquis of Red Blood is now dead, and the Marquis and Earls who vassalized him will also be purged, but this has nothing to do with him. He and Isabel expected it well. Chaos City became the core of the kingdom battle, but no one thought that the Marquis of Red Blood would lose to Tang Yu. Now that the Marquis of Red Blood is dead, it is believed that the war in other parts of the kingdom will soon come to an end. This time, Tang Yu can be said to be the first class of service. Chapter 91. After sending Duke Ada away, Tang Yu led 500 orcs to Heki land, and took advantage of the darkness to reach Heki mansion. At this time, beacon smoke was lit all over the kingdom, especially in the territory of Heki and the Marquis of Red Blood, and the forces under their command were all cleaned up. But Tang Yu did not forget the wealth of these 2 Marquis. After all, Hai Chi and the Marquis of Red Blood were killed by himself, and their wealth should also be obtained by himself. However, the territory of the Marquis of Red Blood is too far away from Chaos City. When they rush past, it is estimated that the war in the kingdom has ended. However, Marquis Heki has been rooted in Heki for so many years, and it is conceivable that his wealth will not be less. On the second night, everyone rushed to the Heki mansion. Enter quickly and kill anyone you see. 35. With Tang Yu's order, 500 orc warriors swarmed up. At this time, the news of Marquis Heki's demise has not yet reached here, so there is still some resistance in the castle, but there are not many people, only more than 400 guards. There is a fighting master guarding it. Remove everything of value. Not long after 22, more than 100 boxes appeared in front of him. Tang Yu took a deep breath. The storage of a marquis's life is simply frightening. Opening the boxes of gold coins came into view. In addition to the gold coins, there were also 2 boxes of magic crystals, both of which were from each department. 2 boxes of precious potions and 5 boxes of rare treasures, many of which are deep-sea treasures, most of which are refining materials. There is also a golden treasure chest. When the chest is opened, there are not many things inside, but each piece is worth 10,000 gold. A top-grade staff, 2 top-grade war swords, 2 top-grade water magic scrolls, 5 8-grade potions, 2 small blue bottles and 10 blue crystal stones. There is liquid flowing, and a strong water magic element emanates from it. In addition, there are 2 silver stones, soft, slightly harder than jelly. This is the space stone. The space stone is the main ingredient for refining the space ring, and it is very precious. The price of such a fist-sized space stone is about 5,000 gold coins. Where was this box found? In a small hole in the ground. Other places have been carefully checked, and there is nothing. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded. This golden treasure chest should be Marquis Heki's most precious storage. However, just in case, Tang Yu personally checked it and found nothing. Okay, grab everything and leave quickly. One day and one night of continuous raids, when Tang Yu and others returned to Chaos City, the wars in various parts of the kingdom were also over. Where did you go? It was already evening, and as soon as Tang Yu came back, Isabel came out. Cough, go to Heki to take a look. 35. Hearing this, Isabel rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Hedge leader will be yours sooner or later." Hey? Why do you say that? Isabel pulled Tang Yu to sit down and said, "The war is over, 3 of the 7 marquis died, 1 of the 3 dukes died, and your father was also injured. Seeing Tang Yu's expressionless face, Isabel continued, the neighboring kingdom of Kara also intervened, but it has now been repelled. As the biggest siege in this war, I think it's okay to be named a marquis. Tang Yu was stunned for a moment. No way? As the heir of the Golden Marquis, how could King Roland make me a marquis? Isabel smiled slightly and said, why is it impossible? Your meritorious deeds are enough to get this reward, and it is estimated that the Saint Shi Empire will also be rewarded. Speaking of this, Isabel sighed and said, the chaos caused by the Marquis of Red Blood has damaged the strength of the kingdom and killed a lot of people. Fortunately, the people of the underworld religion in the kingdom have also paid off a lot, so it's hard to make trouble. You not only killed the Marquis of Red Blood, but also prevented the gate of hell from opening, involving the main force of the Marquis of Red Blood, and now your name has entered the Saint Shi Empire. I don't care about those, I just want to be a lord safely. But even if I can be conferred as a marquis, it's impossible to give me the Heike land as a fief, right? This should be impossible, but the wealth of Marquis Hedge is estimated to be given to you. Since the establishment of the Roland Kingdom, there has never been a marquis who owns the territory of 2 marquis. It is believed that Tang Yu will inherit the Golden Territory before long, so there is a high probability that the kingdom will not give Heike to Tang Yu. It doesn't matter, it's a big deal, I'll fight it myself. Tang Yu pouted, as long as it was justifiable, the battle between nobles would not normally be governed by the kingdom. You don't have time now, the imperial aristocracy assessment is about to begin, and my father should also summon you. I'll talk about it later. 35. Time passed slowly, and before I knew it, a week passed, and Isabel didn't leave, and often made excuses to chat with Tang Yu. After a few days, the two became much closer. Sometimes, even if Tang Yu took the opportunity to wipe her oil, she not only did not hide, but smiled slightly, which made Tang Yu a little unpredictable. Could it be that this beautiful girl really likes her? But this week, Tang Yu has not been idle either. His fighting chi cultivation has reached a 4-star doshi, and his magic cultivation is about to reach the great magician. The spiritual magic has reached the 1st level magician, the mystery magic has also reached the 6th level, the fire magic has reached the 2nd level magician, the wind magic has reached 270 and the water magic has also reached the 9th level, and only space magic and ice, earth, the wood element is relatively low, and only the thunder element magic is the highest. Alice has reached the 6-star rank, Aina has also become a 2-star rank, gold coins have also reached the 1-star rank, Lucia has reached the 7th rank, Effie and Miranda have also reached the 6th rank, and the other 3 metal dragons have also reached the rank of 6. 7th grade. Because Machi and Euphemia hatched the latest, they are still only tier 4, and now there are only 3 tier 9 dragons to complete the task. It is worth mentioning that the wealth brought from Marquis Heike's mansion is equivalent to 210,000 gold coins, which is definitely a huge wealth for Tang Yu. The weapon shop also opened, and 10 dwarf blacksmiths also started forging. Carol left with a batch of brewed wine and the caravan. It's just that after so long, 102 female elves did not come, but 2 female nagas did. Princess, someone from the palace is coming. Just when Tang Yu put his hand on Isabel's lap, Alan came over and saw the 2 people who were close, as if he didn't see it. Chapter 92. Earl Alan, I think you should practice in my barracks, my soldiers won't bother me at this time. Tang Yu glared at Alan, and every time someone came to disturb him at a critical moment. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Isabel's mouth, and then she said, "Where's Brewer?" "Brewel? He's old and has bad eyes." It happened that Brewer walked in from the outside and said curiously, "Is the master praising Brewer?" Isabel immediately covered her mouth and laughed, then rolled her eyes at Tang Yu and said, "He's talking bad about you." Hearing this, Brewer said with a face full of fear, "It should be that Brewer's actions are not good enough, but Brewer will definitely work hard to assist the master. 5. Tang Yu nodded and said, "You're right, at least when I'm alone with the lady, you shouldn't disturb me. Briar, keep the master's teachings in mind." Brewer nodded vigorously with a serious face. "Count Ada, see? This is my warrior of Chaos City. Don't listen to his nonsense. Where are the people in the palace?" Isabel gave him a white look, took his hand from his leg, and asked. "Waiting outside and pulling a lot of things. Let's go and see, maybe there is something good." Hearing this, Tang Yu curled his lips and said, "A good thing? Unless it is a magic weapon of the king order. Just because you have a big appetite, do you think the magic weapon of the king order is a stone on the side of the road, and it can be seen everywhere?" When the two came to the front hall while chatting, the three Unsullied came over and said to Isabel, "Old slave Harrow, see Her Royal Highness the Princess and meet the Marquis." Hearing this, Isabel smiled at Tang Yu, and then said to Harrow, "Get up, what is your father's will?" "Yes, the king's decree, Viscount Tang Yu Landis should be the first in this kingdom battle, canonize Tang Yu Landis as the Marquis of Chaos, 100 magic crystals, 10,000 gold coins, 10 maids, and 1 gem. 100 pieces, 100 division-level animal skins. The Imperial Decree, divide the Heike territory as the fief of the chaotic Marquis, and give the Lord Marquis a notice to enter the Imperial Academy. Lord Marquis, please check it out. The costumes and seals of the Marquis are included. Harlow has worked hard." Putting the 5 gold coins in front of Harrow, Isabel smiled slightly. "It's Harrow's honor to be able to do things for the princess and the Marquis." Harrow smiled respectfully, and then put the gold coins in his arms. "The king ordered the princess and the Marquis to enter the palace, and please leave early." "Understood." That being the case, Harlow takes his leave. 10 pretty maids were left in the hall, and Isabel said in surprise, "I didn't expect everyone from the Empire to take action. It seems that you have become famous this time, and the Imperial Academy has been admitted by exception." Hearing this, Tang Yu frowned, "I have no interest in studying at any Imperial College." 35. You don't know that. After so many years of the establishment of the Sage Empire, the Imperial Academy has stood for so many years. It not only has endless magic, but also has a mage tower that can speed up the cultivation of magicians, and even the holy artifact exists, absolutely. Can make you gain a lot. Holy artifact? Can you still get holy artifact? Yes. If you become the Dean's heir, the sacred artifact will be yours. Hearing this, Tang Yu pouted, he never thought of becoming the president of Imperial College. Then when will we leave? The Imperial College assessment is about to begin. This time, you are consecrated as a Marquis, and the assessment is much more difficult, but I don't think it makes any difference to you. It doesn't matter to me, but let's take over Hedge Leader first. 5. Okay, I'll help you, I'm a good hand in handling government affairs. Hearing this, Tang Yu glanced at Isabel in surprise and said, "Then I need to see." "I have seen Heike City. Although it is not as good as the Golden City, it is not bad, but I do not recommend that you move to the city. Although it is dangerous here, this city is really good." Tang Yu nodded and said, "You are really my bosom friend. Chaos City is backed by Chaos Forest, and the materials here are abundant, so naturally the city will not be moved." 2 days later, the news of Tang Yu being made a Marquis spread throughout the kingdom. It can be said that since the establishment of the Roland Kingdom, Tang Yu is definitely the youngest Marquis. He jumped directly from a Viscount to a Marquis and became the overlord of the Roland Kingdom. The speed of this promotion is simply astounding. The scenery of Heikeling is really good, maybe Heike City can be used as a deputy city. In the sky, Tang Yu and Isabel rode Della. Yesterday, Della woke up from her slumber and jumped into a division-level dragon in one fell swoop. But when it got bigger, it was 15 meters tall, with a slender body, and the whole body flashed with colorful light, which was very beautiful. It's just that the current Della is full of resentment. As a proud and colorful dragon, no one except Tang Yu is qualified to touch her body. But yesterday was coerced and tempted by Tang Yu, and Isabel even took out a 9th order potion, and finally couldn't bear the temptation. Della finally agreed to let Isabel sit on her back, but only once. So beautiful. Lying on Della's back, Isabel looked intoxicated at the clouds around her, riding the legendary multicolored dragon for the first time. The feeling was really indescribable. Seeing Isabel's happy look, Tang Yu smiled and shook his head. No matter how smart she was just a little girl. Master, you said you were going to take me out to play this time, but you can't go back. Della turned around and said resentfully. Don't worry, the master still does what he says. 35 patted Della's big head and sat on her back, just like a moving continent, and it is extremely stable. There are many fruits. Okay. Zhaos. Tang Yu readily agreed. When Isabel wanted to go with him this time, Tang Yu agreed, but Isabel's magic dragon was still young and could not fly at all. In order to save time, Tang Yu discussed with Della, who knows that this little guy is very arrogant, and usually no one wants to touch her. However, this little guy is still very sensible, and knowing that Tang Yu is running out of time, he agreed. Little Della, I will give you a 9th order potion every day, so you can take me to fly once. Lying on Della's head, Isabel asked expectantly. Stupid human, get off my head. Who knew that Della didn't give her a good face at all? Since Isabel came, the master seldom accompanied her. Chapter 93. Woohoo, why doesn't Della like me? I'm nice to her. Isabel came to Tang Yu's side and looked at Tang Yu with a grieved face. Cough, Wu Ke Long is like this, she can let you stand on her back, which is not bad. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly, glanced at Della who was proud, and shook his head helplessly. She was also a woman, why should a woman embarrass a woman? That's right, how can I say that I've also sat on the colorful dragon? Isabel smiled, and then said to Della, Thank you Della. You're welcome. Della glanced at Isabel, then replied bluntly. Look, Della is still very kind to you. Taking Isabel in his arms, Tang Yu said with a smile. Isabel wanted to say something, but found a hand on her hip, and immediately said with a blushing face, No, Della will see it. It's okay, she's seen it a few times. Tang Yu smiled, then squeezed his mouth tightly while pressing it up. Some people say that women are made of water. It has to be said that Isabel's skin is very delicate, as if she can squeeze out water. Della looked back and sighed helplessly. The master was going to play the shy game again. Della deliberately slowed down, and then secretly looked behind her. She thought such a game was very interesting, and when she had a chance, she must try it with her master. Tang Yu, who was making out with Isabel, shuddered. No, do not want. Stopping the hand that was in the clothes, Isabel looked at Tang Yu with affection. It's okay, just touch it. Tang Yu said brazenly, I have to say that girls in the West are developing very fast. I didn't expect Isabel to be so big. It will be seen. Isabel said embarrassedly, covering her face. Who can see in such a high place? Do you think everyone has a colorful dragon? Tang Yu smiled proudly. Hearing this, Isabel glanced at Della and said, That's the only way. That is it. Lying on Della's back, holding the most beautiful woman in the Roland Kingdom in her arms, Tang Yu's face was full of contentment. What is life? This is life. Master, I can block you so that no one can see it. At this moment, Della turned around and looked at the two of them expectantly. Ah! Isabel exclaimed and hurriedly got into Tang Yu's arms. Go, go, what do you know, little guy? Tang Yu couldn't help laughing. How simple Della used to be, has it become so dirty now? It can really be blocked, you see. Della said very seriously, and then a wood magic appeared, forming a square cabin. Della said proudly, this way no one can see, and my wings are blocking it." Hearing this, Tang Yu felt a little moved, and looked at Isabel in her arms, and a little heart was about to move. "What is this? Long Zhen or airquake? No no no, I don't want it." 35. Isabel clutched Tang Yu's arm tightly, her heart almost jumping to her throat. It was the first time she experienced this kind of thing, which made her feel a little helpless. "Don't be afraid, it's fine if you don't want to." Patting Isabel's back, Tang Yu smiled and comforted. Hearing this, Isabel shuddered, then raised her head and said, I'm not unwilling, but it's so shameful here." 95. Haha. Tang Yu burst out laughing and said, "Okay, I will rectify the fa on the spot when you arrive at Imperial College." 35. How bad are you? After biting Tang Yu, Isabel said in an angry voice. Della, who was about to watch that kind of thing secretly, pouted her lips regretfully. Although she could see the master and Angela exercising under the quilt every night, she was relatively small at that time, and her eyes could not see through the quilt, so she still did not knowing how to play that kind of game. "I only know that Angela seems to be very comfortable. I originally thought, Kfei, to be able to study this time, but I didn't expect Isabel to be so uncooperative, so I won't let her sit next time." About half an hour later, Della stopped in midair and said, "Master, it seems to be here." The cabin was removed, Tang Yu glanced down, and could vaguely see a city. "You fly low." Before long, a blue city appeared in front of Tang Yu. "That's right, it's Heike City," Isabel said while sorting her clothes. "Then find a place to land." Falling from the air, Della's body was also shrinking, and when she touched the ground, she became half a meter tall, and then jumped on Tang Yu's shoulders. The multicolored dragon is indeed a magical dragon. Seeing this scene, Isabel said in surprise. "Che, what is this?" Della pouted, it was rare for her to make such a humane expression. "Who?" A group of soldiers in blue armor stood at the gate of the city, looking at Della on Tang Yu's shoulder in amazement, unable to react. "When will the giant dragon shrink? And this giant dragon seems to be very beautiful, much stronger than the metal dragons they have seen." "Marquis of Chaos, you inform all the Earls of Hedgeland to gather in Hedge House an hour later." 35. Having said that, Tang Yu took out the seal of the Marquis of Chaos and said lightly, "I am waiting to see the Marquis." Now everyone knows that the Marquis of Heki was defeated and died, and the Heki leader has also changed to a new owner. Entering Heike City, there are not many people, and the environment is not bad. The air is filled with the fishy smell of sea water, and there are various marine creatures on the streets. The so-called relying on the mountains to eat the mountains, relying on the water to draft water, and the Heike collar is backed by the sea, so most of the people here are fishermen who live by the sea. There is also farmland, but not much. All the way to Heike Mansion, the guards and servants of the original Haichi Mansion were slaughtered by Tang Yu's orc warriors, so there was only a team of patrolling soldiers standing at the entrance of Haichi Mansion. After showing the seal, Tang Yu walked in with Isabel. Although it's not as good as Chaos City, this Marquis of Hedge will enjoy it. 35. Isabel looked at it for a week, and then said lightly, "Master, I smelled the scent of high-level potions." At this moment, Della, who was standing on Tang Yu's shoulders, suddenly said, "Oh? Let's take a look." Following Della's instructions, 2 people and 1 beast walked into the garden, and a strong magic element rushed towards them. Magic circle. Tang Yu was a little surprised, there was obviously a magic circle in the garden with so many magical elements. Chapter 94. When I came to the place with the strongest magical elements, a medicine field appeared in front of my eyes. There were all kinds of potions planted in it, and there were even 2 9th-level potions. "It's a pity it's not mature yet," Della said regretfully. "It's okay, this is our place in the future, and we will pick it later. Taking a look at the medicine field, Tang Yu wondered if a magic circle was also set up in Chaos City. Although he only had the strength of a basic magician, it was still very easy to set up a yuan gathering array. Not long after, a patrolling soldier came to report, saying that it was under the command of Heike, the 6th Earl had arrived. The area of Heikeling is not as large as that of Golden Ridge, and there are only 7 cities plus Heikekeng. When they came to the front hall, 2 middle-aged men dressed in Earl costumes stood there tremblingly, saw Tang Yu and Isabel appear, and hurriedly saluted. Jonah, Jessie sees Her Royal Highness Princess, sees Lord Marquis 5. I remember that there should be 6 earls under Heike's leadership. Why are you 2? Hearing this, Jonah Jessie glanced at each other, and then said, Lord Marquis doesn't know anything, they have cooperated with Heike to rebel and have already been executed. Then how is their city now? Now there is a local tax officer to manage, but there is nothing wrong. 35. Tang Yu nodded. Generally, the kingdom would not interfere in the government affairs of the noble territory, but as a marquis, he only had the right to confer half of the earls in the territory, and he had to be approved by the kingdom and reported to the empire. However, as long as the person you canonize is indeed meritorious enough, the kingdom and empire will not object. You can confer the other 4 counts yourself, and then just notify the kingdom directly. This is one of my father's rewards for you. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. He didn't like others interfering in his territory, and neither did the king. As for the 2 counts in front of him, he wouldn't trust them either. People like this are nothing but grass. If he is in trouble in the future, they may treat him like Hechi. Now I'll give you a task to collect the wealth of the other 4 earls' mansions. If I am not satisfied, this marquis will definitely let you down, understand? Don't worry, Lord Marquis, the collection has been completed, and we will wait for the Lord to come and check it. Well done. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, expecting that they would not dare to embezzle, otherwise, they could directly slap their titles with a single word. Jonah went out and gave an order, and a group of soldiers came in with dozens of boxes. My lord, everything is here. With that said, the 2 of them deliberately ordered 2 of the boxes. Open the 2 boxes first. There is not a single gold coin in them, but they are all potions, medicinal pills, and some rare treasures, and the value is not cheap. You have successfully obtained my approval, and now that Hechi has everything to be done, I would like to ask you 2 to work harder. Thank you for your praise, Lord Marquis, we will not disappoint you. The faces of the 2 were instantly delighted. Everyone knew that Tang Yu was in his prime now. Didn't he see that the king's favorite daughter was staying by the marquis's side? And everyone knows that the 2 princes of Roland Kingdom are useless, and everyone knows that King Roland has the intention to pass the throne to Isabel. But if Isabel married Tang Yu, maybe the Roland Kingdom would be decided by Tang Yu from now on. More so-called emperors and courtiers, these 2 boxes of treasures are used to please Tang Yu, not to get Tang Yu's favor, just to ask Tang Yu not to deal with them. How many knights are there in Heike City? Jonah said directly, the Hedge Legion has been taken away by Hedge, and there are only less than 500 patrolling soldiers left. Tang Yu frowned, the marquis authority to lead troops is 10,000 knights. Go on, the rule of Heike territory remains the same. I will talk about it when I come back from the Empire. As for Heike City, I will send someone to take over it, and you will do your best to assist him. As ordered. The 2 nodded and stepped back. What are you worrying about? Isabel looked at Tang Yu's frown and asked worriedly. Tang Yu smiled helplessly and said, I found that I still lack talents to manage government affairs. Beamon and the orcs are obviously not suitable for managing the human city, and brewer among the beastmen is not bad. If Beamon is allowed to manage the city, the picture is too beautiful. Tang Yu can't imagine it. As for the human beings under his command, in addition to Denton being a good political officer, Doreen and Marlene can only make wine. Carol is a good candidate, but the development of the caravan is inseparable from him. I can recommend a candidate. Aaron's ability is still good, and he is extremely loyal to me, but I can give him to you. 35. Hearing this, Tang Yu thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, Aaron's ability is only average, and it's too troublesome, let's talk about it when the Empire comes back." "Okay, let me know if you have anything, and I will definitely help you." Isabel looked at Tang Yu affectionately. "Haha, that's natural." Tang Yu is not polite to his own woman, but he is still used to using the talents summoned by the system, not only capable, but also absolutely loyal. "Okay, let's go back to Chaos City first." 55. It was okay for Hai Kailing to leave for a while, and Tang Yu felt even more relieved when Denton came over. "Ding, congratulations on the promotion of the host to the marquis, and the rewards, 50,000 gold coins, 2 adult magic dragons, 2 senior administrative officers, 3 fighting spirit upgrade cards, 10 rank 9 potion seeds, and 2 building upgrade cards." Adult magic dragon. Since getting the system, Tang Yu is the first time to get an adult magic dragon. Generally, when a magic dragon becomes an adult, it will reach the king rank. Speaking of which, Alice and other giant dragons in the giant dragon clan can only be regarded as infancy, while the magical giant dragons in the juvenile stage are of the spiritual level. This is only normal growth and does not depend on cultivation. The age of the giant dragons such as Alice can be considered very small for the giant dragons with a lifespan of thousands of years. They can reach the division rank because of the cultivation of Tang Yu, otherwise they can reach the 5th rank giant dragon at their current age. It's already pretty good. And if the multicolored dragon is an adult, it is at least the emperor level strength. For example, Della is just a little girl now, so the body of the giant dragon family is linked to the strength. Building upgrade card, you can upgrade any building at will without spending any materials. Chapter 95. Ding, congratulations on the expansion of the host's territory, and the rewards, 30,000 gold coins, 1 superb thunder magic scroll, 2 bronze behemoths, 1,000 orc warriors, and the deputy city system is activated. A surprise joy. Tang Yu was a little happy, these 2 rewards were very generous, and again, the system has never let him down. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the title, First Genius, Marquis of Chaos, Colorful Knight, King of Chaos Beasts, get rewards, 40,000 gold coins, a top quality magic weapon, and 3 alchemist upgrade cards. Beastmaster. Tang Yu was a little bit awkward, but he was called the Beastmaster even though he was a human being, which seemed a little embarrassing. However, the help of monsters is still very large. With the backing of those monsters in the chaotic forest, his power can indeed be doubled. Come on, go home. Sitting on Della's back, Tang Yu didn't have the heart to continue teasing. Playing with Isabel, anyway, I can watch it now and can't eat it. In the end, I burned my own flames, and it was myself who was uncomfortable. Use the Dochi upgrade card. 3 golden rays of light submerged into his Danshan, and he was directly upgraded from a 4-star Doshi to a 7-star Doshi. Breakthrough again? Seeing this scene, Isabel was already numb, and she could see Tang Yu's cultivation growing almost every 22 days, but she was still a little shocked by breaking through 3 small realms in a row now. What kind of genius am I? Isabel smiled bitterly, compared with Tang Yu, she was a mediocrity. Use the best thunder magic scroll. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the superlative lightning magic lightning barrier. Use the alchemist upgrade card. Ding, congratulations to the host for becoming a senior pharmacist. The divisions of all occupations such as pharmacists and magicians are, apprentice, low level, intermediate level, high level, master, king level, and saint level. After digesting the information in his mind, Tang Yu felt a little overjoyed. After becoming an alchemist, the potions he had collected would be useful. Finally, when I opened the package, there was a golden boot, which was a top-quality magic weapon. By the way, what's the use of opening the Vice City? After the sub-city is opened, the materials required to upgrade are half of the main city, and a teleportation formation can be established between the two cities. 5. This is not bad. How to build a teleportation array? Spent 50,000 gold coins to build a small teleportation array, 100,000 gold coins to build a medium-sized teleportation array, and 500,000 gold coins to build a large teleportation array. You didn't say it sooner. Tang Yu complained a little, and asked Della to return to Heike City. What's wrong with you? Isabelle asked curiously. I have a way to return to Chaos City in an instant, do you believe it? I don't believe it, the teleportation talisman can't have such a long distance. Isabelle shook her head directly. Then why don't you make a bet? Hearing this, Isabelle hesitated, as if in her mind, there was nothing that Tang Yu couldn't do. But if I want to come to Tang Yu, I won't ask too hard, I want to see what Tang Yu can do, so I nodded and said, okay. Returning to Heike Mansion and entering the study, Tang Yu's thoughts moved, and a vortex appeared directly in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for building a teleportation array and getting rewards, 10,000 gold coins, 10 teleportation array keys, 1 blood clan, and 3 array mage upgrade cards. Another array mage? 35. Tang Yu was stunned, the system was trying to make himself an all-powerful lord. Use the array master to upgrade the card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a senior array mage. In Tang Yu's mind, there is a lot of knowledge about pharmacists and array masters, including some lost techniques, arrays and pill recipes. My god, is this the teleportation array you just built? Isabelle was shocked. She didn't see when Tang Yu was built, but it couldn't have been built before. Marquis Heki didn't have that strength. Yes, but it's just a small teleportation array. 35. God, are you still a magician? Well, I just learned. Low-level array mage. It's barely advanced. My mother, are you not human? 35. Array mages and pharmacists are very scarce now, even in the Empire, there are not many people. If you want to become an array mage, you must be proficient in wool magic, and you must also have a talent above the top level. The limitations of the alchemist are not so ruthless, but they also have to be proficient in fire and wood magic. The higher the talent, the higher the achievement the alchemist can achieve. Yes, I'm not a human being, I'm a man known as the god of all laws. Tang Yu stinky laughed. Hearing this, Isabelle rolled his eyes at him. Although she knew that Tang Yu was terrifying, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Magic talent and fighting chi talent are terrifying, even at a young age, he has reached a high-level magician, which can no longer be described as a monster. It is estimated that the 3 in the Imperial College Heaven ranking are far from Tang Yu. Then, what else would you do? Tang Yu smiled and said, if I don't tell you, you will know when the time comes. I remember that you are proficient in fire and wood magic. Could it be that you also learned to refine medicine? Tang Yu was a little surprised, this little girl is not low in IQ. This can be inferred. Seeing that Tang Yu didn't speak, Isabelle widened her eyes and asked with a shocked face, have you really learned it? Have you reached the 273 levels? Just like the array master, I usually use it to cultivate magical fighting spirit, and I don't study the formation method and refining medicine much. This is the truth. I usually feel that I don't have enough time to practice so many types of magic, and I don't have time to learn formation techniques and refining medicine. No, not much research? Isabelle's mouth twitched, what kind of man he was looking for, and now he really believes that Tang Yu is the reincarnation of a god. Okay, let's go back first. Holding Isabelle's waist, Tang Yu stepped into the teleportation array, and then only felt his eyes flicker, and when he opened his eyes, he had appeared in his own study in Chaos City. Stay here for 2 days, and then we'll go to the palace together. Isabel nodded subconsciously, not knowing what Tang Yu said. She was still in shock. How old is Tang Yu now? If he was given time, how terrifying would his formations and medicines be? If those old monsters at Imperial College knew about Tang Yu's talent, they would have to fight for him. Chapter 96. Lucia is also at the 9th rank. With 2 more dragons to upgrade, the mission can be completed. Tang Yu is not very interested in the 100 Dochi warriors awarded by the quest. After all, he already has more than 2,000 orc warriors, but he is very interested in Shuiyun mine. It is said that there are only 2 Shuiyun in the entire kingdom. Mine, one is in the hands of the Roland royal family. One is said to be divided among a prince of the kingdom and the empire. Alice, take care of them, I'm going away for a while. Hearing this, Alice's face was full of reluctance. Among so many giant dragons, she was the one who spent the longest time with Tang Yu. This time to the palace and the empire, Tang Yu plans to let Alice stay at home. After all, she is the strongest among so many giant dragons, and her character is relatively stable, so she is very relieved to leave the dragons to her to take care of Tang Yu. Master, I want to go. Aina looked at Tang Yu pitifully. No, you give me a good practice, and when I come back next time, if you haven't made a breakthrough, I will spank you. Stock. 55. Hearing this, Aina suddenly looked ashamed and said shyly, then Master, please be gentle. Tang Yu suddenly had black lines all over his head, glared at Aina, turned around and left. It took too long to go to the Empire this time. According to Isabel, it took 3 months for the imperial aristocracy assessment, and it was inconvenient to bring many people. Master, there are 2 nobles visiting outside the castle. Ron came over just after returning from the back mountain. Are they finally here? Tang Yu said directly, you take them to the front hall, and I'll be there later. Yes. Ron nodded, turned, and left. After simply taking a shower, when Tang Yu came to the front hall, he saw 2 people, a man and a woman. The 2 looked like father and daughter. The men wore earl costumes, and the women wore viscount costumes. Tang Yu nodded secretly, and I have to say that both of them have good looks and outstanding temperament, especially the woman, who is unsmiling and a little blunt, but even so, it can't hide her natural beauty. Merlin Abel meets the master. Seeing Tang Yu appear, the middle-aged man tugged at the woman and hurried over to Salat. Molly Abel meets master. Molly was not so indifferent to Tang Yu, and her demeanor showed a touch of respect and admiration. Tang Yu nodded, and it really was the father and daughter, and he didn't think Molly was young either. Sometimes being young doesn't mean she's not capable. On the contrary, many older people are dead, and there is no ink in their stomachs, but they occupy a high position. Where are you from? We used to be the counts of the Kara Empire, and later offended a duke's son from the Karl royal family, and the fief was also taken away. We sensed the master's call and came here to ask the master to take it in. People from the Kara Empire. Tang Yu frowned. There was a life and death feud between the Roland Kingdom and the Kara Empire. If he appointed someone from the Kara Empire as his count, the kingdom would not agree. Just then there was a knock on the door. Tang Yu said with a smile, "Don't knock on the door when you come in." The door opened, and Isabel walked in with a smile, and then asked, "Is there something wrong?" Tang Yu told her about Molly's father and daughter. After listening, Isabel said with a smile, "Tang Yu, it's okay, as long as you find out their details, the palace will not reject talents." "That's good, now you are appointed as the acting lord of Helan City. I will declare to the kingdom and take Helan as your territory. It's best not to let me down." 35. Thank you, Master. Emolin knelt down directly, his eyes full of excitement. As for you. Looking at Molly, Tang Yu had some headaches, and it was easy to say that the canonization of Emolin, after all, he was originally an earl, and the titles of the major kingdoms were feasible in the entire Saint Knight Empire. And Molly was just a viscount, and she just arrived, and she didn't make any achievements. She was promoted to a fief count, not to mention whether the kingdom would agree, and those under her command would also be dissatisfied. Well, you assist your father and let me see your talent and ability. Thank you, master. Molly nodded, not surprised. Go to office today, there is a teleportation array directly there. There are 6 big cities in Highkilling, named Halen City, Jonah City, Lang City, Oak City, Blue Dragon City, and Yada City. Now only Jonah City and Lang City are guarded by earls. There are also some small cities that are not very large, just like Bell City. Anyway, there are also local tax officials temporarily managing it. Tang Yu is not in a hurry, the 6 counts must become his confidants, and Tang Yu can rest assured. As for Jonah and Jesse, Tang Yu will replace them sooner or later. Don't worry, there are many talented young people in Imperial Academy who only have titles and no territories, and I can introduce them to you when the time comes. Patting Tang Yu's hand, Isabel comforted. Okay. Tang Yu smiled slightly, and Isabel was just like her virtuous wife, thinking of herself in everything. If such a woman was on earth, she would be Wang Fuxiang. The next day Tang Yu issued a decree to promote all serfs in Chaos City to civilians, which is not common in Chenmei continent. Some nobles will indeed pardon some serfs after they get their territories, but they will never be pardoned on such a large scale. Otherwise, who will grow the farmland in the city? Who will the nobles exploit? But this time in the Battle of the Marquis of Red Blood, all the serfs have made a contribution. Even if Tang Yu is all pardoned, no one will say anything. As soon as this decree came out, the whole chaotic city cheered instantly, people praised Tang Yu's great achievements, and many free people made up a series of biographies for Tang Yu. Tang Yu could feel the endless power of faith converging towards the idols in the temple. In the evening, someone reported that 2 bronze beamon and a group of orc warriors had come from outside the city. Tang Yu rode Della all the way to the outside of the city, and saw 2 huge bronze beamon sitting outside the city gate, one of which was still wrapped in animal skins and had a bulging chest. It was obviously a female beamon. Behind them stood a group of orc warriors. The leader of the orc warriors was a big man more burly than Jacob, holding a broken giant axe in his hand. Moreover, the orc warriors behind them were also exhausted and wounded. Hadman Haydef sees the master. Seeing Tang Yu, the 2 beamon stood up first and saluted Tang Yu. Chapter 97. Alberta, the patriarch of the Iron Tribe, sees his master. No wonder it's a spiritual warrior, I didn't expect it to be a tribal patriarch. Tang Yu looked back, and there were definitely more than 1,000 people, including some female orcs and children. Alberta, what's the matter with you? Tang Yu had the feeling of seeing the whole orc tribe. The team stretched all the way to the dark place, there were at least 2,000 people. Hearing this, Alberta's eyes flashed with shame and said, being defeated by the Black Rock tribe and expelled from the territory, many people died on the road. Black Rock tribe, is it strong? Yes, it is undeniable that they are very strong, and in the Orc Kingdom, they are considered to be large tribes. It's okay, from today, this is your home. Patting Alberta's arm, Tang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, master. Bell City happens to be uninhabited, and the original serfs of Bell City also settled in Chaos City, so Bell City is just right for the families of the orc warriors to live, and there are ready-made houses. By the way, does Hadford have a child? Pointing to Hadford's bulging belly, Tang Yu asked curiously. Thank you for the blessing of the beast god, I'm about to give birth. Hadif nodded, a look of happiness on his tired face. It's a big happy event. 273 to 2 Beamon, and a little Beamon, which is a big profit. Eating these things will be good for little Beamon. Tang Yu took out several potions of level 6 or 7, as well as a demon orb and 2 blood gold stones. Thank you, master. Hadford hurriedly took it, feeling the rich energy in the demon primordial orb and the 2 blood gold stones. Hadford was a little overjoyed. The growth of Beamon in the early stage is as fast as that of a giant dragon, and it will not slow down until after adolescence. If you cultivate it yourself, I believe it will be faster, and maybe you can cultivate a silver Beamon. Should there be priests or prophets among you? Master, I am the priest of the Iron Force tribe Daryl. An old man with white hair stood up. His cultivation was not weak, and he was also a spiritual rank. Except for a fox's tail, there was no difference between other places and humans. Very well, since I have given you a city, I will leave it to you and Alberta to take care of it. Thank you, master, we will not disappoint, master. 99. Daryl's eyes are full of excitement. If there is a city, their Iron Force tribe will gradually recover, and then they can also help the Kfei master to conquer the quartet. Brule, order the soldiers to bring some animal meat and food to Bell City. Are you the priest of the Tad tribe, Brewer? Alberta glanced at Brewer, and then asked curiously. Respected Patriarch Alberta, I am Brewer, and Lord Jacob of the Wild Wind tribe is at the master's side. 35. Hearing this, Alberta was taken aback, that BD Jacob is here too? The beast god finally led him to the road of light. Master, Jacob is a complete a-hole, he has been abandoned by the beast gods, but there is no denying that he is a gifted warrior. 99. Lord Alberta, it's not good to speak ill of people behind your back. Jacob walked out from behind Della, his face unhappy. Okay, let's go to Bell City first, and then you will slowly catch up. Tang Yu said with a smile, there are not so many conspiracies among the orcs, they advocate force, and it becomes much easier to get along with each other. Not long after, when he came to Bell City, Tang Yu pointed to the city in front of him and said, how is it? Are you still satisfied? Satisfied, this is much stronger than the orc tribe. Daryl nodded vigorously. Give you a day to arrange it properly, and then take the soldiers to the barracks to report. Yes. At noon the next day, the orc warriors were settled, and Alberta and Jacob were ordered as captains to command the 2,000 orc warriors, and Tang Yu and Isabel were ready to set off. Until now, there was no adult giant dragon. Tang Yu asked Denton a few words, and he didn't plan to wait. Outside the city gate, Angela looked at Tang Yu eagerly. She also wanted to follow Tang Yu, and behind her stood 4 female naga who had transformed into human beings. Cough cough, really can't take them. Isabel shook her head and said, Imperial Academy will not let them in. If you can place them in the Imperial capital, I have no problem. Angela, take good care of yourself, I'll be back soon. Tang Yu said helplessly, pinching Angela's face. Well, let's wait for the master to come back. Angela was more sensible, but she was just reluctant to part. Della, let's go. Hearing this, Della jumped to the ground and her body instantly became bigger. Danton, Chaos City will be handed over to you, the mining of gold and iron ore can't be stopped, as well as the brewery and weapon shop. Denton will not disappoint his master. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, hugged Isabel's waist, and jumped on Della lightly. Isabel, remember our agreement? Della glanced at Isabel and said meaningfully. Agreement, what agreement? Hearing this, Isabel blushed to the base of her neck, and hurriedly shook her head, it's nothing, I promise to give Della the potion. Really? Suspiciously glanced at Isabel and then at Della, always feeling that the two of them were not normal. Go. 35. Della shook her body, then flashed her wings and rushed towards the sky. Chaos City is still far from the kingdom, even at Della's speed, it is estimated that it will take 3 days. The following is the ants' territory. Shall we go and have a look? Tang Yu glanced down, thought about it, and said, it must be visited. 35. Duke Ada helped him a lot, and he was also good to himself. Tang Yu thought about it and let Della fly down. Not long after, a huge castle appeared in front of you, not as luxurious as the Golden Castle, but more solemn. Not far from the castle was a military camp. Who dare to fly over Duke Ida's house? Just after landing outside the castle, a group of soldiers in silver armor came over. Retreat, dare to be rude to the chaotic marquis and princess, and blind your dog's eyes. A screeching sound came, and two golden warriors approached the gate of the city, and then said to Tang Yu and Isabel, "Meet the Marquis and His Royal Highness the Princess." "Is Duke Ada now?" The two golden warriors knew Tang Yu, and they had been to Chaos City back then. "Duke Ada is in the house." Under the leadership of a golden warrior, the two walked into the castle. It must be said that Ada Castle was even more magnificent than their own castle, and the word huge was displayed everywhere. A woman actually likes huge things. Chapter 98. You can come, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Duke Ada came out of it, and when he saw Isabel snuggling on Tang Yu's body, his face suddenly changed. I have to say that she is very satisfied with Tang Yu's son-in-law, but seeing Tang Yu and Isabel's closeness, she can't help but worry about her daughter. Not long after her daughter left, Tang Yu and Isabel were so close, and it felt like it wouldn't be long before Kathleen returned, and they would have two babies. The first time I visited, I didn't bring anything good. I'm careful, and I hope the Duke doesn't mind. Saying that, Tang Yu waved his hand, and a treasure chest appeared in front of Duke Ada. You come as soon as you come, I can't ask for anything. Duke Ada shook his head, and then said, I have 2 scrolls of spiritual magic scrolls here, which should be helpful to you. Saying that, she took out 2 scrolls and a white crystal from the space ring. This is the Spirit Stone, which can open up the spiritual sea. Spirit Stone. Tang Yu was a little surprised. Spirit stones are extremely precious, and a person's spiritual sea is determined by his talent. For example, Tang Yu's spiritual sea can be considered very large, because he is now a full-level talent. The Spirit Stone can make his spiritual sea bigger, store more spiritual power, and improve his magical talent. It's too expensive, I can't have it. A Spirit Stone sells for more than 10,000 gold coins in the market, but there is still no market for it. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable and extremely rare. With the identity and ability of Duke Ada, he can only get this one. Duke Ada said with a smile, I am old, and now it is your young people's world. The Spirit Stone has not helped me much, and it is worth the money if you give it to you. Tang Yu glanced at Duke Ada. To be honest, Duke Ada was not too old, and he had good looks, so he looked like a 30-year-old, like a ripe apple. Just take it. Isabel said with a smile. Okay. Tang Yu nodded, and the gifts he gave to Duke Ada in the package were not even half of the Spirit Stones. Many of them were from Heike territory, which should now be called Chaos Territory's specialty. I don't care about these things, if you are willing, give me some dragon crystals. Of course it's fine. Della glanced at the two of them disdainfully, but didn't say anything. She also knew that Longjing was of great help to mankind. In this case, let's go directly to the palace, and then drop by the way to the Imperial College. Kathleen has been away for so long, and I don't know what happened. Duke Ada does not need to participate in the Imperial Aristocracy assessment, but Kathleen must join. She also wanted to communicate with Kathleen when she went to Imperial College, so she had to hold Tang Yu's heart tightly. Her niece was too good. Holly, get ready to go. Just waiting for you, beautiful Ada. A crisp voice sounded, and then a shadow came over the sky. Tang Yu looked up, and a red gem dragon landed in the courtyard. When she saw Della, her originally arrogant head hurriedly lowered her head and prostrate in front of Della. Meet the esteemed Master Wukai Long. As a kind of metal dragon, in front of the Wukai dragon Della, she seemed very restrained. Yet, Della nodded lightly, which was already pretty good. Goodbye Mr. Seeing Della nodding to herself, Holly's eyes were full of surprise, and then she saluted Tang Yu again. Don't be too polite. Tang Yu nodded with a smile. This gem dragon has grown up and has the strength of the spiritual level. Holly doesn't do this to me, I'm a little jealous. Duke Ada glanced at the gem dragon resentfully and said helplessly. The lower the level of the dragon, the stronger the sense of obedience to Tang Yu. Holly has a strong feeling in his heart that he should obey Tang Yu's orders unconditionally, even more than the master of Ada. Let's go, it's getting late. Duke Ada looked at the sky, and jumped lightly on Holly. Della, let's go. As soon as the voice fell, Della grew bigger. Tang Yu jumped up with Isabel in his arms, and with a flash of wings, he rushed directly into the clouds, and Holly followed behind Della tremblingly. Ada sat on Holly's back and looked at Isabel with admiration. With such a big growth, Della was the first multicolored dragon she saw, not to mention being able to sit on it like Isabel. Isabel, have you forgotten the agreement between us? Flying in the sky, Della suddenly turned her head and looked at Isabel with serious eyes. An outsider is here. Isabel was speechless and hurriedly whispered. I can guarantee that the two of them will never see it. Della glanced at Holly and said disdainfully. Della, what's the agreement between you two? He put his hand on Isabel's lap and asked while touching Tang Yu. Hearing this, Della hurriedly turned her head in a guilty conscience and looked ahead. Speak. Tang Yu snorted coldly, his face very serious. Della turned her head aggrievedly and said, Isabel said that as long as I take her to fly again, she will teach me the game of shyness. Tang Yu's head is full of black lines, the once pure and lovely Della is gone forever, and today's Della is terrifyingly dirty. You agreed. Tang Yu looked at Isabel and asked in amazement. Isabel also felt a little embarrassed and nodded weakly. Master, I'm very smart, I promise I'll get it right at a glance. Go, haven't you seen Angela? Della said confidently, you are covered with nasty quilts. Della didn't see clearly. Then I and Isabel will be quilted too. That's why I let you play on my back. 35. Hearing this, Tang Yu almost spit out a mouthful of blood. When he knew that he and Angela were making out, he should have thrown this little guy out. Play a fart and hurry. Behind him, Duke Ada looked at the young couple in front of him resentfully, and spit out, I don't know how to take care of others, and I don't know how to restrain myself in front of an old man like me. 5. Beautiful Ada, what are you doing, Mr. Tang Yu? How do I know? You have the ability to ask him. After glaring at Holly, Ada said angrily. Chapter 99. There is a city below, let's rest for the night and leave tomorrow. 39. It was getting darker and darker, Tang Yu said, looking down. It is good. Duke Ada nodded. Holly's flight speed was not fast, and Tang Yu was embarrassed to throw Duke Ada away, so he deliberately slowed down. This place is not far from the palace, so it is very prosperous. The city owner is also a marquis, and he is the most loyal to King Roland. When entering the city, a red light flashed on Holly's body, turning into a beautiful woman wearing red leather armor. Tang Yu looked at Della on his shoulders, wondering what this little guy would look like when he turned into a humanoid. Find 2 better rooms. Tang Yu said, dropping a few gold coins. 27-7 The 4 noble masters are really lucky, there are only 2 rooms left, and the city is full these days. 39. The imperial aristocracy was assessed, so nobles from all over the kingdom rushed to the empire, so it was normal for the tavern to be full. Tang Yu, I have a room with Isabel, how about you and Holly? When he reached the door, Duke Ada suddenly said. Hey! Isabel suddenly froze, then looked at Tang Yu with a strange expression. Why? Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, not understanding why this arrangement was made, and asked subconsciously. Duke Ada took Isabel's little hand and said, our aunt and nephew haven't seen each other for a long time. We just had a chance to catch up, so we decided. Hearing this, Tang Yu looked at Isabel pitifully. The relationship with Isabel was heating up rapidly today, and something would definitely happen. Who knew that Duke Ada would come out to disrupt the situation, and he would have thrown her away? Isabel cast a helpless expression, and was pulled into the room by Duke Ada. Lord Tang Yu, it is an honor for Holly to share a room with you. Holly looked overjoyed. It was indeed her honor to be able to get close contact with Master Wu Long and Master Tang Yu. Haha, I'm humble. Tang Yu smirked and walked in with Della in his arms. Master, this metal dragon is not bad too. Would you like to play games with her? With her little paw on Tang Yu's shoulder, Della whispered in Tang Yu's ear. If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you out. 35. Facing Della's little head is a chestnut, Tang Yu said fiercely, not to mention that Holly is a metal dragon. If he dares to bully Holly, Duke Ada will definitely not let him go. Then when I grow up, I'll play with you. Little Della smiled and said. Let's talk about it when you grow up. She rolled her eyes at Della. Tang Yu was about to clean up the room. Who would have thought that Holly hurried over and said, just leave this kind of trivial matter to Holly. Tang Yu cursed secretly, then slapped his head. Lord Tang Yu, are you not feeling well? Holly turned around and asked worriedly. It's okay, it's getting late, hurry up and go to bed. 35. Master, you. Della slowly drilled her little head out of the quilt, and then said weakly. Shut up and sleep. 99. Tang Yu looked embarrassed. It was Duke Ada's fault. I don't know why, as more and more giant dragons recognize him as their master, Tang Yu's physique is getting stronger and stronger, just like he has been trained in physique. Although it's not bad, sometimes it's hard to say. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when he walks deeply into Prajna Paramita, he sees that the 5 aggregates are empty, and saves all suffering. Sariputra. Tang Yu recited the Heart Sutra silently, trying to calm his mind, then closed his eyes. Are the giant dragons so terrifying when they transform into human form? Holly, what are you doing? Lord Tang Yu, I'm meditating. What's the matter? Do you have any orders? Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless for a moment. What they said was very reasonable. Then stand back. But there's not much room left. Well, let me meditate. At the moment Tang Yu sat cross-legged and began to calm down. I have to say that Tang Yu's mind is still relatively tenacious. It didn't take long for his mood to be as calm as a pool of water. Holly pouted. Since ancient times, stories of dragons and humans, or humans and elves, and humans and orcs have been circulated on the continent of Shenwu, so her concept is still very strong. Besides, Mr. Tang Yu is not an ordinary person. Tang Yu is handsome and has a temperament that makes him surrender. This kind of human is much stronger than those dirty male dragons. At this time, Duke Ada, who was next door, was a little worried, and didn't have the heart to talk to Isabel. Auntie, what's the matter with you? Isabel couldn't help asking when she saw Duke Ada's worried face, and sometimes frowned, as if she was constipated. Cough, okay, do you think Tang Yu likes women of other races? It should be, he has naga and fox girls by his side. Hearing this, Duke Ada's face became even more tangled. He felt that he had done something stupid to drive away the wolf. With Tang Yu's character, he didn't know what would happen. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Kathleen's biggest enemy is still my excellent niece. Thinking of this, Duke Ada was instantly relieved. As long as Holly agreed, what reason did he have to stop him? Thinking about Tang Yu's 5.4 endowment and strength, Ada felt that it was normal for a strong man like Tang Yu to have many partners. I just hope that Kathleen can hold a higher position in Tang Yu's heart. The next morning, Tang Yu stretched and began to wash. Lord Tang Yu, let me serve you. Hearing the movement, Holly rubbed her eyes, then walked over to Tang Yu and said. No, go down and prepare. Tang Yu said lightly while brushing his teeth. Anything else to prepare? Holly asked, blinking. Anyway, you go out first, I can do it myself. Saying this, he couldn't help but withdraw Holly. What, is it easy to be a man? This Holly is definitely on purpose. Chapter 100. Just then, Duke Ada knocked on the door and walked in with Isabel. He glanced at Tang Yu's tent subconsciously, and then turned his gaze instantly to see that Holly was also wearing clothes at this time. Have something to eat and let's go. She held a tray with bread, milk, and some desserts in her hand. Looking at Holly's flushed face, Isabel covered her mouth and laughed. She is very smart. Ada didn't chat with herself for a long time last night, and she could see what Duke Ada was thinking, but looking at Holly again, she always found it a little funny. In the sky, Duke Ada sat on Holly's back, and after a long deliberation, he whispered, "Did Tang Yu touch you last night?" Who would have thought that Holly said directly, "It must have been touched." "Yes, you can touch it if you want." Ada curled her lips, curious about how humans and dragons do that kind of thing. "Lord Tang Yu is very noble, but it's a pity that you don't seem to like me." "Hey? What do you mean?" "He would rather meditate than talk to me." Holly felt aggrieved. Ada was stunned for a moment. Meditation? Didn't you say touch you? Bed 22 is small and will touch naturally. 99. Pfft, so you don't have that relationship? Of course not. Hearing this, Ada couldn't help but be surprised by Tang Yu's style. Facing Holly's sexy dragon girl, she was able to hold back. No wonder she was still wearing a tent this morning. However, Mr. Tang Yu is very big and powerful, and I really yearn for it. Go, as a girl, you have to learn to be reserved. Duke Ada immediately blushed. Tang Yu was his future son-in-law. Preservation is hypocrisy, we dragons hate hypocrisy. Holly said confidently. You win. With Della on her back, Isabel looked at Tang Yu with a weird look. Do you have anything to say? Hee, no, I just wanted to ask if Holly is different from a normal girl. Holly? How do I know? 99. Turning his head and looking at Duke Ada, seeing that he was not looking here, he couldn't help taking a long breath. Pfft, incredible. I'm a good man, aren't I? 2 hours later, a magnificent city appeared below. Falling from the sky, standing under the city gate, looking at the 20-meter-high city wall, Tang Yu felt a little emotional. This is the royal city, how's it going? Duke Ada brought Holly forward and asked. It's majestic and prosperous. The Roland Palace was the largest and most magnificent city Tang Yu had ever seen. 2 teams of soldiers in golden armor patrolled from time to time at the gate of the city, which seemed very disciplined. See the princess, see the duke. Seeing Ada and Isabel, the 2 groups of soldiers stopped, then knelt down and saluted. Tang Yu didn't wear marquis clothes, so the soldiers couldn't recognize him either. Let's go, the empire is more spectacular than the kingdom, and when the empire is over, I'll show you around. Isabel smiled slightly, then took Tang Yu's arm and walked into the royal city. Seeing Her Royal Highness holding a man so intimately, those soldiers showed surprise in their eyes. The inner city is very prosperous. It can be said that it is crowded with people, and all kinds of races can be seen. Tang Yu also saw 2 female elves with bows and arrows on their backs. His Royal Highness? Is it really you? At this moment, an exclamation came from behind, and the 4 of them turned around and saw a group of young people in noble costumes standing behind them. The one who spoke just now was a young man in earl costume. Lord Duke, it's a great honor to meet you. The young man was polite and gentlemanly. Count Luke, I don't want to see you. Duke Ada has a straightforward personality and said lightly. Hearing this, the Earl Luke smiled slightly, but did not feel embarrassed, but said, the Duke is as straightforward as ever. Tang Yu, let's go. Isabel frowned and was about to leave while holding Tang Yu's arm. Looking at the two close friends, Count Luke flashed a look of anger in his eyes, but he did not express it. Instead, he smiled at Tang Yu and said, "I haven't asked your name yet. You don't have the right to know his name." Isabel gave Count Luke a disgusted look, pulled Tang Yu and turned away. Disgusting hypocrisy. Holly pouted in disdain. As a giant dragon, he hated the fake mask of humans the most. "It's really annoying." Tang Yu smiled, then asked Isabel, "He's chasing you?" Isabel hurriedly said, No, don't get me wrong. It's okay, our Isabel is so beautiful and it's normal to be loved by everyone." Tang Yu smiled and suddenly felt that Isabel was cute. "It's just too much. There are many young nobles in the kingdom who are pursuing Isabel." Ada smiled and said, "Oh yes, and my daughter Kathleen, you picked 2 of the kingdom's 3 golden flowers. Duo, tisk tisk, there will be a good show soon." "And, what did you say?" Glancing at Duke Ida, Isabel pouted, obviously a little angry. Hearing this, Tang Yu smiled and said, "If you can't even deal with a rival in love, what qualifications do you have to be their man?" "As expected of the little man I like." Duke Ada gave a thumbs up and laughed. 277. Not long after walking, a luxurious palace appeared in front of me. It didn't have the quiet feeling of the ancient Huxia palace, but it was very lively. Some civilians set up stalls under the palace gate. Walking into the palace gate, the eyes suddenly opened up. The whole palace gate was white. Tang Yu had the feeling of visiting the White House on Earth. The entire palace covers a huge area, and there are many soldiers in golden armor patrolling along the way. Passing through the carved dragon golden pillar, a group of palaces appeared in front of them. In the middle, a 6-story white palace stood in the middle, which was particularly conspicuous. Walking into the White Palace, after passing through the corridor full of murals, the 3 entered a large hall. The hall was covered with carpets made of spirit-level monster skins, and the walls were inlaid with gems of various colors. Walking up the 6 steps, there was a golden slender chair with the emblem and magic circle of the Roland Kingdom engraved on it. Western architecture really has a different flavor. Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction, and became a little curious about the empire. "Welcome our little hero." At this moment, a voice came from behind the throne at the forefront.